Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Oh, yes, thanks very much indeed. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim dedicates today's reads to the cast of Ben-Hur, which blasts off in Sydney tonight. It's an exciting production. I understand it's French. Normally, I hate everything French. I don't approve of the French. I don't like their cars. I don't like their perfumes. I don't like their fries.
What about the cheese?
Cheese. Don't get me started, Roy. I find I have a nasty allergic reaction to French cheese. Their champagne is hopeless, terribly overrated. Need I go on? Now, this French Her has allowed a number of Australian football players to be part of it. I'm not quite sure why. I'm not quite sure what madness has possessed these football players. As I understand it, the former Manly and South's prop, Ian Roberts, now a famous actor, is going to play the part of Pontius Pilate. I'm not sure that it's a big role. Of course, the washing of the hands is a pivotal scene in the history and the story of our Saviour. Ian's going to do that. He'll do that with magnificently. Somebody will pour a bit of water in if I can do the sound effect here nicely of someone washing their hands. Hope you can hear that.
He'll milk that scene, won't he?
Milk it, he will. But there's AFL football players involved as well, which is terrific to be able to go and see AFL football players in togas, sandals, leather skirts and swords. It makes a change from having them in the year in babies' nappies. Having said that, the Her tonight is a 50s version of the events of 2,000 years ago, and it's a show that neatly bookends a biblical show business week that saw a plucky Aussie Sheila in a hijab become a saint. So you got Her tonight, I think, finishing, if I don't know if the bloke in Rome, the direct descendant from the bloke upstairs, knows about Ben-Hur, but I'd like to think he's having a look at it on some sort of internet feed just to see how it comes up after all these years in the sand of Homebush Stadium, because let's face it, he's more Australian now than he's ever been before, waving the incense over the plucky Aussie Sheila in the hijab. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life on an afternoon when too much body's belly up. What a week, what an incredible week. This is the second prong of Tool Week and our annual Cox Special. And when we talk cocks, we're not referring to the gland's penis. We're referring to the greatest race on the Australian turf calendar. Many lifers, look forward eagerly to our Cox Special as we're able to talk amongst friends about cocks without the burden of management suggesting we're trying to be lewd or smutty, which often happens when we talk cocks outside the Cox Special. Of course, we're never lewd or smutty on this show, and it'll be great to get Roy's thoughts on the cocks later on. We were blessed with a wonderful badminton display involving a cock. Now we're up to cocks. So it's been a golden run for people interested in talking cock on the radio and cocks. Now, cricket and what's going on in India. How can we stop this agony? We go down in a one-dayer by 5 wickets and with 7 balls to spare, comprehensively clobbered by the subcontinental young guns. Footballers and the Matildas score a crushing 1-0 victory. I think it was over Korea to fight their way into the final of, the Asian Cup. Sporting Hall of Fame and a glittering do midweek, the highly coveted Don went to gold medalist, that's jumping gold medalist, Lydia Lucilla. No surprises there. Sadly, the Favola Award was not awarded midweek as no one had been stupid enough to catch the judge's eye despite many brave attempts on and off the paddock. Racing, and the Geelong Cup was won by the French polished American, ridden by the Honkers-based hoop, Gerald Moss. The American scored at the death. And the kid, that is Gerald, is very confident of the horse on the in the big one on that first Tuesday in November. That is the one that stops the nation for the 150th time. Looking at the Cox card tomorrow, I've swerved past the Cox because I don't think I can find much value there with, obviously everybody think Bart's horse getting it already. And in fact, I understand some bookies have been foolish enough to pay out on it already. But I've gone with a couple of selections and let's face it, the Life Selection Service has been on fire this spring. Race 4, number 3, that's the Crystal Mile. We're going with Gold Salute, I think horse 3. And in the Vase, I love the Vase. The Vase, I have it right up there with the Cox and the Villiers. They're my 3 standouts on the Australian turf calendar. Shadows in the Sun. Shadows in the Sun. It wouldn't surprise me if it's been set for this race specifically. And speaking of being set for a race, could Trusting be the knockout chance in the Cox? I raised this as I caught Roy having a word with trainer John Thompson. It was one of those conversations, where the person on the phone puts their hand over the, their mouth so as you can't lip read or see what they're saying or hear what they're saying. Roy obviously was deep in thought. He turned away, and I knew that he was obviously offering Tomo a bit of advice, a bit of heartfelt advice from experience with Rooting King and the Cox. And look, just reading the tea leaves and between you and me, and since Roy isn't here yet, I think trusting's been set for this one with a bit of help from Roy. Yes, this is the life. This is the elephant in your car. This is the home of dreams, and your dreams really do come true on Tool Week on the Life. Now it's time to lock horns with a bloke who certainly will have a tear in his eye Sunday afternoon when the Cornwalls run onto the hallowed turf at Parramatta Stadium. Sadly, it can't be part of Tool Week. It just falls one day out of it, but still, that's it. That's the treachery of programming. Obviously, Parramatta's a four-nation clash against the Kangaroos and Cornwalls. Tears of pride will stain the front of this bloke's shorts, creating little maps of PNG and then splashing the boots. The crying man will be rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the blub simply by shouting at him what caught your eye in the swirling soup of Tool Week. Craig?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. And you're absolutely right. I'll be bursting with pride when those brave Cornwalls run out on Sunday afternoon, Eastern Standard Summer Time.
4 p.m.
4 p.m, and we will be calling it play by play, ball by, blow by blow,
Pass by pass.
tackle by tackle, pass by pass here on Triple M. I think we're starting at 3:30. Is that it?
On air at 3:30 Eastern.
Okay. Yes, Cox Plate falls nicely in the shadow of the badminton, I guess we could say. That is the shuttlecock. Not a word to be scared of, either of these words. And often when the Cox Plate comes around, I always turn to the Merchant of Venice. I often think of Shylock when he said, "If you prick me, do I not bleed?"
Wow. In all the years we've worked, I've never heard you quote that before in connection with the Cox.
Haven't you?
No.
You
may
haven't
do it.
been listening.
No, you might do it at home.
I've been doing it
Every year?
every year.
What's the quote again from Merchant of Venice?
If you prick
Yes.
me,
Uh-huh.
do I not bleed?
Wouldn't it be a great talkback topic? Favourite Shakespearean quotes that are opposite to the Cox?
Yes.
We'll get a lively conversation
Yes,
going
we'll
on that
get a
one.
lively conversation. In fact, we've got our thinking caps on right now.
Yeah, because
HG.
we're going to throw open the lines
We
in about
are,
4 hours'
because
time.
it's your show.
Yeah. Don't let us tell you what to do in Tool Week. You tell us.
Now, FIFA has seemed to be a corrupt outfit. No surprises there. I mean, it's something we've known all along. It's something rotten. Something rotten. I was going to say in the House of Denmark, but no. Hey. Nothing to do with the Cox or prick. Me. Do I not bleed? No. Soccer, we've known to be corrupt for a hell of a long time. No surprises there. Now we know that FIFA is corrupt. I mean, why are we wasting our time trying to get this so-called World Cup here in the next number of... We don't want it. Aussies don't want it. Good, fair-minded Aussies don't need it.
We'd rather have the Commonwealth Games.
We'd rather have the Commonwealth Games where there's certainty. A little bit of certainty in an otherwise troubled world. Red Bull throw their support behind Vettel for the World Drivers' Championship. No surprises there. We know they've been undermining our mark. They've been undermining our mark for years now. But it's the mark of the man that he's going to stand up. And what I'm mindful of is Mark saying, might have been this time yesterday, saying something along the lines, "If you prick me, do I not bleed?" And then he went on to say that I'm not going to change anything in the way I approach the race this weekend, which is refreshing thoughts from Mark.
Fantastic.
So there's no panic from the Weber camp. Little Leighton joins Alicia Molik for the Hopman Cup. Good news there. I'd say we've wrapped this one up. I know the Serbian team's looking very good with, might be Ananovic and might be the Novicic up against us. But I think with Little Leighton, God, he brings so much Hopman Cup experience.
I know, doesn't he?
As does Alicia Molik. I mean, they're Hopman Cup specialists, the pair of them. And I congratulate Tennis Australia on naming such a formidable team.
So far out from the event.
Yes.
Well, it's not on for about 3 months.
Exactly.
Anything could happen.
Exactly. Little Leighton didn't have to commit to it this early, but he has done. More power to him. Lottie Takiri preferred by Sheens over Darius Boyd. We might lock horns on this, not so much today, and if you are interested in getting on the talkback with this particular subject, can you just hold that over until Sunday afternoon? Because we'll certainly be doing extensive talkback on the selection of the left winger for the Kangaroos. Now, how can Australian cricket get its mojo back? That might be our talkback topic for today. Not too sure. There are various. In fact, I was just talking to Stewie McGill from the, at least Sydney, Triple M Breakfast program, who's got some very lively thoughts on what's wrong with Australian cricket at the moment. Unfortunately, none of them are broadcastable. But I know
he's very uncompromising.
I know.
Commentator.
I know. But he's deeply concerned about Australian cricket and its loss of mojo at the moment.
Is that what he's calling it, a loss of mojo?
No, I'm calling it that.
No, I thought you might be.
But I think we're on the same hymn sheet, HG, when it comes to the missing mojo.
Mm-hmm.
With the in the context of the Australian cricket team. Dennis Lilly, speaking of cricket, says he believes Australia can win the Ashes because we have better bowlers, is Dennis's feeling. When did Dennis and Sanity part
Some
company,
time ago,
HG?
I think it was in Darwin in about 1974.
Yes.
He went up there on a sportsman's lunch and never came back.
I thought it was when he might have raised the bat, or he raised his shoe. Didn't he kick Jarvid and me and Dad, who raised his bat to him? I think that's when he lost.
That was the Battle of the Wacker. That's some years ago.
Yeah, well, he and Reason, I think, parted company then and have been strangers ever since.
Yeah, they walk about, maybe 10 or at best 10 metres apart. Usually,
I suppose so. I can't recall someone who's bumped into Dennis Lilly's Sanity recently, at least. If anyone sees it, please let us know.
Can I say that I'm in 100% agreement with him, though, that Australia will win the Ashes 5-0?
Yeah, well, that's a bold. Well, that's not bad. Well, Pigeon said the same thing. Was it 2 or 4 years ago?
And look what happened.
Look what happened. We did. Hensby 465.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, let's go to the Cox. Bart Cummings has urged rivals of his champions, so you think, to play fair in tomorrow's Tats-Cox plate. Mm-hmm. I think this is very...
Is that a shot across the bow of Gay?
I'm pretty sure it's a shot across the bow of Gay and others, Kavanagh.
Oh, yeah.
Now, look, I've never heard of this happening before.
Nor have I.
This seems to me Bart...
this is post-hospital Bart, though, isn't it?
It is. It's post-smashed hip Bart.
Yeah. He used to think with his hips, didn't he?
A lot of his thought, a lot of his great thinking's done with his hip. Reacting to talk, so you think... would be a target for the 9 rivals. Cummins implored Jockey to resist the roughhouse tactics. Mm-hmm. The way he's going, I think he'll handle them as long as he gets a good run, and there are no roughhouse tactics applied, according to Matt Stewart in the Herald Sun. Like some of the trainers are saying, I hope not. After all, it's a sport, and I'm expecting people to be sporting about it.
Oh, yes.
Now, champion jockey, the Professor, who won on Gunsin, Roy Higgins, of course, who won on Gunsin, said the rivals would do all they could within the rules to rattle, so you think. They'll be looking to do anything to take a length or two off him, push him wide, crowd him up, and might be enough to get him beaten. Who begot used trainer Mark Kavanagh yesterday said that so you think was certainly a certainty unless his rivals had a crack. Otherwise, Kavanagh said you might as well hand out bananas because Stephen Arnold will make monkeys out of us all. Hot favourites in the feature races are always targets, Higgins said. Steve Arnold will have a restless night on Friday night. He'll have to have a plan. Going past the winning post for the first time, it's not working. If it's not working as he want to be, plan B, he'll need one. Plan C, maybe they'll be targeting him if he doesn't want a rest of the field thinking, "I've got you." Roy, I know Rooting King was terror when he got into a race with a certainty in front of him. Because he did a lot of things that.
Well, okay. What I think Roy's getting at, HG, and what I've noticed with the Cox for many, many years now, is what I call collusion. That is horses colluding to disadvantage a favourite. Mm-hmm. Now, this happened to the King many years ago. He was colluded against. I don't know if the jockeys were involved or the horses just got amongst themselves. I don't know. But he found himself boxed in by 3 or 4 other horses who had no interest in winning. No interest in winning.
Just him not.
That was it. That was it. Mercifully, the King used his, he bit. He bit the arse of 2 horses. He bit an ear off another horse, and he kicked another horse to death.
In the run.
This happened in a flurry of activity, HG, on the far side. And in those days, the cameras weren't all that close. It's not under the scrutiny they are today. No. So all we knew was on the far side of the track,
valley.
that something was going on. was only later that I got the reports from various jockeys as to what had happened. But the King saw red, did the biting, did the kicking, and won the cup. And the Cox has always been about, about barging, about being uncompromising, and just the only reason you're there is to win. I mean, if you lose sight of that, then you bug it.
You know, horses colluding, Roy, it's fascinating that you say that, because I'm sure they get together and they know So You Think. They don't like his haughty manner. They don't like him as they don't.
Well, horses don't like it if they sense another
Big
horse is
tickets.
pretentious or got tickets on itself. They hate that.
Showboating,
Showboating, thank you.
all that.
Show pony, that sort of stuff.
That's
Yeah.
right. Now, the thing is, it's easy for jockeys to get the horses, as you say.
Well,
to-
jockeys think they're in charge.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Thanks.
sorry with the Cox, they're not.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, just obviously, we might talk a little bit more about the Cox in the next couple of hours. But, do you think there is a horse here who could get on top of So You Think? I mean, So You Think at the moment in the paper that I've got is down to $1.45.
Yes.
You got old horses like Zipping. It would be amazing if Zipping.
Well, I think Zipping's too. I mean, it takes a special old horse to
Put up with
survive the brutality.
the brutality. That's the
of
thing,
the
isn't
Cox.
it? It starts in the barriers
Yeah.
and just keeps going for the best part of
Starts in the
2005.
mounting enclosure. actually.
2040.
I've seen horses kicked to death in the mounting enclosure. I mean, is that
It's not
willing?
attractive sight, is it?
No.
And doesn't it put a pall on proceedings?
That's why they won't allow children near the mounting enclosure for the Cox Plate.
No.
Yeah, people thought, oh, what a quaint tradition, got to take
Mm-hmm.
the kids away. No, there's a very real reason for it.
When you set the king for the Cox,
Yeah.
did he know it was the Cox?
My
knew-
word, he did.
Yeah, and so beforehand he was getting a bit
Oh,
narky.
he was steeled, oh, my word.
Yeah, and he on the float on the way down,
My
in the
word.
float on the way down.
Yeah. He's very tense.
Now, then we got Who Got You, which is the Kavanagh horse with Roddy up. Luyan Fat Forever. Now, I like this horse. He's 101, got done on board, but don't tell me he's not a born biter, because he is. If there's teeth to be, teeth marks to be left in a horse, I'd check Luyan Yat Forever for the first imprints.
Okay.
Then we've got Wall Street. So You Think, obviously. Shootout. Now, this is the sentimental story. Starthy Cassidy's obviously untimely end midweek. And Corey Brown is donning the silks that Starthy would have worn on and climbing aboard Shootout for a bite-off in the Cox.
Yeah, right.
Wouldn't that be fantastic? Now, Trusting, can I just probe you a little bit on what you said to
Well,
John?
Trusting's a slugger.
Yeah.
I've always liked Trusting because he's a mean bastard.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you want with a Cox runner. I mean, the Cox Plate is not for your run-of-the-mill horse.
No.
It's for your street fighter. It's a street fighter's race. Everybody knows that. Now, Trusting is a bit of a street fighter.
When you
I don't think Say You Think is a street fighter, actually. I've said that to Bard.
how did he respond?
Well, Bard, he didn't say a word, but that's typical Bard. People say, oh, he's so enigmatic. No, he's got nothing to say.
Trusting, look, John Thompson, the conversation I saw you have with him, did you suggest the logs? Maybe tune him up with a log, either over a log or a log up him or something like that, just to get him ready for the,
All right.
the Cox.
Yeah. No, I didn't actually. No. Look, a lot of this stuff, that goes on between trainers and friends is it's not for public consumption.
No, I
You
understand
well
that.
know
It's-
that.
I know.
And it's unlike you to put me in a situation where I've got to
Fair
embarrass
enough. Yeah,
connections and
the connections
discuss
especially.
tactics
And children who might be listening.
and children who might be listening. Yeah. I just said to him, how big a bastard is Trusting?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, the other three horses that we've saved to last, Captain Sonador with Glenn Boss on board. I think it's Avianus with Williams up, and Gay's Conveyance, More Joyous, with National Ruler up. Although I notice in my ratings here, they make the Gay's horse the most, the highest number in the ratings. Not that that means anything, but Roy, you're basically seeing it as a race where if So You Think gets away, say in the first 100 metres, then it's all over Red Rover.
Well,
Unless they get some of these people,
yeah,
some of these
if it
horses
doesn't
can-
get, you're right there, actually. I mean, and that may well be the tactic. That may well be the tactic. I mean, the thing is, you can't afford to get boxed.
No, you're absolutely right. This was the death of Tulloch, wasn't it?
It was the death of Tulloch.
Yeah.
Boxed in for third, time and time again. Just couldn't get out of that box.
Yeah, no, that's right. Now, do you think some of the look, I'm suspecting Lu Yen Fat Yat Forever might take it up to So You Think.
Okay.
Just for the what would I call it, death or glory style of racing. Get up there, put a couple of bites on it, even though it hadn't got any chance of winning, makes it available. That is the top step of the podium, so to speak, to another horse.
Yeah. Well, it comes down to tactics. I'm sure Bart's not a complete idiot, and he will instruct his charge to bite as soon as possible, because you don't. I tell you what, you want horses to feel. You want your opponents to feel, I don't want my ass anywhere near that head, and that causes panic.
Exactly. I don't want my ass anywhere near that head. I think you've summed that up. And I tell you what, Stephen Arnold, who'll be up on So You Think, will get both head and ass well clear of the rest of the head and asses in the field.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. If as I say, Bart's not an idiot, and I'm sure that's going to be the tactic. Get out there, bite a few, and then bugger off.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, I know one of your favourites, Roy, Master O'Reilly. He hadn't won a race since the Caulfield Cup in 2007, which is a hell of a long time.
Forgotten how to win.
Forgotten how to win. I couldn't have summed it up better.
Yeah.
Has been competitive at the highest level, often winning weight for age in the past. Finished fourth in last year's Melbourne Cup. He's running in the tomorrow's Cathay Pacific Airways Cup over 2,500 metres. Now,
this is a tune-up for the Melbourne Cup.
Not bad. This is the weakest distance he's tackled, distance race he's tackled for years, and he's well into the weights, coming off a colic setback, but he has the class factor. Yeah. Now, I would assume that if he goes incredibly well in this, there is a chance that we could see the Master back. I think this used to be called the Moonee Valley Cup, but I may be wrong about that. But I know you have a soft spot in your heart for him. Do you think given that he hasn't won in 3 years, he could pull something out for old time's sake, or is it all beyond him?
I think it's beyond him, HG. I mean, once horse's head goes, you never get him back.
The feet don't follow, do they?
No, the feet don't follow. No, I mean, they just look ungainly and they look stupid, and it doesn't matter who you park on them. I mean, the package just doesn't work. And the logic of this, I mean, I just find crazy. I mean, if you're going to get a horse ready for the Melbourne Cup, I mean, put it in a 5 kilometre event. You want it running further than the Cup. I mean, it's pointless getting it 2,500 compliant when it's got to run 3. I mean, it just beggars belief. I mean, who's
putting the polish
training
on?
it?
Danny O'Brien.
Danny O'Brien, well, he's a clown.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Roy, one bit of good news about, and look, just overall, before I come to the good news, can I just ask, are you entirely happy with the build-up to the 150th running of the Melbourne Cup?
No.
The only thing I've seen is I've seen the Cup at a couple of venues, like racetracks that I've been at lately, but people are completely disinterested because they don't know what it's doing there on a plinth out front of the winning post. I mean, people need to be guided to it and be allowed to touch it and carry it around and maybe put it in the boot of the car and see if they can sell it and all that sort of stuff. There needs to be drama associated with this event. There's nothing, Roy. No build-up. It's been completely swamped by the Four Nations in rugby league states and the Tour of Ireland in AFL states, and that surprises me. I mean, what can we do at this late stage?
Well, I think it's too late to do anything, HG. To be honest, I think the moment's sort of come and gone, and it was such a great opportunity, to reinforce the concept of, say, Sequacentenary.
Beautiful. Yes, the 150th.
The 150th. I mean, so many kids, I say to them, what are you doing for the Sequacentenary? They don't know what it means.
No. And looking at you blankly.
Yeah.
Now, we found that Menlo Park, we found that school we sent people off to burn down. No
right.
news on whether that's happened
whether it happened or not.
The protests have been singularly quiet in America as we try and piece the old bugger back together. This is Farlap. But, I mean, he's not the only horse, Roy. He's not the only horse. Rising Fast or Gaddam or Tobin Bronze or great names like that. I mean, surely we should have a map. On the nightly news, on Nine's News, with a drawing pin stuck where they found the remains of Arwan or Golden Black or, and so build up a pattern. So in the end, there's 150 dots, obviously, in a spot reserved for the 151st.
Isn't that what a beautiful... So, see, there you go. That sort of thinking was needed years ago. Years ago, so this could come into being. You can't corral these ideas and bring them about into anything meaningful overnight.
Well, exactly. Schools could have been involved. Schools scouring the neighbourhood to see if there were remains of a Melbourne Cup winner in their, area.
Yeah.
And we join all those areas up bit by bit. The mosaic comes to life. And Australia with a map with 150 written on it, because there wouldn't be any out over, the middle of Australia or the Simpson Desert.
Yeah.
Extremely unlikely.
I know. Actually, I was at I was talking to the networks. This is upwards of 18 months ago, and I wanted a sort of MasterChef / X Factor, find that horse show, find a champion, because they're out there. Mm-hmm. They're wild brumbies. There's,
the romance of these.
The romance of people just going out there, finding a horse
on the off chance.
It might be
a champion.
Yeah.
Oh, what a lovely.
And wouldn't it have been wonderful for some kid, with not much of a future, not much of an education, parents got no future, maybe very sick, down in the dumps, maybe terminal illness.
Do they have a
he
dog?
Finds a horse, a Brumby. He doesn't know whether it's any good or not.
No.
But he just finds himself sitting on it and it's running like buggery. And it wins the first race, it wins the second race, wins the third race. Suddenly it's won 20 races in a row. Suddenly, Sequicentenary, here it is at the Cox Plate.
What a beautiful story.
Hey,
and then goes on to the Melbourne Cup and wins the 150th Melbourne Cup. Was that the plan? Was that plan A?
That was the plan.
How'd you get on with that?
Networks, they told me to get stuffed.
Roy Slavin and H.G. Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, before the news, we were talking about promoting, the Cox Plate and the...
150 years of
the Melbourne
racing, the
Cup.
Sequicentenary.
Yeah. Well, it's 150 years of the Melbourne Cup, but last week we celebrated 200 years of organised horse racing in Australia. The Cup came a little bit later. Yeah. But now the Mint has done something here. Yeah. I think you might have suggested that a coin would be at least something. And they put out a coin.
Yes.
It's
very late in the piece, though.
Very late in the piece. 50 cents, selectively gold-plated 2-coin set. This is what you can get. The set features two of the most enduring emblems of the Melbourne Cup, Phar Lap and the Melbourne Cup itself, i.e. that's on one side, and Phar Lap's on one side and the Cup's on the other. Selectively gold plating brings to life the stamina and speed of one of Australia's most famous racehorses. I think that is gilding the lily, if I can coin a phrase.
Sorry, actually, these are two coins. It's no,
the two separate
one's not
coins.
the opposite of the other. These are two separate coins because you're going to have the Queen's head on the other side of both.
Oh,
of
fair
those.
enough. Right, okay. Sorry about that. But then now,
And Phar Lap, looking at Phar Lap, I mean, I don't want to
knock the artist,
but the jockey seems far too big for the horse.
Jim Pike was a big person, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but Phar Lap was a huge horse.
Yeah, true. Now, what I'm taking the point was the selective gold plating brings to life. Oh. No, he just looks like a horse on a coin.
Yeah, it does really, doesn't it?
Like if you've got a two bob with a kangaroo on it.
Yes.
Or Don Bradman.
Well, you'd think you'd get some of that sort of new technology so the horse moved with as you jiggled the coin.
Very good. Or there's some lines indicating speed coming off it.
Something like that, yeah.
Despite only winning one Melbourne Cup in 1930, Phar Lap became the darling of the Australian race crowds during the Great Depression. The Melbourne Cup remains one of the coveted trophies in international horse racing, and in 2010 a new gold trophy will be modelled on the 1930 Cup won by Phar Lap and presented to the 150th winner of the great race. Be the first past the post, get it, to own these stunning silver coins. They're housed in a solid timber case, 5 million minted, and they sell for $165 each. Is that, they're 50 cents, Roy. You can only go down and get $1 worth. You can only go and get a copy of the paper for them.
That's true. But it is a limited mintage, HG.
True.
They do look beautiful in their timber setting. I don't know if you've seen that wonderful River Red Gum. I think they've
polished,
set it against. Mm-hmm. They really do look
fantastic.
And they're a talking point to have.
They're a talking point
somewhere in your office.
And if you were overseas right now and you had these, you would be able to, put them, say, in a meeting at the front where the dignitary was coming.
Yes.
So an ambassador or, head of business somewhere.
That's
and
right.
certainly then you'd be able to communicate the 150th and the meaning to all Australians.
Yeah. And wouldn't it be a wonderful set to play two up with?
Be brilliant. Oh no, that's what you've got.
That's what you're looking for. But they've also put out a cheaper one, HG.
I was going to say yes. I was getting to that. The uncirculated coin, meaning no one's touched it. Cupro Nickel uncirculated 50-cent coin in card captures the pivotal moment of the riding horses crossing the winning post.
Yes.
You can bet this coin will be a winner and become an odds-on favourite with all 50-cent punters. Now, look, one thing that worries me about it, I don't know if you can see this, it appears that the second horse, the jockey is raising the whip in salute. Now, that's dead wrong.
Unless he's going to bash the horse, HG, in which case it'd be illegal.
Well, they're past the post. You should stop flogging.
Well, exactly.
Well,
It's sending out a mixed
Very
image,
mixed.
a mixed message there, isn't it? That it's all right to thrash your horse even though it's lost. And it's after the post. So this is just retribution. This is just sadistic
Cruelty.
cruelty. That is.
Now,
But apart from that, it's all very lifelike, isn't it? I mean, it looks perfectly reasonable. And it's only $8.95, HG,
Well, that's a
for
much
this
better
50-cent coin.
Yeah.
So it's good to know they're doing something and it's out there. So people can celebrate the 150th
By buying a coin.
by buying coins.
Yeah, that's not enough, though. I expected parades. I expected kids getting dressed as horses, the back half and the front half of a horse. I expected, say maybe races on hobby horses everywhere. I expected, racing ministers to be talking up the industry. There's nothing, I don't know even who the racing minister in the various states are.
I have no idea.
And, sort of something to do with, say, parliamentarians dressing up like 150 years ago and, going out to the various courses to... do I have to come up with all the ideas, Roy?
I know. Well, the thing is, there are so many ideas that write themselves.
Exactly. I can't
And
claim
they've
that
chosen to ignore them all, apart from the pathetic minting a couple of coins.
Yeah, look, I can't claim to have invented any of those ideas. They're all there just in the
They're out
ether.
there waiting
Out
to
there,
be
waiting.
selected.
Exactly. Now, Don emailed us. He said he heard of our concern over the lack of commemorative coin for the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Fear not, the Australian Mint has responded to the call, and he referred us to this website,
did.
which gave us this information.
Yes.
I assume that it's pre-arsenic injected and pre-melted Phar Lap featured on the coin. This refers to previous editions of the Life in which we
Yes.
came to understand some of
Yeah.
the more detailed torture that Phar Lap went through at the Menlo Park Public School.
Well, that's
before he
exactly
died.
right. Did you know, Toad has emailed us as well concerning this issue, just roughly, saying that regarding the missing 4 members, remember, you'll recall, actually, we discussed this, may have been on Monday, they being Phar Lap. This was in the context of the Cox Plate. They being Phar Lap, Rasputin, Tutankhamun, and Errol Flynn. Well, we've corrected that. Tutankhamun, as far as we know, when he was dug up, did have his member on him, so it hadn't been stolen. But Ramses certainly had his
Might be Ramesses II.
yes, had his penis removed. So what he's suggesting is, what a coup for the VOC is they could find the 4 members prior to this weekend's running of the Plate and have them on show for all to see. They could even rename the feature race the Missing 4 Cox Plate.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, Roy, the only question I have about the missing 4 Cox Plate is where would they be displayed? The sliced off members of these horses.
Oh, and people. Well, Toad is suggesting they could even rename the feature. Complete with trophy in the tradition of the iconic Proven Summons Trophy, HG, with a race legend, say Roy Higgins cuddling Phar Lap's missing member, set in brass. They could bring the crowds back, maybe even strike a coin in the same vein.
Right, yeah.
Now, that would look great, I reckon, on a coin having the missing members of Phar Lap, Rasputin, Ramesses, and Errol Flynn all on the one coin. Wouldn't it?
It'd be a festive fist.
Yes, and you'd need to strike probably a coin slightly larger than the 50-cent piece as we know it.
The only thing, as Darren points out, though, Roy, is that not 100% sure the average race fan and or competitor will be a coin collector, which is a good point.
It is a good point, but I tell you what, HG, you put the 4 missing cocks on a coin, people are going to buy it.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes. Now, look, it's most remiss of me, but Rick takes me to task. He says he'd like to point out that Phar Lap was born in New Zealand.
Oh, yes.
in Seadown near the Far Lap Raceway in Timaru,
Yeah.
which would make it a New Zealand horse, not Australian horse.
Yeah. So,
Fair enough.
So look at history. Look at the facts.
Yeah. He didn't win the Melbourne Cup in
No.
New Zealand, did he?
No, he didn't.
He didn't get...
He didn't do anything in New Zealand.
Well,
Didn't do anything.
No.
And various historians I speak to say the horse never set foot in New Zealand at all. That it was born near Dapto.
is that
Far
right?
Lap.
Dapto.
Yeah.
Gee, this is a big rewrite. See, I noticed there's a book came out, something to do with the Far Lap was shot.
Shot in Dapto. I
Well,
can
not
tell
in
you now he wasn't.
Now, look, can I just jump from topic to topic here, unless you've got something to
Yeah.
add to the Far Lap story?
Well, yeah, Dottie she's been in touch via email. He's saying it's a tantalising prospect to have Far Lap sort of back together again with the other missing bits joining his heart, skeleton, skin for the running of the 150th Melbourne Cup. He's wondering what it would take for myself, actually, to donate my Far Lap turd from my super portfolio to the cause to make the project complete. Well,
Firstly, can you really put your hand on your heart and say
Mhm.
that Dottie's got a,
no, he's suggesting I have one.
oh, you?
Yeah, well, I've got 3 of them, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's better. I thought Dottie, gee, that's a big get for
Yeah.
Dottie.
No, I've got 2 Think Bigs. I've got a big Faloo and a couple of Far Laps.
Have you opened your turd collection to the public?
No, I haven't.
I
No,
just
but there's never been any requests to have a look.
no.
You know, obviously the one I've got at Prince Philip, everyone's seen.
Mm-hmm.
But the Far Lap one, no one's ever expressed interest.
If the secretary of the VRC rang up and said, Roy,
Special day.
special day,
Centenary and all of that.
Century Centenary, could we
Yeah.
put it on the as they go out through the gate on the Manning enclosure?
Oh,
there?
yeah.
And
Yep.
Obviously you'd have to say, well, we need
As long
some
as the security's all right.
exactly. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
People will be trying to get hold of it. And can I ask what stage it's in? Is it very powdery now these days, or have you largely preserved
had
it with
it,
clear varnish?
It's in a hermetically sealed box, HG, all glass,
Mm-hmm.
so you can look at it from and really enjoy. The view I like is the 3/4 view.
Yeah, as you walk around the corner.
As you walk around the corner,
And
it
you-
just
yeah.
takes your breath away for a moment.
Yeah.
And you got to say, "Well, hang on, Far Lap, good."
Now, if you put them on display,
Yeah.
would you feel, put it this way, if you bequeath them to a gallery,
Oh yes.
would you feel as though they could exploit them? Are they that good? Do they tell a story? Diet?
Yeah.
The
Suppose they
state
do.
of the
Well,
vowel?
no. If I dedicate to science, they explore that sort of thing. But I'd see it as a gallery as part of an installation.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Andrew's written again, Spearheads, just a reminder that Michael Jackson and Bubbles, the true story, is on this Sunday evening.
Oh, gee, I nearly forgot.
It'll be straight after the rugby league.
Right.
I know you have media commitments, so I'll try and watch and give you a summary. Hopefully Sabu and Thriller, they're the Tigers, will make an appearance.
Good.
And following on from Tool Week, why don't you have Cock Week? You could give away a shuttlecock in the Hot Lap handout. It's a good idea.
Well, what a great idea. In fact,
Very good.
we'll do that.
We'll try and explore that with management.
Bugger it. We can make... next week, I suppose, will be Cock Week. Is that the theory?
That's the theory. And there's he wants to know if these two are related. I can't help him here. I can't help you, Andrew, on this one. Whether Sasho Petrovsky, the man we can't put too much pressure on in the A-League, is related to Tom Petrovsky, the commentator who often appears in business news or financial news reports, who works for ComSec. So that's a fascinating question.
But is it, actually, I often get along to the A-League, and I wondered why so many people were shouting out at Sasha Petrovsky. What's the ASX? How's the little butler going?
Referring to the
To the
dollar.
Australian dollar, yeah. Now I understand. I'd never made that connection.
No. I
Maybe
must
they
say,
are related.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's weird.
The Petrovsky brothers.
Tom and Sasho.
Yeah.
Do you think we should start putting more pressure on Tom to get it right? He seems to be as wobbly as any of them.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're cut from the same sort of cloth, HG, because we can't put pressure on Sasha because he just goes to jelly. Ditto with Tom, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've never known Tom to get it right, have you?
No. No, sadly not.
At least every now and again, Sasha finds the back of the net, but not with Tom.
This is the life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, if people were thinking of going to the Rugby League, the Four Nations, they get a terrific day out.
Yep.
The gates open at, you can get there at 9 and wait for the
Good.
gates to open
Yeah.
when the cultural activities, the face painting, the bone through the nose, the spear chucking, all that sort of stuff.
They've got a jumping castle,
Jumping
HG.
castle.
Yeah, good.
At 1 o'clock, the Tongan v Samoans kick off. Then they've got the
That's
choir.
always a great match.
Brilliant match. Choir of Nations performs, and then the big one, Australia v Papua New Guinea. Look, I'm a bit light on information about the Choir of Nations. As I understand it, Rugby League has a great musical tradition,
Does.
which doesn't get the airing it deserves.
No.
And as a special tribute to that musical tradition, because the Commonwealth's representing Reggae Rugby League, they're going to get out a number of, of the singers of Rugby League.
Or the Bob Marley songbook would be
The
examined.
Bob Marley songbook will be opened, and you might find somebody doing "No Woman, No Cry" to bring the house down. I think Del Saylor's coming over to do that.
Okay.
And
Isn't that good? That's good. So you'd get things like, I suppose, the Cronulla Toyota Cup team
they would be doing
would
something.
be doing a song. Yeah,
They
okay.
would be doing something, and I'm not sure what they've got planned, but I'd love to see a choral version of, I don't know, something like,
I
something,
Shot the Sheriff.
I Shot the Sheriff. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. So it starts to build up to be a pretty attractive card.
It does, doesn't it?
Sadly, it looks as though they're only on for 20 minutes, which may not be enough.
Is that the
choir,
the
the choir-
Sharks? Oh, the whole choir concept is
Yeah.
only 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I could
Lord.
easily handle 2 hours of that.
I could have handled 2 hours of the Muddy Toyota Cup squad from
Singing.
Cronulla Sharks,
They
the
were
way they
terrific.
sing. It's,
I know, it's
great
fantastic.
voice.
Yeah, they do great tracks by Bob. They do a terrific version of Peter Tosh's "Legalise It,"
Do they? Really?
which is a very uplifting version
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, right.
Mm.
And
No,
what
it's
a
really
message.
good.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Okay, well, it's 2 a week, and so we've got one more to give away. The Ryobi. Well, hang on, we might have 2 more to give away.
Yeah, we
one
do.
now and one later on.
Mhm.
The 18-volter, the Ryobi compact drill driver kit. It's just magnificent.
Oh.
If you've got any drilling and driving to do, this is the one for you. And we're throwing in as well the losers. I'm not quite sure what this has to do with 2 a week, but we're just throwing that in.
Yeah.
And something to put on the CD while you drill and drive. Smash hits of the 80s. This is more, 38 more from Raccoon Head Wilkins. No one knows the 80s like Raccoon Head, and they're all stuck there. It's just
Yeah.
a fantastic prize. Something to drill with, something to watch. And something
that drill, actually, a lot of people have been at me midweek. It's a cordless, isn't it?
yes, you charge it up.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to alert people
Yeah,
to. The
right.
lithium battery.
Yeah, right.
And you've got a couple of bases you cramp it onto,
Yeah,
and then
that's
off you
good.
go.
That's
You
good.
you'd
I
never
mean,
run out of
corded
power.
drills are so 20th century, aren't they?
Oh,
It's just,
know.
what? Stone
What?
Age.
Yeah, Stone Age.
Yeah.
Longer run time with fade-free power. Lighter weight reduces user fatigue. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Holds charge longer and reduces the need to recharging during long periods of non-use. Compatible with all other Ryobi tools. 45 minutes recharge time. Only charger in supercharger.
Right.
Only charge in supercharger. Not sure what that means,
I
but
don't
that's
know what
obviously
that
something
means,
for
but
the
that's all
boffins.
right. It'll make sense to
Yeah,
someone.
there's a
Somebody's
manual
got
with
to
it, and
use
it comes
yeah.
in a bag as well. In
Do
a
you
box.
need a license to use it, HG, or anything? Or is it?
You get a license with
You
it.
get a license with
You
it.
just have to
okay.
fill out the form and sign it.
Okay, very good, very good. And it's compliant for kids, safe for kids?
Amazingly safe for kids.
Yeah, good.
If they've got to build something like in Lego, this is the thing to get. Obviously, Lego, or if they're putting together, say, a pirate ship in Lego, they're mad to start without one of these
Okay. That's
because
good.
it just builds itself.
Yep, that's great. So if, say, a kid, primary school kid, wanted to build a house,
Well, yeah,
not a problem?
not a problem.
Good.
But the most important thing, I think, is not to let Dad anywhere near it because
Oh,
he'll just
sure.
take over.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Good. Okay, the question is, HG, for
Women
this...
only.
Yeah, women only, yes. Now, it gives me an opportunity to talk about myself in the third person here, HG. In Roy's Turd collection, which we referred to earlier, that I haven't spoken about much over the years, in my turd collection, which one draws a crowd? Which one always draws a crowd of the collection?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Oh, yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Christina, who's joining us from Haberfield in Sydney. How are you there, Christina?
We seem to have lost Christina in the...
No, Christina's not coming up on the...
Between her and us, it's gone
Yeah.
very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Look, one thing I'd like to talk to Christina about, she's lived in Papua New Guinea for at least 9 years.
Well, we will get to talk to Christina in time, HG. There appears to be a problem with the, the CLOTS computer system.
I wonder if Christina's there now.
I think she is. Christina, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh,
Good.
good. Oh,
What a
terrific.
relief. What a
Wonderful.
relief.
You're
Now,
there.
are you going to be watching the Kummels, those brave Kummels, on Sunday?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, are you going to be listening to our call?
I will be listening to your call.
Very good.
I'll be watching it on the telly and I'll be having the radio on as well.
That's the way to do it.
Now,
Yes.
you've lived in Papua New Guinea for 9 years.
Yes, I did, yes.
Did you see any local rugby league in that time?
I didn't actually go to any games. My son went to a half a game.
The first half or the second half?
The first half. He had to leave at the second half because I think he got a stone on his head.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Very volatile, the crowd.
Very volatile. Very, very passionate about their rugby league.
And can you recall which teams they were that he went to
No,
see?
I don't. It was actually a local team in the Highlands, so it was just a local game.
competition.
It wasn't. Yes.
And were you surprised when you got there and realised that this is the only country in the world that has its national sport as rugby league?
Not really. Not because I kind of knew that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Was that the reason why you wanted to live in Papua New Guinea?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. I
Yeah.
thought it might have been.
Yeah.
Now, you were in the highlands of Papua New Guinea?
Well, at one stage, yes, but basically all over.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Did you have any favourite spots like Moresby, the romance of Port Moresby? Christina, is it your
didn't
kind?
ever live in Port Moresby.
Right.
Lived in Lae.
Yes.
Very nice place. Favourite spot, probably Bougainville.
Bougainville.
Ah,
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Before the Troubles, this would have been.
Well, sort of towards the end, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, what about these birds of paradise? Do you see them much at all, Christina?
You do, actually, you do. If you're in the Highlands, you can go to, they have some tropical rainforest sort of national parks.
Yes.
And you can go and up there and you can see them in the wild, but they also have them in like cages, but very large enclosures.
Okay. Yeah.
And would they be endangered, or can you just drive along and see them in the forest or wander through the forest?
No, I think, look, I think they hide. You can't just sort of drive along and see them. Yes. Yeah. I think they're very shy birds.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, we probably had every reason to be shy over the years,
Well,
Christina.
I think they've got every reason to be shy when they're hiding
given
from
the amount of plumage we see in some of the...
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Hats at
Yes.
springtime
Yes.
in the races.
Yes.
Now, is it a place that you'd like to go back to? Have you been back since you've left?
No, I haven't.
No, fair enough.
No. Well, seeing as they're now coming over here to play rugby league, I don't really have to go over there to watch them, do I?
No, fair enough.
You know?
Fair enough.
No.
Fair enough. And would you like to see a Papua New Guinea side in the NRL?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Not sure, but I think maybe it might lift them up. It might lift them up to national standards. I don't
Fair
know.
enough.
Yes.
Well, now, Christina, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Oh, marvellous.
Uh-huh.
Now, in my turd collection, Christina, which one always draws a crowd?
Well, I'd have to say Prince Philip, because I do believe I did request once if I could see it, and
Yes.
I had didn't hear back.
No. All right.
Well, Christina, you're the proud owner of the 18-volt Ryobi compact drill and driver kit. And obviously we're throwing in as well the DVD of the losers and smash hits of the 80s. Now, would somebody like yourself or others around the house be in need of this compact drill and driver kit?
Of the compact drill, I could give that to my son,
Yes.
Very good.
and he would absolutely love it.
Ah, that's very
isn't
good.
that
Well,
good?
Christina,
His
enjoy...
wife won't, but he will.
No, fair enough. I understand it's fairly quiet.
It's not a loud drill.
No,
Oh.
no. It's
No.
quiet.
No, it's quiet. It's amongst the quietest drills ever invented, I think, HG, isn't it?
Fair enough. Christina, enjoy the Rugby League on Sunday, and thanks very much for being part of the life here in Tool Week on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes. Now, look, this is a story that we haven't been able to get to until now due to Commonwealth Games commitment. But Australia's 20,000 Cricketing Art Prize has gone global in its second year, drawing entries from New Zealand, England and South Africa. Ultimately, it'll be terrific to receive entries from all test-playing nations and to take the exhibition to those countries, organiser Derek Zilich said. The winner will be announced on October the 7th with the exhibition on show at the SCG Members Pavilion from then until November the 1st.
Right.
Now, I had no idea this was going on.
No. I thought it was for Australian artists only, actually.
Well, it seems to have gone...
Are they artists that have had to play cricket for a number of seasons? I mean, I suppose there are rules for eligibility.
There would be eligibility
You'd have to have
rules.
a batting average of over 34, I'd suggest.
In first class?
In first class, yes.
and
a bowling average.
Of, say, 33.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 fifers.
At least.
Yeah.
And maybe a ton or two.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, what would you see as the subject matter, Roy? I mean,
Well,
because...
pads come to mind. I mean, they're always very painting on pads.
Oh, what a lovely idea.
Mm-hmm.
Or decorative coffins that carry the gear.
Yeah, that's not bad, yeah.
And would there be a lot of what I'm going to describe as good areas, George? Style of paintings?
Yeah, not bad.
Or something that said a captain's knock.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Punter Ponting or Steve Waugh or somebody like that, or Tubby Taylor, but just something that might be, say, Petersham under 16s. Captain's knock.
Well, that's not bad. And you'd find conceptual works too, actually. I did see one bat that was submitted, framed beautifully, I would add.
Mm-hmm.
Framed beautifully. On velvet. A bat that was signed by every living captain. This was back in 1958. This was every living cricket captain at the time. And there were some captains that went back, until, about 1890, 1895. It was a fabulous thing. Okay. The artist had purchased this bat and spray painted it. And it was a real sort of up yours, sort of...
In green and gold?
Yeah. Well, yeah, essentially.
Or just tagged it?
Yeah, no, tagged it. You couldn't see it. Obliterated all the signage that it was on at HG. It looked as if it had been dipped, in a huge can of, say, Dulux or Burge Breeze.
Right.
And then had just been let to dry on the dirt. So it had, on the back face of it, it was just covered in dirt and junk, It
Would look great,
It was a real
though.
statement.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
We got offered a Stan McCabe bat the other day, and it reminded me
Oh, yeah.
of
That exhibition we saw of the bat?
of the bat.
Yeah,
that had
you wanted to paint it, did you?
No. I was going to say it was a sculpture. What had happened was that the artist had got the Stan McCabe back, which had been signed by both sides of the Bodyline series, the Don and, the Demon Spofford and all that.
Yeah.
And he had carved into it, carved out of it a finger in the air.
Wow.
It was just incredible.
Isn't that fantastic?
Sort of much in the manner. And the finger had, a bit like Billy, couldn't be straightened. It was a bent finger.
Oh, great, yeah. Right.
And I thought, what a great use of a bat because, obviously it was worth a lot of money because there's very few of those bats left.
That's right.
And,
That's right. So it imbued the work with a...
real out in the heat of battle feel. But is this? Can you see this taking off?
Oh, I can actually. Yeah. I can see, terrific installations, winning some years. I have seen, artists working on some of these bats that the Don has signed, whittling them down to just matchsticks and taking them into the gallery and setting fire to them.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, I suppose those artists who were burning the whittled fragments of that famous bat, they were making some ironic statement about
I guess
the ashes.
they were beyond me, HG.
Yeah.
I just, looked heavenward. I didn't know what they were on about. I didn't know what they were on, and I wasn't interested in asking. I think an art prize like this
encourages loonies.
Well, I don't think it should encourage loonies. Actually, I think they've got to be very serious about saying, right, we want paintings of players we recognise
and situations we recognise.
Yes. In fact, I'd choke it right down. I would make it A portrait, it has to be a portrait of the Don, taken from a photograph. Everyone has to do that.
Right.
That's all we accept.
And next year?
Same thing.
So,
Every year it's a painting of the Don until we just have a room, we have a gallery filled with Dons.
mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be marvellous?
Well, I can tell you it'd be marvellous, but I'd never go. I mean, I'll tell you that for a fact now. I'm not.
Well, the thing is, actually, see, like many, you think you know what he looks like.
I don't know what he looks like. I don't care.
Well, that's different. You've got to look into yourself and ask yourself, why not? Why don't I care about an image of the Don, hauntingly recreated and brought back to life, imbued with life again by a skilled artist?
Mm. Well, completely honest, I didn't worry about the Don when he was alive. I'm not going to worry about him now that he's dead. Now,
Yeah. Well, you've got to look into your heart, HG,
yeah, I
and
know.
ask why.
Open it up to the Don.
Yeah.
See, I did that with Mary McKillop, and I'm getting on
Yeah.
famously with her.
Yeah, good. well, if you've got room there for one.
There might be the Don can squeeze in with Mary into my heart. Now, look, this is a fascinating story, and I'm not sure exactly how this is breaking, but the Murdoch people earlier this week were saying that Australia's World Cup bid organisers are watching to see what action FIFA takes against the two officials yesterday, that's last weekend, accused of soliciting money for votes.
Oh, yes, the corruption.
Yes, Nigerian Amos Adamu and Oceania President Reynald Temari, both members of FIFA's executive committee, alleged in Sunday Times to have discussed receiving inducements for votes for the US bid in 2018. Adamu was seen on videotape asking for £500,000, pounds that is, to be paid to him directly, apparently for a personal project involving the construction of artificial football pitches in Nigeria. And there's no, but believe you me, you won't get an argument with me about constructing artificial football pitches in Nigeria. We have to do it. Now,
These aren't pictures of the Don, are they, HG?
no pitches
Nigeria.
as in
Oh!
playing surfaces.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, not. Drop the R. When the video was made, America was still bidding. It withdrew on Friday, concentrate on 2022, putting it in collision course with us. Yeah. So they dropped out of 2018. Now that, like us, I think we've dropped out of 2018 as well.
We have, yeah.
And now we're all going, well, both of us are going for 2022. And Adamu offers a guarantee he would vote for 2018 going to the US, but he says he has already promised his vote for 2022 elsewhere and could only give America his second preference.
Oh dear. Are we number one then? Is he voting
I
for
assume
us?
so.
Have we paid him $500,000?
Well, I hope so. Well, a bit more, I hope.
Okay.
Because if we
What,
get half
through the AWB or someone like that, actually, someone who's skilled in...
Yeah, foreign transactions
Yes.
of money that are not meant to take place.
Thank you. And that don't get much scrutiny.
Yeah, that's right.
Good.
Perfect. Now, Tamari is more circumspect on
Yeah.
the video.
Yeah.
He talks about a possible funding of a $1.5 million academy in Auckland. The Oceania president says there can be no actual link between his vote and the possible funding. But it would
This
be
is
helpful.
the Smelt Centre.
The Smelt Centre, exactly right. The Golden Boot Academy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Greenfield side, of course. The undercover journalist had no connection with the actual bid, but he also spoke to a variety of former FIFA officials who discussed the amount of money that might persuade particular unnamed members of the executive to rent their votes to certain countries. Adamu is one of the four-man block of African delegates Australia's courted heavily, helped by the then Rudd government's decision to markedly increase the aid budget to Africa when it came to power in 2007. So it is complex. Now, from memory, we're setting aside $45 million, of which I think 100,000 went on the bid book that we gave to Sepp Blatter a while ago.
Yes, and the rest went in bribes, I assume.
Yes, I hope so, because that's the way it's done.
Well, that's the way to do it,
Yeah,
isn't it?
great. It's a foolproof manner.
Yeah.
Are you worried at all?
Well, I am. It is impossibly corrupt, and we've got to just put our feet down, I think, HG, and say this is not good enough, and not play this bloody game anymore.
No.
Not play this corrupt game anymore. And let's push for an independent commission. An independent commission that decides where the World Cup of Soccer will be played every 4 years.
I think they got one of them already. It's called FIFA.
No, well, FIFA, we've got to cut FIFA out of it completely.
Right.
Because they're
You mean something run by the United Nations?
not bad. I'm thinking of a commission of two. I'm thinking of Fozzie and, say, Robbie Slater.
Australia's most controversial soccer commentator.
Yes.
What a great
And
idea.
those two would decide.
Fozzie and Robbie Slater.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, you couldn't get more passionate or
No.
honest people.
No,
to
they
do it.
wouldn't. No, they
Isn't that
wouldn't.
brilliant?
Yes.
Now, look, does it worry?
And they'd be. I think they'd be more inclined to vote for Australia for 2.
Yeah, I get the
22.
feeling they would. They might come across at
Yeah.
2018 and
2018 and 2022. In fact, a permanent home for the World Cup of Soccer could be found in Australia, I feel sure, actually. I mean, politically stable, wonderful weather. We
Great
have
venues.
Great venues. We have the administrative skills.
And a mad supporting,
And-
community for soccer.
That's right. And a very lively A-League.
That's right. It ticks all the boxes, doesn't it? Now, look, the only thing that worries me about 2022 is
Yeah.
it's a difficult choice, isn't it? Australia or America. Both of these places really, I mean, in all honesty, apart from the, the idea of you can go and watch them, they don't need them, do they?
No.
I mean,
No, well, nobody needs it, really, do they, actually? I mean, who needs, at the end, I mean, just between you and me, who needs soccer?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, 2 great footballing stories of the soccer variety. The idea that Bex is now on his way to Newcastle.
Yeah.
With the Galaxy, can I put it to you that there's enough money in Newcastle Jets now to think that Bex could become a permanent part of the team?
Yeah.
Once he gets there, sees what the city, the whole area has to offer.
Yeah.
And the other great story is, could the spud-faced nipper known as Wayne Rooney be about to lob as part of the Perth Glory lineup, which I think Robbie Fowler's organising?
I heard that rumour, HG. It doesn't surprise me. A-League is opening a lot of doors overseas, let's face it. Now, with David Beckham coming, HG, he probably won't know too much about the A-League.
No.
But I tell you what, he's going to know to learn about it very quickly once they come up, this Galaxy team, come up against the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a real wake-up call for Beckham.
Would you see them introduced to a style of football they've really encountered before?
Thank you, yes.
And
I'm sure that if as long as the Jets don't get lured into the trap of trying to play pretty to impress them,
or tippy-tappy.
they've got to stick to their guns, HG. They've got to look at themselves in the mirror and say, listen, we're Australians.
We're
and
Jets.
the coach has got to get them aside and tell them, you, above all, you're Australians.
Are you expecting the world's number one glamour couple to come? Obviously Posh and Bex.
Yeah, is Posh coming as well?
Well, look,
That'd be incredible.
obviously
She'd love Newcastle.
I know she would.
I can see her shopping in the mall there at in Hunter Street. She'd love all that. She'd
The beaches,
yep.
and obviously
Qatar Affair. She'd go there. She'd do some shopping there. She might go out to Beresfield, do a bit of shopping out there. She'd
Now-
probably go to Hexham HG and have that oak milk.
How about the junction?
Shake.
The oat milkshake. How about the junction?
Yeah, she'd go to the junction for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Now, would there be enough places for Romeo and Brooklyn to muck around with? If they brought the kids.
Yeah, of course. There's plenty to do in Newcastle. Plenty to do.
And they'd probably...
They'd visit NBN probably and go. They'd probably be
interviewed on NBN?
Be interviewed, yes.
Now, the other thing is they'd heard all about the Pasha Bolka, if I've got the right
Yeah,
boat.
that's the boat. Yeah.
And where
Unfortunately, it's been tugged away, but they'd like to go and see where it was embedded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And compare and contrast, I'm sure they'd have pictures
Well,
up
they know
there.
the stories of the Sigma who ran aground just on Stockton there, HG. They'd probably go and have a look at that too.
Right. Well,
Because I
so
know they're
much to do.
interested in.
Marine disasters.
Yeah.
Now, I look, I can see all that happening and I can see it working well. And I
Yeah.
think that once he gets a taste here, he will be able to persuade other footballers
Yes.
to come and play in the A-League, because I think that's where we're just falling over a bit at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me to see Messi come when Messi's available on, from contract. Obviously, I think I want to say he's with Barcelona at the moment.
Sure.
And as soon as he gets out of Barcelona, he'll be here. It wouldn't see me. Cesc Fabregas would be another person who you could easily target from Arsenal. And I'm just sort of starting to think now, well off the page that I've normally confined myself to of lesser players, older players, but getting players in their prime.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
to come
exactly.
at
Well, and HG, this is where the strength of the Australian dollar starts to really speak. Starts to speak. When you say to them, okay,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's sit down now. Let's talk. Let's talk
Money.
turkey. Let's talk money.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to pay you in Australian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately they
Fall off
sit
the
up.
chair.
Yeah, they sit up then.
Now, next bit is, Wayne Rooney or a player like that who's in the bad books at the moment and does appear to not be getting on with Arsene Wenger. I got the wrong coach, with Lord Ferguson, his coach at Man United. There's a transfer window coming up, I think, where they can dump players up until, sometime to about the end of January.
Yep.
And
Are they going to flood the Australian market?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't worry me. I think I see it as an exciting thing. I can see a lot of checks being written.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't imagine many of these so-called superstars not wanting to play in Australia for, they could obviously command in the order of $700 or $800 a game.
Wow, that much. Now, look, I understand that, but the perks.
Yeah, but it adds up when you have a look at a season when you're doing 40 games.
Yeah, and also the value of the dollar.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there'd be perks, wouldn't there? Like they probably would be able to do a deal with the butcher.
Car thrown in.
Do a deal with the butcher.
Baker.
In there.
The chemist probably.
Chemist, yeah, true.
Would get involved.
And a liquor shop, a liquor outlet.
Without doubt.
Yeah.
Without doubt. Yes. They'd have sponsorship deals. They do some advertising.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And isn't it great that now our mining magnates are really throwing their money that they've created from their, digging up the dirt and shipping it off to China at football clubs? I think we've got Clive Palmer involved.
We have.
And Tinkler, the Patanak.
And so much better, actually, than getting them to pay a super tax. This makes so much more sense, allowing them to be able to legitimately offload their cash the way they see fit.
Yeah, to David Beckham.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now, that matched the Galaxy v Jets and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the only thing that worries me slightly is these visiting teams could rob the A-League. Now, I'm not quite sure how they're going to fit it into their fixtures, but I wouldn't want to see it open up willy-nilly to say, a team from Chile blowing through, or Real Madrid coming.
Yeah, sure.
Or Juventus or AC Milan coming.
Coming and expecting us to down tools and say, all right, stop A-League. We've got to, allow these clowns in for a little while. No, I hope that doesn't happen, actually. I hope not. I hope not. And I'd say, by the same token, I hope we don't get a lot of rubbish coaches like that, like Maradona, for example, saying, I want to coach A-League. They'll all want to do it.
I know. And do you see the bulwark against this, if that's the right term, as holding the damn wall back as Fozzie?
Well, I think if someone...
common sense and
the
Fozzie.
Voice of common sense, that is Fozzie, was given a role of being, say, the head of soccer world, the head of world soccer, this new independent commission we're talking about, if there was someone sensible like Fozzie, then I think the sky's the limit for the A-League.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Well, it's not often I keep a promise, but we've got another magnificent 18-volt Ryobi compact drill and driver kit. It's got the two bases. You can charge one while you're using the other. You know all about it. It comes in the box and the carry bag, both incredibly useful. In their own right, we're throwing in a DVD of The Losers and a CD of Richard Raccoonhead Wilkins' 38 more smash hits of the 80s. So it's a hell of a package.
That's fantastic.
I don't want to oversell it.
No. Well, it sells itself.
It sells itself.
That sort of package. That sort of
does.
quality top-shelf gear. Now, the question is, HG, who should be joining Fozzie on the independent committee of two to determine the location of the World Cup of Soccer? So it's Fozzie and someone else would be the independent committee of two. Who is that other person?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Oh, yes, it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Kai, who's joining us from DY. How are you there, Kai?
I'm doing all right, gents.
Yeah, very good. Now, you're renovating your kitchen, are you, Kai?
I am.
Now, where are you starting, mate? Are you just gutting it completely, if it was an old kitchen, and starting anew?
Yeah, we gutted it last weekend. I flew Dad in from Hawaii, and he's been here for the week doing the work.
Is he got any skills at this, or have you just got him Googling up problems on the net?
No, he's pretty handy at that sort of stuff.
Right. And would he have a drill?
You know what? He brought his drill, and I think I might have ruined his charger. So now we're doing it all by hand.
Right. Well, it looks as though you've lucked in here, Kai. That's really good.
Yeah,
Now,
no, it is
what do you, apart from the getting Dad to do all the work, what are you planning to do here? Can he do the plumbing, the electrics, the installation of the machines, and the cupboards?
Oh, look, he can do it all, but I get a plumber and a Sparky to do that because it's just too much risk. So I got to make come around and do the plumbing, and there's not a lot of electrical to be done. So everything else is us.
Now, who's designed this kitchen?
Oh, look, a little bit of help from the internet and a lot of input from the missus, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you can't just say, I hope it works. You've got to measure these things right to the... I mean, it's millimetres are involved here, Kai. I hope you appreciate this.
Yeah, see, the problem is, flew Dad in from the States. He's doing it all in imperial measurements, so we're a bit confused at times.
Oh, fair enough.
Lord.
Fair enough. Now, look,
That's still waiting to happen.
Can I just ask the scale of it? The ambition was to increase the cupboard capacity or to increase the functionality?
Yeah,
or...
what was wrong with the old kitchen?
Yeah, that's a good question.
From the wife's point of view, it's definitely cupboard space. We're putting in a big pantry for her in this one.
What, a walk-in pantry?
No, but just big enough, 2 full-size doors, stand there and have a look and scratch your chin and figure out what you want to eat, that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, you're going to have a big fridge, a new fridge?
We'll have a decent 519-litre, I think we're going with.
And then it comes to colours. You know, people make a lot of mistakes when they come to choosing colours for a kitchen. Are you going with, I take it you're a Sea Eagles fan coming from that part of the world. Are you going with the maroon and white?
There was debate about that, but after watching a bit of the block and things, I think we're sticking to neutral colours.
Neutral colours.
Yeah.
What are you going to try and sell the place once the kitchen's completed?
I think we're going to live in it for a little while so we can enjoy the hard work, but we'll outgrow it after a bit, I think.
Now, is the rest of the house going to look silly with this new kitchen in here, and you're going to have to bring the rest of the house up to that standard?
Well, part of the reason we're doing the kitchen is because we did the bathroom first, and that caused that issue. So, yeah, pointed out.
Okay. And how's the bathroom holding up, all right?
Yeah, no leaks so far.
No leaks so far. Well, that's good. What's the age of the house, Kai?
Oh, I would put it around, well, I think different parts of the house are different ages. We seem to be uncovering different additions as we're ripping things apart. So I think we've got some bits that are 25, 30, and then some that are probably 50 plus.
Okay.
And when you mention leaks, you're not talking about roof leaks, are you?
Oh, I'm just talking about any leaks are pretty bad, and we haven't found any yet. So.
Oh, well, that's
No,
good,
you're
because-
talking about the leak in the bathroom, HG. You know, in the shower, you've got to get a fair amount of sealant happening under your shower. Otherwise, it compromises the flooring.
Yes, it comes through. Yeah.
Yes. Now, is that bathroom of yours? Is that on a concrete block or is it on timber on piers?
No, the bathroom's on a slab, but everything else is on piers.
Okay.
And, with the Dad there, have you got an estimated completion date, or could it drag on to the other side of Christmas?
No, we've got a completion date because he gets on a plane and flies out in a little over 2 weeks, so we'll be powering through.
Have you asked your dad to do this sort of stuff before?
Most definitely. He's my biological dad. I've had my stepdad down to do the bathroom. They're both builders.
Very good.
You were well endowed,
Very
biologically
good.
speaking, when it came to renovating.
Yeah. Now, you're going to put any secret cupboards in, if you want to hide valuables, you put in secret hideaway nooks in the kitchen?
I'm afraid that's a secret, boys.
Okay.
Fair enough. Now, the other thing is, do you have those cupboards that return themselves?
The ones you can't slam, you mean?
Yes, the ones you just touch and off they go back into the slot where they're designed to fit.
Yep. I've found out it's not as tricky as it seems, but we're putting something like that in, yeah.
Right.
Now, hang on, you're not designing your own, are you?
No. We'll buy that stuff. We let the pros do that.
Okay.
Now, Roy's always had a dream of making that speed that it returns adjustable. Are you thinking of doing that so as when you push the drawer in, you can adjust the speed it returns?
I also think that you should add sound effects, too.
Fair enough.
Oh, if you want to.
Very
Yes.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kai, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Kai, who should be joining Aussie on the committee of two to determine the location of the World Cup of Soccer?
That would be Robbie Slater.
Do you think an elegant duo who speak common sense could make it work?
definitely, if they choose Australia for the permanent venue, they can make it work.
Fair enough. Now, you've got, maybe if you weren't keen on the drill, your dad might like to add this to his collection of tools in Hawaii, and it'd give us people here a great thrill to think that one of the prizes now resides in America, which is just that arcane sort of rubbish we like here. And we've got the smash hits of the 80s, which is something that would go well in America because a lot of these tracks no one would have heard of. Yeah. And the losers on, I'm not sure of the loser's story on DVD. Good luck with the kitchen, Kai. Thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, it's the end of another week. It's been a great tour week.
It has been one of the great tour weeks.
And with the Cox
and Rugby League on Sunday, HG. Kumuls v Kangaroos here on Triple M.
Yes, and Roy and I will be setting up the card table around about 9 o'clock in the morning. We'd love to see anybody out there at Parramatta Stadium who'll be coming along for the match, which gets underway obviously at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The Choir of Nations will be focusing on them. We'll be bringing the scores of the Mark Webber Korean Grand Prix, inaugural Korean Grand Prix, which is on at the same time as the Kumuls v Kangaroos.
So it's bad planning on behalf of the Formula One people, isn't it?
It is. They didn't have a clue. They don't have a clue. But for the week, it's been a wonderful week. We've got Matty chopping the sound as usual. He's done tremendous production work for the big clash on Sunday afternoon. Ned's been on the phones today, and he stayed there most of the time, which was an achievement. Yeah. And, look, let's face it, he's learning. And those horns on Garfield's helmet? Yes. I swear they're growing.
They are, aren't they?
Is it just me or is it you as well? I've got no idea how he does it, but they're just coming out a little bit bigger.
Well, I assume he's got them on for the missing Four Cox plate.
And, Roy, it's been another highlight of the year, of course, Tour Week with the Cox on the end of it.
Oh, my word.
There's Melbourne Cup to come, and let's hope we can turn it around with this 150th celebration. Join us. And Skip, was he here, was he?
No, Skip, did anyone see him?
No,
I think so.
No one's seen him. In fact, he didn't come to work today. But he might be here on Monday, God willing. And join us Monday for more of The Life right here on Triple M. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim today has dedicated his reads to Australian tennis number one, Little, and Mrs. Beck. The glamour couple, Australia's tennis's glamour couple. We used to had the Woodies as our glamour couple. Now they've moved on, obviously, to other things like advertising cars. And our real tennis glamour couple, obviously Little and Beck, they've added a new bub. And now, as I understand it, they need one more for a foursome of nippers who could make a mixed doubles hit-up, which would be terrific. So you can see Australian tennis is in very, very, very safe hands. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much body's belly up. Well, what a weekend. What an incredible weekend. It was just unbelievable. And the best thing about this weekend is it didn't prevent Tour Week from bleeding. I had hoped this would happen, and I'm hooking people through right now. There's more of last week coming at you this week in the Hot Lap Handout. It's incredible. I don't know how Triple M, the management here, have been able to do it, but they've been able to make Tour Week, traditionally 1 week of valuable airtime. Now it appears we might have 2 whole weeks of Tour Week. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. They said it couldn't happen, and it has. Now, AFL and the International Rules Tour of Ireland, it was a narrow 7-point win for the visitors. That's us, who began magnificently and survived the plucky Irish comeback in front of 30,000 deliriously happy International Rules fans on a very cool night in Ireland at the Gaelic Grounds. It was a night when Ireland came together as one. Then I'm thinking of another island that came together as one. The Four Nations Rugby League Wees. It was win, 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 win. With the locals, that is the home sides, Australia and New Zealand, taking the points. But can I point out that the PNG Kumuls lost absolutely no admirers in an afternoon of reggae rugby league yesterday at Parramatta. Obviously, we're spending a fair bit of time with this topic this afternoon here on The Life. Look, once you put aside the problem of the Kumuls with the ball, I think they held Australia magnificently with their defensive efforts while Australia had the ball. When they got the ball, things tended to go awry a bit. Score obviously 46-0, but I think that flattered the Australians, and that's what the reporting in the paper has been largely about today. And of course, the stupid New Zealand referee, who I believe had only read the rule books briefly and looked at a videotape of, say, the Warriors playing Sharks, which doesn't give you a real feel for the game. came over here and can I just say, embarrassed New Zealand officialdom, of which I've always held in the highest regard, New Zealand officialdom. Doesn't matter what they turn their hand to, they're great. Whether it's rowing, rugby union, tennis, netball, all those sort of things. They're very, very good officials. Sadly, in rugby league, they seem to be hopeless and all at sea. A-League and another weekend of thrilling top-quality soccer. The 2009 cellar dwellers, Adelaide United, now on top of the comp with an amazing 13 matches without a loss. It's a hell of a record that they're putting together now, Adelaide United. Meanwhile, the Bling, yes, they're on the board. Well, pass me the Vuvuzela, please. Woo! I can't sustain a note anymore. I've lost all my skill. Woo! The Vuvuzela. It was just incredible. Perth Glory had no answer to the uncompromising Route 1 Bling style of football from Sydney FC. I think it was 3-0 at the death. But the good thing is the Bling are still sniffing the entire field, i.e. they're running last. Motor racing, and Webber didn't disappoint in career. And no sirree, Bob. Look, it was a magnificent day for everybody concerned with F1. It was described in the print media today as a rare slip from the DNF maestro. Where have these clowns been? A rare slip? He's been driving at the highest level for 9 years. He's not known as the DNF maestro for nothing. It was business as usual from Webber. Then is it any wonder he has a boot barbecue named after him? Which other driver in the World Comp at the moment has a boot barbecue named after him? None. Fact. He's the only one. Rare slip. Oh, Lord, sometimes, you just have to scratch your head and think, where have these clowns been? What have they been watching? Mercifully, on the Gold Coast, it was Tossel out, Terps away, Tooley's weekend with Frosty winning. It was just fantastic. And, I can't get a struck match between the F1 in Korea and our 600. It was that good. I know it's hard to compare apples with oranges, but I'm trying here. And I think they were, if you looked at them with a squint in your eye, you couldn't get a struck match. Now, racing and the Life selections on Friday powdered and pillowed their way around the valley. They were pathetic, can I put it bluntly? One of our picks dared to run last. In fact, it might have been Gold Salutin about race 4. Dared to run last. The horse just didn't know where it was. He spent the run stargazing. I've never been so disappointed with a bludgeoning set of slugs in my life, who really now have to go into the room of mirrors and have a good hard look at themselves and ask the hard questions like, do I really want to be a horse? That is a racehorse. Plenty of room for donkeys out there if you don't want to be racehorses. Why don't you get up off the fly paper and let some real flies have a go? Oh, no, it was very disappointing. And in the Cox, well, it was a procession. We needed, sure, more Joyce tried. Not the horse to do it, though. We needed Trusting or Wall Street to do a bit of biting and booting to make it really interesting. Very tame Cox in 2010 with So You Think, etc., etc., etc. Yes, this is the Life. This is the home of the Plumber Smile. The Life is a show about dreams and making your dreams come true. And now, on the Life, let's unleash a man who believes the Melbourne Cup will become an international joke. Unless we restrict these blowing idiots from all over the planet with their zany ideas about getting a start in the big one on the first Tuesday in November, because their horse happened to win some busted-ass try-hard event on some busted-ass track in busted-assville. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the job simply by bellowing, "What caught your eye in the swirling soup at the mounting enclosure over the weekend, Stanley?"
Yes, thank you very much, Gine. And mentioning Stanley Gine, as we have almost accidentally, HG, I'd just like to say on behalf of all Kummels there how proud they are, and how proud they are of the support they receive through Triple M in particular. It's become their number one listening to station, as they've described it to me, while they are in Australia, which is great news. For all Triple M fans, knowing that your ears aren't alone, you've got some Kummels there with you. So if you caught that terrific double from the Police we heard maybe about an hour ago, just be content the fact that you weren't alone listening to it. A couple of Kummels listening as well. Now, I thought, just speaking for I thought they'd be terribly disappointed. They're not. They were quite proud of their efforts, as they should be. And let's face it, for the best part of 25 minutes, they kept Australia scoreless when you take into account the first 15 minutes of the second half and the last 10 minutes of the first half. 25 minutes keeping the world champions scoreless, I think, is a tremendous accolade and a tremendous feather or a tremendous bone through the nose and gourd on the flute of a wonderful, terrific tribal tackling team. Now, The Gold Coast, as HG's mentioned, they really came alive with that V8 Supercars. God almighty, I think it was a revelation. And seeing those V8 Supercar grid girl dances, I don't know if you saw the dance trip, that was just awesome.
Unbelievable.
There didn't appear to be a crowd there, but they didn't appear to need one.
No.
They just danced on as normal. It was fantastic.
And the nudity
It might have been a pink. They were doing a montage of Pink songs they were dancing to. And it was just incredible. I'd forgotten that Pink is the face of the V8 Supercars.
Huh. You know, I had too.
Yeah.
Until you reminded me just
Yeah,
then.
well, it came back to me.
Is
wasn't
Pink going to reform for
it?
the end of
I
the...
assume so.
Now, what was great was as the cars went around, there was a lot of people waving their tossels at them.
Yes, I
It
know.
was fantastic on the balconies.
I know, I love all that.
It's great.
It's Gold Coast.
It's Carnivale.
It's Carnival.
Wrong time of year, but doesn't matter.
Question for our talkback a little bit later on. Who is our greatest kangaroo? Just mull it over. I don't want anyone to, fly off the top of their heads. Just consider it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll only take considered responses. We don't want any rubbish.
What time are we throwing the phones open?
Oh, what time is it now? 11 minutes past. In about an hour's time. Lance Armstrong to do the Tour Down Under in January as a farewell to overseas competition. Isn't it a feather in the cap of the Tour Down Under that someone of the calibre of Lance Armstrong is in his farewell to international racing would choose Australia? Is that why I think it's a tremendous thing to have someone like Lance Armstrong? And I'd encourage all Australians to get out there and watch him. God almighty, he can pedal.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, oh, does he pedal? He can pedal. Now, the Wallabies looking for results. This is their term, not mine. I'm not making this up. They're quoted as saying, the management thereof, they're looking for results in the tour of Hong Kong and Europe.
Did you find that a little hard to believe?
I didn't know what it meant.
Remember, this is the side that managed to lose to Scotland
I
on
know.
the last trip away.
I know, looking for results. Well, how refreshing is that? Kevin Sheedy calls on all Australians. Now, is he being disingenuous here, I would ask?
Mm-hmm.
He calls on all Australians to support the Rugby League Four Nations tournament. Now, yes, I feel very awkward about this. I feel very awkward raising it. In fact, I wish I hadn't. So let's just leave it there. Let's just take it as a bloke having a lend of not many people. Now, Maria Sharapova is to marry LA Lakers guard Sasha Vujacic. Now, our other talkback topic today will be, well, obviously the first one is, who is our greatest kangaroo? The second is, do intercodal marriages work? And we've had this tremendous news today that was broken yesterday of Beck and Little Leighton having their third child. And I think this marriage is a tremendous marriage because it's not, it's because they don't come from the same world. That's what's great about it. Had Beck been a tennis player,
not a hope.
it wouldn't have worked.
It would have lasted 12
Had
minutes.
Little Leighton been an actor on the set of Neighbours or
Home and Away.
wherever, Home and Away, wouldn't
Not
have
a hope.
worked.
Now, you're going to race Sharky and, of course, Chris Evans.
Yes, I know. All of those things will come up. So, again, only considered calls taken. Don't want anyone just talking off the top of their head.
But for God's sake, don't let us set the agenda.
No.
You tell us.
But it's your show.
Yeah, thanks. Your show.
Roger, speaking of tennis, wins his, might be 60th or his 64th title. But it's interesting, a lot of people say, Ivan Lendl, yeah. Well, they don't. They say Roger. Is he the best ever? The best, arguably the best. Well, you've got to put it in context. Ivan Lendl, I think, has more than 64 titles to his belt. John McEnroe has 90 titles hanging off his belt. And Jimmy Connors, 102.
Wow.
102 titles.
But they're excitement machines.
They were.
Reggie
And
Rogers
you've got to
was
bear in
dull,
mind,
really.
there's a lot more tennis and a lot more titles around and about now than there were in the time of the great Jimmy Connors.
Well, just
there were only 2 or 3 a year in those days.
And remember, set it in context.
Yes, context.
Lockyer, now has the greatest number of tries at the highest level
Yes.
in rugby league.
Yes.
But as you pointed out,
Took out 108 tests to do it.
Yeah, Ken Irvine took
one test.
Yeah. 33 tries on the
Yeah,
test.
puts it in context, doesn't it? Then you can factor that in when you're getting involved with who's our greatest kangaroo. I mean, I don't want to hear any of this Lockyer business. Nor do I want to hear any Kenny Irvine business too, because let's face it, Kenny Irvine, while a great finisher, was rubbish. Hensby, holding 465.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
And, Roy, we should talk a little bit about Australia v. the Kumuls yesterday at Parramatta Stadium. Before we do so, look, can I just thank the production team here at Triple M for their wonderful job of doing it. Of course, we had Matty who did the production work, and obviously our great helmsman, Chairman Mao, bothered to grace us with his presence and point the ship in the right direction. Garfield, of course, brilliant as usual. Dan Ganane helped out with the scoring. That's and, of course, the Fonz did the technical work. And it was a great group team effort. It wasn't just you and me.
I know.
And
the Kumuls weren't bad either.
No, well, I was just going to come to that. The reporting today, I take the the Murdoch Press as my guide. Kiwi referee Shane Rem did the Kumuls no favours. I think we picked this up in the call.
Yeah, we did.
Very technical refereeing. Nitpicking refereeing, I think, is what how you described it. He was technically correct in most of his rulings, but had no feel for the match.
Yes.
And the fact the game was so lopsided. In fact, he tended to slow it up when the Kumuls were on attack.
Yeah, I know.
Sure, they were deep in their own half, but they were running the ball out fearlessly and pluckily, and then Rem would step in and find some
technical
play the ball infringement or tiny variation of offside or maybe a tiny hint of forward pass or stuff like this. Anyway, there were a lot of penalties their way and not many our way, according to PNG coach Stanley Jenner.
Well, Stanley's right.
I was really proud of the boys. There'll be a lot of ice through some big hits in the Australian dressing room. The crowd was 113,000, which was probably a few less than what was the NRL wanted. But the rain was constant. Obviously, the Kangaroos just starting their campaign in the Four Nations. Australia were anything but impressive, according to this report in the Murdoch Press. But playing against such unorthodox opposition can be difficult. PNG certainly whacked Australian defence, but the Kumuls let themselves down with fundamental handling errors. And Australia needed a little encouragement to run up a 26-0 first-time lead. But it was just something, you saw something different that you don't see every day of the week.
It was a tremendous spectacle. And I don't think any of that 113,000 who went to Parramatta Stadium were disappointed, went home disappointed. I think, can I just say, testament to that was, we were there for a good 3.5 hours after the game and not a person had gone home. They just wanted to
sit in the rain
and reminisce on what they'd seen.
And can I point out was that one of the things that surprised me was, as you pointed out in the call, we set up the card table alongside the Australian bench, and there were a group of excited youngsters in their ponchos staring at the back of Watmo's head for most of the afternoon.
That's right.
They couldn't see past the big noggin of Watmo.
Yeah.
Now, what was great was they stayed.
They did.
They stayed. They weren't disappointed at all.
No, they weren't.
And they were savouring the thought of if they could have seen past Watmo's head, what they would have seen.
That's right. Yeah, that's true. They used their imagination. And I thought it was really good of the Parramatta Stadium staff to allow people to stay until it was nearly 10 o'clock when the security guards came around and said, well, listen, you better go home now.
Or we'll lock you up.
Or we'll lock you in here. And there was still, roughly 109,000 people still there at that time.
And can I just...
Still talking, buoyant. Sure, they were a little bit hungry because there wasn't any food left and the rain was relentless. But still, there was something to talk about.
Well, that's the romance of rugby.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Now, can I point out, compare and contrast that crowd number with the pathetic turnout they had for Ben Hur on Friday and Saturday night?
Oh, look, I haven't heard any match reports, SG.
They were down to about 3,000.
No way.
It was just...
I'm surprised they got that many.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Andrew Brown, who did alert us to... Michael Jackson, the bubble stocko.
Oh, yes.
Now, look, sadly, we were at Parramatta Stadium and couldn't see it.
That's right.
So he's written a bit of a review for us. He says, OK, Spearheads, I've just seen the most of the Michael Jackson bubble stocko.
Okay.
He was a bit distracted as we were on the same time as Weber in Korea. Well, he's described that as the Weber in Korea drama.
Oh, drama, yeah, good.
Lots of mentions of his animals. This is in Michael's, like Muscles the snake.
Gee, I'd forgotten about Muscles. Where is Muscles now? Is Muscles a million miles away?
I'm hoping he's with Tippi Hedren.
Yeah, right.
Probably having... You know how Cebu and Thriller have been...
Well, I assumed he'd be with Cebu and Thriller somewhere.
Yeah, well, they're with Tippi. Tippi Hedren's animal ranch.
Yeah. So Muscles is there?
Well, yeah. He's
good,
got...
So they're all together. Good.
I was disappointed they only briefly mentioned the Tigers, obviously Cebu and Thriller, and not by name. Bubbles used to have a full-time nanny. We knew that. Yeah. He also sat at the table at mealtime with the Jackson family and used cutlery.
That's right.
The end for Bubbles and Michael's relationship was when Prince Michael was born. I think that's a very difficult time for a number of those who were close, those of the animal
Prince
kingdom.
Michael. Now, Prince Michael was born
the
before
first.
Blanket.
Correct.
Yes.
Blanket was the one who was held out of the window.
That's right. But I think, didn't Blanket get Bubbles back into the family table? So
Oh, I think that's right. But that's not Bubbles. That's Bubbles 3.
Oh, okay, right.
That's Bubbles 3.
So you're talking about the original Bubbles that was backed over?
I think that when they say, look, I don't mean to be unkind to the Michael and the whole family entourage, which is who I've been very, very close to for a long time.
Yeah.
But I think that when the kids came along, Prince Michael and Blanket, what happened was that somehow there was a lot of distraction, going on, rounding up the kids to put them in the car, and Bubbles became the spare dick at the wedding, put it that way.
I understand.
And so
Bubbles was backed over.
No, with no malicious intent.
No malice aforethought.
No, there wasn't meant to They weren't out to murder Bubbles and get him out of the road.
No,
it was
but
just
Bubbles just wanted to get into the car.
Exactly.
So it was a, hey, look at me.
Yeah.
Well,
and
they didn't.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or the other way around. It's easy to see how Prince Michael might jam a finger in the door.
Oh, sure.
And
But no one was ever. There was never an investigation or an inquiry into the Bubbles incident, was there?
No.
We just took it as read that, he was standing behind the car and was backed over.
Yeah.
Simple as that. May not be that simple.
It may not be that simple. You're right.
It might have touched the Tiger Woods about it. People just said, he ran into a fire hydrant. Well, there's a bit more to it than that.
Turns out to be a hell of a lot more to it than that.
Yeah.
But who would do this case? I mean, you can't ask the LA police. And who would bring
No, they've probably got their hands full, and it's a cold case anyway.
Yeah, cold case. So now.
Well, and you probably can't rely on Bubbles' memory anymore.
No, you
because
wouldn't.
The trauma of losing Michael
has clouded the issue.
Yeah.
You mean Bubbles 1 is dead?
Yeah, well, it's a bit hard.
Geez, with, an imprint of a tow bar in the skull. I mean, it's hit with a hell of a lot of force. Now, most of the show, according to Andrew, featured LaToya reminiscing with I can't get enough of LaToya reminiscing.
No, that's
She
true.
paid a visit to Bubbles.
Good on her.
Who apparently is now 26. Could that be right?
What? Bubbles 3 is 26.
Yeah. Gee, time flies when you're having
That
fun.
can't be right.
26? Would that be right?
No, that's not right. That's definitely not right. Well, when did Bubbles 1 get backed over?
Oh, years ago. Honestly, you keep forgetting Thriller came out in about 1980. I could be probably mistaken about that.
That's true.
But it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And Bubbles would have been, on the scene, so to speak, before Thriller. Now, she played, it must be Bubbles 3 at the Sanctuary. She eventually went the Blub. This is LaToya.
Yeah.
But Bubbles didn't seem to care at all.
Well, I'd say Bubbles has moved on.
Yeah, exactly. He's got other things going on in his life. Yeah. Can you blame him? I wouldn't want to remember him either. To summarise, disappointing, no Sabu, no Thriller, little interest. He's cruel but fair, isn't he?
Yeah, right. Okay, but was Bubbles 3 interviewed?
Yeah, apparently.
Right.
Apparently.
But expressed no remorse or, in fact, interest in reminiscing.
It appears that
was only interested in the now, the
correct.
here and the now, like give me a banana.
Correct. Correct. And am I going to be in that Burger Breeze ad? For those who know, they're chimps in television.
Yeah, right. Does he smoke, Bubbles? I'm just trying to think, if we could write him a role.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, I suppose we have to begin to tease out and unpack the events of the weekend at Moonee Valley. And Bart Cummins has come out in the paper today and slammed, or he came out over the weekend and slammed the pre-race entertainment at Moonee Valley on Saturday, saying it threatened to unsettle his champion racehorse, So You Think. The master trainer said So You Think became stirred up by the loud music as the Cox Plate runners paraded before the big race. Daryl Braithwaite was belting out the smash hit the horses often played here on Triple M in front of the grandstand and had a large sections of the 31,000 crowd singing along with him. So You Think was amongst the Cox Plate runners who were on the edge as they made their way to the barrier. So You Think was relaxed up until the music started. That has to stop, Bart said. Horses come first on the race course, not the music and the beer and the carry-on. Fortunately for backers of So You Think, he started shortest price favourite in 40 years and did the right thing, streaked away with his second win in the Nation's Weight for Age Championship. Now, Roy, look, I I thought it was okay to have Daryl Braithwaite. What's wrong, though, is when the crowd gets involved and starts singing along. I do think people now expect a little bit of show business to go with horse racing. I think horses have to get educated to it. I mean, for years I've been at them, especially at the Valley, to put in the Wall of Death, which is obviously the flaming sheet of cardboard for the horses to go through, especially in a big event like the Cox. People say fire and horses don't mix. Well, they don't at the moment. But eventually you'll be able to train a breed of horse that will go through the Wall of Death, and it'll be spectacular. Up ramps, down ramps, that sort of things. Maybe do one of those loop-the-loop things.
Yeah.
And it'll become exciting. It'll become the people's event.
Yeah.
Where I think Bart's, well, let's face it, Bart's getting on. I'm not knocking him for that. He's just stuck in his ways. Probably it was horses first when he started training Melbourne Cups. You know, think big and way back then. You know, probably Melbourne Cup winners, there wasn't any, Braithwaite around singing on racetracks. They hadn't thought of it. They hadn't thought of putting those things together. But, I mean, we live in a modern world where people's attention span is reduced to about a nanosecond. And so the race, there's half an hour between the races. What are they going to do?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Do you think he has a point, though?
No, I don't. Bart's argument unfortunately falls away when his horse won.
I know.
Had the horse not won, Bart might have an argument. He might have said, the horse was relaxed and fine up until that dirty-dir. Well, can I suggest now, so you think the next time it runs, she should have Braithwaite singing every bloody week it runs. Shouldn't he?
Well,
and the crowd involvement. Because obviously, being a bit fired up with loud noise works for him. Same way it worked for Rooting King. I mean, I got tired of Come On Feel the Noise by Slade, but Rooting King didn't.
No, fair enough.
He loved it, so I'd play for him hour after bloody hour.
Yeah. Horses
just to get a win up.
I know. Horses have a tolerance for loud, stupid songs, don't
yes, they do.
Braithwaite delivers. The first choice of the Moonee Valley Committee was to get Metallica to stay on and play,
okay. Whatever.
Well, one of the big ones.
Yeah.
Daryl's got a lot of them. I don't know why he keeps doing the horses song.
Well, it goes. He started doing the horses about 2 years ago, I think, HG. In fact, or 3 years ago, he did the horses, and it was quite a hit. And then the following year, they didn't have him back, and people complained, where was Daryl? We want the horses. So they got him back to do the horses again, and everyone loved it.
So now he's stuck with his
So now he's stuck. He'll be back every year until he's 100 doing the bloody horses.
Now, can I ask, I'm sidetracking here, but, we've got the 150th 8 days away. Let me say tomorrow week it's on. Tomorrow week it's on. I still feel as though I'm completely off the pace. I mean, I was taken by the Herald Sun today. They had a picture of Greg Hall romping through the, looks like in front of the Brighton boxes, if they've got the right beach where the boxes are, as some sort of promotion on a hobby horse.
Oh, dear.
I mean, how demeaning is this to promote the 150th of the Cup?
Yeah.
He's on Sub-Zero, of course, won in 1992.
Yeah.
Champion jockey still loves charging through the water, as we can see there, on the hobby horse.
Sure.
Obviously, we've just done nothing. I mean, who's the entertainment lined up for the big day? I mean, I'm hoping it's going to... I think the bar opens at 6 a.m. Surely we've got to have the first act on by about 6:15. And then drink all the way till, obviously the first race, which might be at 10:30. Bands, beer, and barbecues. I mean, that's how I'm seeing it celebrated.
Yeah,
but who's booked?
Right. Yeah. I don't know who's booked, actually. But wouldn't it be good to have,
say Kiss and the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra?
Well, yeah, they could look after the 70s. But what about a musical act that from every decade of the 150
What
years?
A brilliant idea. It's 15 acts.
Yeah.
15 decades.
Yes. So I don't know who was big 150 years ago, but it'd be a pretty tame sort of act compared with today, you'd have to imagine. It might have been, I don't know.
What, Beethoven? No, that's not right, but you know what I mean.
No, it's popular music.
Gilbert and Sullivan.
I don't know. Yeah, well, that's getting closer.
But you could arc that up with a lot of amplification.
Oh, of course you could.
Play it with a, loud
it might have been
bottom
someone
end.
like Harry Honeycomb and his harmonica.
Harry Honeycomb and his harmonica.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
Very quiet act. But, sure, with amplification, you could...
It'll do your head in.
Oh, yeah. And really, we only want one number from Harry, don't we? Just to give us a feel for
the time we get to the
1860s or the 1880s, whatever it is.
And would you get Craig Willis out to announce
Ladies
everything?
and gentlemen, yes.
Harry Honeycomb and his
harmonica.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, not only do we have the problem of entertainment, and I love the idea, by the way, of the somebody representing every decade, of the 150 years, I just think they're letting this slip by.
Yes, they are. It's a great. There are so many goals that could be kicked. It's not funny, and they haven't kicked one. Not only that, they haven't got a ball to kick. Not only that, they haven't got anyone to kick the ball. Should they find a ball? If you see what I mean. I mean, the metaphor's getting a little bit out of control here, but you see where I'm coming from.
You know, would it be good to? Obviously, I know you put up that terrific show to the networks, and you were told to get stuffed.
That's right.
And I had the suggestion that we relocate where the remains of all 150 winners are, and we have a drawing pin system, on the nightly news, and we build up a picture of where winners are buried.
Yes.
Yes. And now I'm just wondering if it's too late to ask people, say at schools, we've got 8 days, maybe a different day dedicated to eating and remembering how people were in those decades. So we go backwards. Let's see, where would 8 get us back to about the 20s? I mean, obviously, if we go beyond into the 1910s and 1880s, it's going to get a bit tricky. But let's say we start off in the 1920s, so as people would come along in, things
in gear at
in
schools.
Gear, at schools.
At schools. So kids dress up, say, going
As
to
flappers.
school as they were in 1880.
Yeah, well,
With 1880 school uniforms, HG, which were very formal affairs.
wow, I hadn't thought of that. I was
Yes.
just thinking, that might be a bit rich because then they'd have to research it on the net and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
Look what they were wearing in Eton or Brighton High or wherever it was.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
With you using their research skills at their
True.
local libraries.
True.
I mean, you could just go using the Dewey system. Just go to the library and look up costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Speak to the librarian, and they'll, especially 1880s costumes, which is what we're talking about to begin with, I suppose. It could be a great thing to do and a lot of fun for the kids.
And then they turn up.
To look at the funny dresses and stuff they used to wear, and then to copy that and make it at home.
And then maybe come, and some represent, different decades and a bit of a free-for-all, and the rest of the
Yes.
class has to guess, which era they're representing.
Oh, what a great idea. That could happen in every school.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And why are we doing this? To
Yeah.
celebrate the
To
150th.
celebrate 150th. I know, it's very
and the
tricky
best
to...
could appear on, say, a current affair or Today Tonight.
Well, the best could appear at the race on the day.
What a brilliant idea.
I mean, difficult
Schools.
to organise so quickly, I suppose. Oh, we're running out of time. How many days have we
8
got?
days.
8 days. To
Maybe
come up
next
with
Monday.
with a national competition that has a winner from each school.
Next Monday.
Next Monday.
And this would be each school in Australia. Let's say there's 15,000 schools. Would that be about the right number?
Let's say there are, yeah. 15,000. That'd be 15,000 young
Australians. Involved in
Well, a male
remembering.
and a female from each school.
Well, that's okay.
That's
We're up to
30,000.
30,000.
That's, yes.
It's a logistical difficulty getting them around. But I think
3,000. Well, you'd have to get, I suppose, parents'
buses,
permission. And
parents' permission, buses. But remember, only one or two
Yes.
are coming from each school.
That's right.
And maybe they can do it in areas, so as the people, let's say we're in,
yes.
I don't know, the Bendigo area. Well, then we could get all the Bendigo schools maybe to hook up with those littler schools nearby and come
Yes.
down as one busload.
Exactly. I mean, that can be organised. That can be organised at a principal to principal.
Principal to principal. And maybe
Yeah.
camp on Flemington the day
Yes.
before, then get dressed in the
What,
gear.
in the car park in the middle there, HG?
In the car
Tents-
park in the
tents
middle.
set up.
Tent set up, yes. A really big night. It'd be memorable, wouldn't it? Then show and tell on Wednesday morning.
Then they're all paraded and announced. Ladies and gentlemen, Haberfield Primary. This is Darren Seymour and Monica
Jurisic.
Jurisic.
Fantastic.
From Hornsby High School.
Mhm.
We have da-da-da and da-da.
Peter Rod.
Yeah. It would be fantastic. And can you imagine how proud those kids would be?
Incredible. And talk about bringing the
And
story.
how proud the parents would be staying at home watching.
Indeed, on the
You know?
television, on Seven's
He's on,
television.
they're on now! And they'd come in and gather around the...
And then stay there for the race.
And maybe the kids, being near the jockeys, could get a bit of a tip.
What a great idea.
Hey, Dad, I saw Darren Beedman.
Yeah.
What
Darren.
did he say?
Mr. Medici.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe they could do something like this, get the tip from the jockey and then flash to the camera
Yes.
the number
Yes.
with the fingers.
That's right. That's right. All sorts of... I mean, it just could be a wonderful, wonderful occasion.
And talk about giving both each school some actual tangible involvement. You see, we do these things and, you think afterwards, why did we bother? Just putting a picture of Sub-Zero
Yeah.
up in the classroom, remembering what a great run and Greg Hall and all that sort of stuff. And now he's the clerk of the course. I don't know whether he still is, the horse of the, the Clark sort of thing,
Yes,
the Clark's
yeah.
horse.
Clark's horse, yeah.
It's so tangential, whereas this would be an involvement.
Yeah.
and then they could,
Yeah.
I mean, if they took it a step forward,
Yeah.
go as actual people from the Melbourne Cup at this period, you know, like
Yes.
so they could
They
turn
could be
up.
ambassadors for the Melbourne Cup, you mean?
Indeed, but what I was trying to get to was, you know, if you're
Or
Jim,
ambassadors for racing. Let's not just choke it down to the Melbourne Cup. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's more than just the Melbourne Cup.
I know.
It's racing itself.
Mm.
Should we reach out overseas, HG, hands across the water?
Like to P&G.
Well, not only that, wouldn't it be lovely to have kids from every school in the world? I know that's difficult to organise between now and then, but can you imagine some of those kids in primary schools
In Finland?
in Tajikistan and
Yeah.
what have you,
Mm-hmm.
who'd never heard of the Melbourne Cup or
All of a
the
sudden-
racing carnival in Australia and didn't know, in fact, what racing was all. Can you imagine the stories they would tell once they got home?
And imagine seeding the ideas,
Mhm.
seeding those ideas.
Yes.
You know, the idea that in future, you know, people will get racing going in Kazakhstan
Mm-hmm.
and they'll say, why did you get it going? Because we went to the Melbourne Cup to celebrate the 150 and we thought, what a great thing. And when I
Yes.
get old, I'm going to dedicate my life to doing it. And
Yes.
that's how it works.
That's how it works. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Now, who do we talk to? Ah, Bib!
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Roy, just going back to Moonee Valley and the problems of the weekend, the Moonee Valley Racing Club, the MVRC, according to Bart Sinclair in the Courier Mail today, committee is playing with matches with its decision to reshape the unique track.
Oh dear,
Now,
that
in the
is a
build-up,
dangerous thing, yeah.
they have Bart's come out and said he thinks the Cox Plate should be run at Flemington. I mean, he's always got a thought about everything, Bart. Goes without saying.
Yeah.
He's always had the hump with the Moonee Valley. He hates going there. He doesn't like the valley at all. You know, he feels as though it's a boutique track where you're on top of it. And, you know, you can hear if Daryl Braithwaite or Metallica's playing, you hear it all over the place. The horses get upset. But Bart says, this is Bart Sinclair, not Bart Gummins, I can appreciate the club wants to develop the facility to generate extra funds through commercial opportunities. But racing is the prime reason for a racetrack. Moonee Valley has a bastardised shape, but is made for the Cox Plate, and the layout is part of the race's charm and why it's held a special place in Australian racing. But that could apply to anything. You could run it at, you know, on the Dapto dog track and it'd still have a quaint charm.
Yeah.
Um,
but you're talking about history here.
I
Actually.
know, that's the trouble.
I mean, how long's Moonee Valley been like that?
A long time.
A hell of a long time. A hell of a long time.
Then-
It'd be like Lords, like going to Lords and saying, all right, it's got a bit of a slope here.
Let's level it
Let's
off.
level it off.
Yeah.
Dead wrong. Dead wrong. I mean, that's what gives this crazy thing we call life texture, HG. The fact that everything is not the same.
Yeah.
The fact that you can get a chook here and slaughter it and eat it, and it tastes a little bit different to ones you slaughter and eat overseas.
Yeah.
You know, they're not always the same.
That's why I keep coming back to Australia for the chicken.
Yeah, I know
Because
you
you don't get anything like, you know, your Black Orpingtons, your Rhode Island Wrens, you know, we have the best fowl in Australia,
I
in
think
the
we
world,
do.
in the world.
I think we do.
And
I think we do.
you know, people come and they say, just got off the plane, point me to chook.
Yes.
I've heard so much about it. Let me
Yeah,
at one.
Let me at one. And it's, you know, when international consortiums take over some of our Australian small goods and want to homogenise them and make it the same as they are overseas, I hate that. Absolutely hate that. I mean, don't we want the things we've got that make us ourselves, that make us unique? And Moonee Valley's just one of them.
Well, the new Moonee Valley will have a longer straight.
Oh, I'm
And the winning
hating it.
post
I'm just
position,
hating it.
I know, you know, around the. It runs the risk of changing the culture of the Cox Plate. This
culture,
is-
thank
yeah,
you.
Your point, the culture of the
Yes.
Cox Plate, which can produce some stunning and tactical battles under the present layout. Part of the decision might have also been driven by the committee's reluctance to enter into the dialogue about a merger with the VRC. Some conclude any merger of the two clubs would be a takeover, i.e. the VRC would take over Moonee Valley.
Yeah.
If
Well,
it
we don't want
benefit-
that to happen.
If it benefited both, doesn't matter. As long as part of the condition was the retention of the Moonee Valley, unless there was, say, 75% vote by the members, a United club could actually offer greater certainty to the Cox Plate's ongoing success.
Yeah.
The notion of running the race at Flemington bemuses me. This is Sinclair talking.
Yeah.
What is the difference between what is the difference then between it and the McKinnon Stakes? Well, it's exactly your point.
Yes.
Do you know what I'd like to see, though? Is I'd like to see chickens play a part of the day at the Cox Plate to prove your point. I mean, would it be wrong would it be wrong to run, say, let's say 50,000 went to the Cox on the weekend, to offer them all a chicken on the way home?
It wouldn't hurt.
No, it could be frozen, obviously, because you
Oh,
couldn't
sure.
could-
Live chook can often be off-putting to people. They don't want to take them home, or they don't want to put them. Do I put
They
them in the
don't.
boot? Do I put them in the back seat?
Yeah,
What
will
do I
I
do? Is
be-
it going
will
to
it
bite
be
any of
cruel?
the kids? It's always a tricky one. No, it's best to give them, hand them out dead. But hand them out dead, but don't necessarily have the feathers taken off. I mean,
No, give them something
give
to
them
do.
something to do when they get home. Something
Yeah.
for the family to share. Come on, kids, we're going to take the gizzards out now, and that sort of stuff.
That's right. Now, look, what would be good is, do you think that they could start off as pullets or even chickens? And obviously, let's say you've got to have 30,000, so they'd have to farm them in the middle of the track
Yeah.
in special pens. And as they come up to pullets, and then in a year they would mature. They'd be magnificent eating, Roy. And so you'd start off with a crop today,
Yes.
because the Cox was on last Saturday, and then
Yes.
by the time the next Cox came around, you'd have this great set of chickens ready
Yeah.
for plucking.
Well, that's not bad. Not bad. So that current lot would be given away, and the next lot of pullets or chickens
Would be
brought
put in.
30,000
Yeah.
brought in.
They'd be free range, of course.
Free
'cause
range.
they
Yeah,
just
obviously free range.
pick away at what's left of the track.
But you know, the old saying, if something ain't broke, don't fix it. And the MVRC, the Moonee Valley, we've got to look at this and examine this very, very carefully. I mean, if you change things, you can spoil the magic.
Well, they're talking about moving the finishing post under the new layout.
Well, that's just not right.
No.
I know. It's
I'll tell you what, that'll moz more horses than Darryl
Yeah.
Braithwaite.
yeah, I know it will.
You know, where's the end
Yeah.
here?
Yes. No, that's an absolute mistake. I remember with the Lithgow Marathon. I mean, you know, it was a great run, a great run, and part of it was every runner would stop and take a dump at the toilets there at the Queen Elizabeth Park in Lithgow. Fine, no problem. Everyone loved it.
Then,
They put in new seats. Put in new seats without telling anyone. Without telling anyone. And so all of a sudden, that wonderful old timber seat, and we used to go through all the famous bums that had sat on it. All that history lost. All of it gone. And so the marathon lost its meaning.
Is that right?
It doesn't. You don't have it anymore.
no.
It went when that toilet seat went.
Roy Slavin and H.G. Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy and H.G. The Life on Triple M.
And just a quick reminder again, Hot Lap Handout, not a million miles away, and through the largesse of Tool Week. The people who put Tool Week on are so generous, and we do have a fantastic...
I don't agree with this, incidentally.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, Tool Week is Tool Week.
Not Tool Fortnight.
Yes. It's never been Tool Fortnight.
No.
Never.
No.
All right. I mean, we've just been talking about, buggering up the Moonee
Tradition.
Valley Racing Club.
Now we're going bugger up Tool Week.
Yes.
I mean, it's
It'll
nothing
mean
sacred.
nothing. It'll just drift away and become tepid,
And what your biggest fear
At the
is...
moment, it's both ice and fire. Tool Week, it is ice and fire.
If it's not
But
broke,
drifts
don't
into
fix
the
it.
second week, tepid.
Now, can I ask, Roy, is your main worry about giving away things on Tool Week? Is that...
No. I don't mind giving away things outside Tool Week that are tool related. But don't try to pretend it's Tool Week.
Fair enough. I'm not going.
That's all I've got the hump
I've
with.
gone off. I'm not pretending it's Tool Week anymore. Now, there was a beautiful think piece. I think it might have been in the Herald Sun on Friday or Saturday, concerning So You Think, the horse that won the Cox.
Oh, yes.
One racing commentator in Matty Stewart's article quipped, "So You Think is the sort of horse which you could have a man crush on." He followed that up by his beauty conjures images of Arabian desert and Old Spice ads. Bart's stable foreman, Reg Fleming, a man not known for whimsy, says whenever he feels a bit down in the dumps, he steps into So You Think's box and immediately feels happy.
That bloke should be in jail.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
Well,
wait a minute, just before
what are the laws of bestiality these
Well,
days?
indeed.
What are the laws?
Are we having a debate in Parliament about it? I mean, has the Greens got a position on it?
Well, I hope so.
Well, listen, I'll tell you how weird it gets because
I tell you what, if you're suggesting people should be able to marry their animals, I don't think that's right.
I think that's a very wild extension of what
Good.
I've suggested.
Okay.
I tell you what is weird though, is how we have a lot of natural remedies. Reg suggests the horse has healing powers.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. A lot of animals do. I don't know if you've ever Sometimes, you know those nights when you're really cold and you've got the flu and you sleep with your horse?
Mm-hmm.
I found that when you do that, often the flu will disappear very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Have you slept with Rudin King, Roy?
Well, I've had the flu a couple of times, in the old days.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody oath.
No.
And there were times when he had the flu, and
And
he'd
he'd
come
sleep
in,
with
muzzle me and say, come on, move over, so to speak, and he's sort of way. And he'd come. That's fine.
Can I ask, we were talking about Michael Jackson earlier, Bubbles, etc. How, often I felt as though, I suppose, it was weird what Michael got up to with the animals, but you feel as though it could have been a medical remedy.
I drew the line. I never
and
tried
fork.
to teach Rudin King how to use cutlery, and B, he never sat at the dining table.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, track work rider, this is So You Think's track work rider, Joe Agresta, struggles to describe what it's like to sit on So You Think's silky back. Jockey Stephen Arnold says he wipes his feet as the ultimate gesture of respect before he's legged aboard Bart's horse. This is starting to get silly, isn't
It
it?
is getting a bit sick, isn't it?
Sick, exactly right.
Sick.
Respect's one thing,
Yes.
but, soon you'll have...
Well, I tell you what, a horse isn't going to respect you if you get up to that sort of nonsense.
No,
They see right through that.
I know.
Wiping your feet, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Get off.
Just as well he's not Tulloch.
Yes.
He would have given you a boot up the date and bit you.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, it's just, I don't know how you describe it. It's getting way too off the page. Legendary jockey, the Professor Roy Higgins says has no doubt. So You Think is a once in a generation horse.
Oh, yes.
Once in a generation horse.
Well, Mitchell Johnson was described as a once in a generation bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah. Could you see Rome being interested in So You Think?
Rome.
Miracles.
Oh.
Healing the sick.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Why? Just because it's in my mind,
Yeah.
And
Well, the closest thing we have to a saint in the context of animals is St. Francis of Assisi.
correct. He was very keen on animals.
Very keen on animals, and a lot of people, I think,
Approved.
of his relationship with the environment, with animals in particular. But I don't think we've ever had an animal as a saint.
No. Saints, So You Think is a bit
You've
of a
got,
handful.
because you've got to have
we had saint
consciousness and choice. Now, has So You Think chosen a style of life that is going to be rewarded with sainthood, or has it just happened that way?
Well, probably the latter. But if he
Yes.
booted his...
See, I don't think it's going to get through the Vatican
No.
examination
But...
because there's no free will. We don't know if there's free will. With
time
So You
enough,
Think.
if good enough, if I can put it that way.
Oh, okay.
You might be able to boot
You
Stephen
might be able
Arnold.
to come up with a test that determines whether he's got free will or not.
Well, just
you put the oats down there. Might choose not to eat it.
and hopefully find some poor person coming along and
Ah,
kick the bucket
share
in
the
their
oats.
britches. Yeah.
Have my oats, friend.
Well, I'm just sort of clutching at straws here to get started.
Well, I don't know.
It's not up to me, really. It's up
No.
to people like Pell
No.
to take notice.
Oh, well,
of
I
it.
suppose it is. But if, So You Think, put his hand up and said, I'm interested in the welfare of horses overseas who don't have the luxuries
the
that I have.
conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Hope. Well, he could, So You Think, could become the hope of horses or something like that.
Right. Right.
That's-
Hope not in the next 8 days.
Yeah.
Because that would be... He could use a win in the Melbourne Cup as a bit of a platform.
Is there talk of him going to the Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, pretty much. If they can get him in, I think
Yes.
he's in, if you know what I mean.
Well, that'd be an excellent platform to mount a campaign for sainthood, wouldn't it?
It would. It would.
Dual Cox Plate winner, that opens doors. Doesn't it?
Melbourne
Just
Cup
one
winner.
Cox will open doors, but two Cox, bloody hell, bang, bang, doors are down.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, look, I hesitate to introduce this prize. Let's just say it's escaped from Tool Week and be done with it.
Okay.
It's a Ryobi 18-volt compact drill and driver kit. We sold that. We got rid of these terrifically last week. It comes in the box, which is valuable in itself, and the bag, which is obviously something you can lug it around in. And it's a terrific thing if you've got any drilling or driving to be doing. We're not stopping there because we're throwing in John Lennon's Power to the People of the Greatest Hits. Now, I'm right in thinking Lennon's, it's just been his birthday, I think. This is why
he would have turned 70, I think,
70.
a couple of weeks ago, just before Tool Week.
And so Oh, I wish you hadn't said that now, because I feel as though that's part of Tour Week. Something that's not part of Tour Week is Triple M's 30 Years of Rock,
Oh, yeah,
which
right.
features the tracks that have appeared in all of the Tour Weeks we've had.
Yeah, that's good.
So it's a real throwback to Tour Week, which
Yeah.
is, let's face it, only last week. Women only who can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows, HG. Tool Week is in danger of becoming A, a race at Moonee Valley, B, Tepid, or C, a Daryl Braithwaite best of CD.
Now,
A, B, or C?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
yes, it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, yeah, we're joined by Gail, who's joining us from Mill Park in Victoria. How are you there, Gail?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, you were disappointed with Mark Webber last night, I assume.
Very disappointed.
Yeah.
Was waiting and waiting for the race to start, and then it finally did, and then out he goes.
Did you think, like many did, that the race should have been called off as just being too dangerous?
In a way, yes, but I thought, well, if anything, the drivers know best, and they wanted to go ahead. But I thought it was a bit sus when Vettel was saying, we should stop it, we should stop it. And then what happened? Bang.
Yeah.
There goes his motor.
Yeah. What do you like Vettel? I don't like the bloke at
No.
all.
No,
No.
too cocky.
Too cocky, thank you.
Yeah. So next
that
race,
based
they will
on
be back in
anything?
front.
Is that based on anything, Gail? You know, have you seen interviews with him, or is just the way he behaves and the way he drives?
Just the way he behaves, the way he drives. I think he tries to cut Webber off a lot.
Well, he cost Mark a win this year.
Exactly, he did. And you shouldn't do that to a teammate.
No, that's exactly
No,
right.
you had a bet in the Cox. How did
Yes.
you go?
My horse come fourth.
Fourth. So you, let me see, were on Shocking, were you?
No, Shocking came second,
no
I think.
shootout.
Oh, shootout. Oh, yes.
Yes.
And did the romance of the difficult romance of the horse and the sad demise of its original jockey get you in, or did you just think of
Actually, I didn't even know about that until I took it. I took it because I'm a big V8 fan, so I took it for the shootout, top 10 shootout.
Oh,
Brilliant.
yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
And now, are you going to push on with shootout? I think they're setting it for races later in the carnival. Do you think you'll be backing
I'll
up?
probably keep an eye on it, yes, see how it goes.
Very good. And is something? Should I say the spring carnival something that you traditionally get involved in, Gail, each year?
I normally do for the Melbourne Cup. I normally do have a bet on that, but apart from that, I normally keep away. But when I seen that horse, I thought, no, going to go for that.
And Richmond, you're a Richmond supporter now.
Yes, I am.
In improving side and big hopes for next year, I suppose.
I'm hoping so, yes. I think we might. I reckon we'll make it into the top 8 next year.
That'd be a good result.
You've
Very
turned
good
the
result.
corner. Turn the corner. Well, that's
Yep.
good news. Now, in your heart of hearts, can you see Mark winning the Drivers' Championship this
Yes,
year?
I can.
Very good.
I reckon he will.
Well, isn't that great?
Yeah, I think Red Bull's that little bit better than Ferrari, so I was happy with Alonso for now leading the championship because I think Mark will be able to get above them.
And will you be watching the last two? I think that it ends up
for
in
sure.
Brazil, I think, in
Yes.
a little while. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
Really
Mark's
exciting
got to
game.
win the next two to win.
Yep, I think he will.
Oh, yeah, it'll be an exciting drive, certainly these
It
next
will
two
be
that are coming
exciting.
up. Now,
Well-
Gail, let Roy set out the question, have a
Yeah.
swing at it.
Yeah, and we'll be passing on your comments to Mark.
Thank you.
After the program, Gail. Now, Gail, Tool Week is in danger of becoming A, a race at Moonee Valley, B, Tepid, or C, a Daryl Braithwaite best of CD.
Be tepid.
Do you think it could become tepid, Gail, 2 week?
No, keep it going, boys. Keep it going.
Would you
Thanks,
like to see Tool Week every week? Is that what you're suggesting, Gail?
Yeah. Bring it on.
Fair enough. Well, you've got the compact drill and driver kit from Ryobi, the 18-volter, and we're throwing in as well so you can listen to something while you're drilling. Triple M's 30 Years of Rock. These are the tracks we play every day on Triple M. There's about 59 of them, and we're throwing in John Lennon's Power to the People. Gail, thanks very much for being part of the life here on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, that gesture of Stephen Arnold, wiping his feet. I mean, as you point out, all of a sudden, it's not about respect. It's about the horses getting big heads. Have you encountered that before, something like that? Jockeys like who might have ridden Rooting King, like Freshest Bruce Woodis and so on, adopting that sort of,
Gail.
subservient attitude?
Yes, I have. I have. And the King hated that. He loved to be treated like rubbish, really.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Roy, or should I say thanks very much, Jim, and Roy, cricket is going through a series of crisis meetings at the moment involving the 2020 locally.
Yeah.
I was taken by a think piece that Crash Credit wrote for the Murdoch Press today.
Yeah.
He says the game's growth has flatlined, throttled by the fast pace of modern society. TV ratings have fallen substantially in the past decade. Smaller backyards have curtailed backyard cricket.
Right.
With computer games and other indoor activities have drawn young Australians away from traditional thinking that you play football in the winter and cricket in the summer. Youngsters now prefer to, get on their iPods in the lounge rather than get their eye in the backyard. That's all background to this comment. Many schools don't even have cricket teams.
No, well, I just don't believe that. He's making that up.
Well,
Surely he's making that up.
put that on pause for a minute. Teachers lack time to coach it. Parents struggle to devote time to watch it and score it. Cricket Australia officials have been given data which suggests the greatest crime they could make is doing nothing. The game's growth has stagnated. It needs a pep pill. If successful, a new 2020 competition will replace the already successful Big Bash and can revitalise the game. If it fails, the scars will be deep and long, according to Crash. There is every chance that if the new competition goes ahead, the two time-honoured competitions, the Sheffield Shield and the 50-over format that has been reduced by experiment to 45, will be substantially pruned. That would pain the hearts of the traditionalists, but the game is changing and Australia must change with it. Now, this is a hell of a topic, isn't it?
It is, and it sounds. I just hope there's not a lot of throwing out the baby with the bathwater here, HG. The Sheffield Shield is a magnificent competition. There's nothing wrong with the Sheffield Shield. There's nothing you can do to improve it. But having said that, it's always been a really boring competition.
It's been done.
No one's ever gone to the Sheffield Shield. No. I mean, you can go back through the microfiche and, days when O'Reilly and Bradman and McCabe and all of those were playing Sheffield Shield. Nobody went. Nobody was interested. Because, in a sense, the whole idea of states and statehood, it's a confection, a concoction, simply imposed by circumstance. The fact, yes, that there were colonies here and there.
There used to be a big match. It used to be, I think, one match a year. They used to, when New South Wales played Victoria, that used to be at the time, as I understand it, the Boxing Day Test. But as you point out,
Nobody went.
Nobody went. Now, look, can I just say that there's many aspects to this. For instance, you and I have been prosecuting what we call a balcony version of the game to be played in confined spaces on people's balcony. Now, sure, if you're 30 floors up and you obviously hit the ball the wrong way, you're going to end up in trouble because it's a long walk down to get it. But it produces exciting cricket in confined spaces. It's like a version of indoor cricket played in a very, very narrow sort of area. And it does produce results.
It does repeat.
And it's exciting. Now, I think this is one of the things they could do. I'm just wondering if they could limit the amount of space that cricket needs to take up, because that seems to be at the heart of crashes. We don't have backyards anymore. No one's got time. So we reduce it to be able to play, say, in a hallway.
Yeah, right. That's not bad. Well, actually, what about, I know these sorts of ideas are draconian, but we've got to think in this way if we're going to be serious about revitalising what has been the lifeblood of the Australian nation, which is cricket. Now,
especially state-based cricket.
Oh, state-based cricket, for sure. While nobody went, everybody loved it. And while still nobody goes, everybody still loves it. So there's nothing wrong with
being there.
There's nothing wrong with the product. It's doing what it always did. Bored people.
It's sort of like Antarctica, isn't it?
It is.
Just there, it's there.
You know it's there, and you can take some comfort of it being there. Yeah. And you want to know if sometimes if you think, I'd like to be freezing for a little while, you can go there.
Well, if you want to
with the cricket, if you want to be bored, you've forgotten what boredom's like,
off you go.
Go to the Sheffield Shield. Okay, fine, that's great, not a problem. Now, yes, draconian. If we say at a council level, HG, if all households, families, had to have one room in their house dedicated to games.
Yes.
A games room.
Yes.
A cricket room. That might alleviate the problem a little bit. And a lot of people are going to say, okay, we don't have the room.
Well, you're going to have it.
You're going to have it.
Yeah, make it the kitchen if you've got no other room. And just, you obviously prepare the meals outside the hours of play. I mean, that's a very simple idea.
That's a common sense solution.
Common sense solution.
Yes.
Okay, play begins at 11.
Between the hours of 11 and 6.
Cricket is
the only thing allowed to happen in that room is cricket. And, all right, that being the case, you'd have to have inspectors to go around and, because
knock on doors.
People are going to try and break this rule.
Bib will see to this.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, can I just say, Well, I like that idea. Some American sports have struggled, and they've introduced underwear leagues. I'm just wondering if blokes in underwear could be a way forward, because as you know, people come out and they've always covered up and hats and what have you, and gloves, keepers, pads, batters, all that sort of stuff.
Nanny state stuff, you mean?
Nanny state stuff. I couldn't have put it better myself. Nanny state stuff. But if we had just blokes in a pair of bonds waddling on with a bat, all of a sudden you've got eye candy.
Yes.
You've got a reason to involve all sexes, and probably horses as well. And all of a sudden you've filled up grounds.
Yes.
And
do you think? Oh, you're right. Do you think people would go? You think people would turn up? I suppose they would. If the trouble is, you have a fully blown nude cricket competition, and all coming through the turnstiles, all you're going to get is sickos.
Yeah, but
You've got to find a way of keeping the sickos out, HG. There's your problem right there.
Yeah, fair enough. And your pervs. Your pervs and sickos. Look, can I say?
Now, I know there's got to be somewhere.
It needs
I
work.
know.
The idea needs
having
work.
Said
I accept that.
There's got to be something for pervs and sickos to do.
Well, can I just say, if we got all the pervs and sickos at the cricket, the police would rest a lot easier, because they know where to go to find the usual suspects should anything untoward happen.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So,
but you don't think Cricket Australia would balk at its new image being a sicko perv magnet?
Well, I think you've got to be prepared to change with the times, as Moonee Valley has, introducing things like Daryl Braithwaite. Now, Daryl Braithwaite appeals to some people but scares the horses, so you've got to draw a line.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we could say that in Melbourne, we'd set aside, say, a quarter of the MCG for your sickos and pervs, which would be about, let's say, roughly 30,000, and the other 60,000 would be just ordinary.
Okay. Just people interested in looking at people with very little clothing playing cricket.
Correct.
In a natural way.
Yeah, that's right. In an unsicko perv way.
Yes.
And I just wanted to... Can I just...
Oh, God, it's a thorny issue, isn't it?
It is. I think we've had this problem before with other things, haven't we?
Well, with the sicko perv factor.
Well, I think, I think one's, Port Power, the Adelaide Football Club, was having trouble attracting a crowd. And I think you and I suggested that every fourth match should be a Friday night nude match.
Oh, yes.
Where they turned out in the nude. And the people who came to watch came in the nude.
Oh, yes.
But this was knocked on the head by the Rand government because of the perv sicko factor. I didn't think they could handle it.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Roy, this is a very sad story. Speaking of cricket, we're talking about trying to revitalise the Sheffield Shield with a nude comp and, strapping the bat to the bed flute and all that sort of stuff, which will be great. Don't worry, that'll pull people. But now it looks as though the strength of the Australian dollar is going to decimate the Barmy Army.
Oh, of course it would.
Cricket Australia revealed the
course.
thousands of tickets reserved for the tourists, i.e. the Barmy Army,
Yeah.
might be reallocated to Australians. As it becomes apparent, numbers will be well down on the approximately 50 million English fans who visited during the 2006-2007 Ashes. We will be doing a review in mid-November. If it's possible that some of the tickets allocated the inbound tourism that are returned to the Cricket Australia Travel Office will put it back on the market and become available for Australians. If that happens, there could be more than a few tickets available to venues that are currently sold out of general admission tickets. Now, I should set out the Barmy Army brought a great sense of fun. And I think I need to say is that the last time the Ashes was played in Australia, Australia won 5-0. So they put up with a lot, the Barmy Army. The previous Ashes tour, I think they did get one win. It might have been the last test, which might have been played in Sydney. I might be wrong about that. Yeah. That's going back a little way. But last time they got nothing. But they bring this great sense of, isn't cricket fun? I don't care about your nude leagues. The Sheffield Shield's great. And they play trumpets and instruments and bang drums and keep up a terrific repartee.
Well, I don't know.
I think they write songs.
Yeah, is the trumpet still allowed at the SCG or the MCGH? Because I think
banned.
I think it's banned. Yes.
I think in the end they let it in the previous tour, and they got some terrific notes out of it. I mean, some of which were vaguely tuneful. But
they keep playing that bloody Jerusalem, don't they?
They like doing that.
Yeah.
And they invent songs. It's fat and round, and we got 3 for the pound. Talking about the dollar. Those sort of great little things. Now, what I'm trying to get to, though, Roy, is it time for Australians to think about a hands across the water exercise and set up a benefit concert to get a few of the army out here?
Well, you've got to work out which would be the cheaper, HG, whether to employ Australians to act as the Barmy Army. Now, that could be a job. You know, you'd have to audition people, get a producer involved, and have them turn out in a convincing way. You know, be a little bit pale of skin.
With a lot of zinc
on.
on.
A lot of zinc on.
And red, stupidly red, overweight.
Yeah.
And on the grog all the time.
And all the grog all the time, and one of them who can blow a trumpet reasonably, can, you know, passably, you know, master the treble clef enough to be able to play a melody. Now, that being said, you'd need, what, about 30, maybe 30,000 of those?
You would.
So how much would that cost? Let's
Well,
say they do it for 1,000 a week. That's 30,000. That's $3 million a week.
Yeah. Look,
Well, how much is it going to cost to bring the army out here? If we
Well-
subsidise them, their travel, how much does it cost? Maybe $5,000 for a
yeah, trip.
London return trip?
if they spend their time in the caravan parks.
No, just to get them here.
Oh, get them here. $5,000. Yeah, I suppose so. With the dollar where it is.
Yes, return flight.
Yeah.
To get them here, and we've got about 30,000 of them.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, 1.5 million. So it's going to be easy to fly them out here. Cheaper, at least.
You know, one thing that you're forgetting there, of course, is the training that would go into creating the Australian Barmy Army. I don't think you could learn it up.
No, that's true.
I think you'd have to put
And
in
we don't
some
want to get a
hours.
sense of Aussies sending
Pretending.
them up.
No.
You'd have to take the role very, very seriously and live as the Barmy Army would 24 hours a day.
I see that the Cricket Australia...
And eat pork pies and that horrible stuff and have put up with bad breath and bowel problems. I mean, there's a whole lot of it come with it, a whole lot of baggage involved in being an English tourist, HG.
I tell you what, Australian actors could do that, though. I'm sure.
Oh,
if
I'm
we-
sure they could.
But
Yeah, whether we
as you
find
point out,
30,000 of them or not.
that's different. Would Equity be able to help out there? They'd have to look through the books, you know,
Yeah.
people prepared to play the part of the Barmy Army. Now, look, the other thing, though, is I'm just wondering if it could be seen as I don't know quite how, you know, I'm not sure who, obviously Darryl Braithwaite selects himself because he's in the news. If we got the SCG, say the day before the Sydney Test, which might be New Year's Day, is that right? Yeah, or the day after New Year's
Boxing
Day.
Day, yeah.
No,
Oh, no,
Boxing
the
Day,
Boxing
Melbourne
Day's,
Day,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
we could
Yeah,
do
the
it in
Sydney
Melbourne.
one,
yeah. Anyway, and put on a big thing like, remember when there was might have been a big day for the people who are affected by the bushfires.
Oh, yes. Yes, something like that.
Yeah, Wave Aid or Aid Relief
Oh,
or something
yeah,
like that,
yeah,
and
yeah,
put on
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
acts and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like that,
yeah.
raising money.
Okay, that's not bad. I can live with that. Well, why not, because it was so good, why not do Ben-Hur again?
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, a number of people have written, or emailed, should I say, that was sort of writing, saying they enjoyed the coverage yesterday of the big one,
Oh,
Pummels v Kangaroos, including Wolfgang, Mark and Andrew. But I pick up Aaron's email, Roy, and this is a very telling email. He says, I'd like to know what Mr. Abib is doing about two neglected issues raised on this very show.
Oh, yes.
The issues of players not being able to tie their shoelaces, which we saw some evidence of yesterday. In fact, at one point, I think one of the Kumul players had to kick the ball out because his shoelaces had come undone.
Yes.
And
And he
the-
seemed all right at it, though. When push came to shove and the pressure was on in front of the cameras and he had to do it, he did it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Now, the other one is, and the fact that we haven't received our shot puts in the mail. Now, this goes back to a story we raised here about the, the improvement of, obviously, well, should I say sport being on the front line in the war against obesity. And one great thing you could do if you were weight challenged would be take up the shot put.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And because obviously Australia is now, I think, the world's bulkiest nation,
Here we are.
we thought that if the national government could fashion, the federal government should fashion a few shot puts, they should mail them out to people and people should start
Yes.
putting the shot in their backyard.
Well, the shot put suits your larger
larger
athlete.
person.
Yeah.
I've heard nothing from Bib, according to Aaron, on the matter of the
Would
Commonwealth
Aaron like to have a shot put
He
sent
would,
to him?
yeah, on
Okay.
on the matter of Commonwealth Games. And the Commonwealth Games is a warning that the Olympics, are obviously nearby, and we're going to be a joke in the shot put, and all
Yeah.
our players will be tripping over their untied shoelaces or forced to run barefoot because they can't face the embarrassment of asking someone else to tie their shoes for them.
Right.
And then he goes into big letters, which meant to indicate, "Hey, Bib, give me my shot put, and I want to go to London to compete for my country."
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's good, isn't it?
That
But I've
is
forgotten
good.
all about the
Yeah.
shot put problem.
Yeah. In all fairness, though, and I'd be the last one to defend our bid, but I don't know if it's official government policy to provide everyone with a shot put yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yet. I'm not saying it's too late, but if these shot puts are going to be sent out, it better be done soon.
Can I?
Because the Olympics are only 2 years away.
I know, and shot put isn't something you can pick up overnight.
No, it's a technique thing.
Technique, that's great. That's
Yeah.
the word I was looking for
Yeah.
earlier. Technique, that's what you worry about.
Yes.
That's skipping across the ring,
Mm-hmm.
putting the shoulder right down, and then
That's
coming
it.
up with the shot and the
That's it.
arm extended all in one easy
Yes,
motion. Very
yes.
difficult to get right.
And I would suggest to all postal workers should, this policy get up on. If you feel comfortable carrying the shot around, have a go yourself.
Yeah. Now, listen, is there any policy from Oakshott, Windsor, and,
They've
obviously-
said nothing about the shot put situation as nearly as I
Was
can
that
tell.
something that should have been covered when they signed
I
on
would
to
have
the
thought
Labor
so.
Party?
I would have
Or
thought
the Labor
so.
side?
Yeah. I would have thought so.
Mhm.
I would have thought so.
And
Nor have they said anything about shuttlecock.
no, I know, but to be fair, I think we raised shuttlecock or the problem of cock and
Yeah.
a couple of
Yes.
weeks ago as part of the Commonwealth Games coverage.
Yeah.
This shot put story has been around for ages, and I expected some action on it by now.
Yeah, so did I.
I mean,
So did
Bib's
I.
got his hands full
Oh, of course he's got his hands full.
with the redesign of Moonee Valley and,
yeah.
the shot put to worry about cock problems
Mm.
and whether the cock should be at Flemington or not. I mean, he'll have an opinion about that.
He would have an opinion about that. There was talk of Triple M supporting Cock Week
Yeah, I
in
know.
the context of shuttlecock, but I don't know why. I've heard nothing from management on this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I
Have
don't-
you got anything on the emails there?
from management vis-a-vis Cock
No,
Week?
no, I wasn't thinking of
nothing.
that. Just generally
Not a word.
emails.
Not a word. Yes. What do I have here? Yes. This comes from John Larkham, HG. He's saying, I, like you, think the new coach of the Soccer Salt is a breath of fresh air as he understands the Australian way. Unlike Pim Verbeek, he recognised the Australian style is all about all-out attack. Well, that's true too. All Pim had to do was understand this was to look at Aussie history. For example, to look at how the Aussies defend, he should look no further than the Rats of Tobruk during World War II. God, he's thought this through. For 9 months, the Aussies' 9th Division, plus a mixed bag of English gunners and other Commonwealth troops were under siege from Rommel's Africa Corps and his Italian allies. True. So how did the Aussie Rats of Tobruk defend? On almost every night, there were raids of Aussie diggers outside the perimeters to the German lines. These raids were conducted by between a few and up to 100 diggers. They disrupted Nazi work parties, caused German and Italian troops, and generally terrorised the besiegers. So here we see the Aussie-style aggressive attack.
Yeah, right.
I suppose that's right. I suppose we'd have to look at,
Monty's books.
yes, or Charles Bean's
Yeah, history of the
history
war.
of...
Is he a World War II bloke? Or, no, he might have
he's
been World War One.
Yeah, don't know who did too. Pim wasted a lot of time working out whether it should have been a 1-3-3-4 combination or a 2-4-4-1 combination when the answer was as plain as day. In normal circumstances, the Soccer Salties should adopt the 11-0 formation, i.e. all-out attack, or the 10-1 combination when a defensive approach is warranted.
Right. I wonder which teams, it's supposed to be the might of Germany and Holland where they'd use the 10-1.
Yeah, I suppose so. Or if you found yourself 4 down.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, more of the same. More of the same. What I call 2-week spillage, if you like, 2-week spillage. And it's a 18-volt Ryobi, compact drill and driver. It's all there, the double batteries. You can do anything like if you've got IKEA products, Lego, build the pirate ship, it'll be done in a flash with the lithium 18-volt.
Could I point out it's not a toy? It's not a toy. People think, oh, great, a drill, just play around with. It's not a toy.
No.
You do a lot of damage.
Well, I didn't mean to suggest that IKEA products or Lego were necessarily toys.
No. Well, Lego isn't it?
Yeah, I know it is, but,
Yeah, right.
the pirate ship does require some skill to
Well, that's a
build.
toy.
Yeah, but this could help you
Right,
assemble it.
fair enough.
It comes in a carry bag,
Mm.
and it's got a box.
Yep.
So it's really good. It weighs
And
1.66
that carry
kilograms.
bag shouldn't be played with because you could suffocate. Just pointing it out.
Fair enough. Yep. Now, 1.66 kilograms, so a kid could pick it up. And,
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I know, but lug it from the lounge room out to say Dad's in the front of the ute. Bring us the drill, Freddie. Freddie can do that by himself from about the age of, say, 3.
Okay. Well, I think it should be under lock and key.
I know.
And
Well,
not given to anyone until they're 21 years old.
no, fair enough.
To touch.
Fair enough.
Draconian, sure. Nanny statism? I'm not sure. We could take talk back on it later.
Later on. Okay, we've got throwing in CDs you can listen to while you drill or drive. And I'm not. When I say drive, can I just
You don't
say...
mean using that drill while you're driving.
I'm not saying that, no. I'm not talking about pressing the accelerator and when the red light goes, not that sort of driving, turning left, turning right,
Yeah, right.
driving as in putting the into the chuck, the
Yes.
driving bit,
Mm.
either Phillips head or slot head or your other exotics. Now, we're
Yeah.
throwing in shows you can listen to while you're
But
drilling
you
and
can't
drive.
just throw anything in there and expect it to...
Work.
Yeah.
30 years of rock, Triple M's. The songs you hear every day on the station, we're giving them to you. Now, and the other thing is John Lennon, Power to the People, the hits. We mentioned Johnny's 70th birthday recently. Well, there's the tunes that go with it. For someone like you, listener, all comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, question is as follows, HG. Who will you get coming through the turnstiles if you have fully nude Sheffield Shield cricket? Who will you get coming through the turnstiles if you have fully nude Sheffield Shield cricket?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Ah, yes, it's Hot Lap Handout. Roy, who are we talking to?
Yes, we are joined by Mark, who's joining us from Pascoe Vale South. How are you there, Mark?
Very well, thanks, guys. How are you?
Yeah, not bad at all. Now, Mark, you're a bit of a Storm fan. Did you get a chance to have a look at the Kummels yesterday?
No, I didn't, mate, actually.
Yeah, did you hear about the match, how good it was?
I did. I've heard a bit about it.
Yes. Yeah, were you...
Disappointed you didn't catch it live?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I'm always disappointed when I miss a game, mate.
Yes. Now,
And-
what were you doing instead? What's your excuse?
To be honest with you, I was sleeping.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Well,
I've
you can get
worked and
tired.
sleep on a Sunday. Too much of a weekend betting on the Cox, mate.
Yeah,
Right,
fair
and how
enough.
did you go on the Cox?
Yeah, got on Sunday, think, and got a winner.
Oh, that's very good. And the rest of the day, winners up everywhere, I suppose?
Yeah, mate. Losers everywhere else, but I put enough on it to get me money back, so that was fine.
That's very good.
That's all you need, isn't it?
Now, did you have a chance to get across the Gold Coast activities with the cars?
Not really, mate.
No.
Well, it sounds like Sunday was a bit of a lost day for you, Mark.
Yeah, well, I work most of Sundays, so
Oh, fair
right.
enough.
yeah.
Now, the Essendon Football Club, are you entirely happy with James Hird coming back, or do you think they've worked it out well?
Look, you have to see where it goes, but
True.
I think he's going to be a big boost for membership at least.
He certainly
You
will
put-
be.
You put a pretty boy at the helm and everyone will come back.
It's a pity the members don't play, though, isn't it?
Well, actually, sometimes it's not. I've seen a few of them and they're a bit rank.
Right, fair enough. Okay, Mark. Let Royce out of the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Mark, who will you get coming through the turnstiles if you have fully nude Sheffield Shield cricket?
Pervs and sickos.
That's absolutely right, Mark. So you get a wonderful drill here, the compact drill and driver kit from Ryobi, and I think it's, Roy, got 30% more compact. It's smaller than
It's
it used to be.
smaller than it
yeah,
used to be.
be.
Doesn't
Yeah,
mean you've got to use smaller drill bits or anything.
No,
does
it doesn't
Are
at
you
all.
can use your normal, regular drill bits?
It is.
Okay.
Mark, can you use a drill?
Yes, I can, mate.
Well,
I'm
that's-
over 21, so that's fine.
That's fantastic.
Oh, good. You're old enough to use it, so you don't have to have the license, the drill license.
Which comes in the box.
Yeah.
And you can fill it out yourself, or you can download it from the Ryobi site. Plus, you also get the 30 Years of Rock, all the tracks we play every day, and John Lennon's Power to the People. I'm not sure when John Lennon would have been played on this station. It would have been some time ago.
Did he ever use a drill, HG? Was he a drill man?
Lennon loved to drill.
Yeah, good.
Mark, thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, that sort of takes us away for another show, another wonderful show. I think we've
Yes.
solved a lot of problems. We've got our bib thinking about shot puts for everyone. We've solved that problem of cricket, the underwear special.
Yeah.
Do you think that can take off, though, the Sheffield Shield will come at the underwear special, the Lingerie League?
Well, it's a very conservative organisation, Cricket Australia and the New South Wales and Victorian Cricket Associations, HG, so we can only hope.
But they've gone with 2020 and turned that into a real
The
winner
Big Bash.
The Big Bash, a real winner for them.
Yeah,
And
but it's an act of desperation, isn't it?
do you think? Yeah. I think the Lingerie League wouldn't be seen as that way at
No,
all.
wouldn't be seen as a cry for help.
Now we've had Matty chopping the sound again, and, obviously a brilliant job. Ned's been on the phones when he hasn't been distracted.
Yes.
Which is often.
Often.
Garfield's been here, which has been great, and he's the rock on which we build our hope. And, obviously the chairman Mao blew in and blew out, as you'd expect, and, he's paddling. I think he's swimming home tonight down the river. But we'll be back on Friday with more of The Life and a wonderful wrap of the weekend, a preview of the weekend. And, of course, we're up to Derby Day in the Cup and 8 days to go, Roy. It'll be an exciting time.
A lot to do to celebrate the 150th.
I know, and you'll be able to celebrate with us on Friday as part of The Life here on Triple M. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes. Thanks very much indeed, Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And can I just remind people that this is Triple M, the home of rock? There seems to be some drifting away from rock. I don't know what it is. It's Halloween. There's an air of stupidity in the air. People are missing. People are not focusing on what they should be doing, and that is rocking, because this is the Triple M, the home of rock. It's all very well to have these days where you think, we might try a bit of snock instead of rock. But I tell you, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And with the spring carnival, and I know a lot of people are heading off for the weekend, the long weekend. They'll be coming back Tuesday night. They need to rock out. They don't need to snock out. Jim, by the way, dedicates his reads today to the memory of Paul the Octopus. The plucky 8-armed aquatic tipster added so much fun to the 2010 World Cup of Soccer. Remember that in South Africa earlier this year? It was incredible, and Paul got it right. And I think he had a streak of about 8. There are suggestions, incidentally, he was done in by subcontinental syndicates who are running scared that the psychic fish was about to tip the win of the Ashes series that lurks tantalising over the horizon at the moment. I don't subscribe to those theories. I'm not that paranoid. I just think he died. That's it, full stop. I don't think anybody got him. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much what is belly up. What a week! What an incredible week. It rocked all the way through until about an hour and a half ago. Anyway, best week of 2010 so far, easily. Just look at the facts. Cricket and the Big Bash is set to revolutionise cricket across the nation this summer. These are the elements of the game. Getting on the piss with mates, watching people bash the red ball into the far distance, getting one of those hot Savaloys in a bun on the way home, and having a big hurl before you get there. They're the elements of the game. That's why cricket will always talk to Australians. Fantastic result here. I understand there's a lot of subcontinental money coming this way. And what I like to think is it's coming here for a very, very, very good reason, i.e. they'll own the comp, and what they say goes. So it's going to be great. F1, and how about this for paranoia, and Webber, that is our mark, is accused by former F1 ace Gerhard Berger of deliberately hitting the wall and rebounding and taking out Nico Rosberg in the swamp of the Korean F1 last weekend. Berger goes further, saying that Mark buggered up the manoeuvre as he meant to take out Alonso or Hamilton, clearing the path for Red Bull driver Vettel to take pole in the Drivers' Championship. It's a hell of a story, isn't it? Look, I agree Mark is good. Very, very good. But that sort of genius is accessed, the higher levels of that sort of genius are accessed to very, very few in the driving stakes. Having said that, the Boot Barbecue bloke is not far off that level of genius. If he had succeeded in getting Alonso or Hamilton, I probably would have agreed with Berger, but sadly only got Nico Rosberg. Oh, well, brave attempt, about the best you could say. Sort of 2 out of 10 for trying. No, look, I saw it as a rare slip. I use those terms advisedly because the bloke's built his career out of slippings. But it was a rare slip this season, I think we should add in parenthesis. Rugby League, and all eyes on Melbourne with the Poms taking on the Kangaroos. And that tired old wheeze suggesting Biff Early gets yet another run around the track by desperate media as part of the build-up. Face it, in league today, no one's going to clock anyone in the first 30 minutes. I mean, who do they think the opposition has selected? Lee Crooks? Mal Reilly? Yes, this clash gets underway, if you are interested in a Biffless league, at Amy on Sunday, I think about 6 p.m. Now, racing, and the big news trackside this week is that young Finchy, remember our third runner-up in the Miss Universe contest, has become the face of the Spring Carnival and head judge of, wait for it, the Twigley Cup. The Twigley Cup, which is dished out for on-track fashion excellence every Movember. It's a terrific gong to get, the Twigley Cup. People have built careers on it. And so do the life selections. Well, it's a difficult day to assess now, Derby Day, with this incredible torrential rain that's headed towards Flemington. It's a microclimate dump. I think that's what the weather forecasters are calling it, a microclimate dump. They expect about 90, well, I'll speak 3 inches, to hit the track overnight. So it's going to be a very difficult day tomorrow, Derby Day. People have been warned to rug up. They're worried about hypothermia. That's how cold it is. They think 30,000 won't be. I don't believe these figures for a minute. 30,000 wouldn't turn up the Derby Day. Rubbish. They'll all be there. They pay their tickets. They'll go. It'll be great. They'll be huddling together for warmth and probably burning, race books to keep warm, asking Bart for a cigarette lighter and all that sort of stuff. Old skills, the forgotten skills of Australian turf. Anyway, we've swerved past the features and selected in the Coolmore Sistine Angel, and in the Salinger at odds all silent. That is race 4, number 9, and race 8, number 2. And look, in the big one, the Derby, we've swung around because of the rain to Digital Fortress, under a lot of pressure and arm twisting, which I don't normally like, but, well, let's face it, the late male expert's got to me. This is the life. This is the elephant in your car. This is the home of dreams. We're living the dream right here on The Life. And now it's time to lock horns with a bloke who is outraged by suggestions that the Beach Boys mimed their hits on the Gold Coast last weekend. Sadly, it was a slip of technology that let the act down as was unable to keep up with the movement of Mike Love's lips. At one point, apparently, the lips were about 3 minutes in front of the sound. Can happen. We live in a digital divide. Our music expert, our senior music expert, rampaging Roy Slavin, is on the job, and we can get him miming very, very loudly simply by shouting. What caught your eye in the swirling soup of the Sporting Swamp this week, Gay?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Can I just acknowledge Alan Funt?
Oh, Fundy, yeah. Has he died?
Well, it's the anniversary of his death, actually. He was the inventor, of course, of Candid Camera.
Which we now know as Funniest Home Videos.
Funniest Home Videos, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. The great Alan...
Did you ever meet him, Roy?
No, I didn't. I always wanted to.
Yeah, it would have been great.
Yeah,
he had that avuncular manner,
yes,
didn't
he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yes, very much at home in front of a camera, very much at home behind a camera.
And he had that weird sign-off, you never know, where you... Some weird
Something
thing about
like that,
where
yeah.
you're going to be caught on Candid Camera.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's incredible.
That's right.
Show.
That's right. That's right. Did he ever sign off? That's it for me. I'm Alan Funt.
Probably.
Probably he did.
Yeah, once or twice. Give it again. That's it from me.
That's it from me. I'm Alan Funt. Now, did Webber crash deliberately? HG's raised this, and we're going to discuss this in our talkback today. I don't think we will, because I think HG is absolutely right. He has buried this one. It's just ludicrous. I mean, if you analyse each of Mark's, oh, God almighty, how long would it take to examine each of Mark's crashes? Remember, the remarkable thing about Mark this year is that he's only crashed a few times. Remember, he used the DNF Maestro, has been pointed out here many, many times. Greg Inglis linked to... Now, well, who is he linked to? Now, this is interesting, and if anyone's got any information, please let us know. I know he's trying to get to the Brisbane Broncos, but they've got issues because he comes with a caveat of $150,000 for legal fees. Now, they're not going to pay this, and the Storm, the club he's extracting himself from, are not going to pay it either. My mail is he's been associated with, wait for it, not the AFL, the Melbourne Heart.
Isn't that tremendous? I hadn't heard that.
No, the Melbourne Heart. Now, our talkback topic might well be, how well will GI go with the Heart?
What a brilliant...
Now, Ricky Ponting's Mad Dogs turn up the heat on England with a daring campaign with the message, HG, don't forget to pack the ashes.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that? Very funny.
On Big Ben.
Yeah.
On Image on Ben. Why does the Australian cricket waste their money doing those sort of things?
I don't know.
Who does that advantage?
Them.
No,
them, because it makes us look stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
They know we can't play, so now we're stupid as well.
Yeah. You assume Ian Botham was behind it?
Yeah, I do.
And
I don't know about this campaign to call them the Mad Dogs.
Oh, where's that coming
from?
from?
Nothing particularly mad about them, is there, to my knowledge?
Well...
We might take that as talkback as well. Are they Mad Dogs? Sam Stosur takes out world number 1 Caroline, Wozniacki. Now, Wozniacki is world number 1.
You forget that.
World number 1, Wozniacki. Who would have thought? Now, the interesting thing about this, however, is up until her defeat might have been to Elena Dementьeva overnight, Sam Stosur had never been beaten in Doha. Never been beaten in Doha. What a record. What a proud Australian
How
champion.
often has she played there? 3 times.
At least 3 times.
Yeah, fair enough.
What a proud champion.
Have you ever been beaten in Doha, Roy?
No.
No.
No, I haven't. That's something I'm very, very proud of.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Rafter, given the job of cleaning up Australian tennis and rescue at Mission 1, settling the feud between Little and Bernard. That is Hewitt and Tomic. I don't know what we're going to do. Bang heads. That's what Pat Rafter's got to do. Bang heads! Those two. Get them playing together. Mission 2, bringing back the serve and volley. I think world tennis is crying out for this old-fashioned Australian way of attacking. Not just a chip and charge. Serve and volley. Now, should we be selling off our cricket? You know, I don't think anyone gives a bugger about selling the ASX, the Australian Stock Exchange, to the Lee family in Singapore. I don't think anyone would object to that. I mean, they really are go ahead. Remember Lee Kuan Yew used to swan out here every year, HG, and tell us how we should run the show?
Yeah.
I think he's passed it on to his son.
A very strict policy about chewing gum.
Yes. Yes, and he didn't like what was called square cuts.
Yeah, exactly. Length of hair. I'd never
Length
get
of
in.
hair, no. No, you wouldn't get in.
No.
I'll tell you what, Kerry Hemsley wouldn't get in.
For those who can remember
Kerry Hemsley, yes. Now, Tiger, just funny actually, Tiger Woods, the man they call Tiger Woods, to give him his full title, will cease to be the world number 1 this weekend. It looks like it's going to, this will go to Lee Westwood, I think, is the next cab off the rank to be considered number 1. Yes, frightening, isn't it? But it makes sense when you think of Hensby at 474.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Webber, I suppose we need to set this out because the talkback's coming up in a couple of hours' time.
Oh, yes.
The other aspect of the Webber thing is Jack Brabham, the
distinguished former world champion.
Who won world crowns in 59, 60 and 66. He's been a major supporter of Webber.
Yeah.
Obviously anxious for Australians to break their 30-year drought at the highest level since Alan Jones took the championship in 1980.
Yes.
Obviously, it'd be fantastic. It would mean a lot to me, and it would mean a lot to Australia. But unfortunately, I think his real opportunity's been blown last weekend.
I don't like Jack talking like that.
I'm really there behind him in the hope that he gets there. But if he doesn't do it this year, I don't think he ever will personally. So he's not only does he think it's gone this year, but forever.
This is,
Would you say the window is closing for Mark?
I think so, yeah. But let's not write off the maestro.
While there's 2 more to go, there's hope.
2 more to go, there's hope. There's got to be hope.
He was there with 14 points lead, so now he's back in the grid, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Mark's actually a very good driver.
Oh, good.
I wonder how many
he's not being condescending. He's not damning with faint
Well,
praise.
I think
is he? A very good driver. I mean, he could say he's
brilliant,
quite a good driver.
Or Mark can drive. You know, in that way,
Mike can drive a bit.
Yeah, you know how people can say they understate it.
Yes,
Mark can drive. Meaning, obviously, look out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he does make mistakes, and the mistake at the weekend has probably cost him the championship. It's a pity, really, because Vettel didn't finish, and all Mark had to do was finish in front of Vettel one more time, and he was home and dry.
He was.
Look at the irony of it. He wasn't to know, of course, a couple of laps
He wasn't to know at the time, no. And how costly now is that Grand Prix that when Vettel took Mark out, when Mark was winning?
I know.
How important's that now?
I know. Look, can I just... I'll just finish off here and then get your thoughts on whether you think there's any truth to the conspiracy that Webber did it deliberately. Now, people like Alonso and are young, and Mark's getting a bit old, really, now. He can probably go 1 more year, but every year that goes by is now getting older, and it's a young man's sport. He's racing 21-year-old, 22-year-olds, and he's got the job in front of him. And he's got to finish in front of Alonso and Vettel if it's not going to be easy. He's battled for years because he didn't have a bloody car. And this is the first year he's competitive, and he's been out there. He's almost as good as Vettel. Anyway, on and on it goes. 2 things, is Jack right? Has the window closed? Can you hear them? Now,
March of Time, the foot-stomping March of Time, HG.
Or the muffle of the air conditioning because the window's shut and you're hearing the sound of the interior for the first time.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a story.
It is a hell of a story, isn't it? It'd be a great show. I mean, it's going to make a great film either way, the Mark Webber story. But, I mean, it just would be... All he's got to do is win the last 2 of the year.
I know. Can he bring it home, do you think?
Look, he can, I think.
Now
he's got all Australia behind him, hasn't he?
That's true.
I mean, he's probably one of our most loved sports hero.
Oh, he would be easily our most loved. Right up there, I think, with, say,
Little Leighton.
And I was thinking of maybe Punter in his heyday.
Oh,
Pete the Gloss has come off Punter a little bit. But, obviously, you'd have to say people like Warne really exist in the lower levels of the ladder now, don't they?
Yes.
And then you get to Ian
But
Chappell.
if this fairy tale, this Weber fairy tale was to come true, I mean, he'd walk away, wouldn't he? He'd walk away.
He'd have to. Can I ask a couple of things? Firstly,
He'd walk away a king, a prince, a hero.
Yeah, definitely a hero. Great Australian.
A great Australian.
No finer accolade. Now, the incident last week in Korea.
Yes.
You've looked at that crash?
I have,
maybe
It looked like a mistake. I agree with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
It's not often I agree with Jack Bradman, but I do on this occasion. It just looked like a driver error.
Yeah, driver error.
It didn't look as if he was trying to... Look, they're saying he could have used the brakes more and have stayed glued to the wall. But I don't think so. I think it moved too quickly for him.
I do too. He just took his eye off it and all of a sudden he was gone.
And it seems a bizarre thing to do. Wouldn't it be more inclined to take Vettel out?
Well,
if you're going to prang, why wouldn't you just go straight into the back of Vettel?
Of course, that's the illogic in the argument by Gerhard Berger.
You wouldn't bother taking out people who aren't a threat to you.
No, I think that's that's
it just
the weakness
makes
of the
no
argument.
sense.
By the by, just having a look at the film, have you done some loose castings on, say, Mark and some of the other drivers connected in Mark's career? I mean, is it the thing that Brad Pitt could come across and do quite easily?
Well, I think you'd have to go overseas, HG.
It's too big a story for
It's too big a story. And Mark is of the age group where we're a little light on with... acting talent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they're out there, but we'd have to have an exhaustive
casting.
Maybe there's a show in Finding Mark Webber.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, I thought it was terrific when Pat Rafter and Tony Roach came out, basically with that safety vest to put around Australian tennis.
Yeah.
It's terrific. I think it's blue skies ahead
I hope
for
so.
Australian tennis.
I hope so.
But does it worry you that Pat Rafter seems to have got himself in an odd thing in promoting his underpants? He said that a pair of dodgy underpants almost got the better of him often when he was playing. I remember as soon as I got off the court, I'd tear the trousers off. I hate having something like that really uncomfortable on. I think he's referring to a couple of crack finders that he had in the bottom of the bag.
Yeah, right.
And now what's happening is Rafter was on hand at Flinders Street Station, I think last week sometime, to get blokes out of their old crutch finders or crack finders and into something that, is more modern and obviously with a Rafter signature on it. Right. Now, what worries me slightly is this sending a mixed message, a bloke in charge of tennis forced to flog underpants at Flinders Street Station. I mean, it seems a little demeaning, but is it just me? Am I being too picky? Do I fail to see the modern world?
You might be being a little bit ashy, I don't know. But for how long did he go wearing underpants that, how many titles could he have won had he had a looser...
garment underneath the short?
Yes.
Or a more form-fitting garment?
Yeah, why couldn't he have seen someone about it?
Yeah, what a fascinating
Why couldn't he have
question.
raised it with his coach? I don't know who his coach was. Maybe Roachy might have spent a bit of time with him at some stage. But you think he would have passed that on to Roachy. He said, listen, what did you do, Tony, in your day? What sort of underpants did you wear? But you've got to wear, tennis-compliant underpants because of the stretching and the movements you make.
And the sudden...
It puts a hell of a lot of strain and pressure on a pair of underpants. And if they aren't the right size, if they're slightly too small, and we're talking millimetres here, then they can become, they can, as you say, force your bum to get hungry, as we used to say.
Now, the thing that upsets me most in the coverage of television is when there's a hungry bum player out there. And they'll often get the ball, bounce it a couple of times, reach round, pull out.
There's only one player that does that, and that's your Spaniard, your numero uno.
Oh,
Rafael Nadal.
With the hungry bum.
Yeah, but he's turned that into a look.
I know.
He's turned that weakness into a strength.
I know. I like it now.
But well, I suppose you do. I don't. It upsets me a little bit. Well, I worry about, all right, fecal matter penetrating the undergarment through the short, into the hand, onto the ball, to your opponent.
Yeah, I know.
Next thing you know, your opponent's got fecal matter on the hand and you don't know where it's going to end. If I was to anything to do with the administration of international tennis, I would be
Quiet word to his
having a
tailor.
quiet word to him. Well, a word to him to begin with, and say, listen, pulling this whatever these materials out of your back crack has got to stop.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, breaking news. The don't forget to pack your urn images that appeared on Big Ben. Now, it appears that the stunt has backfired. Australian cricket's governing body facing a court case and a possible fine of about $4,000 worth the effort, I would have thought. Westminster, isn't this typical of England? You know, I don't like bag.
Nanny state, isn't it?
Nanny state.
Berserk,
it's gone completely berserk.
Yeah.
Imagine if they'd projected it onto St Paul's, they would have got away with it, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Westminster Council Deputy Leader Robert Davis told The Guardian in London, the Palace of Westminster is a part of UNESCO World Heritage Site. And it's both inappropriate and insulting for the important location and its building to be effectively abused in this manner. It's also a criminal offence. If any organisation wishes to play advertising on it in any other building in Westminster, for that matter, they should apply through the normal channels like any right-minded person with a respect for the law. That's pushing it in, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Although we've not prosecuted previously, because such stunts are usually over quickly, we do feel now that enough is enough and we're considering legal action.
Oh, this is going nowhere.
I know.
It's not going to go anywhere.
No, there's just trying
This
it
is just
on.
tit for tatism.
Exactly.
You know, Aussie's come up with a brilliant idea. It's
Brilliant
very
idea.
funny. You know, don't forget
Great-
the urn. Everyone
great
laughing.
branding.
Ho, ho, ho. They think, oh, well, how can we get back at them? I know. Let's sue them.
Yeah, UNESCO.
Yeah.
Now, we also fear that without taking a firm stance, this type of guerrilla advertising will only increase, particularly in the run-up to these London Olympics.
Yeah, right.
Rubbish.
Yep.
Now, obviously, Cricket Australia liable for the fine. Ponting said the stunt was meant to put the England team on notice before they fly out to Australia. Oh.
All right.
Who would have
Was it
seen it
Yeah.
of the English team? And who
Well,
would
the
have
English
thought...
team might have forgotten why they were coming here.
Oh, and the other reason is, look, they're putting us on notice.
On
You know, is that
notice.
what, what's his name, Strauss? says
Strauss,
to-
you'd think.
to
I wouldn't have
Anderson?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No. Winning the urn back from our age-old rivals is the most prized achievement for Australians, and we just wanted to send them a reminder not to leave the urn behind. And
Oh,
this-
I see. He's explaining what the message meant.
Yeah, that's bad, isn't it? If the message didn't get through, punter chiming in belatedly just because of the threat of a fine hangs over his head won't help.
Yes.
Um,
Now, he goes on to explain it even more clearly, I think, HG. He says, our message is clear. We're prepared and we're ready, so bring on the ashes.
right. The big mistake, of course, is he doesn't give them a date when they should start, thinking this is the public.
Yes. Were the dates published on Big Ben, HG? Were there any
Sadly
dates there,
not.
or was it just one of those?
Branding exercises.
Yes, right.
Clark said the Ashes. Oh, now we moved on to Clark.
Was that Stuart Clark?
Stuart Clark.
Is he
said-
back in selection again? Is he being selected? He's
Well-
been old, isn't he, Stuart Clark?
I think he's 35.
Yes.
Don't tell me we're not needing him. We're going to be
We
needing
might
him
need
by
his
the
line
end.
and lens.
Clark said the Ashes series would be an opportunity for Australian team to show what they're made.
Oh, is that what it's about?
Right, I thought they were going to win matches. The Ashes is the ultimate cricket battle between our nations, and this year will be no exception. The team will have to dig deep and deliver. We have some new faces in the squad this series who didn't play in England last time, so they're fresh and excited to be part of their first Ashes tour. ... Peter's out around about there. Roy, look, as you point out, nanny statism. Look, I think I'm pretty sure if we had to have a benefit concert for them, people like INXS and, obviously, John Paul Trio would play.
The Hall of Famers. This
Hall
week's
of
Hall of
Fame.
Famers.
Oh,
Johnny Williamson.
He'd be fantastic. Wouldn't
Yep.
that be great?
Yep.
And I think, what's their name? The people who played under the Milky Way tonight. Church.
Oh,
The
Church. Yeah, the Church.
They'd be great.
They'd play. They'd
play.
certainly play
Mm-hmm.
to raise funds to pay this fine.
Yeah.
And give ourselves I think we should defend it.
I tell you who could defend it would be Jeffrey Robertson.
Jeffrey Robinson QC.
That bloke who comes out here and tells us what to do all the time.
Yes.
We'll get him on the job.
Him.
That bloke.
And I think we should shame him into volunteering his services for nothing.
And it's sad that Leo McKern's left us because he used to be Rumpole.
He was fantastic.
And now,
at Rumpole.
don't tell me that Leo McKern couldn't represent it as
Yes.
Rumpole.
Yes.
Would have been a brilliant
It
case.
would have been brilliant.
Who's representing Australia? I can't do the voice, obviously, but I am Milad. My name's Rumpole. Horace Rumpole.
Yes.
All of a sudden, you've got world interest, Roy.
You do have world interest. Especially says, she must be obeyed.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, this cricket revolution, bloody hell, this is something that's hit me over the head like a frozen mullet, Roy. I didn't see this coming at all. I mean, I saw, the desire to change. I saw the desire to involve more kids. But to think that it's going to be funded by Indian money.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not sure what I feel about this.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose I'm, a bit worried about the Lee family getting our stock exchange, but now we've selling off our cricket to India.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do
It makes no sense.
we just end up being a quarry. It's okay being a quarry if you feel as though
now they're going to mine our cricketers.
They're
mining our coal.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking our iron ore.
Our LNG, if that's what it's called.
Yes. And now they're going to take our cricketers.
Mm. This is let's see, it's a former Sheffield Shield mastermind, Neil Maxwell, has been secretly working on plans for Australia's version of the IPL for the last 18 months. It's a $60 million investment in which Indian investors buy shares in franchises. In Australia, Cricket Australia is currently discussions about the concept and the future of the game, and it's up to the board to decide what happens next. Maxwell's the architect of the 8-team national competition. So there'd be it'll begin in 2012. New South Wales and Victorian cricket administrators are getting corporate support from India through the contacts in the Indian Premier League. Half a dozen visits to India from Maxwell. He's got $60 million worth of support for the 2020 franchises. There'll be 2 in New South Wales and 2 in Victoria, and the rest of the states will have 1 each. So that'll be 4. Queensland 5, Tasmania 6, South Australia 7, 8 would be WA. So an 8-team comp. How could we ignore the sort of money, said a New South Wales cricket official who asked not to be identified because of pressure from states, from Cricket Australia, before the board votes on whether to accept private ownership at the meeting. I think it was today. I haven't heard anything come through.
Right.
I've seen no smoke from the window.
So common sense might have prevailed. We don't know.
Now, well, I can't help you there. It's not as if there's a bottomless pit at Cricket Australia and they're hardly flush with funds. At a state level, we have to think about our own grassroots because we're in serious competition with all the other sports. And then this person who's unnamed, I hate these things where they quote unnamed people. Why? Look at what the AFL is doing by surging into schools with the Auskick program, giving away backpacks and sharing footballs to the kids. I mean, the AFL's got a bottomless pit. Look where they're giving away sharing footballs. And backpacks to kids. I mean, surely cricket has to give away bats and stumps and, maybe pads.
But I didn't think we had a problem with getting kids to line up and play cricket.
Well, wait a minute. Let me set out. The cricket has to start. The same thing with juniors. It's costly exercise. We don't get enough money from Cricket Australia. ... Here's the problem. And then they quote sort of fans. One says, this is Paul in Newcastle, I could never take my kids to a test match. It's too long and boring. So is one-day cricket. The next generation will fall in love with the 2020 game. You can sort of kiss the cricket.
But so what if they do? So what?
So what? Yeah,
so what? It's well attended. It makes money. It's a cash cow for cricket.
You can bet
and can't you subsidise the longer forms of the game by using the cash cow?
Yeah, well, they seem to have lost this completely.
Yes.
What we're doing is selling it off to India.
Well, that's madness.
As though it's a resource.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
They can sell our ignorance too if they like.
Is there? Is there going to be a super profits tax? Is there any talk of a super profits tax? Have we heard anything from hockey?
No.
Have we heard anything from Arbib?
Yeah.
No.
Now, hang on. Let me get this right. You feel as though because Indian money is exploiting our cricketers, they should be paying us the government a tax.
At the very minimum.
What a brilliant idea.
At the very
that'll
minimum.
Slow them up. That'll be brilliant, Roy. Now, are you actually worried, as I am, and I think the term that I heard used on other media commitments that you get, not normally one that I use, if you get into bed with the devil, you better be prepared, or get to the table with the devil, you better be prepared to sup with a very long spoon.
I think that's right.
Because I see this as...
going to bed with the devil?
Getting into bed with the devil.
Getting into bed with the devil. I wouldn't advise that to anyone.
No, because you better be prepared to roll over and spread them.
Yes, you have to.
Now, the other thing is that what worries me...
the devil wants to...
have his wicked way.
Have his wicked way.
Yeah, with his trident. Does the devil have a trident?
Yes, he does have a trident, but I don't think he'd be
using
his trident
on you.
Well, I think it'd be a little bit more personal than that.
No.
You'd be praying for a trident.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, what worries me about this story, it's concerning the cricket, is it seemed to build around the premise that somehow it's going to get the kids in.
Well, it does anyway, isn't it? Isn't it Big Bash? Isn't this Big Bash going to get the kids in? When's the Big Bash? Isn't it this weekend or is it next weekend?
I think the Big Bash. I understood the Big Bash was pretty much all the time.
All right.
You know,
Well,
it
the
was-
kids love the Big Bash.
They
don't
do. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, right.
But do you honestly believe that if you've got a talented, say, slugger, well, that's what we're looking for, and somebody can keep a very tight line and pitch the ball up, that they're going to be lured by an AFL football and a backpack to go and play AFL?
Yeah, but can't you play one in
And
winter time and the other one in summer? I mean, isn't that
we used to be able to do
isn't that
that?
the
I don't
grand
know.
design?
I don't know why we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. Now, these teams, actually, are they going to be like, are they the New South Wales Speed Blitz Blues?
No,
for
I think they're going to be
example, and the
completely
Bush
different.
Rangers?
Do you know what worries me? Is there going to be things like that you don't understand that they're called, pharynx, which might be a orange flavoured drink on the subcontinent. Yeah, I just made that up. There may not be. Don't go into the shops and ask for it because you probably won't be able to get it. But they're going to be like that, or
So
the
one
Indian
of the
Rubber
New South
Company.
Wales teams could be the Madras Super Kings.
Well, not bad. The Madras Curry, Keen's Curry Super Kings. I don't think there is a Keen's Curry brand. I'm just making that up as well. But you know what I mean?
There is
Somehow.
a King's curry. There's a mustard. Isn't
Well,
there?
exactly. That's why I said
do
curry.
They do curry as well?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No, do you know what I mean?
I do know what you
Yeah.
mean.
What I want to know is
So they're a confection.
complete confection, but would they represent areas like what would interest me is if you had the Penrith Panthers, because there is a Panther out that way in this rugby league side. Somehow that's one team, but they'd be obviously rebadged or retooled as the Madras Keen's Curry Super Kings.
Now, hang on. Does this mean like someone like, let's say, Brad Hodge plays for the Bush Rangers? Could he be asked to play or bought to play for the Madras Curry Super Kings
He can.
that operate out of Sydney?
He can. He can be bought for 5 weeks because the competition, as I understand it, lasts for
Okay.
5 weeks.
Okay.
And so you've got the Super Kings v the Rajasthan Royals,
Yes.
for the Franks.
Rebadged here.
Yeah, as the let's say,
Rajasthan,
maybe the
Richmond
yeah, correct.
Royals.
Yeah, or the Windsor Air Base Rajasthan Royals or something like
good. Yeah, okay, good.
that. You're going to have to put up with a lot of weirdness.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the people who get slightly a bit, maybe unless they do it well, slightly a bit annoyed. The other thing is it's basically a television fodder thing. They might be able to rebadge them as something else overseas.
Now, are these teams going to have players from overseas, like New Zealanders in the team?
As I understand it, yes, but I might be wrong about this. What I understand is older players who don't play anymore can play, and I assume that you can have, sadly, when I mentioned older players from overseas, you might have Danny Morrison, the New Zealand quick, coming back he's pretty old, but he could come back for another go.
Danny
Certainly
Morrison.
Brendan
Well, that's not
McCullum.
going to get the kids in. What's Brendan McCullum?
No, exactly.
I wouldn't have
No.
thought.
Pup won't get the kids in either.
No.
Unless he gets hitched to some glamorous person who gets the kids
yeah,
in.
right. So does the Sheffield Shield happen at the same time, actually?
It
Does
all
keep
happens at the
going?
same thing. Well, as long as-
And do we get our one-day matches and our
of course
2020,
you
our
do.
big bashes
course
between
you
the
do.
Bush Rangers?
Of course you do. You get all of that. They're just locking out a period of 5 weeks to play whatever it's going to be called. Let's call it the World Series for want of a better name. The Australian World Series. And it'll go pretty quick because you'll find there'll be a couple of matches on, like the Penrith Panthers might play the Rajasthan Royals at the same time as, who else do we have? The Curry Keens.
The Curry Keens, yeah.
Against the Pharynx. That'll be on the same night. So we'll go over to Richmond for the first one and then down to Barwon Heads for the second one.
Right. Well, no, I'm not liking it at all. And I don't think all genuine Australians are
You think
gonna
it's
like this.
half-baked?
It's half-baked, yes, and it's just a concoction to earn money for corrupt Indian millionaires. That's it, isn't it?
Correct.
Is that what it's all
Beautifully put.
about?
Well,
I mean, the same day we're thinking about selling our stock exchange to the Lee family in Singapore, selling out Australia, we're selling out our cricket as well. Oh, what's become of this country?
Well, it says here, too, another aspect of it, two Australia's brightest young cricketers endorsed the 2020 revolution.
But they might enjoy the Big Bash, which we've got, and that's exciting and great.
Stephen Smith and Stephen O'Keefe were more than excited about the proposed multi-million revamp. Now, obviously expanding Big Bash to 8 teams to allow cashed-up indie investors plough money into franchises.
So it is the Big Bash.
Well, yeah, I think we got the Speedbits Blues playing the Bush Rangers 2020 is going to have to be called something else, but it is just the Big Bash.
Oh, but I thought that was the Big Bash.
Well,
It's not going to be the Big Bash anymore.
I think when
we
you
can't use that. I mean, the Big Bash, we love the Big Bash now.
Well-
It's part of us.
now listen, when this all settles out, I think there'll be two comps.
Yeah.
There'll be the Big Bash, which will be traditional
Yeah,
state-based things.
good. Yeah, like
And then
that.
you'll have something like,
So they're going to call it something else.
yeah, like,
Like they can't take it like IPL.
exactly, or the APL,
Yeah, right.
Australian Premier League,
Australian Premier League.
or something weird, like, rooted and tooted.
Hmm.
Just,
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know quite where that goes, but, something like that, some new name it. People will think, oh, bloody hell, what are you doing tonight? I'm off to rooted and tooted.
Yeah, right. Well, now, Paul of St Ives is suggesting the Parramatta Papadums. Well, that's
Wow.
all right, isn't it? But is that going to get kids in? I'm going to go and see the Papadums? Play the Curries?
Don't think so. No. I just think this could be tears before bedtime. This one. I don't think they've thought it through.
No.
Unless these people in India have a lot deeper pockets than we expect and they can bump off, some of the, play maybe the 2020 competition in June, and then state-based 2020 competition in June.
Right.
Then they'll have a nice, neat fit for the
Sounds like they're not going to want that. They're going to want prime time.
APL.
Prime time of the year, the APL, yeah.
The rooted and tooted.
Yeah, they're going to want December or January.
Exactly. And the rest
Yeah,
can.
and the
push away the
Australian Cricket Board, the ACB, are going
Cricket
to bend
Australia.
over the bonnet,
Oh, they're gonna
drop the
take it.
trousers,
They're gonna take
and
it.
allow them to come along
With chili on the
with
stick.
chili and curry on the stick
And mustard.
and mustard to do what they bloody well like.
Exactly.
Well, it's disgraceful. Habib!
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, speaking of teams and new comps,
Yeah.
the ABL, the Australian Baseball League,
Oh, yes.
a landmark initiative of the Major Baseball League, the Australian Baseball Federation and the Australian Sports Commissioner, was officially launched today, and they've got 6 teams
Oh, good, in the
Not-
ABL.
in the ABL. They've got the Adelaide Bite,
Oh, the bike, yep.
or Bite.
Oh, bite, B-I-T-E, or
Correct.
or as in the Great Australian Bite?
Well, that would
That's
be better.
B-I-G-H-T.
I know that would be better. The Australian,
Great Australian
Bite.
That'd be
Yeah, that'd be good, but
fantastic.
they've
What a
got-
great name.
They've gone Bite, B-I-T-E. They've got the Brisbane Bandits,
Bandits. They all
The-
start with B's, do they?
yeah, Canberra Cavalry. It's a dual initial concept.
Oh, okay.
Until we get to the Melbourne Aces, and then one that I hate, Perth Heat. Oh, how pathetic
We've got that
is
already,
that?
the Perth Heat. Aren't they a team of another type?
Well,
They
they
might
know
play
the code.
basketball, don't
Yeah,
they?
it could easily. Still? Oh, Miami Heat. Yeah, but, I hate that. I just hate that. Can't we think about the Perth Quackers? Look, I'm not even trying, and there's a much better name than Heat. The Perth Quackers.
Yes.
Or how about,
Yeah.
Perth Observation City?
Yes, that's not bad.
Now, then we've got the
Or
Sydney.
the Perth Vineyards, or
Well, yeah.
we're going to play the Vineyards.
How about
today.
the, how do you think he'll go? Now, listen.
Yeah, well, they've got a pretty good attack.
Yeah. How about the Perth Rottos, as
Yeah,
in Rottnest Island?
Not bad.
Now, Sydney Blue Sox.
Oh,
Can you pass the sick bag, Roy? Perth Blue Sox. I mean,
No, Sydney
God,
Blue Sox.
sorry, Sydney Blue Sox. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Well, can
Well,
you
it's just
pass
no
another sick
imagination
bag?
whatsoever. is
No
there?
imagination. No imagination.
Yeah.
How about the Deadly Hume? Or,
Or the Sydney Stool.
perfect. Or how about some of our snakes? The Browns.
Yeah.
The Canberra Browns,
Yeah.
as in the Canberra Brown Snakes.
Yes.
I mean, they're great names, but we have to go with these things so as people who come here from America pretend they haven't left home.
The Melbourne Aces. That's
Terrible, isn't
that's
it?
horrible, isn't it?
How about the Melbourne Yarras would even be better?
Yeah.
Or the Melbourne Hinches.
Okay, we've got the Bite, the Bandits, the Cavalry, the Aces, and the
The
Blue
Heat.
Sox, and the Heat.
Hmm.
Oh, no, it's rubbish, isn't it? It's just rubbish.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M. This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, one of the aspects of this is that Channel 7, at about 1:30 on Tuesday, they're going to broadcast a sort of phantom call of the best runners of the Melbourne Cup all competing against each other. Now, the handicapper of the VRC, or Racing Victoria, Greg Carpenter, said racegoers can watch on screens throughout the course and on Channel 7, the greatest cup never run. It's a sort of virtual version.
That was one of those computer
Computer generated,
cups, yeah.
yes.
Oh,
And
Peter
Bruce-
Pan versus
Well,
Farmer
not bad.
versus Carbine versus
Well done.
Gaddam versus Galilee versus...
well done.
Bloody hell, I hate that.
I know. Thanks. Now, Macca's going to call it. Bruce McAvaney. Can he call foot races?
Oh,
though?
yes, he
Incredible.
can.
I just wish he'd call the real thing.
Yeah,
To celebrate 150 years,
yes.
instead of Greg Miles, we have Bruce McAvaney.
Yes.
That'd be a treat to see if the old bloke still got it.
Yeah.
He's going to call the Race of Champions. McAvaney gave guests a hypothetical call at the Breakfast with the Stars on Tuesday, must have been,
Yes.
stopping at the 300-metre mark. So he called
it's a tease.
2,900 metres, a bit of a teaser.
Wow. Who do you have in front at that stage?
I've
Ace,
got
do you
no
know?
idea. No idea.
Wonder where Farlap was. Wonder if it was boxed in or not.
He would have been. Now, a panel of 24 racing administrators and journalists have voted on the outcome, and the result will be mirrored, obviously, in Macca's call.
All right.
TRB Sportsbet's Phantom Market has Farlap, the $5 favourite. Oh, please. Despite carrying the top weight of 60 kilograms and drawing barrier 21. So they've thought it through. They've put them in barriers.
Yeah.
Mackay Diva is second.
Yes.
Weighted right up to a best with 55 kilograms, a winning weight in 2005. It's described here in the, I think it might be the Herald Sun, it's a dream clash between the most iconic horse in our history and the modern-day champion who achieved the unthinkable, a hat-trick of Melbourne Cup wins. Rising fast, unlucky not to achieve the double-double, the Caulfield and Melbourne Cups in successive years. God, he was good rising fast.
Yeah, wasn't he?
As for how the race will be run, expect the 1997 winner, Might and Power, to be one of the early leaders with a 68-69 Rain Lover, winner Rain Lover handy. Not surprising, Bart Cummings' forerunners, Galilee, Lightfingers, Think Big and Saintly. So as you point out, Farlap is on 60, Carbine's 59, Mackay Diva 58, Peter Pan, Galilee, Poseidon, Rising Fast, Rain Lover, Comic Court, Grand Flaneur, Might and Power, Archer, Vintage Crop, Delta, Malua, Nightmarch, Poitrel, Saintly, The Barb, Dalray, Hale Mark, Lightfingers, Doremus, and Think Big. So they've left out a lot. Obviously, they only put in 24, so there's a lot left out. I mean, there's a great talkback topic.
Yeah.
Who's left out of that
left
list?
out of that list? Yeah,
It's incredible.
But I suppose I've got to be more charitable. I mean, it is a wonderful idea, and it's wonderful to get people thinking about the history of in the 150th. I just think that's marvellous. And we could open it up, HG. I mean, I've always dreamt, of say, I don't know, seeing how Steffo would have gone against, say, Ron Clark.
Right. You mean John Steffensen,
Yeah.
our 400-metre champion
Yes.
from the 2006 Commonwealth Olympics and our 1956 torchlighter.
Yes.
Yes, at the Olympic Games in Melbourne.
It's a tantalising prospect, though, isn't it?
It is. You know what disappoints me is I think they should have had a lead-up race of only the Cummings winners.
Oh, okay,
It's
not bad.
field of 13, running the 3.
Or how about, Michael Diamond against some of our shooters from the 20s?
Whoa.
Wouldn't that be? Oh, that's tantalising, isn't it?
Well, how does that fit in with the horse racing theme there? It's just generally idea.
Yeah, just to, it just
To build
opens
up.
it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just
right.
opens it up. It's like Alan Jones out against, Jack Brabham, against Mark Webber.
Oh, isn't that incredible?
Wouldn't you?
That's-
People
it
love
answers
to see
so
how
many
that
questions.
goes.
So many questions.
Yeah.
What's your selection here? Do you think Rising Fast could do it?
Well, how much is Rising Fast carrying HGs at 50?
Well, 57, and the big ones.
Too much. Too much.
The big chestnut's got 60.
Yeah.
The trouble is, you'd love to think Saintly with Darren Beedman on board. Oh, there's so many names. Here.
Yeah,
Jockeys.
I know.
Jockeys. I mean, you've got Jim Pike on Farlap.
Is Jim riding Farlap?
Yeah. You've got, obviously the Professor on Light Fingers, Roy Higgins, Oliver on Doremus.
Yeah. Who's training Saintly, HG?
Well, that's in the Cummings camp, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think that's fair that he's got 4 runners and he has to train them all?
God, can he get his head around the 4 of them, though?
I don't think so. It's just too much.
It's just too much. It is inhuman. Now,
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a hell of a prize today, as you'd expect with the Cup approaching. We've got Barassi, the biography by Peter Layla. Nothing to do with horses, but something to do with footy. And then we've also got 30 years of rock, Triple M. You can have Triple M at home on 2 CDs. Put them in the car, or might be 3 CDs, and you never have to leave. We've got The Losers, a mover and shaker on the movie Caper on DVD. We've got a car sticker, Triple M car sticker, Triple M shirt, and the one they said they couldn't repeat, but we have the barbecue branding iron.
it's not a toy either.
Thanks very much. And for God's sake, keep it this way from Nippers. Please note the following warnings. Practice good hygiene and wash this item thoroughly before use. This tool will become very hot. Please use it with extreme caution. i.e. don't go chasing the neighbours with it.
Yes.
Keep wooden handles away from heat and naked flames. This item has a small parts that may pose a choking hazard. It is not suitable for children. Because you know what kids are like.
Kids are, yeah, I know.
They don't need
They find that irresistible.
I know.
Branding iron.
On the
Hey,
top
Dad,
shelf.
bend over.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Now, sorry, before we get there, was the cup run during the war?
Usually, yeah. I think there were a couple of times when it wasn't run, and I'm no expert on this.
No.
A couple of times when it was.
So is it
wasn't
the
run.
150th year and the 148th cup, something like that?
Correct. No, they might have gone back a bit. They might have added a couple of years earlier, like instead of, I can't do the maths quickly
No.
enough, but 100 years would take us back to obviously 1910. 15 years would take us back to 1860. They might be around about 1856
Yeah, right.
that they started.
Yeah, right.
know. Well,
Okay.
hang on, who's the Archer? I don't know where I got R1 from.
Archer won the first one.
Yeah, very early on.
Yeah.
But,
And Archer's not in that lineup,
No, that's a big oversight, I think.
isn't it ever?
People would love to see Archer. Wouldn't it be great?
Certainly.
McAvaney, you know.
Yeah.
And now Archer bursts clear in the shadows of the post and takes the 150th cup. Sadly, think Big broke down last. Would you like to see a sweep on this? You know, on the
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
cut
sure.
out all the horses
Yeah,
and
sure
draw them out of a
would.
hat.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Now, the question is, HG.
And the TAB field on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Could we run that, HG? I mean, could we, do it legally? Like just draw the names out of a hat or something like that and then make up a call and get Centrebet involved and or one
We
of those
could, of
and
course, we could.
have a
Centrebet would love to
real-
get involved.
Yes.
That sort of thing's their go.
Yes.
Now, what about? Yeah, well, let's do it on Tuesday.
Let's do it on Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll call the race at 1:30 as well.
Now, let's have our Cup Day Monday.
What a great idea! Monday in the show and the
Yeah.
part of the life. We'll run our
Run our
150th.
Cup.
Yeah, 150th.
And people can bet on it. As long as we get management to
Approve.
approve, yeah. Now, the question is, HG, for this marvellous prize, and could we offer a ticket in the bet on Monday? Should it be approved?
Why not? Why not? Now, hang on. Somebody just raised on the phone here.
Yeah.
Might and Power's got Jim Cassidy on.
Yeah.
And then Kiwi. Kiwi isn't in, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's not.
This is Paul answering
Well,
Paul's
Paul was
question.
worried that Jim Cassidy might have to be on two horses.
Yeah, I don't think Kiwi's in. Kiwi's an enormous horse.
Mm.
It might have been Empire Rose that was the enormous horse. He won't be that as
Well,
much.
wasn't Farlap an enormous
He
horse?
was.
They're
They're
all
all
enormous
enormous
horses.
Very good.
Okay, the question being, when you get into bed with the devil, what do you pray for?
Very
When you
good
get
question.
into bed with the devil, what do you pray for?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Lily, who's joining us from Frankston in Melbourne. How are you there, Lily?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm halfway to work, but
Yeah.
what a pleasure to talk to you.
Oh, well, good. Now, listen, are you going to Derby Day tomorrow?
I've got to work tomorrow.
What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? Do you know? Is they expecting rain?
I'm not quite sure. I'm a shift worker, so I don't keep up with all these things. But looking at it now, I'd say yes, it's going to rain.
Very good.
I'm
Now,
sorry.
one thing that always interests me is this is considered, is the traffic particularly heavy this afternoon? Because a lot of people go away for the weekend, don't they? Because they get 4-day break.
Oh, the lucky sods, they do, but they're all going the other way from me.
Ah,
So I get this arcane pleasure from looking at them all sitting there.
cars, and they're stuck, are they?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, hang on. They're starting to roll. Yeah, but I go the other way, so, you know.
Right.
Fair enough. And is it noticeable they've got the, cars loaded up with the kids and the bikes on the back and, camping gear,
Caravans.
caravans and all that sort of stuff?
No, just a lot of disgruntled looking workers, really.
Right.
Yeah, no, heads on them like mice. Look at them all.
Now, are you going to take the Monday off and roll that into the Tuesday and have a long weekend?
No, I'm having Tuesday off. Tuesday, Wednesday's
fair
my weekend.
Now,
Yeah.
do
So I will
will
be
you
watching the cup.
tackle the cup on Tuesday?
I'm going to spend a couple of days studying it and studying very hard, and then I'm going to pick the horse with the prettiest name and the prettiest colours on the hoop.
Fair enough. Now, that's your method. You don't follow trainers like, if you thought Bard had a chance. I think Bard this week gave you the best advice. Well, he gave you the best advice two ways in a way, or gave the best advice two ways. The first one was don't gamble, and then he came out and said, bet on me. That seemed to be between these two extremes.
Yeah,
obviously
bit of
the
a
best thing
contradiction
lies.
there, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Have you had
I
much luck on the cup over the years with your system?
No.
No, fair
No.
Fair enough.
No, but I'm usually in fairly good company, so I don't feel quite so alone.
Right.
Fair
And would you be thinking that you'd want to discover what Bruce reveals in the last 300 metres of his call? This is the 150th call of the best 24 Melbourne Cup winners.
Yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think it's a great idea.
Everyone will.
absolutely.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to get a bet on that one too.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, Lily, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Lily, when you get into bed with the devil, what do you pray for?
A trident. It worked last time.
That's absolutely
Dead
right.
right.
So, Lily, you get the branding iron, you get the Triple M shirt, you get the sticker, the Triple M car sticker, you get the Losers DVD, you get on CD 30 Years of Triple M Rock, and you get the Barassi, the biography, the new one by Peter Laylaw. I think you're a Magpies supporter. Does Ron talk to you?
Sorry?
Does Ron Barassi, is he a hero of yours?
Afraid not. No.
No.
Mickey Malthouse all the way.
Oh, fair
okay.
enough. Very proper.
Well, you might
Good
be able to get it be a good Christmas gift, HG.
Yeah, to somebody who...
Yes.
You know,
Someone who might be a fan of Ron's.
Or somebody who likes the Magpies who you don't like.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Give them a dud present. Really, really good. Lily, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, Derby Day is obviously a terrific day in Melbourne. There's no doubt about it. One of the great days of the year. I think they give away more money than prize money tomorrow than any other day on the racing calendar. On Sunday, of course, people who are travelling to Melbourne have the joy of going to see a first-class rugby league match between the old enemy. This is the Ashes of rugby league. The old enemy, England and Australia, at Amy Stadium. It's going to be great. Probably weather will be ideal for rugby league. And then
it doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter. And then, of course, stay down, have your holiday Monday, stay down Tuesday for the Cup. I mean, it doesn't get
Yeah, I
much
suppose
better.
a lot of people will be doing that too, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
a great
it's
opportunity.
fantastic.
What you call a mini holiday,
A mini
isn't it?
a mini break.
A mini break, yeah.
Well, look, and there's been some spice. I think I alluded to this a couple of hours ago.
Yes.
That there's been a lot of talk about how the Poms might turn on the biff early. I think I poo-pooed that idea, if I can use that. Sorry, management.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't like that backdoor talk at this time, this particular time. Anyway, bugger it, I've said it there, it's out there, poo-pooed. I poo-pooed the idea there would be biff early in it because,
Yes.
let's face it, there's nobody on the English side who could really swing a
could do
punch.
it. Yeah.
Do it. But
Yeah.
former Kangaroo, this is Steve Blocker-Roach, has accused the Kangaroos of becoming whinging Poms. I don't like this.
No, I don't like it either.
Uh,
Nothing worse than a whinging pom.
Well, especially when they're wearing green and gold.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever heard of that? Sure, harden up, boys. But have you ever heard the Australian side, the Kangaroos, being accused of being whinging
No,
Poms?
never. This is a first.
Roach, who played 18 Test matches, said he was taken aback after the Australian players publicly claimed they were bashed and battered in last year's Four Nation match against Wigan.
Gee, against Wigan.
Sorry, in England against Wigan. Oh, no, I haven't got that right. Against England in Wigan.
In Wigan. Oh, okay, good. Good.
Roach said
Good.
Australia's forwards shouldn't complain, just get even. He said in the Murdoch press, the Kangaroos claimed they were victims of, wait for it, dog acts.
Oh, dog acts, yes.
Cheap shots.
Cheap shots.
You know, Roy, dog acts that you've seen over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably wrote the book on it, really,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
you know, what sort of things? I'll just leave that on question
Oh
there.
well, you pull a bloke's eye out. That's a dog act in any, and I've seen that happen. Just going doing, hanging on the
Spring.
Yeah,
I didn't realise they were
yeah,
on the
and
springs.
crowds hate it too. When you see a bloke come out from a
Reeling
tackle,
out of a scrum.
reel out of a tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He comes up and his eyes going all over the bloody place. I mean, crowds go, ooh, and you think, gives rugby league a bad name, and it does. It does. I know it does. But, if you're up against it, if someone's done it to you, if someone's dogged you, you got to dog them back.
Can I ask, you know how they always say cheap shots?
Cheap shots, yeah.
Yeah. Are there any ever expensive shots or rich shots? Is that when you're carried off on a stretcher and you can't remember your name and you don't come back for a couple of days? Now, he says dog acts and cheap shots in a fiery and nasty match last year. If they do it again, it's time to get square the ledger. If they want to dance, then let's dance. That's Blocker's feeling.
I like that. Yeah.
Now, I was really taken
He's been taken aback a lot. And it's not an expression. It's a sort of old-fashioned expression, isn't it?
I've got no idea what he
I can't
means.
imagine Blocker saying I was taken aback.
Yeah. I could understand if he said it gives me the shits.
Yes.
Sorry, man.
Gives me the hump.
hump.
Yeah, I'm dirty on.
Yeah, dirty on. That's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
better.
dirty on dog acts.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if they do dirty, if the dog act me, I dog it back. Dog act them back.
Yeah,
Dog
if-
act them back.
Do you like the dance? Do you want to dance? Yeah, come here. You know, let's say Sam Burgess. He's picking on Sam
Yeah,
Burgess.
well, if it's a dog dance, I'll do a dog dance.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, he said, I've never heard Australians whinge before. We normally leave that to the Poms. I thought the Aussies would have expected some roughhouse tactics. It's a par for the course. It's a test match after all. Let's get down and dirty. That's the way it is. Even Cement Gillespie, another Australian forward, David Gillespie, said it was time to fight fire with fire.
Yeah,
there might be a few flying elbows out there, but you expect that.
Yeah.
It's well documented. The Poms haven't won a trophy for 40 years. They'll come out firing. If they throw something at us, then we have to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, how about this? Veteran English prop, Stuart Fielden. I don't know if Stewie's playing. I think they've made a lot of changes to the English side from the team that went down to New Zealand last weekend.
All right. They've put in a lot of dog actors.
Dog act.
Yeah.
Dog act merchants.
Yeah.
Cheap shot people.
Cheap shot. Dog act. merchants. Yeah, right. Bastards. Hate it when they do that.
They were stupid nothing.
They were stupid nothing in Poms.
You know,
No wonder they haven't won anything for 1,000 years, however long it is.
well, look, the other thing that worries me, could cheap shots come into cricket? Could the cricketers be affected by the cheap shot merchandism?
Well, it's a different sort of game. And it's hard to get away with a dog act in cricket.
Now,
You know.
Stuart,
It's hard to take someone's eyeball out
it is.
and stick it up their date and say, enjoy the view. That's what we used to do. That was a total dog act.
Well,
Playing rugby league.
I know. But the game lends itself to that sort of dog act, doesn't it, as you point out? Wait for it. Listen, Stuart Fielden claims to have been knocked out cold by Mace, that's Willie Mason, in a test match in 2006.
Oh, yeah.
And Fielder said he wasn't, interested in trying to exact any revenge 4 years later. There'll be no flashbacks as far as I'm concerned. What happened has happened. The famous saying is you can't change the past, and you can't. It's about what you do in the now. And in the now, I just want to work as hard and play as well as I can. See, that's refreshing. That should be the Australian attitude.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's the Pom talking.
Yeah, a Pom. So it's going to be an interesting game.
Well, it'll be a fascinating test match, won't it? I just hope the referee puts the whistle away for a little bit so a bit of barking can be done by the Duck Boys.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Oh, thinking of big events coming up, one thing that I'm looking forward to is this BJ Flores v Green bout in Perth on November the 17th. Green has been told the American can throw a relentless salvo of punches for more than an hour.
Gee whiz.
And that the explosiveness of his bombs increases by the minute.
No way.
So imagine it must be.
Imagine how intense it must get towards the end of the hour.
Yeah, that's right. Flores trainer Razor Ray Franklin's beautiful, isn't it?
Razor Ray.
I've always thought that Razor Ray was Razor Ray Chamberlain, the AFL umpire. I don't like the idea that somehow.
How many Rays become Razor, HG? Is it a common thing, common practice?
I think it's fairly common.
Okay, Razor Ray.
I think there's got to be a central authority. You know how with infectious diseases,
Yes.
there's that place I want to say in America, like in central, say Atlanta, for instance, where they're all funneled through there. So as the world knows exactly what's going on with infectious diseases, I think the same thing should happen with nicknames. So we don't get too many Razor Rays clogging up the joint.
No, I know. It's like sugar rays.
Well, sugar Rays.
How many sugar? Are there more sugars than razors? I wonder.
What a fantastic
What
question.
an interesting bloody question.
Yeah, that'd be something for I
Yeah.
don't know, Eddie's show
Yes.
to unravel.
Anyway, this Razor Ray. Did Razor Ray ever fight this
Well,
trainer?
yeah, of course he did.
Yeah, good.
Said his fighter, who has been inactive for the past year because a former promoter wouldn't give him his opportunities, used the hiatus wisely, developing his power. His jab is pound for pound, perhaps the best in the world. He's strong and getting stronger all the time. BJ has amazing power, ...
Yeah.
His jab, pound for pound, is the best in the world. Now, can we devise, with the help of the listeners, a mechanism,
A scale.
thanks, a scale,
A
to
pound for
demonstrate
pound for pound
that
scale.
somebody's punch is pound for pound better than somebody else's punch.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
obviously, you could do it with tiles or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's how many tiles can you go through?
But if you can measure someone's weight, you can measure someone's punching power.
Yeah, exactly.
You just you'd have to go to a university, I suppose. Actually, I know you're going to worry here, but biomechanics and that sort of thing. You just get some useless bloody pinhead who does nothing most of the time, and just say, "Listen, can you do something useful for us? Can you make some sort of pillow that registers how hard it's being hit? Hey, can you do that for us? Something useful." You know what I mean?
I do.
And if you speak to them reasonably like that, usually they'll come on side.
And do you think it would work?
Well, I think so, yeah. But then you've got to approach your razor rays to speak to your BJs to get them to hit the bloody thing. While the said pinhead is there
With the dial-up.
with the dial-up to see what's being recorded.
Will we measure it in pounds per square inch? That'd be American or in Australia?
You're confusing the thing already.
Yeah.
You know, that's the sort of talk that pinheads love.
Yeah.
Just get them to measure it. 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. What's this bloke? Is he a 4 or is he a 6? Compare with that bloke. You know what I mean? That's what we want.
Mm-hmm.
None of this bloody,
And would you like to see this, say, on Channel 9 News? So leading into the fight, green on the pinhead scale, whatever we're going to call it, you know.
The pound-for-pound scale.
The
punching scale, yeah. Punching scale. Punching power.
The Australian inventor.
The PP.
The Australian inventor. The CSIRO, University of Technology, RMIT.
Yeah, the
invented.
PP. Yeah. Yeah, BJ for us is a 6.7 PP hitter. And green is, say, 6.9, you could argue, or something like that. It'd give people a bit of an idea. Although if you get points in, well, we might as well have it out of 100, mightn't you?
Well, that's not. I'm not opposed to that. I just want a number. I like you.
Yeah, I just want a number too. I'm starting to confuse myself now.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, what's good is, remember we were talking about, the 150th.
150th Melbourne Cup, yeah, which apparently it isn't because of the war.
Well, I'm not.
Look, I don't know.
We'll have to get Ned to look it up.
Well, who won the Melbourne Cup in 1940? 40 and 41 and 42 and 43.
Yeah, we can probably
44.
track that down. But
that's what we need to know.
Yeah. I think some years there they didn't have it, but I could be proved wrong. Then, of course, 1914 to 18.
Yeah.
Another tricky part.
Well,
now, look, what I was trying to get to, though, was the Phantom Call. Remember the Phantom Call using the 24 as selected by the people it's on. Now, remember how I also suggested tracking down all the
spare bits of Farlap
all
over the world.
All over the world.
I think it was the tool we're having trouble with, wasn't it? The tool went missing.
That's right, yeah, but that sparked the idea that we find all the remains of other Cup winners, the 150.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, what's
bring them all together, 150 winners, all bits and pieces of them all together for the first time.
Well, first time.
That'd be something, wouldn't it?
How about every skeleton?
Yes, every skeleton.
Well, you see, I was thinking about this, and then I thought, well, hang on a minute, some might be still alive. And as luck would have it, the Murdoch people put out an APB, or missing persons, and they found just a Dash, who's 33.
I'll be bucket.
33.
Yeah, and just as clear thinking as he was.
Yeah, he'd love to have another go.
Wow,
now,
that's an old horse.
It is 33. I found that hard to believe.
Yeah. Are you sure it's just a Dash? Or is it absolutely true, or is it someone having a lend of us?
Well, I think he's senile. I don't know who he is.
Well, you can call him anything and he'll come over.
Indeed.
You know.
Hey,
dickhead. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop.
Now, Lloyd Williams knew he had passion for the Melbourne Cup, but didn't know the depths it would go until 1981 with just a Dash. When I won my first race in 67, it may have been the worst thing to happen to me. It has become an unquenchable passion. Wow. Williams spotted just a Dash in Sydney as a 3-year-old and purchased him with associates.
Yes.
He then gave just a Dash to the legendary Sydney trainer Tommy Smith, that's Gay's dad, and told him he wanted to win the Adelaide Cup and then the Melbourne Cup with him, which he did. Williams had the confidence to front up and to tell Australia's greatest trainees he wanted just a Dash trained out of his Melbourne stables under the care of stable foreman Darcy Christie. Tom was very Sydney-centric in the way he went about it, and I was adamant he should be trained in Melbourne and what the lead-up races should be. The wheelers turned full circle. Just a Dash's strapper, Craig Murfitt, now works for Williams, as does his son Adam, who is a track rider. Amazingly, Just a Dash is still alive at 33 under the care of Kembla Grange trainer Stephen Hill, who has him sedated most of the time, sometimes in an induced coma to keep the horse alive.
And is there any
Some of that I
talk
made
of...
up.
is he coming?
He's coming.
He's going to be there on the...
He's coming.
With Sub-Zero, I suppose.
Well, Sub-Zero's still alive. He has a simple explanation for Just a Dash longevity. He leads a charmed life. He's fed morning and night. For the past 20 years, he gets feet done and gets wormed, and when it's cold, he gets rugged. God, what a life.
Wow.
We could wish for something like that in our old age.
Being wormed.
Hill said he just inherited Just a Dash after Gelding made it known he did not enjoy working as a police horse.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's inhuman.
It
Or
is.
in whatever the equivalent is in horse talk.
Yeah.
It's just not unfair. I mean, the RSPCA intervened mercifully.
Yeah. But the Crims would have known who they're dealing with.
Oh, yeah.
Just a dash.
Just a Dash is
Fair
been
cop.
in a-
Fair cop, just a dash.
I've got my hands up. I wanted to be pinched by you. Just a Dash has been an amazing horse over the years. I think he hurt his hoof once.
Did he?
Other than that, he hadn't had a problem.
Wow.
Now, wait for it. Kingston Rule and Vintage Crop, 24 years old.
Yeah.
Kingston Rule's one of Bart's, of course.
Yeah.
Let's Elope, another one of Bart's.
Yep.
23. Subby, of course, 22. Doremus, 20. So there's quite a lot, and they're pretty old.
Yeah.
That's
well,
great.
we've
isn't it?
met Sub-Zero, haven't we?
We've met Subby, yeah.
Yeah. He's a charming fellow.
He pretty dull though.
Yeah, but what do you expect? I mean,
Yeah, true.
You know.
He's been the clerk of the
of course,
horse.
now for many,
yeah.
he takes it very, very seriously.
Yeah, and he's gone very big end of town, hadn't he?
Oh, my word.
You know, he's really sort of got into
Yeah.
bed with the corporate side of racing
Certainly has.
in a really unattractive sort of way.
Yeah, I know. He prays for a
character.
trident. He prays for a trident, HG.
Mm.
Now, I do have some information vis-a-vis the wars.
Good.
Now, in 1914, in the first big show, a horse called Kingsburg, or Kingsborough, I suppose.
Kingsborough.
Won. Now, is Kingsborough in our lineup
No,
for the super race?
I don't think so.
Okay. Petrobus won in 1915.
Yeah.
Sassanov in 1916.
Mm,
Sounds like a Russian horse, doesn't it?
probably.
What were the Russians doing out here during the war?
Well, trying to take over, of course.
Westcourt won in 1917. Night Watch in
Oh, no,
1918.
famous horse.
An artilleryman won in 1919. So,
They ran
as
through
far
the
as
First
the
World War.
Melbourne Cup committee were concerned, there was no war.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, we move on to 1939. Rivette won.
Oh, yeah.
1940, Old Rowley.
Oh, old Rolly, yeah, what a horse.
1941, Skipton. 1942,
Skipton.
Colonist.
Yeah,
1943, Dark Felt.
yeah.
1944, Sirius. So again,
They just kept going.
They just kept going. They didn't give
So-
a bugger about the war.
So does that mean it started in 1860?
Well, I suppose so. I haven't got the full extent of the.
You've just got the war years.
I've just got the war years, which I requested, and I'm very grateful for the staff here to be able to provide it so quickly.
Yeah.
But it's disturbing. I'm disappointed. I think I'll boycott this year's Melbourne Cup
Because,
because they didn't
Lack
give
of
a
respect.
bugger about the war.
let's see, 1861.
1861.
Yeah, well, so 150 straight through. I stand
They stopped
corrected.
for nothing.
I know. Even the Boer War didn't slow them up? No.
No, the ball. No, it wouldn't. No, well, nothing stopped for the ball, did it? So that's very disappointing. There's something un-Australian about that, isn't there?
There is
What
the
about our
thing-
diggers? I mean, did they think about our diggers? You know,
Don't
the,
think so.
the connections of old bloody Rowley
Yeah, or Skipton.
or Skipton or Colonist,
Mm.
all mongrel bloody bastard horses. And I hope they're not featuring in Bruce's bloody call. I hope none of these bloody white feather bloody horses. That's what they are.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Just before we go on, John from Windsor says the Melbourne Cup helped the diggers because they took time off during the race and ran their own sweeps.
Oh, yes.
Could that be right, Roy, while the Kraut was shooting at them?
What did Kraut do?
I don't know.
Hey, what did Kraut do?
Well, I suppose they put up a sign in Germany.
Sorry, Kraut, race on, war off for the moment. You wouldn't want to patronise them too much, though, would you?
No, well, maybe the next year.
Excuse me, Krauty. No war now, understand?
And
No
if-
more bombing. Race, run, gallopy, gallopy, understand?
And if they didn't get it, you'd just shout all that louder until they got the message. Race would be over, obviously. And you can go back to... Now, it's exactly the same prize as last time. We've got Peter Lalor of Barassi. Well, Peter Lalor's... I'll never get this out now. Peter Lalor's biography of Barassi, Ronald Dale. We've got the Triple M sticker. That's a beauty. Probably the best sticker we've ever put out. The Losers on DVD. We've got Triple M 30 Years of Rock on CD. We've got a Triple M T-shirt. Sorry it's so Triple M-centric, but that's what the management want us to do. And the barbecue branding iron. Keep it away from kids, please.
Has it got 3 M's in it, AC? Can you do a Triple M thing on your steak?
Of course you can. Yeah, on your steak. Psst.
Yeah.
Now, all comers can answer the following question.
All right. Question is, HG, what's a dog act rugby league crowds don't like seeing?
Mm-hmm.
What's one dog act that rugby league crowds don't like seeing?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, and it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, yeah, we're joined by Michael, who's joining us from Londonderry in Sydney. How are you there, Michael?
Pretty good, Roy and HG. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Michael, you were at the Kummels match last weekend. How good was the atmosphere?
Oh, it was a great atmosphere. It's funny, there are a lot of people there, but you'd find most of them were into the Kummels.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, we call the match here on Triple M, and we couldn't help but see the game every now and again, through the Kummels' eyes.
Yeah, I know. You wish you could feel the Kummels' bodies are clashing up against the Aussies. I saw Brent Tate got collected quite well.
Yeah, he did. Were you impressed with the Kummel defence in the first 10 minutes?
I was very impressed that they managed to keep the Aussies scoreless. It kind of fell away there a bit, but at least they let the Aussies know that they're not afraid of them.
Yeah.
Now,
the gap's closing.
The
gap's closing,
perfectly
yes.
summed up, Michael. I couldn't have put it better myself. Now you're preparing for a wedding for the weekend. What role will you be? What role will you be taking in the wedding?
I am the groom.
Hey. Now, did you realise it was Derby Day when you made the arrangements?
I didn't actually realise. I'm not much into the races, to be honest. If I have a punt, I'll have a punt on a horse with a funny name. Doesn't matter if it's 100 to 1. I'll just chuck a tenner on it.
Fair enough. Yeah. And how's that worked out for you over the years? Are you well ahead?
No, actually, I think when you put it on a horse with a funny name, or like may the horse be with you, or similar, then you don't tend to come out in front.
No.
So.
Right.
Now, in terms of your preparation for this weekend, now, have you got what you're wearing sorted out?
I do.
Okay. Are the shoes clean, polished?
Yeah, I bought myself a fancy new pair of Clark's shoes. So
Very good. Very good. Now, are there any things you have to organise, like the cleaning of the cars, or are there special cars involved?
No, I decided to be quite cheap and just drive my orange Barina to the venue.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Not make a show of it, but
no, good. Now, have you cleaned it up?
Actually, no, I can hardly see through the windscreen. But
well, I think you might have to clean it up a little bit.
Bit of a spit polish should be right.
Now, what about? Have you got a few things to say when you're called upon?
Yeah, I'm meant to be riding those this weekend, and hopefully I make it good enough and don't need to rely on the Dutch courage on the night. So.
Don't rely on the Dutch courage. That never works.
Get drunk afterwards, after you've made the speech. Keep yourself
exactly.
sensible till after the speeches. Now, which night is it, Saturday night or Sunday night?
It's actually the Friday. Having an afternoon wedding on the cheap.
Oh, hang on. You mean next Friday?
Yeah, next Friday.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I misunderstood.
So
For
did
some reason,
I.
I thought you were getting hitched this weekend.
This weekend.
Oh, you've done well. You've got the
You got
Derby
heaps
Day,
of time.
the Cup. You've got Oaks Day, and then obviously get along to the wedding. And where will you be going for a honeymoon?
Hawaii.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Well, you'd like the Australian dollar to stay. Have you bought your money already?
No, I actually have to try and find an exchange. Oh, hopefully find an exchange tomorrow that actually has some money left.
Yeah,
true,
right.
I suppose so.
Good luck, I guess, with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think the little battler dropped a little bit to 97.6 or something at the moment.
It's worthless. Gee.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Oh, well, we'll be hoping it goes up for you.
What have you done about presents? Have you got a bit of a, are you expecting 5 toasters? And if so, what will you do with them?
Okay, 5 toasters. I'd probably sell all 5 of them on eBay, I guess. But,
fair enough.
So I think we've given people the impression that we're going the way of gift cards or cash.
Oh, okay,
very good.
Fair enough.
Very good.
Fair
That's
enough.
very sensible, Michael. And how long are you in Hawaii for to spend all the loot you'll be getting on Friday?
7 days in Hawaii. So.
7 days. And do you leave on the Friday night or the Saturday?
Leave on the Saturday night.
Yeah, good.
Very good.
Oh, that's well planned.
Oh, you've thought it through.
Yeah,
For a minute there, I thought we were in trouble. But
Yeah, I
no,
did
you've
too.
done very well, Michael. And I suppose the other half knows.
Mm.
Knows about the wedding and the arrangement. For a
Oh,
minute there,
well, yeah,
she said yes.
She's part of it,
said,
Michael.
she said yes. She organised everything, and
right.
I've just been a comfortable passenger.
All right,
Very
so
good.
you're just the yes man.
I am the yes man.
Okay, good. Oh, well, it sounds like it's going to work out really well. Yeah, good.
Roy, send out the question.
Now, the
and
question.
let Michael have a go at it.
Now, what's a dog act that rugby league crowds don't like seeing, Michael?
Well, I was happy I didn't see this last weekend, but that would be if a bloke got his eyeball ripped out and shoved up his date.
And the only other thing we could have added to so as he could enjoy the view. Michael, you've done incredibly well, and these are early wedding presents that you didn't think you'd be getting. The Barassi, the biography there, The Losers on DVD, Triple M sticker, put that on the Barina. You've got the 30 Years of Rocky, you've got your Triple M T-shirt that you might be able to wear, and a branding iron for the barbecues when you get back. Michael, good luck with the wedding, and I hope it's a happy day for everybody involved. Have a great time in Hawaii, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, obviously, it's been a great week, and we have to thank a number of people. Maddie, obviously, chopping the sound, doing a wonderful job there, and recording so many great, difficult records in the Mumbai area of India. Ned's been on the phone almost all day today.
He has. He's been extraordinary.
It's an unbelievable effort. I think with the lighter duties now, he's able to focus more on picking up the phone rather than, getting records out or having fun. And obviously Garfield's helped us out, as he does every shift. It's just incredible. Rain, hail or shine, he's here pressing buttons and talking to, parts of the far-flung empire. It's fantastic. And Skip blew in.
Yeah, I know.
He blew in, and he says he's got a headache now and he wants to go home.
He's going home.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
It is.
Often he's away with illness. When he comes, he's sick by the show.
Well, a lot of people only go to work when they're sick, HG. If they feel good, they stay home. It's funny, isn't it?
And Roy, next week, obviously Monday, will be our annual Melbourne Cup Eve special, the wraparound. I think I'm right in saying that our Melbourne Cup Eve show tips more winners than any other show in the history of Triple M.
I know it does. The only unfortunate thing about the Melbourne Cup this year, HG, it falls exactly during Shuttlecock Week.
I know, and the Cock Week has robbed a lot of the glamour from it.
Yeah.
But let's not forget that Melbourne Cup Week lasts from tomorrow, Derby Day, right through to Emirates Day next week. And so the Cock Week only goes from Monday to Friday, mercifully. So
just hope one doesn't smother the other.
Okay. And on that cheerful note, we leave you from the life this week. We'll see you Monday for more of the same. Join us then. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim's dressed today in the Mr. Medici colours. Obviously, Jim does like to take on the burden like Friday. He was dressed as a pumpkin because of Halloween. Today's in Mr. Medici colours. I'm not sure whether it's an omen. I'm not sure whether Mr. Medici has any real chance in the race tomorrow. We'll get Roy's thoughts later on, obviously. But Mr. Medici, he does have one thing, a winning Melbourne Cup jockey on board in Darren Beedman, who's here. And these are the silks that Jim's got on today that Darren will be wearing tomorrow in the swamp of Flemington. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to the Horse of Hope charity. It's a new charity, but it's already raised some $1.9 billion, and we thank the people of Victoria in particular for kicking into the bucket collection at the traffic lights over the weekend. It's just doing wonderful work, putting kids together with their equine heroes at this special time of year. This year, in fact, the involvement of U2 in the Horse of Hope benefit is something that all Australians, not only wherever they live, if they don't have an interest in race horses or harness racing at all, or just, show event or 3-day show jumping or 3-day events, they can all be very, very proud of. And there was some terrific footage shot this morning and tears of joy when young Melton kiddie Jimmy Tompkins, who dipped out on a big haul at Halloween, he just got out late with his, obviously his skeleton top on and a witch's hat. And everything had gone by the time he got to it. Anyway, he met Mr. Medici, the horse that Jim's wearing the colours of this morning, and tears of joy. It was just wonderful to see a young kid, who felt as though he had a busted ass come good when he met Mr. Medici. He was just terrific, and thanks to the connections of Mr. Medici for making the Horse available. And the pictures, you can see them on YouTube. They're just heart-rendering and exactly what the Horse of Hope thing is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much racing is barely enough. What a weekend! Easily the best weekend of 2010. And a quick welcome to our annual Melbourne Cup Eve special broadcasting from the Birdcage this afternoon. Obviously, it's a live OB from the Birdcage here in Flemington. And not many about at this time of the day. Most of the horses are bed, but there's a crowd gathering. I think at last count, the police thought there was upwards of 20,000 here, which is just terrific. They drag this many people out to Flemington, but, most of them will stay on. There'll be obviously bands coming. I think Powderfinger are playing, and I know, Screaming Jets will be in and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to really rock. And then, of course, the bar's open at 6 a.m, so there's no need to go anywhere else. And remember, this is the show that's tipped more winners than any other dig on Austereo Network in the last 30 years. Fact. Now, before launching the boat, wasn't it fantastic to see so many international stars here in the Birdcage for Derby Day? I mean, stars, international stars like Scary Spice. I'm not sure when the Spice Girls packed it in, but let's say about 10 years ago. More. I haven't thought of Scary Spice in all that time. But a great Halloween get, because, let's face it, she was in demand.
Well, she was always the more talented of the two Mells, wasn't she?
She was. She was the number one Mel.
Yeah.
And, look, it was just great to see her here again. I think she's got a reality TV show, Living as Scary, I think it might be called. And it was great. And, of course, and then I turned around. I didn't know where to look. There were so many stars. Obviously, Leo Sayer was here. And I tell you who bobbed in, Kelly Osbourne. And she came with Gary Ablett, and it all caused a lot of talk around the Birdcage and the mounting enclosure where the two got up to their usual harmless hijinks. Both Scary and Kelly blew through the mounting enclosure like a warm summer breeze on a dirty day weather-wise. It was just a little bit of sunshine in the day. In the AFL, the international rules go round again in Australia. Too strong, far too strong for the Fighting Irish. The jig at the end, the Irish jig at the end, 55-52 at Croke in front of 61,000 or almost 62,000 fans. Four Nations, Rugby League Wees, the plucky Kummels got belted by the Kiwis, and the Australians put away the completely toothless, I was going to call them lions. They're not really lions, they're just poms, and they're certainly biffless from what I saw. They had nothing. Big raps, that's all they had. Nothing when it came to it. 34-14. And in a McKillop-style miracle, the Wallabies have knocked over the All Blacks in Hong Kong, coming from behind to take a thriller. In 26-24 was the score. And, the All Blacks don't like it. They don't like that coming from behind stuff. It's not their go. Not their go, that coming from behind. A-League and a weekend of quality soccer that showed the world just how good Aussie football is. Heart clobber the Jets. Perth Glory. God, what's going on there? And doesn't Robbie Fowler look right at home? And you can see why Wayne Rooney was licking his lips to get involved. It's a bludger's paradise, Perth. They do nothing. And the Bling, of course, still sniffing the lot. Cricket, and where to now for the ailing shot ducks of the flannel follies, touched up effortlessly by the Sri Lankans at the Wacker in the pipe opener for the 2020 and a long hot summer for disappointment for green and gold supporters. The only good news is the Poms have lobbed and they'll be a real pushover, just like the rugby league side. Racing, and it was another miserable day at Saturday for the life selections in the gloom of Flemington. I think our only collect was the tip about it being wet. Look, obviously, punters will, money lost, nothing lost really, and confidence lost, everything lost. So we are back up today, and we'll be taking your calls. And, we just don't want people to blurt out, they think So You Think's going to win. We want analysis. Take us through, your first encounter with So You Think, when you first put some money on it, what you thought when it turned, all that sort of stuff. Can it go on? Can it get the 3,200 metres? But is he a genius or idiot? Those sort of things is what we want. We want your thoughts, not our thoughts, your thoughts. And obviously we'll be taking talk back around about 7:30 p.m. Eastern summer time. And, it is the life. It is the home of the plumber smile. And now in the life, it's time to unleash a man who believes the Horse of Hope concept will be a worldwide phenomenon, bringing joy to kids wherever horses race. And this man believes it could, in fact, be a greater force for world peace than rugby league, and that's saying something. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven, and we can get him on the job simply by bellowing, "What caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp over this very, very special weekend, Darren?"
Yes, thank you very much, Ashley Nelson. Can I tell you what, matey, we're pretty well on song when it comes to our highlights this weekend. I don't know why. It was just one of those weekends where certain things leapt out at you, I suppose. The Horse of Hope, obviously, has done phenomenally well.
Did you expect that sort of
no,
take?
I didn't. I didn't. And I just looked forward to a lot of those kids having their dreams fulfilled. Visiting the place where Farlap left us. Visiting the back of the school there where the
Menlo Park.
Yeah, it'll be great to see. Yeah, and wonderful for kids to experience that sort of thing. Kids have dreams. Why can't they be realised?
Well, that's what the Horse of Hope is all about.
Especially when they involve a horse. Now, the Wallabies, of course, they're getting results. God almighty, they said they were going away to get results. Well, is this the sort of stuff we're talking about? Well, I'm liking the look of it. Suddenly, Robbie Deans is looking a bit of a genius, isn't he?
Yes.
And don't those All Blacks look a bit slow and old?
Old. Yes,
old.
But look at the dry powder, Sonny Bill Williamson.
Yeah.
He didn't get
Yeah, but politics, I don't think going to let him get up before the World Cup. Politics.
Ah.
Because they're old and they're stupid, the New Zealanders. Forget that.
Right.
Never overestimate
Their ability.
the brightness of a Kiwi.
And the World Cup record, impeccable.
Impeccable.
8 tries, 8 duds.
Yeah.
Best team in the world, 8 duds in the World Cup.
That's it. Now, is it the end of Hussey and North? They're just looking a bit like All Blacks, aren't they? They're looking a little bit old and slow, aren't they? They've got the touch of the All Blacks about them. Lovely fellows. I've got nothing against, Michael Hussey. Nothing at all. I mean, when he burst onto the scene.
Mr. Cricket,
I think he was nearly 60 when he first came onto the scene, and that seems bloody years ago. God almighty, I wonder how old the bloke is now. He'd have to be nearly 80. Full credit to the bloke.
Keeps himself fit.
Yeah, I know. And
a lot of work.
Yeah, there'd be an enormous hole if he didn't in his life if he didn't have cricket, obviously. But mercifully, he won't have to worry about retiring for too long, will he?
He won't.
No.
He could get involved with the Horse of Hope, though.
Is there talk that he is?
No. But I mean, I'm reaching out through this program to the Hussey people, to Mr. Cricket's people.
Now, Strauss, that is Captain Strauss, feels no heat from Ricky's Mad Dogs. Well, why would he? Why would he at this stage? The Mad Dogs are looking toothless. They're looking like, well, let's face it, looking like All Blacks. And they a little bit O&S. Now, a question for our talkback a little bit later on is, so you think, up there with Farlap?
Oh, what a good question.
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, and when you do get on, don't feel you've got to talk too much about it. Just say yeah or no, so we can get through a lot of calls, if you wouldn't mind. So just keep it simple. Just, I'll say something like, well, g'day, George of Randwick, what do you think? Yeah, thanks. Now we move on to Mike of Norway. Mike, what are you doing from Norway? I don't want to know. What do you think?
No.
Good. That's the sort of talk back I like. Now, how good is Sri Lanka? How good are Pup's young dogs? Well, I don't think we need to throw out the lines on this one. Just not very. Real and not very. They're the two answers there. Former Aussie Klim Kleisters down Sam Stoser in Doha. Great shame that. I thought this might have been the time for little Sam to really turn it around and stamp her authority on the tour. But Kim Kleisters, remember she spent a lot of time in Australia. Aussie
girl
Kim.
from Frankston.
Yes, remember she was engaged to little Leighton Hewitt.
The Come On Kid.
Yep.
Gee, don't know what went wrong there.
I don't know either.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Yeah, that would have been a...
not a code-hopping marriage.
No, it would have been a perfect marriage. Perfect in every regard. Still, it wasn't to be. But Aussie Kim has said that as far as she's concerned, Sam Stoser will win a major.
Oh, get out.
Yes, will win a slam.
That's one Aussie talking to another
That's
Aussie.
Pretty much it, HG, yes. The Kangaroos obviously have overwhelmed the Poms, as HG has pointed out. I didn't think the Poms showed much. Poms never do.
No, they don't.
Never get excited about the Poms.
No.
They always promise a little bit and never deliver. Anyway, New Zealand too strong for the Kumuls, sadly. Kumuls didn't do too bad. They held them scoreless for about the first, I think it was 92 seconds. But it has set up for mine the feature match. England v. the Kumuls.
That's the one that...
Yes, that's the one I certainly am getting very excited about. And if you do get, I don't know, as soon as we know when it's on, we'll let you know. Daniel Gill stops Ronan Karmazin in the 12th. That was last night. This is the real deal, Gill. I always thought Chris Cormier was the real deal, HG.
Yeah, well, that's
How many real deals are there going around here? Casey Stoner's the real deal. How many bloody real deals can the world hold?
As I understand it,
3.
The United Nations have said 14.
14, okay. Now, is it time for Sydney FC to panic?
Oh.
We'll be taking talk back on this at about 8:45 tonight. Keep your answers to yes or no, if you wouldn't mind. Now, while I think Lee Westwood is the new number one of golf in the world as of today, HG. As of today.
I think you broke that story
Yeah,
Friday.
first time
I didn't believe you. I was gobsmacked when you
First
said
time in
that.
our lifetime.
There's not been a tiger.
There hasn't
Sorry,
been
there's a man
called
called
the man
Tiger.
called Hands before.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
You know, Roy, in all the euphoria of the Cup and the build-up, and hadn't it been great this 150th year that we're celebrating tomorrow, I just can't believe that it's turned out so well. The weather's just turned it on, given some people memorable days of drenching at this time when we thought we'd never have water again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a dream come true. And can I point out also is that, people forget the days it was fine and 23 degrees and people had, perfect weather and could sit in the, the car park and have their, boot barbecues on the back of their cruisers and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
But, they've had to shut the public car park, I think it is, or the
it's too
special
wet,
car
is it?
park. It's so wet.
Oh.
So wet. So there'll be none of that.
Yeah.
Now, look,
Well, for a long time we haven't been thinking of mudlarks, have we?
we haven't. We haven't been
in
no,
association with the Spring
Melbourne
Carnival. Yeah,
and
that's true.
this year,
and actually, correct me. Has Halloween always been as close to the Cup?
I think this year's atypical. It could get one day closer.
Okay.
No, it couldn't. Could it? Because the Halloween would be the 31st.
Yeah.
If the 31st was today,
Yeah.
and the Cup would be the first Tuesday, that'd be
Yes.
tomorrow. So it'd be so close.
Yeah. It's always been this close, has it? I just,
Well,
I
you
always, in my mind, they're always sort of separate. Halloween, great.
Yeah. Look, can I say I've got nothing against kids eating a lot of lollies.
No.
We don't become the most obese nation in the world or the second most obese nation.
Without working on it.
Exactly,
Exactly.
without effort.
Uh,
People
but
think,
actually,
Roy, it's easy. It's
I
not.
know. But I did the right thing. Actually, I went out day before yesterday and I got plenty of those small cans of baked beans and corn niblets. And actually, the way the kids' faces light up, they lit up, when they knocked on my door. And I had a little can of corn niblets and a little can of baked beans.
It's the bit of solid food they're looking for in the avalanche of sweetness.
Well, it was totally unexpected. They weren't expecting it. You could see the shock to begin with, and then the delight.
Mm-hmm. I'm told that if I'm caught, often I have a trick for the kids, and I have put my two hands behind my back and ask them to pick a hand. In one hand, I've got a lemon. In the other hand, I've got a fistful of lollies. I'm not prepared to change. If they get the lemon, they walk off with the lemon.
Good on
It's
you.
a lesson learned.
It is a lesson learned. Yes. Yes.
Now,
That's good.
look, when we come to look back, it is an unforgettable cup, no matter who wins it, because you remember how you got really terpsed on a stupid cold wet day, fell about in the mud and had the time of your life, because that's what we're offering.
Yeah.
You won't see the race, but you never do see the race. It doesn't matter.
No. So it's one of those experiences, actually. A lot of people don't get it all that often. You can get, as you say, absolutely legless, but in your best gear
I know.
and flopping around in the mud and the grass. You don't often do that.
And I hope the lads who bought the slip and slide on Saturday are back, because that was just fantastic, bringing the slip and slide along.
Yeah.
Sure, it was my best suit, but I had the time of my life, honestly. It was just fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, look, can I say that there's two aspects of the Cup that I think are overlooked, and having pointed out the 150th, the most memorable Cup ever. And Kenny Callender has sobered me right up when he says, I want to tip So You Think to win the Cup, but I can't.
Oh, dear, he wants to, but he can't.
He says, racing's not a fairy tale. It's a hard, tough and brutally honest. And a hero doesn't always win. I love a champ, and so I want So You Think to win, just as much as every boy and girl in Australia, as much as the young women and officers and the old men in pubs. Doesn't he write beautifully about that?
Doesn't he ever? Doesn't he capture that spirit? That
Boys
So
and
You
girls in
Think, no
schools.
matter where you go, kids in schools, they're telling their stories of their baked beans and their corn niblets, but they're also talking about So You Think, aren't they?
What I love
And
to
the dreams, and what a hero
dreams.
So You Think is, and what a role model for kids. What a role model that horse has been.
Will we get him in the Horse of Hope?
I hope so, actually.
In the Amber Horse of Hope? That'd be
Hope so.
great. Imagine that, being able to say to
Yes.
kids, probably down in the
Yeah.
lake, dipping out on the Halloween, spree. You can meet So You Think in years to come, and telling them the stories of So You
Yes.
Think, how he won the Cox, and then
Cox,
they didn't think he could get the distance, or some didn't, and Kenny Callender came out and bagged the horse,
That's
and
right.
then he did, and now you're meeting him, etc., etc., etc.
Mm.
He loves the champs, and what I love is the boys and girls are the most important in Ken's
purview.
View of
Yeah.
lining it up. He says, according
Well,
to
they're
Ken...
the future, aren't they? They're
Exactly.
the future of racing, the boys and girls, aren't they? I mean, if they can't have heroes like So You Think, who can they have?
Oh, I know, it'd be terrible. They'd be left with Jason Ackermanis, and that'd be inhuman. Now, he says, but he has a hell of a...
I was going to say our Commonwealth Games swimming relay team.
Oh, yeah, and John Stephenson.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
So there are a few.
There are a few, yeah. But So You Think, certainly, head and shoulders above everything at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, but he has a hell of a job in front of him, according to Ken. Rising fast, like So You Think, won the Cox Plate, the McKinnon before he's in the Cup, but he was an out-and-out stayer who also won the Caulfield Cup at 3,000 and 3,200 metres at Flemington was right up his alley. Like a 5,000-metre runner trying to win an Olympic marathon, the Cup, it's a distance, it's a gruelling running, have been too much for so many other brilliant middle-distance wonder horses. So you see where he's going with this. He thinks So You Think is a middle-distance wonder horse.
Yes.
He's trained by Bart, but So You Think has not raced beyond 2,040 metres. It's a huge statistic against him, according to Ken. I've been around a long time and seen Sky High get run over, Tobin Bronze finish 18th, and the mighty Kingston Town get caught in the shadows of the famous Flemington winning post, all with the So You Thinks of their day. So You Think winning is not an impossible dream. If you want to back him, pull your money out, and you put your money out and you get on for one heck of a ride. He's a special horse in a class of his own, at least to 2,000 metres, and he's a champion jockey in the saddle and a trainer who's almost superhuman. If he wins, you can forget about Farlap. The 1930 Cup winner will just be a horse they used to talk about before So You Think came along.
Yeah, well, see, that's the point with our talk back tonight, HG. I mean, people are using So You Think and Farlap in the same sense.
What do you think about his argument that the horse has only run over the 2,000 metres and 3,200 metres is a lot further?
Well, let's just say he's untested.
Untested, perfect.
He's just untested, that's all.
You know...
That's all, but he's untested as far as the Melbourne Cup is concerned. You know, he was untested when it came to the Cox. I mean, he'd done the Cox twice, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Before he'd won the Cox the first time, he was untested at Cox level.
At Cox level, yeah. Now, look, you know, there's the bus will be leaving... Sydney Central Station about now to head on down, and young couples, tennis-loving young couples will be on board. Are you suggesting to them tonight that when they get here, they've borrowed money, obviously, from the bank for a carport or some wheeze like that, so the bank's given them a lot of money, say up to $100,000. Are you suggesting they stick it on, So You Think?
Well, I think they've got to stick, and you've just got to see the dream of this, HG. Let's say you are a young couple. Let's say you do have a significant mortgage. Let's say you're just starting off in life, just been married, etc. Let's say the bank does, because you've said you want to put in a carport and blah-de-blah, you get 50, 60, 70, maybe $100,000 to do a really nice
hell of a carport.
three-car garage with a granny flat upstairs that you can rent out at some stage, which I think is a great idea in terms of,
investment.
Urban consolidation.
And adding value.
And adding value, yes. Now, let's say you take that money and you do put it on So You Think. Now, I don't know what So You Think is rated at the moment. It might be about 5.5, 5, 6 to 1.
I'd be lucky to get that. I think, you would have had to...
Well, you'd be crazy to put your money on it then.
Right.
It's
down in the threes.
Yeah, you want something 8 or 9, maybe 10 to 1, so that your 100,000 becomes ding ding, could become $1 million.
Ka-ching.
Ka-ching, $1 million. So suddenly, you come back, tomorrow afternoon, you're on the bus with $1 million in your kick, and you're thinking to yourself, well, will we still do that garage with the thing?
That's what you want, is a game changer.
Yes, it is a game changer.
You want an amount of money that changes your ideas about life.
Or will we smash the house down and build some units?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Oh, yes, just looking at some odds for So You Think. Well, a bit hard to draw a line through this. I don't know what races.com are doing, but they've got So You Think up at 440.
Well, I'd take it.
And Shocking at 450. And then Centrebet, I think, have So You Think at 315.
315, yeah.
And Shocking at 485. They're your two main favourites.
Yeah.
Look, Roy, the King loved, he didn't care whether it was wet or dry.
No, he didn't. He was one of those few horses. Yes.
Loved racing.
Yeah.
Is there a chance there could be an upset tomorrow?
I think there is, Asia. I think the water brings out the best and worst in some horses.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of horses are pampered these days, have been for many years. And as far as I'm concerned,
pampered.
So You Think may well be a pampered horse.
Yeah.
It has no wet form.
Yeah, well, a little bit.
So you got to look
at...
well, sure. But that might have been a oncer.
Yeah, true.
You can only go to that well once.
He hates it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't know anything about it until he got there. Now
and hates
gives
it.
him the shit.
And that can happen with a horse.
Mm.
So I think you've got to go and look at those horses, A, that have experienced the wet and loved it, or B, who've never experienced the wet.
And don't know what they're
and
in
don't
for.
know what they're in for.
Mm.
So you've got to split the field that way.
Well, the thing is, So You Think's in 3, so it's going to get quite a good start. But he won't want to lead all the way. On the other
he
hand,
won't.
Shocking's in 24, so it's going to have to
Bugger
go
a position.
Yeah, he's
Bugger
going to have to go back to the rail, then come around the lot of them.
Yeah.
Hell of a thing for the rod to do on the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know. It's a fascinating problem, and all will be revealed by this time tomorrow. Now, having said that, look, this is the downside of racing. And Paul Bibby got this. He says, horse race for the Fairfax people. He said, horse racing may be the sport of kings, but Australia's jockeys are feeling more like paupers. As the glitterati cling to their champagne and canapes tomorrow, a new survey suggests Australian jockeys, most Australian jockeys, will be enjoying the Melbourne Cup with a can of beer and baked beans. That's jockeys.
Were many jockeys out and about, trick-or-treating, HG? Is that where they got their their beans, I suppose?
They did. And they got a few lemons, too, that way.
Well, with your lemon trick, I think that's great, but I have a lemon in either hand.
I know, but you're cruel, you see.
Yeah, right.
I'm just partially cruel. Now, more than two-thirds of riders have struggled to pay food bills, and at some point in their career, according to Australian Jockey Association survey, with low pay, poor conditions, long-term debilitating injuries to blame.
It's a very dangerous sport.
I know. Well, I'll get to that in a minute. You know, a lot can't pay their electricity bills. Yeah. They live by candlelight.
Yeah. Well, it's unbelievable how expensive electricity is becoming, HG, isn't it?
Going up by $10 a week, they're telling me.
I know. I mean, just make a piece of toast these days. It costs you, I don't know, $8 in electricity, depending on the toaster you've got.
Yeah, well, next year, we'll be talking about people coming down from Sydney, the Eddie Avenue bus, would get on there, the fun-loving couples, with their tennis rackets, and they'll be coming here to pay off their electricity bills. They'll bring that 100,000 down to, obviously put on the fave or, something they like. And, they'll be looking to, obviously get it at 5-1 so they can get 500,000 to pay off their electricity bill. That's how bad it's getting.
Shocking.
Now,
and I don't know what can be done about it. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know whether we've just got to build more power stations, I suppose. It's infrastructure. It's an infrastructure.
Well, people tell me it's not so much the power, it's the cost of getting it from the power station to your place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently. There's such
what,
a
the
load
resistance,
in there.
What, the resistance is getting greater, is it, actually, on the wires? I mean, the nature of electricity, as we understand it, is changing. Is that what you're saying? The
by the hour.
Is changing by the
hour.
Lord.
No, there's just not enough. We need more and more.
Yeah.
Tubes bringing it to places.
Oh, it's a pipe issue. See, it's an infrastructure issue, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, well, what are we doing about infrastructure in this bloody country?
Now, the first recorded horse race took place in 1810. This is in Australia. And it appears there's been little progress in employment for jockeys since. Jockeys earn about $40,000 a year on average.
Did they get $40,000 in 1810? I find that hard to believe. $40,000 a year in 1810? God almighty.
No, I think he meant full stop.
Oh.
Now, jockeys today earn about $40,000. In 1810, they earned fourpence.
Oh, right. That's more like it.
A year on average, derived mainly from riding fees, 5% share of prize money, and occasionally tip from a generous owner. Pre-dawn track work sessions are unpaid, and there is no rebate for countless litres of petrol swallowed up by constant travel to country racetracks. But it's a system of injury insurance and compensation that jockeys say is truly stuck in the 19th century. With 1 or 2 deaths and many serious injuries each year, race riding is proportionally the most dangerous job in Australia. The most dangerous land-based job in Australia.
Oh, land-based.
Ahead of race car driving, circus performing and mining. There's your forgotten group, circus performers. I had no idea, a juggler could get killed.
I don't know how many jugglers we lose every year, HG. I know.
Well, I haven't seen any
I haven't
statistics.
seen any stats, no.
Be a great survey, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't
By
it?
one of those pinheads who do nothing at the university. Get out there and count the juggling deaths, you bludger. I had to give them something to do on a day when they're going to have a holiday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Obviously, won't be able to start. Don't worry about starting. You can do it on Wednesday.
It does penetrate into a society, doesn't it? I mean, there isn't much spoken about it, but, any survey I've done, and whenever I've been at schools, primary schools in particular, and said, come on, kids, put your hand up if you want to be a circus performer. Now, the number of kids putting their hands up, there's so few these days.
I know, it's getting less and less and less.
Yes. So few. And I just don't know where we're going to get our new, where the next generation of, say walking the tightrope.
Yeah, well,
who's going to do that anymore?
I know. Well, I don't know.
Without a net.
Yeah. Certain death if you fall off.
If you fall off, yeah.
Well, I tell you what's even more tricky is, you know how you've got a pyramid, you've got the understanders, they're the bottom rung.
Yes.
Who's going to do that in the future? It's not glamour.
No.
There's no glamour involved,
No,
Roy.
it's
Just
not.
a lot of bloody injured knees and bad backs and stuff like that. That's what you've got to look forward
Yeah,
to.
you're talking about the person, the base.
The bottom of the
bottom.
There's three on the bottom, say.
Yeah,
5 on the bottom, depending on how big you build it.
Yeah.
They're not. They're no glamour.
It's like your trick cycling, actually. You got the one poor bastard, sitting on the seat doing all the running. You got 40 or 50 blokes
hanging off
him.
I know.
Who thinks of that bloke?
Well, no one.
Who thinks of that?
He doesn't pull chicks, that bloke either.
Doesn't he?
No, that's not a glamour job.
It's not a glamour job.
They like the one up
They
the
like
top.
the one
with
up the
star,
top. Oh, God
waving
almighty.
away.
Well, kids aren't going to put their hands up and say, "Listen, I want to be,
Freddie down the bottom."
Yeah,
they're
they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. HG.
Correct. Now, 40% of jockeys have had a fall that prevented them from riding in the past 12 months. That can't be right, can it? 40% of jockeys have had a fall that prevented them from riding in the last 12 months. And about the same proportion cannot afford private health insurance.
Sure. No, that's probably right. I mean, when you go to your Flemingtons, your Canterburys, your big bloody... You don't get your clumsy jockeys there.
Oh, okay.
It's more in
You mean
your...
at Mudgee, there's a lot of clumsy jockeys. They're always falling off. And Wyong and places like that.
Pretty much.
Benalla, Wangaratta.
Well,
that's the home of the fall, isn't it?
Well,
Wangaratta.
Indeed. In days gone by at Lithgow, actually. I mean, so often. Well, I remember most races, every horse would get home without a rider.
Yeah, but
they'd all be bloody lying around on, legs in the air, buggered backs.
That was amazing. You used to have 12 ambulances there for an 8-horse race. There was often crashes amongst the ambulance just trying to keep up with the injuries. I tell you what's weird is at Lithgow was you often had every horse go over the line ahead of the one poor bludger who hung on.
Yeah, exactly. Weird. Yeah. Weird. But clumsy. I don't know what it is about clumsy little people, smaller people who are clumsy, who want to be jockeys.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much, gentleman Jim in the Triple M soundproof booth. And he's changed his colours now. He's in, it's weird, he's in the So You Think colours. So I don't know whether this means he's changed his mind. We'll have to keep track of him. Now, how about this?
We didn't really get to the bottom of what we do with jockeys.
No, sorry, I had a little bit more to go on that, actually, just while you dragged me back to that.
I mean, people who might have just joined us, the problem is that being a jockey is amongst the most dangerous occupation, land-based occupation you can have in Australia.
And it's up there with race car driving, circus performing and mining. Now, 40% of jockeys have had a fall in the last 12 months.
Yes.
Today's jockeys will join forces with the ACTU to launch a campaign demanding government support for a National Jockeys Trust.
National Jockeys Trust.
Now, what would be great is to come up with a slogan for that. Something like, whip it good.
A National Jockeys Trust. Could we slave the Horse of Hope?
Well, I was just thinking, could we lend the Horse of Hope imprimatur to the National Jockeys Trust?
Yes.
You see, I've always, my favourite...
Would this trust be any different to a superannuation each year?
Well, I'd like to think that it was easier to access than anybody's super scheme, which is fairly tricky, unless you're over 60. Well, I might have that age wrong, but unless you're over 55. What I'd like to see is a trust that had millions upon millions of dollars in it, and then when jockeys fell off their horses, they were able to get money for baked beans and electricity, the staples of life, from the trust and not have to worry about it so much. But they might have to pay a sort of modest due to the trust. Well, I'm not sure how that works, but anyway, I'm just making that up on the spot.
Well, why not something like 40% of horses' winnings go towards the National Jockeys Trust?
Oh, what a lovely idea. 40%. 40%, that's a hell of a lot. It's almost half.
Well, yeah.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, but they do half the work, don't they, the jockey?
True, the horse does the other half.
Horse does the other. I mean, I often
and then they got nothing to spend it on.
It's a marriage, isn't it? It's a marriage.
Marriage.
It's a marriage.
Right.
Now, I mean, do we really need to get jockeys to marry their horses before the event so that legally speaking, should anything go wrong,
is that Labor Party policy now?
Well, I'm just wondering if it could be. Knowing, Bib! It's the sort of half-assed idea he'd have coming across his desk that he might nod at.
How would you
police it?
Well, Wow.
How would you stop people rorting? Just marrying
Exactly.
horses.
Willy-nilly.
Marrying horses without
Losing
being in
weight.
love.
Yeah. Or being small and thin. Now, Australia's $5 billion racing industry depends entirely on the 840 jockeys who take extreme personal risks every time they race, according to the ACTU President Jed Kearney. Yet jockeys don't have many of the protections of other workers. Now, the AJA chief, the Australian Jockey, hang on, AJA, must be the Australian Jockeys Association, Paul Innes said it was obscene.
What's obscene?
Well, hang on.
Marrying a horse.
I think so. That state governments refuse to contribute to the trust despite making more than $600 million in tax revenue each year. The AJA and the ACTU are asking punters to donate part of their winnings to one or offer sweep to the trust. What a great idea. But racing people are very generous, you know. I know if they knew this was happening, they'd be, you know, obviously prepared to kick in.
Punters.
Punters, yes, punters. People
Would accept, say, I don't know, a small fee with every bet.
I think on a voluntary basis. Choice is what it's all about.
Choice,
You can choose to do it.
Yeah, right.
840.
It's not that many, is it?
Well,
840 jockeys.
It's a tiny amount, tiny workforce. I reckon there'd be.
Now, how many of these would be clowns? You know, blokes who
just throw a leg over
they're
for a
just
laugh?
doing it. They're just doing it because they're small.
Wow. Look, can I say that you and I have been to the circus a lot of times, and we've seen a lot of jugglers who are just doing it because they can't do anything else. They can't stick their head in the lion's mouth, or they can't ride the unicycle, or stuff like that. Or they can't, you know, go on the
So
highway.
they go out there and, you know, with half a
Pretend.
dozen oranges and drop them and expect people to find that amusing.
Yeah. Like, there would be a percentage of those who are doing that. There would. Fact. But can I just say that the majority of them are hard-working, hard-whipping boys and girls.
Yes.
And I like it.
Yes.
And I think that they
Well, if they got a union, they need a
AJA,
union.
the Australian Jockeys Association.
Yeah, but is that a union? That's an association.
Right. Well, they're
Doesn't sound
joining
like
up
a
with the
union.
ACTU.
Oh, well, that's all right. Well, that's a union.
Well, the main union, really. It's the overarching, the umbrella.
Yeah.
Look, here's one. Mark Listener says he knows what can happen. He suffered multiple compound leg fractures during a country race meeting on Melbourne Cup Day last year.
Right.
And spent 12 months on crutches.
Well, that'd be right.
God, and then
Was that in the clumsy races out at...
It was.
Yeah,
it
right.
was somewhere. Where did he say? In the country on Cup
the
Day last
country,
year.
yeah.
I was lucky enough to have some insurance as well as a bit of support from the trust. So we had to pull in our belts, but we got by okay. The problem is that after a year out, you've dropped off the radar a bit. I need to get back in there quickly. In this business, you don't ride, you don't eat. It's draconian.
It is, isn't it? It's not right, is it?
See, I'd love to be a jockey.
All right. If there is a jockeys' union, why don't they go on strike starting tomorrow?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, see, the thing with the jockeys, though,
Yes.
is that they all serve an apprenticeship, but it doesn't mean they can all actually get rides. You know, unlike jugglers, because anybody can throw an orange can get a job as a juggler.
Yeah.
See, if they go down to CES, where's the cut-off point, you know?
Juggler. Are they going to accept that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Jockey. When was your last win?
Okay, yes. Can you be Well, let's say you're old speak, 18 stone and 6'9".
Yeah.
Can you say, I'm a jockey? I want to be a jockey.
You know, in the old days, I think you could. But I think today
they're going to say, well, listen,
you'll have to stick your head in the lion's mouth, I'm afraid,
you
buddy.
have to rethink.
Yeah, rethink
this.
And counselling, obviously.
I suppose so.
Well, you
Now,
can't-
Tony in Melbourne is suggesting there could be some sort of trust called the State Horse Racing Injury Trust.
Yeah, and why wouldn't that get the thumbs up, Roy?
Well, I think it has a difficult acronym when you think about it.
You mean it's
the
reduced
State Horse Racing Injury Trust.
SHIT.
Yeah.
Very clever, Tony. Now, look, obviously we'll come back to the Cup in a minute or two, but how about this, you know, the Ashes thing is just getting out of control. Give you an idea of how devious the Poms are. England have conjured up this is Ben Dorries, a radical Ashes strategy by opting not to send their frontline bowling attack to Tasmania for the final tour game in the lead up to the first test. According to Dorries in the Murdoch press, in another example of extensive Ashes planning.
Wow.
Of coach Andy Fleck. You can see how cunning they are.
They are. This is Machiavellian, isn't
I know.
it?
They're going to swerve past that Tasmanian clash
Yeah.
and send the boys to get acclimatised in Brisbane.
Are they allowed to do that? Couldn't we force them to play?
Oh, I think we got him. It seems that the top England quicks will be in Brisbane ahead of the Gabba to have more time to acclimatise to local conditions and pitches.
Yeah.
England's Brains Trust appears reluctant to the team's best quicks to be trundling in a back-breaking, slow and low pitch at Hobart's Bellerive Oval in a final tour game against Australia A, which starts on November the 17th. The first test starts, obviously, November the 25th, and England's quicks will be spending more time in the Sunshine State. We don't really want our bowlers flogging away on a slow, nothing pitch before the test, said England selector Jeff Miller. We've also taken the conditions such as climate differences into consideration as well. At this stage, the plan is for the English test bowlers, Anderson, Broad, Finn and Swan, to work with David Saker, the team's Australian bowling coach, in Brisbane. The England performance squad, effectively a standby squad for the second-tier players ready to step into the test side in the event of injuries or poor form, will also be based in Brisbane. So their shadow squad as well. So God, they've thought it through. They've left nothing to chance.
It's very devious, isn't it?
It's devious. Devious.
It's devious.
Do you think it's within the laws?
I don't think it is.
In the spirit of the game?
It's not in the spirit of the game. It's not in the spirit of the tour. The spirit of the tour is supposed to advantage us. We doctor our pitches. I mean, we've set them up with this busted-ass outfit in bloody Tasmania.
Yeah, to wear them out.
Just to wear them out.
Take the edge off them.
Yes.
Because I want to see on the first day of the first test on November the 25th or wherever it is, the first ball sent down the Poms end up in fourth slip, like it did the last time. And then we'll know we've got a contest on our hands that we're going to win 5 blot.
Yes, exactly right. Well, that's what we want.
Yeah, exactly.
So
the only way to do that is wear them out. No,
I'd be prepared to send the police in.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, look, one great thing about this Cup, we welcome back, obviously, one of your favourite horses and one of your favourite jockeys together for the first time. And I'd have to say this is getting close to a marriage now. Master O'Reilly with Vlad the Impaler Durick.
Yes.
Now, every year, well, for the last 4 years at least, the old master, the big O, has gone around with Vlad up top, belting him.
Yep.
Look, it is a marriage made in heaven. Do you give it any chance at all?
Glutton for punishment, though, isn't it, that pair? Because they come out every year. You know, collectively, the whole nation puts a bunger up their dates and sets fire to it and watch it blow off and then, enjoy what happens next and send them home.
Are you laughing at them?
Yes.
You mean we laugh at them?
Yes, we do.
Well, the two good things that I'd have to say is I think the horse lives here all the time, so it doesn't come very far.
Oh.
That's really good.
Well, it's a local?
A local, yeah.
Since when?
Oh, no, it's
I
always
imagine it was travelling the world, Master O'Reilly.
What, fancy free?
Yes.
Just bobbing up here in the Agua Caliente
Got it.
Newmarket.
Yeah.
Got a race I can go in, Squire? Yeah, sure. We've got a 200 metres. Would you like to have a go? Yeah, I would.
Yeah. G'day, mate. Look, I've got a horse here that wants to run.
Now, Vlad, of course, I think you're right. I think in fact, I've got to say, if I'm not mistaken, the horse lives at Barwon Heads.
No way.
Yeah, Barwon Heads in a sort of semi-rural sort of,
Well, why can't they get a local to whack it? One of the clumsy kids from up that way.
Well, listen, can I just say that Vlad is a well-known Australian jockey who works overseas at the moment, I think. That's why you don't hear much of him
okay.
at the moment. So it is true that he's back. But then Darren Beatman's back, and he's riding in Hong Kong all the time. I think Vladdy's up there riding with him, as a matter of fact. So they're back. And
right. Has he still been called the Impaler?
He is. The Impaler's got O'Reilly positioned beautifully early doors.
Put up with that, do we?
No, we don't.
Well, I tell you though,
do you give it any chance?
Had he changed his name, had he gone with, I think Vlad might be, Robert might be the equivalent in English.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Now,
Robert Durick.
If he was Robert Durick, would they be calling him the Impaler? They probably wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. No. They'd be calling him Bobby Durick.
Yes, or Bobby Dazzler Durick, or the Dazzler's back. Wouldn't they?
Yeah, fair enough.
Does he like being called the Impaler? We might have posed this before. Does anyone ever ask him, "Hey, Impaler! You like being called Impaler, do you?"
Well, and no one turns around, you mean? And they shout out in the bird
Got
cage.
tickets on yourself, Impaler.
Yeah, and then this bloke turns around, scratching his head, wondering what's going on here when he cops a fist of fives.
Yeah. Hey, Vlad. Hey, Vlad. Hey, Vlad. Hey, Vlad. You the
Now, the trouble
Because
is...
the Impaler. Cruel bastard, the Impaler.
I know. Well, you see, and historically a wonderful horseman, though.
Yeah, I know. That's the funny thing, isn't it? He had this sort of yin and yang, two parts of his personality. Loved being on a horse, looked good, off the horse, loved putting people through spikes.
He did. That's why hence the term impaler. Now, look, I've just sort of let that sit there because what I'm worried about
But
is...
no one's suggesting that he's capable of mass murder, is there?
No, there's no suggestion of that at all. And it's quite wrong for the age to pick that up in today's, think piece about whether impalers are good for horse racing. Now, look, what I was trying to get to is I'm just worried about that. I think we have to look at the Cup again and wonder if we're not clogging it up with a lot of, horses that don't have a hope.
Oh, we do every year, don't we? There's always a buddy.
We do. But whether we actually, on this particular occasion, 150 years on, living in the past.
Yeah.
So hang on, wait a minute. Let me just set this out. We've got Mr. Medici.
Well, has Mr. Medici ever won anything? This is a horse. This isn't the rider, is it? He's not being ridden by Mr. Medici.
No, Darren
That'd be the thing,
Feedman's
wouldn't
right.
it?
Hey?
There must be a Medici about. Very prominent Italian name. Certainly back in the Renaissance, you couldn't get away from him.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is a Hong Kong-based horse, Mr. Medici.
Yeah, well, why didn't they get someone called Medici to ride it? Wouldn't that be great? Medici written by Medici.
Well, that is good. After working hard on the speed in the Caulfield Cup, he's on trial at 3,200 metres, but loves it wet and sure to be fitter. Now, I raise this because as nearly as I can tell, it's only had 2 starts in about the last 3 years. Oh, it ran the other day in the Caulfield Cup, then its previous start was May the 30th.
Yeah, right. Well, who
so,
vets these things? Why didn't someone just say, well, listen, Medici, no.
Yeah, okay, here's my point. Let me run through some of them. His claim to fame is that this is Medici. He won the Champions and Charters Cup back in May. It was an absolute quagmire. The heavens opened during the race. I'm starting to talk myself into it. I've never seen so much water on a track. If he gets conditions to suit, he'll be definitely one of the internationals with a chance. So you'd have to put Mr. Medici with Darren on board in.
Yeah, but, okay, so he's a mudlark. But has Darren ridden much? Has he spent much time on horses in the wet?
Oh, yeah. Darren's well-versed, in all conditions.
Right.
Well-versed in all conditions, Darren.
Yeah, okay.
Even I was trying to think of his Melbourne Cup winners were probably in the wet a bit.
Right.
Manigar, if I've got it right, arrives with scope for improvement, and he's got, obviously, Damien Oliver up. The Kamani Oliver factor shouldn't be dismissed, according to Craig Young, as the pair combined to win the Geelong Cup with Bauer. This is going some years ago. Bauer's back. Of course, Bauer's claim to fame at one of the Geelong Cup. Not a great recommendation for a race like this, I wouldn't have thought. Which won on by the narrowest margin, second Melbourne Cup. He's a lightly raced horse, etc.
Yeah.
Now
he's run over He's won twice over 3,000 metres in France.
Yeah, it's be correct.
Yeah, but
French conditions,
French
racing, they're hopeless, and French racing itself.
It's rubbish. It is rubbish.
I know.
It's the laughing stock of the world.
Yeah.
No matter where you go, just mention French. If you're
the Arc de Triomphe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. If things have gone quiet or people are glum, just mention French racing.
I know. It'll soon get the party started. Tell you what, they'll be on the things you blow out and pulling those poppers and getting on the nitrous oxide. Look at you. Now, he's only a lightly raced horse, 6 wins from 12 starts. He's a horse with some upside, whatever that means, early doors. Kumani does know what type of horse is required to bring to Australia. Now, when it gets down to it, there's Tokai Trick from Japan.
Tokai Trick?
Yeah, I mean...
Who invited Tokai Trick
Exactly, good question. 9-year-old who has won 8 from 43, 2 starts back, won a 3,000-metre race at Group 2 level. And then we get to, I think it's called Busalati. Has disappointed in 3 starts since he's arrived. This horse qualified for the race on the basis of running 3rd in the Canadian International in 2009.
Well, Canadian racing,
I mean?
see French racing. They're the same.
Hopeless.
Absolutely hopeless. Okay, so we can rule there's a lot of rubbish here.
Thanks very much.
Campanologist, rubbish. Precedence, rubbish.
Well, that's one of Bart's.
I couldn't care less. I'm over Bart.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Well, Roy, one of your favourites, digital radio. The Roberts Unilogic digital radio.
That's fantastic.
You can see what you're listening to.
I know.
And what's great is if you had this tomorrow, you'd be able to hear the Cup on it.
Well, you'd be able to watch the Cup on it.
Correct. You'd be able to watch.
It's just amazing, this
what am I
digital
listening
radio.
to?
I mean, it's so clear you can virtually see it, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is amazing.
It is amazing.
And so we've got a digital radio. I don't think I need to. It's just enables you to enjoy listening.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to oversell this. It comes with obviously a built-in battery charger.
Mm-hmm.
It's got rotary tuning and volume controls. That's so
that
important.
rotary tuning is revolutionary, isn't it?
I know.
I mean, it's like a dial that you turn,
Yeah.
and which each time you turn it, it moves.
And it comes to a new station.
Yes.
It's something that, like was on radios when I was a kid. It's been missing from radios for so long.
Yes.
And you've got volume controls.
Same deal, actually.
Yeah,
Is it
same
a sort
deal.
of knob that you twist?
Yep.
Or is it a button you push?
No, knob you
I
twist.
love knobs you can twist
Yes.
on a radio.
Very good. Now, it's got a USB socket for software upgrades. It's got a headphone socket. So it's got everything here, plus a lot of other things here. It's got a manual.
When you put the headphones in, does it disconnect the volume from coming out of the speakers?
Very good question. I'll read up on that
Yeah,
online and get back to you. We're not
Okay.
stopping there, though, because we got on the punt.
Because that's a function that would be great to have the option, wouldn't it?
Would to be able to listen with the
To be able
headphones
to listen with the headphones.
and annoy the neighbours at the same time.
Thank you.
Now, on the punt, this is... I was trying to make some connection between this and Candid Camera, but be that as it may, on the
No,
punt,
that was Alan Funt.
the true tales of the track, Patrick Bartley. It's terrific. According to Andrew Rule, Patrick has gathered the stories racing people tell each other when they think no one else is listening. Could that be true?
Wow.
You might be able to find out as we go along, Roy. Anyway, and I'm throwing in Carrier because after the Melbourne Cup, you want to relax with a large one, and you need 11 hours to watch this. It's about being on a boat.
Ah.
So it's a terrific prize.
It is a
We're
great
on-
prize, but I tell you, it would make an excellent volume if it was ever written on the punt with Alan Funt, wouldn't it?
Good. I was waiting for someone to join those two together. Was he a big gambler?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yep. And a breeder of horses?
Yeah.
Right.
Now, question is, if Vlad the Impaler Durick was, or had been christened originally Robert Durick, or Bobby Durick,
Boy, don't give it away, Roy.
what would his nickname be?
Yep.
If Vlad the Impaler Durick was Robert Durick, what would his nickname be?
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time, and we're giving away a digital radio. And who's on the line, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Maxine, who's joining us from Pakenham. How are you there, Maxine?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, Maxine, did you get to the Four Nations? Did you have a look at Australia v England yesterday?
I certainly did, yes. I went with my husband and
Yes.
my father-in-law and his neighbour, yes. We
Yes,
had a
and
great time.
what was the atmosphere like?
Great. Even though it was raining and that, the atmosphere was really, really good.
Now, it looks like the Australian coach, the Kangaroo coach, Tim Sheens, is going to drop about 7 players. He wasn't happy with their second half. How did you rate their second half performance, Maxine?
The start of the second half wasn't very good when England got that really easy try.
It was a soft try by their halfback.
It was very soft, very easily, just went straight through the middle, more or less.
Yes.
But after that, the conditions really didn't help either.
No.
No, it was very slippery ball and
It
so
was.
forth. So, yeah.
Do you
so-
think it robbed the match of a spectacle, the weather?
No, I think it adds to it.
Oh, good.
I think they're forced to show more of their skills and so forth when it's wet like that.
Yeah, like Billy Slater did.
Yes, Billy, yes.
Now,
yes.
do you get along to Storm matches?
Yes, we're a member. Yes, we go to every Storm home game. Yes.
And I notice you're an Essendon supporter as well. And how often would you get to see Essendon play?
Not very often, no. We're more of a couch potato Essendon supporter, yes.
Fair enough. Now, tomorrow, speaking of couch potatoes, you're going to watch the Cup in a pub, is that right?
Yes, we're going down to Racecourse Hotel down in Pakenham. We're going to watch it down there, yes.
And will you go down, dress up, have lunch, watch
No,
the Cup,
no.
make a day, or just watch the Cup?
Just watch the Cup. We'll probably go a little bit early just so we can make ourselves comfortable and so forth. And then we'll watch the Cup and then we'll just come home.
And why have you chosen to do that? I mean, apart from just you could sit at home and watch it, obviously, if you wanted to, but you've decided to make a bit of a social gathering. Will there be many people there, mates and so on?
No, just my hubby and me, just hubby and I, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good. But it's nice watching it with others around.
It is nice, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what horse will you be backing, do you think, Maxine, if you're going to back any at all?
Well, I haven't really narrowed it down to one as such. I've got 5 that I'm actually
enough.
going for. So
Now, is Linton one of them?
No.
No, good. Is Bauer one of them?
No.
No, good. Is Master O'Reilly one of them?
No.
No, good. Well, it looks like
You're on track, I'd say.
You've weeded out the rubbish pretty early on there by the looks of things.
So who
Maxine.
are you going for, Maxine?
Well, Shocking is one of mine. I know he's got a bad barrier draw, but yeah,
He's still one of yours.
Last year he got 20 barrier 22, so he's still and he won last year. So and Desperado.
Desperado,
Yeah, Gay Waterhouse has won. Yeah. And I'm also going for Americane.
Yes, the French horse.
Yeah.
Oh.
But French horses are rubbish. You know that, Maxine.
I know, but they're saying it's supposed to rain about 9 o'clock or so in the morning. So, and he's pretty good on a wet track. So.
Oh, very good.
Well, you've thought that through.
And you've dropped out, So You Think?
No, every time everyone talks about favourites and everything, and they always end up running like 7th or last. So I'm staying away from the favourites altogether.
Fair enough. And have you had much luck in the Cup over the years, Maxine?
Not first. So you get a lot of seconds and thirds.
Right, and so you'd bet all these each way, so you've got a chance of even if they don't win, they get a place.
That's right. I cover all my bases.
Very good, very good. Sounds like you've thought it through. And have you been to the Cup?
We went about 5 years ago.
Can you remember who won?
No.
Did you see the race?
It was that year that it was really pelting down with rain. I think Maccabee Diva might have run.
Oh, like tomorrow?
Yes.
Right.
I'm hoping it's not going to be that bad for the people that are going out there. But
yeah, fair enough. That's very good. Now, Maxine, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Maxine, if Vlad the Impaler Durick was Robert Durick, what would his nickname be?
Bobby Dazzler.
Brilliant answer, Maxine. So you've got yourself a digital radio, the Roberts Unilogic. You've also got the 11 Hours of Carrier with Mel Gibson and On the Punt with Patrick Bartley. True tales from the track. Have a great day tomorrow, Maxine, and thanks very much for being part of the Life today here on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, of course, Jim in the soundproof booth there is in the Desperado colours. So he's flagged his... a trifecta fairly obviously by the choice of colours. Now, he's going for Mr. Medici for those who keep, and bloody hell, I think in the last 25 out of the last 27 years, he's got the trifecta right. Yeah. And so he's got So You Think, Mr. Medici and Desperado in his trifecta. Right. Now, look, in an Australian bookmaking first, TAB Sportsbet is offering punters the chance to back a horse during tomorrow's Melbourne Cup.
Right.
The odds of each runner will fluctuate throughout the race, with 8 form judges focusing on 3 horses during the race. Bets can be placed from the time the gates open until the winner crosses the finish line, giving punters the chance of picking the winner as the race is unfolding.
What a great idea. Could you put a bet on after it's over each year? Are they offering that one?
They are. They're offering that with very short odds, though, you might expect. They haven't quite framed the market yet. The exciting new betting option is only available to TAB Sports account, New South Wales, and bets can be placed on the phone. Good. That should be account holders.
Yep.
On the phone or internet. Betting in play is a popular option with betting exchanges, but not bookmakers.
Right.
Who tend to not want punters to get on after they've jumped. Now, what worries me about this is, will you be able to get exotics? So let's say at the 1,600-metre pole, i.e. 1,600 metres to run halfway over.
Yeah.
If you had So You Think in front with Desperado second and, Shootout third, would they be offering, a trifecta on that? Do you know what I mean? Because what will happen then is people will be putting their horses, well, let's say a busted arse horse like Bauer.
Yeah.
People will be charging Bauer up the front, knowing that at the 1,600-metre pole, as long as they're in front, big collect, and then pulling the horse up for the rest of the race or letting it just drift back to becoming last. Do you understand what I mean?
I do.
The equivalent
it
of...
makes it open for manipulation.
Manipulation is exactly right. It opens it up to manipulation. And what I like is the idea that somehow people can frame the odds. These judges who are framing the odds, I'd love to think if So You Think is 10th with a metre to go, whether they'd have him at 1,000 to 1. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And you can keep betting even as they're passing the winning post.
Well, how about this? What happens if you bet So You Think to come 8th? Should be a hell of a bet. Bold bet.
Yeah. Well, I suppose. Yeah, well...
Anyway,
it can go anywhere.
It
is good. Look, the only thing that disappoints me about this whole bloody betting business at the moment is...
School kids?
Oh, well, we've been on this for a long time. I've been arguing for gambling in schools for years now. You know this. But I think we've reached the stage where where people's way, you know, we've got the GST and it's working fabulously. I like it. 10% on everything. I think people's wages should have a racing GST so that 10% of whatever you earn, you must gamble. You must bet on something.
Well, so it means if you're on $1,000 a week or $100 a week, you'd have to back $10 or $100.
Yes.
Have you?
And you lose it. You lose it if you don't use it.
Right now, have you spoken to Joe Hockey about
No,
this?
I haven't.
Because I'm sure it's the idea. He seems very, very progressive at the moment with his thinking. Can't speak on
Well,
his
levers and banks. He's interested in levers, yes.
Yeah.
Things to pull to fiddle with the banks. I don't know how that works.
No, that's...
But
got
I'm
away.
not. But I'm not. I'm not up for the job of treasurer.
No,
and I'm glad I'm not.
No, it's true. Now look, he can see the rods connecting the levers to the banks.
Yes,
the levers of government to the banks.
Yes.
I can't.
It
just seems to me, very, they're underground there somewhere, and I've never bothered to explore them. Joe has.
Yes.
But would you like to see him come out at the next election, should he hold this position, and say, we're going to declare a tax, 10% tax on all income, which has to be gambled?
I wouldn't call it a tax. I don't think that's right. Because it's not a tax. It gives people the wrong impression. They think they're going to lose that money. Well, they could earn a fortune with that money. More likely, they would win with that money. That's the way you've got to look at it.
Exactly.
And you've got to call it something like a tithe.
Well, how about a bonus?
Bonus. Nice.
You turn the 10% into a windfall bonus. If you think in units, start planning.
This is a bonus levy. It's not an imposition. It's
I like that.
It's a bonus levy that each Australian will contribute in winning lots of money. Is the way to look at it.
Would you accept scratch and matches though?
Yes.
Even though
you can. Yep. As long as it's some form of gambling, HG. As long as it's some sort of gambling.
Okay. I don't want to make it too complicated because that's the thing that's the detail is going to destroy this. You know that. But on the other hand, the scratch and match, very low means of production, very easy to distribute. Unlike a horse, costs a fortune to move it around and a fortune to keep it.
Yeah.
People employed, therefore creates employment. Scratch and match, they don't really create much employment.
Well, hang on, news agencies.
Yeah, but
you've got young families. You've got families working news agencies. And that's not beer and Skittles, HG. That's not beer and Skittles. You don't earn too much to buy your paper when you go in. You might pay, $1 for your paper. They're not getting much out of that.
No. Are they getting much out of the scratch and matches?
Well, probably not much either, but it all adds up, doesn't it? The little bits here and there.
Yeah. Look, I need you to think about that. The scratch and match option.
Yeah. But it's something simple kids understand. Kids don't understand odds that much.
No,
Confuses them.
Wait a minute. Of course they do. That's what we teach them in schools. That's what the NAPLAN test is about. My school website, look it up. Odds understood by grade 5s around Australia.
I disagree. I think conceptually they understand odds, but they don't understand it viscerally. They do understand viscerally card, scratch, bing, 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 money, money, money.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Billy Slater, the custodian.
Custodian, yes.
The Kangaroos custodian. Yeah. He has ambitions to be a racehorse trainer.
Well, I think he was a jockey at one stage. Yes, he loves the horse.
Code hopping. He thinks it'll be a hobby rather than a full-time job. Well, that's what they all say.
Yeah.
But then the romance of the horse, the romance of the hoof, the romance of the steaming stool.
Yes.
I don't think I could handle looking after, say, 60 or 70 horses, but I want to train a few, and who knows what could happen. If I get a good one, I'd be pretty exciting, but the full-time training role looks like hard work. I love riding, and I don't get the chance to do it much more. And I think that he's got a fairly good, way with the media, and I'm just wondering if he could become maybe a commentator on horse affairs, because he's probably the right size. And, if they wanted him to, say, Johnny Letts does that, great. Johnny Letts would be the world's foremost equine-mounted interviewer.
I think that's right.
And I'm just wondering should Johnny Letts ever hang up the microphone?
Billy would be perfect for
exactly.
it. He does have media skills. He knows how to ask a question.
How do you feel?
Yeah, were you expecting to win?
Yeah.
Yeah, tough conditions out there today. Were you expecting to win?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
the horse has done good.
Yeah.
Billy, has it? Yeah, done good in the past.
Yeah. You got a special message you want to say to Australians? That sort of stuff. He'd be great with that, Billy.
And I tell you what, if some of the jockeys, like I think Frankie Dettori's coming again, who English obviously in their first language.
Yeah.
he'd be able to handle that, raising the volume to get the
slowing
message
it
home.
down to
Yeah.
get the message home.
Yeah.
Yes.
How did you go in the conditions?
Yes.
That sort of thing.
Is there any suggestion Frankie Dettori's English is getting any better, HG, or not? Is it? Is the message getting through?
The message has gone through. In fact, Frankie could almost do the interviews himself.
Ah, okay.
I don't think he needs any help. But what would be great is if he could ask himself the questions and answer it in Italian or in halting English.
Yes.
How'd you go, Frankie?
Yeah.
Is she no good?
The horse is no good. Yeah, the horse is no good. He crap, the horse. The horse is crap. The horse, bottom, that stuff. That horse is that.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, can I just say that some interesting news has come through courtesy of the three gurus of the punt. I think it was somebody from the New South Wales TAB or TAB, Glenn Munsey, Ken Callender, the well-known trackman who we quoted earlier, an expert, and let's see, there was Johnny Tapp, who's seen. Now, I heard the reporter say Johnny Tapp's seen more tracks than a railway train.
That's not bad, is it?
No, it's good.
I thought you were going to say more tracks than the Seekers.
No, they didn't say that. Now, in their computer, this is the Channel 9 computer effort, featuring those people as the pundits.
Oh, yes.
They've turned up with the surprising the Tweed wins, Harris Tweed.
Well, no one's talking really.
No one's talking Tweed, and that's one of your big points in getting on, isn't it?
Yep. If it's not been talked about, it's the one that's going to win.
Now, Harris Tweed.
Already, Harris Tweed's not going to win because we've been talking about it.
Yeah, and we can get rid of Descarado by talking Descarado.
Well, it's rubbish anyway.
And so you think...
And I have this hunch that Gay is never going to win the Melbourne Cup. Call it up.
Have you dreamt that?
Yeah.
That Gay's on a deathbed in years to come.
Yes.
Saying...
Is there anything you regret? Yeah. I never won the Melbourne Cup.
Descarado was my best chance and the bugger let me down.
Yeah. Worse to that effect.
So Harris Tweed, Descarado, so you think's the Channel 9 computer-generated result. Sadly, they didn't help you out with who was leading at the 600-metre mark, which I thought was the most important thing to get
Very
right.
exotic bet, yeah.
But
and has Callender ever picked one in his life?
Well, Callender, I'm not sure of his strike rate.
No. I mean, Tap, I've heard call them, but anyone can bloody call them. It's not predicting, is it? It's not predicting.
No, that's right.
Tap's not a predictor, is he?
No, Tap just knows racing. I think that's his claim to fame.
Right.
He knows racing. Let me see if I can get up
Ken Callender.
Selection.
What's he selected?
Well,
in days gone by, has he ever picked a cup winner?
Well,
has anyone ever thought, Ken's got it right again? Bloody hell, look at that.
I don't think that's generally the thinking at 3:20. Ken, genius, he got it right.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble here. I'm struggling. Hang on. I may not be. Ken Callender's gone Descarado. This is in the Murdoch Press.
Yeah.
My Lucky Day and Profound Beauty with the best roughie, the Tweed. Right. So he's got the Tweed there with, obviously, his influence on Channel 9.
So he knows nothing about the Gay Waterhouse.
Oh, curse.
Okay,
but then you get to Munsey. The guy we met, from TRB Sportsbet, Descarado, Harris Tweed, Americane. So they're tweeding up along with Descarado. But as you point out, Gay's got a curse placed on her.
She has. It's never going to happen.
Now, on Sunday morning, I woke up and got the paper and was shocked by an article, a front page article.
Yes.
We think of rugby league being in crisis. We think of rugby union being hopeless. We think of, all sorts of, like the volatile.
Tennis. Well, tennis is in trouble.
Crisis. Now, cricket is fighting to hold its lofty place in the national sporting psyche, a confidential document reveals.
No way.
Yeah, the Fairfax people got this.
What, people have gone towards shuttlecock?
I think they're cocking up, yeah. Australian cricket authorities fear the impact of aggressive marketing campaigns by shuttlecock. AFL and Rugby League are damaging the game. A sobering Cricket Australia discussion paper prepared for 180 cricket stakeholders to be read before a 5-day summit reveals TV audiences have tumbled 24% in the past decade.
Wow.
Cricket Australia is in financial deficit for the first time.
No way.
A significant drop-off in players once they reach 13. Female fans are abandoning the game.
Do they give reasons for this? Actually?
No, well, we'll get to those in a moment.
Is it anything to do with 2020 coming into the game?
I think so.
Is it anything to do with a one-day, the 50-over game that nearly killed cricket as a concept?
I know. Well, the Cricket Australia General Manager of Public Affairs, Peter Young, yesterday acknowledged it was a wake-up call for the game. So you know you're
late for a wake-up call, isn't it?
Now, as we come in looking at some of the detail here,
yes,
what seems to be happening a little bit is that kids are finding it too long.
Even the 2020 is too long? Well,
yeah.
It is really,
well, former...
I mean, I've often said the 2020 is far too long.
Yeah.
20 balls.
20 balls, over in half an hour.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right.
20 balls, it's over in 20 minutes.
Well, hang on, 22 sides.
What, 20 balls each?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. 10 each. That's better, Roy. Now you're singing from my hymn sheet. Now, former New South Wales cricket captain Dominic Thornley is helping Cricket Australia sponsor to halt the number of youngsters abandoning cricket for other sports by initiating, wait for it, a midweek 2020 Cup for kids. Thornley, who helps market the breakfast cereal Weet-Bix, said it was vital. Cricket Australia, well, it's obviously vital for Weet-Bix, their major sponsors of Australian cricket, said it was vital. Cricket Australia, state associations and other stakeholders recognise that a crisis is looming in the junior ranks. It needs to be acknowledged. We're losing kids. People's lifestyles have impacted on sport. Everyone now wants to have a quick fix and an immediate result. So unfortunately, cricket doesn't give you that. 2020 is as close to that as possible.
Scratch lottos give you that.
Exactly. I like scratch lottos in this context.
I mean, if we could make cricket, I mean, that'd be my thing. Look, I'd say to them, listen, you've got to design your cricket so it's like scratch lotto. Because kids would love that.
Well, brilliant. Now, you could have a scratch lotto thing called test match. And what you could do is have two kids playing it, and if they scratch up and they get a bigger score on their ticket than the other ticket, then they scratch off the panel to see how much they've won.
Got it. Simple as that.
I mean, I don't want to give lotteries ideas because they can pick up these things themselves.
Yeah. But I tell you, you can go on this. I mean, you can bloody...
We overcomplicate things, don't we?
Yes, find these solutions, and they get
lost.
Yes,
in the
they
cracks.
get lost in it, in all the crap. I mean, what's our Bib done about cricket?
Well,
you know,
more importantly, what's he done about scratch and match lotteries?
Well,
nothing.
I don't know. I'm not going to look in case he's probably done nothing. Nothing at all. But if our Bib was serious about cricket, I mean, it would only take, talking about levers, bloody Joe Hockey's got it right, absolutely right. I mean, wrong target with banks, right target, cricket, levers. Okay, if you say to families, say to young working families with their mortgage, all right, your kiddie, 13 years old, lovely cricketer, lovely little cricketer, he's been drawn to the shuttlecock lately. We're disappointed by that as a government.
Oh, now you're talking.
Yes. We're going to pay your kiddie $2,000 a week to keep playing cricket.
That's
all our Bib's got to do.
I know. Then a problem solved. Now, here we go. We're on with Dominic again. If 2020 is the way to give kids a bat and bowl in a field within 3 hours and a result, well, that's how it's got to be. 3 hours?
3 hours is
far too long.
It's
far
exhausting.
too long. As you point out, 10 minutes each way, that's enough.
Yes.
You know why basketball is so popular in schools? Only takes an hour to play it. You know, you can get up, you can have your breakfast, you can sort it down, throw a few hoops, run about, tick all the boxes and be home by 10:30. You can get back on that lounge, you can get on MTV, you can get on your Xbox, have a bash.
Pick up a couple of scratchies on your way home.
Roy and HG, this is The Life on Triple M.
Well, it's another exciting prize, as you'd expect on Melbourne Cup Eve. It's exactly the same as the first one. We've got another Roberts Unilogic digital radio. This was the radio they said they couldn't happen because it's got digital, or should I say digital performance, but knobs that turn.
Knobs that turn. That's
control tuning and volume.
It appears to have buttons as well, HG.
Yeah, well, they're things like, you can go from, digital to FM. You can go.
Oh, you mean AM to FM?
No, digital to FM. Digital plus to FM, signal.
You've lost me completely now.
Well, FM, like people listen to now.
Yes.
Or they can go digital, which is, they're...
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can listen, I think, there's one station...
Yeah, well, what if you want to listen to AM?
Oh, well, there you've got to go to your next-door neighbours. Perhaps there. The oldies next door, they'll have AM. It's got auto-tune, preset, favourite. So it's all there.
Oh, favourite's good.
Yeah, it's very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like Triple M would be your favourite.
You think, oh, bloody well, I don't know what I listen to.
Yeah, favourite.
Favourite. There it is.
Now, it's great. And it's got a built-in battery charger, and this has got an eco tick. I mightn't have mentioned that earlier. EcoTick.
Oh, well, you save so much money not having
Well,
not having to use the AM.
That's right. The government pays you to have this. It's like a solar panel. Now we've got On the Punt, sadly not with Alan Funt, but with Patrick Bartley. And we've also got the Carrier. That's the Mel Gibson. Now, this does have coarse language, sexual references and mature themes, but let's face it, it's about people on boats. What do you expect? 11 hours of fun with mucking around in boats and guns. So it's a hell of a prize on Cup Eve for all comers who can answer the following question.
The question is, HG, who will never train a Melbourne Cup winner?
Mm-hmm.
Who will never train a Melbourne Cup winner?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Peter, who's joining us from Panania. How are you there, Peter?
G'day, guys. How you going?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Peter, any plans for tomorrow?
Mate, believe it or not, I've got to go to a wedding at 2 o'clock.
What?
No way.
I'm dead set, boys, dead set.
No.
How do they organise this? Don't they look at the calendar, or aren't they racing people?
Mate, well, I'm glad they put it at 2 o'clock because it's only going to go for about half an hour. That's the only reason I'm going, because I had to make sure that I'd be able to see the cup. So
Yeah, right.
And
it'll be interesting.
Have you organised a television in the church? I'm sure the celebrant would be happy to pause for a moment or two just to take in, say, the last 50 metres.
Mate, I'm hoping to get back to the club before it finishes. So, yeah.
And where do you have to go to for the reception?
Mate, out at Camden.
Okay.
Camden, okay.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
well, that's
the idea
quite a
is
nice part of the world.
You go
Yeah,
to
mate,
is it a church wedding?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And so you're going to the church, then to the club to see the race, and then off to Camden.
No, mate, no. The wedding's at Camden, but then I'm going back to the club and to see the race, and then we go to the reception afterwards.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And is there a bit of a convoy from the church to the club to take in the race and then off to the reception?
Mate, I can certainly organise one if there's not going to be one. But
No, you're not one out in this exercise, I hope.
no, mate, no. I dare say there'll be some others.
Righto.
Now, I notice you're a West Tigers fan, Peter.
Absolutely, mate.
Have you been following the Four Nations at all? Have you been?
Mate, I actually went out, took my kids out to see the Australia versus the Cummels.
Yes, that was a wonderful game.
Fair enough. Fair enough, mate. Oh, look, the Cummels are unlucky.
They were.
They were robbed, boys. They were robbed.
I think that was the theme of our call on the afternoon.
robbed.
That's right.
I mean,
They were
Absolutely.
refereed out of it.
They were refereed totally out of it. I mean, any silly little nitpicking, knock-on mistake they made, the whistle blew. The blokes had they had no feel for the game, Peter.
Mate, you wouldn't have given that referee to a Jap on Anzac Day. Fair dinkum.
No, you wouldn't.
Now, are you, if I read these notes correctly, you'd like a bit of help with the Melbourne Cup?
Mate, I need some. I'm a once-a-year punter.
Right.
Melbourne Cup, you've got to bet on it. But,
Yeah.
mate,
How
other than
much? How much would you like to win, mate? Do you want to just come out a little bit ahead, or do you want to really
end up owning 3 or 4
filthy
houses?
rich?
mate, yeah, filthy rich, mate. Why not? Let's
Filthy
just go
rich,
the whole
okay.
way.
That being the case, I would suggest
Well, one leg of your trifecta should be Harris Tweed.
Harris.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the sensible leg.
Yeah.
Go on, Roy,
Okay,
have a
yeah.
burst.
Then probably Mr. Medici because
Mr. Medici,
it's
yes.
a mudlark.
Okay.
And Beedman
Yep.
on board. That's
Yeah.
about 50 to 1 in the paper at the moment.
Yes.
All right.
So you're looking good so
And then
far.
third can be your pick, but go for a mudlark like Mary Kane's a mudlark. You want a horse that's done well in the water.
All right. Okay. Kingston Towns, he's not in, is he?
Well, I
No,
don't know if
sadly.
they're going to dig up Kingston Town to run
Okay.
again, but
Hey, mate, well,
All right, guys.
do you have much luck in the Melbourne Cup generally, Peter, with this exotic approach to the selection process? Have you got a deaden who's running?
Mate, I'm absolutely hopeless, mate. Absolutely, yeah. But I'll have it. So what was it? It was Harris Tweed.
Harris Tweed,
Mr.
Mr.
Magoo or
Medici.
something?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Medici, yeah.
And Americane.
All right, okay. I'll box them in, eh?
Very
Box
good.
them in, and if you do well, give us a call and let us know.
I certainly will. Well, if I do well, hopefully I'll be able to buy Triple M.
Yeah, not bad.
That's it.
Now, Peter, have a swing at the question. Roy, set it out for Peter.
Now, who will never train a Melbourne Cup winner, Peter?
Mate, on a deathbed, Gay Waterhouse will be shattered.
A perfect answer. And you, Peter, you get the digital radio. No AM, so you can still keep the relationship with the neighbours going. On the Punt with Patrick Bartley, you'll be picking like a pro by the end of the time you've read that. And Mel Gibson, the Carrier, 11 hours about blokes on a boat. or maybe men and women on a boat.
Actually, I should point out that with your digital signal, you get all your AM stations digitally.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thanks.
So you're not going to miss out.
Right.
You know, if you really love your AM radio.
Right, that's fantastic. And, of course, then you can pretend, though, with the neighbours.
You can pretend you've got AM radio by going to a digital AM station and turning it up real loud, and I think, oh, God, he's cool.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
That almost concludes our Cup Eve special live in the Birdcage here at Flemington. It's been a tremendous afternoon. Thank everybody coming along in difficult circumstances. And, Roy, you know, obviously it'll be a wonderful day tomorrow. 150 years of the Melbourne Cup. The roses here just look fantastic.
They do. They do. And I wonder if it was this wet and wild and 150 years ago.
Well,
it makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you just look over your shoulder and think, well, 150, eh?
And you think all those horses, all those people, all those fascinators.
Clock, all that effort, all those calls.
I know the calls. You know, Greggy Miles, I think, might be up to his 34th. You know, I can remember.
It's a great pity that digital radio couldn't restore and bring back that first call of 150 years ago.
Well, I've got to say is that they never called it in those days.
Oh, right. But someone must have shouted out as they were going past.
Harris Tweed won.
That sort of thing.
They used to write them up in the paper.
Mm.
And, you know, in elaborate longhand, you know, at the 1,600 metre pole, Harris Tweed was in front, Monaco Consul was second and so on. Very elaborate.
Yep. Yep.
And people used to buy the papers and read it and imagine.
Didn't the town crier come down HG and call as he saw it? You know, hear ye, Harris Tweed, 3 lengths in front. Didn't they do that?
Well, yes, they did. And then when he said 3 lengths in front, by the time he came to his next report,
I know.
You know, profound beauty, 3 lengths.
Yeah, but people took into account.
Yeah, I know the distance.
The old crier, he's a bit behind, but at least he had a bit of a feel.
Mm-hmm. Look, obviously, it's very hard to do justice to it, really, because it's over in 3 minutes or just over 3 minutes. And even if you add it all up, 150 by 3.5 minutes, not much time at all, really.
No, it isn't.
Spread over 150 years.
Yes.
But the great thing is it still stops a nation.
Mm.
And I wonder
if scientists are working on that, HG, just exactly how much time has been spent with the Melbourne Cup over the years. So it's supposed to be that hard to work out. Do we have the timing of the first one, or would it have been, 3 minutes, 15 seconds?
Yeah, and add it all up.
The next one would have been about, 3 minutes, 12?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, if we went through the whole 150...
Could a university mind do that, Roy? Would that be too hard for somebody at a university on a grant?
Well, I suppose you could get a grant to do it. To do all the sums. I mean,
would you need a pocket calculator to do that?
Well, you could use one, yeah.
Now, I just sort of think, with the 150th, it's slipping by, and you really feel as though we've made it special. I mean, obviously, in the end, everybody just wants to win, and as soon as they won, they go back to work.
Yeah.
Sorry, they don't go back to work. They go back to what they were doing just before the race, which is probably nothing. But, I just sort of think, we haven't let it go by, have we? Because, let's face it, you and I won't be around when 300 are up.
No. Gee, what are they going to do when it's the 300th Cup?
Will they have a scratch and matchy out?
Well, it'll all be scratchies then, HG. There won't be any real horses left.
No, true. It'll all be like the Channel 9 Digi thing, won't it?
It will. It'll just be rubbish.
Well, enjoy the big day tomorrow, no matter how you spend it. Obviously people will be thinking about their frocks, going to the races, keeping dry, getting pissed. The bar's open, as I understand it, to 6 o'clock in the morning, so there's plenty
Well, why not start now?
Yeah, well, of course, leave them open. And so there's plenty of chances to get involved. And, the romance of a race that stops a nation is not to be underestimated. No. Because, let's face it, it's about the only thing that does.
No, it's about dreams, isn't it?
Dreams, that's it. So I hope you live in the dream, and I hope the dreams do come true tomorrow. Join us on Friday when we unpack the race, the great race. And
a few readings from the Alan Funt book.
which will square people away for Emirates Day. Enjoy the week. Bye now.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim, of course, wearing the colours today of Brazilian Pulse in honour of the horse that knocked over the, obviously the big one at Flemington yesterday. Oh, what a race. It's just incredible. Obviously went in very short price favourite in the Oaks and won. Unlike other races which remain unmentioned, Jim dedicates today's read to the stars of Flemington Fashions on the field this week. Given the rain, it cannot have been easy for everyone involved, and I understand record numbers were involved in the Fashions on the field. The Twigley Cup was won by, I think, J.D. Pino. I hope I've got that right, from Cairns, in an $18 outfit. That puts the, apparently JD bought the material on eBay. Now, that puts the whole thing into perspective, doesn't it? People went to Myers and David Jones, because obvious reasons, and bought up big instead of looking where they should have been looking, on eBay for next to nothing. Well done, JD. And I think she's even got a Lexus car and $100 million to go with it. She's had a big week. And in late mail from the Mounting Enclosure, young Finchy, who may have been a judge as part of the Twigley Cup judging panel. I think Jerry Hall also packed down with, obviously, Twiggers herself in the judging panel. Anyway, young Finchy has caught the eye of a desert potentate and is off to the World Cup in Dubai next year as a guest of the Sheikh. So we'll be having an update on that, literally, obviously later in the show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on Afternoon. What a week! What an incredible week! Best week of 2010 so far, easily, cricket. And after the Sri Lankan touch-up midweek, the baggy green senior players don't want Clarkey to be captain. It's easy to see why. No ideas. And no matter how often he's on the dog, DeWarney, Pup doesn't get it. Baseball, and we don't often have a chance to talk the great American pastime, but the SF Giants, that's the San Francisco Giants, took the World Series for the first time in about 50 years, winning 4-1 over the Texas Rangers in the best of 7. It was terrific, terrific work from the Giants. I love anything connected with San Francisco, you know that. I've been a big fan for the city they call the city for many, many years now. And, it's great to see them back on top in baseball. Their sport isn't really their go in San Francisco. They've got, obviously, that other team there that in the footy never wins anything. It might be called the 49ers. Never wins anything, just hopeless. But anyway, they're on top in the baseball. That's great. Surfing, and Stephanie Gilmore bags a 4th world title in Puerto Rico. Sadly, the great Andy Irons mysteriously died in a hotel room this week. And I'm not sure exactly what's been decided about how he died, but it's very, very sad for everybody involved in surfing, and especially those close to Mr. A. Irons himself. Rugby league, and what is it about Canberra and dogs? I mean, some of these stories are very difficult to bring tastefully to you. I think Roy and I will be doing our best this afternoon to explain what has happened with the dog and a former Canberra Raider. I use the word former advisedly here. But some of these things are very, very difficult to put into the context, like obviously Roy and I steer clear of a lot of that, lewd talk that other stations go in for. We try not to cause offence to anybody here. And when we do, we're more than open to hear from you if we have trodden on toes, which we haven't been able to see from our vantage point here at the House of Power, Triple M, the station that rocks. And notice I said rocks and not something that begins with C that sounds familiar, because it's not that sort of show. If you want that sort of show, there are plenty of other stations. You can go and listen to them. I hope that puts all that in perspective.
In fact, it is a station that cocks.
I know, but
it cocks a snoot.
Very
at
good.
many, many other stations.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were going to say we cover badminton very, very extensively.
Well, we do.
From the point of the shuttle. Cock. Anyway, look, if you want that other smutty stuff, look, it's a broad church, the Australian radio dial. Go and worship at another venue, will you? Because we've just had enough of it here. I mean, I'm beginning to sound like Alan Jones. Fair enough. Fair enough. When it comes to these sort of matters, dogs in Canberra, who else do I meant to sound like? Anybody but Alan. Thanks very much. Parrot. Now, racing, and doesn't the French tilt on Tuesday? And I don't want to say too much about the effort of the cheese-eating surrender monkeys at Flemington on Tuesday, but doesn't their tilt put Bart completely in the shade? I remember Roy's comments, and they ring in my ears today. When I mentioned Bart Cummings, he simply said, I'm over Bart, I've had enough, he's rubbish. And he was. He was on Tuesday. Rubbish. The French have lobbed once and won it once. Go figure. How many horses has Bart tipped into this wheeze over the years? Millions. Absolutely millions of horses, and he's only won it 13 times. Sadly for Gay, the curse rings true. Gay, how about it? Once were 11th, and poor old Descarado from Caulfield Cup winner to a Webber-inspired DNF. I've never heard of it before in a horse race. A DNF from a Caulfield Cup winner. Go back through the records and have a look. And by golly, isn't the SOK, that is the Sport of Kings, a cruel caper? One dodgy run from the People's Horse, so you think, and the nag is sold off to overseas interests for stud work and a few promotional runs around Europe. If there was any guts in Canberra, they'd put a stop to this scandalous and inhuman act. I mean, where is the RSPCA when you need it? Bib, are you listening? Having said that, it's going to be Phar Lap all over again. This Euro trash crowd based in Ireland. They're clueless. Fact. I mean, the horse is going to die a lonely death in some foreign schoolyard and be buried under a lot of paint tins. I mean, it's Phar Lap all over again. And so do some selections. No, I'll have to swerve past the selections briefly on Emirates Day. It's become too difficult. There I was, confident on Derby Day. Now even the confidence is gone. This is the life. This is the elephant in your car. This is the home of dreams, and dreams really can come true. Now it's time to lock horns with a bloke who still retains, thank goodness, and thank goodness sanity is at stake here. He still has 100% ownership of Rooting King. Despite lucrative offers over the years, this man believes the King is valuable to this nation's psyche and cannot be sold off like some underbrand to the highest bidder. Oh no, sirree, Bob. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven, and we get him on the bellow simply by shouting, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp this week, Darto?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson, my constant huckleberry friend.
One for the buffs.
One for the buffs. My word it is. And I use the term advisedly. Mm-hmm. It's not a term used often on this program, indeed on this station. That is huckleberry.
It's the first time ever. We're always talking about Edward Albee and the delicate balance, but never about huckleberry friend. Fact.
That's exactly right. And I tell you what, it's not a term to be scared of. No. If someone's your huckleberry friend, just admit it. Okay. Now, why don't players want Pup as captain? I mean, we might throw open the lines on this one a little bit later on. You might have thoughts of yourself. You might have observed, the players and Pup over the years, and you might have observed something that we've just missed, because I tell you, we're scratching our heads this end. We don't know what's going on with this Australian cricket team. All I know is that they're not playing very good cricket.
Have you got a score, Roy?
I think Sri Lanka, were, last I looked, 2 for 123 in the 26th over. So they'll be cruising towards 250 plus, I would have thought. I think they've got this one in the bag already. Now, Richie Benaud backs Pup as the next Test captain. Now, why? Why would Richie... I mean, Richie is Richie Pup's huckleberry friend. I'll just leave that hanging there. But you feel free to factor that into the tour pack when we do open the lines. Sri Lanka, how good are they? And I tell you, those Sri Lankans, that great escape on Wednesday night, I hope you caught it. I just thought it was wonderful to watch. I mean, the drama, fantastic. I mean, sure, it would have been great to see Australia win, but we knew that wasn't going to be possible. But I wonder, how much were the Australians paid to bowl so badly? Isn't that where the inquiry should be headed with this one? Mm-hmm. As we, claw through the entrails of that particular match. Let's let that Wednesday night match never be forgotten, because it represents a watershed in Australian cricket. I tell you now, that's a fact. Sonny Bill Williams to make his first Test debut for the All Blacks against England. Speaking of Sonny Bill Williams, it looks like GI Greg Inglis might be going to join Sonny Bill's old club, playing rugby union in France. In France. Oh, I'm not even having trouble saying it anymore.
I know. Well, it's easy.
It's
been a hell of a week.
I know. I can't say it since the Cup. I haven't been able to say the word "on." Yeah, and we're fair enough too. I mean, I've had it with them. Alan Davidson calls for Test teams to travel by ship. Oh, God, ever the voice of common sense is Davo. Ever the voice of common sense. I mean, he knows what's going wrong with this Australian cricket team. They're not spending enough time together. Simple as that. He says it's great for morale to have a slow trip on the boat, say, to England. In those days, in Davo's day, it used to take about 6 months. Mm. You can imagine how close they got together, that lot. Mm-hmm. Huckleberry friends forever. Parramatta signed veteran winger Chris Walker, a great old Huckleberry friend of the rugby league for a hell of a long time. Welcome back, Chris Walker. Todd Carney named Rugby League International Player of the Year. No surprise there. Hensby 474 as far as I know.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Roy. In the hurly-burly of the last couple of weeks, with the obviously the Four Nations and the Spring Carnival and so on, we forgot to welcome Gary Puckett to our shores.
Yes.
Now,
This
Gary,
is the Union Gap man, isn't it?
yes, the young girl,
young
Lady
girl.
Willpower. Now, look, he began a tour in Sydney last Friday night, and this weekend he's at Canterbury Hurlstone and Dural Country Club.
Fantastic.
I think tonight he might be at the North League, Sydney. That's a beautiful place to see somebody like Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, or whoever's come with him to fill the hole.
Who
of the
would be
Union Gap.
filling the hole the Gap's leaving, HG,
I'm
if the
not
Gap
sure.
can be a hole, and I think in this instance certainly is.
You know what worries me is that it'll be, and I don't say this, unkindly. It'll be local musicians.
Oh, okay. Well, they'd all know the songs,
They would,
which is an advantage.
And he'd probably bring an MD.
And he'd bring
He'd
charts.
and whip them into shape.
Yes.
Now, look, then he has a bit of a break. Wednesday, he starts up in Newcastle West. Newcastle, that's a terrific venue, isn't it? He'd pack that out. It's
West
a huge
Leagues Club
room.
in Newcastle is fantastic.
I think
Great,
you and I have
great
done
club.
that room.
Yeah, we have.
For fundraising events.
Yep,
Then Nelson Bay Diggers, Newcastle.
Yep.
Then he's off to the Crown Casino in Melbourne. God, wouldn't that be? That's a beautiful venue. I hope
Great
he's-
venue, yep.
That room, that big room upstairs.
Yeah, he'd make that his own.
He would. Then the Cube at Campbelltown. He's getting around.
So straight from Crown to Campbelltown.
Yeah, Crown to Campbelltown. And then he's off to Adelaide and the Gov.
Yep.
And then he's over to Perth at the Regal. And then he swings back to the Ettalong Bowling Club in Sydney. Well,
Fantastic.
That's Central Coast, the Ettalong. What a great button to finish on.
Yeah,
Ettalong.
exactly. Yes, yes.
It's a hell of a
It's
tour.
great that everyone has an opportunity to see, well, perhaps not so much Queenslanders or Northern Territorians, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
but by and large, most Aussies get the opportunity to see Gary.
You know what I think might happen is that he's off to New Zealand, and he's obviously got commitments back in America. I think, for instance, by the 1st or the 20th of this month, he's back in Annapolis, MD Rams Head, terrific venue there too.
Is he back in the studio? Is he going to re-record some of these classics?
I think he's going to do some duets.
Duets, okay.
With stars.
Young Girl, he'd do.
You do
with
Young Girl, he might do
Alanis Morissette or someone like that.
Correct.
Yes, good.
Perfect. And then he might get Gwen Stefani out to sing Lady
fantastic.
Willpower with him and
Yes.
stuff like that. Those sort of things. That'd be.
And
up to
who's
the
that
MD.
that ass-wiggling act, HG, we saw many years ago?
Oh,
The Logies?
Shakira.
Shakira,
Oh,
yes, he would do something with her, surely.
He could revive
Lady
her
Willpower
career.
would be great with her.
Well, yeah, now we've got two people doing that. Well, maybe he can do two duets of the same song. That'd be something fresh on this record, on this great new record. Now, still with musical ideas, and this is fantastic. Brett Lee, who we connect with Six and Out.
The band Six and
The
Out.
back band
Yeah.
Six and Out.
Yeah.
The bowler, the fast bowler.
Yeah.
Binger, some of them called.
Yes.
Well, he's already...
Six and Out was a great band.
It's fantastic. They used to do a great version of How's That?
Yeah, they did.
Now, he has already, topped the charts in India, and he's back off to the subcontinent to introduce his new band called White Shoe Theory. This will baffle subcontinental people, but be that as it may, the champion pace bowler takes off on a whirlwind 10-day tour on Monday,
Okay.
with the band set to rip it up in 7 cities, including Mumbai, Delhi.
Yep.
I hope he gets beyond those two because there's other great. And it won't be all rock and roll and late nights for the boys. The tour bus is due to stop off at a couple of training camps involving Indian players
Fantastic.
and play for them.
Oh, brilliant. Is he going into Nepal with that act, HG?
He would.
Yeah,
There are a
good.
few things. I hope he gets into Kashmir and maybe
Yeah,
into
good. Kashmir would be great.
beyond the line of control there. That'd
Yep.
be great. There are a few things in the mix at the moment.
Yep.
I can't give you names because it hasn't been confirmed yet, but I'm trying to potentially train a couple of Indian players over there to join the band.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Say on sitar
Yep.
and the tabla drums. I can
Yes.
see that fleshing out the White Shoe Theory incredibly well.
It would, wouldn't it?
Because he's moved away from cricket now. I think he's lost to cricket, really. And
Well, he's lost to Test cricket. That's for sure. That's for sure. Now, is White Shoe Theory, HG, is any of the lineup from the old Six and Out a part of the theory?
I think so.
Yeah, good.
Some of the out have moved over to the theory. And they brought their songs with them. That's the really good thing about it.
Yeah. Now, when's Triple M going to get an album from the theory?
Well, you know what? I've got a sort of a dream. I'd love to see them do something with Gary.
Gary Puckett and White Shoe Theory.
That's my understanding.
Wow.
And I don't see why they're beyond the resources here of the management, who are, as you know, traditionally slow with these ideas. Imagine them getting together and putting something down here.
Puckett and Lee.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, This is interesting given the week of rugby league information. There's a little story about Brett Finch, and he's described here as departing NRL larrikin.
I didn't know young Finch was a larrikin.
He's assembled a State of Origin-style squad to help send him off from Sydney with a classic long lunch. I think it might be organised for tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Is the public welcome to this long lunch?
It is. Yeah, they can come. What's guaranteed is to be one of the funniest touring groups to hit the number of Eastern Suburbs Hotel this weekend.
Right.
The group reads like a character, a who's who of NRL characters.
Oh, good. Oh, who's there? Who's going to be?
Well, sadly, Monaghan isn't.
No, good. Well, it's not too late.
No, he could be able to drive up.
Yep.
We've got, obviously, Joey Johns.
Ah!
Yeah, already you're laughing. Mace.
You mean Big Willie?
Yeah, Big Willie.
Big Willie's going to go.
Yeah, Mace.
Oh, it's a ride already.
Eric Groth, who I've never connected with the hilarious end of things.
There's Eric Groth
Jr., yeah.
Very funny man, yes.
Anthony Minicello, a riot in the right context.
Yes, great with the Jags. Yeah.
Michael Crocker, who's very funny, look at his head.
Yeah, he's a scream, a riot.
Luke Ricketson, Chris Walker, recently signed, obviously, the Parramatta Eels, and Todd Payton.
Yeah, very funny blokes, yes.
We can't confirm or deny that Finchie's bon voyage to the UK Super League, but, on the date when it's setting off. But this might be, the finish of his...
Well, it'll be it'll just be rubble.
Yeah.
I would advise anyone to just try and get along, be there. Don't get involved. You don't try and mix it with them.
No.
Just sit around, watch, laugh and learn.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, it's been a hell of a week, really, Roy. We're lucky enough to get to the Cup on Tuesday, obviously.
Yes.
And we bumped into Jeff Fugel, who was
Skippy,
Skippy,
yeah.
The 100 fly man from Delhi.
Yep.
Who was there on the loose. His missus-to-be has to work. Oh, she could be here. She's drawn the short straw. She's drawn the short straw a lot this year. But the popular swimmer wouldn't reveal any wedding plans to us, at least, saying only that the date and place had been narrowed down, to a couple of years after
London.
London, yeah. The Hugel spent a couple of days in Melbourne with his business partner and mentor, the pair of a television production company and are developing reality television shows and documentaries. He said he can't keep swimming forever. Yeah, I noticed you had a word to him about what he was up to. Remember, I think the last swimmer who had a crack at television was Ian Thorpe.
Yes, Ian Thorpe, that's right.
And Ian, I think, came to the realisation when he got home after swimming that there was nothing on the television that he wanted to watch. That's so he decided to make some television that he could watch.
Would watch, yes.
That he would watch.
Yeah.
That certainly kicked on as an idea.
Yes, it
has Skippy got the same sort of thing in mind, or is he a bit more...
I don't think he's that closed-minded, HG. No. I think he's quite prepared to make television that others might like to watch, and not necessarily he.
It's a ratings problem, though, isn't it? If only you want to watch it.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I don't know what shows Ian went on to make. Didn't he do a cooking show?
No, well, that was a later version. He did a big environmental show. Yes. That was what he wanted to get people,
What, fishing with
Ian?
Fishing with Ian.
Not bad. I wasn't thinking of that sort of environmental show.
Looking at fish with Ian.
Looking at fish with Ian was better,
good.
yeah.
Yes.
After you
looking at trees with Ian?
Yeah, and after you picked up the rubbish.
Yes.
You know what to do with rubbish? Mm-hmm. If you busted television, throw it in a tip. That sort of idea. Don't leave it in your lounge room. I think that's where Ian was headed.
Yeah, good. Recycling with Ian?
Recycling with Ian. So there were quite a lot of shows there. And a lot of those had, I'd say, broader appeal than just, thinking Ian would watch them.
Yes.
I mean, admittedly on paid television, having your own channel will eventually be where we're headed, isn't it?
I suppose so.
I wonder what Ian's watching tonight. Well, let's tune in. That's how I see it working.
Yes.
So all of a sudden there's three of us, Roy, HG and Ian, all watching Ian's channel.
Yep.
Obviously we might get bored and want to watch something else. I mean, I'm not sure because it's not up and running yet, but eventually...
Well, unfortunately, these shows I haven't seen.
No.
Watching fish with Ian and watching trees with Ian and recycling with Ian. I haven't seen Cooking with Ian. I haven't seen any of them, unfortunately. But I've heard very big raps.
Yeah. Now, remember, I think he was able to persuade Richard Branson to come on the cooking show. I might have that
was
wrong.
Cooking with Ian.
Cooking with Ian.
Open brackets and Richard Branson.
Well, special guest.
Yes.
Richard Branson.
Yes.
Well, that was talking about planes, I suppose, in-flight cuisine. Because let's face it, Ian spends a lot of time flying.
I suppose he would.
And
these were specially prepared meals to eat in flight.
Not bad. That was certainly a part of it.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you saw it.
Well, I certainly saw enough of it to get the line and length. You see, cooking and shows on me don't really.
No, I know.
You know, they're not my go.
No, that's right.
I struggle to watch anything.
MasterChef, you didn't like it.
No, I didn't.
You
like
didn't get
MasterChef.
on with MasterChef.
And the one beforehand with Little Poe and the new Poe show. I mean, I just vomit most of the time.
Poe's Kitchen, you mean?
Poe's Kitchen, yeah. It's a struggle.
Well, I find Poe's Kitchen a little bit of a struggle too. Although Ian seems to like it because he's structured his program very similar. I mean, could be called Ian's Kitchen, his show.
What a great
idea!
idea!
It's called Cooking with Ian. That's your point of difference between he and Poe's show.
We see,
I imagine.
The template was thrown down, hurled onto the ground all those years ago by the olive oil bloke. Huey.
Ian Huey Hewitson.
Ian Huey Hewitson.
Yes.
Huey's Cooking
Adventures.
Olive oil. I always start with a bit of oil.
I love that show. I still do.
I
mean, the great thing I love about it is that there is no adventure at all.
No.
With Ian.
It's everything you probably made last
safe
week.
As houses.
Safe as houses. Spaghetti bolognese. Next week, spaghetti bolognese. Next week, well, they might have a Fritz sandwich for those who know what Fritz is.
Yeah. Well, of course, it all goes back to the great John Kerr.
I know, the Galloping
Kerr's
Gourmet.
Kitchen, the Galloping Gourmet.
Yeah, well, the bloke who did things with eggs. Peter Russell Clark.
Oh.
Was he from the Egg Board? Or was
I
that,
don't know if
I
he was
made that
from
up?
the Egg Board. I'm not sure. I seem to see him. I think I've seen him. He might have been dairy. I've seen him with a cow. He come out with a cow and say, "G'day,
right.
Ian, Peter Russell Clark here."
Open brackets, Ian.
Yes.
Close brackets.
Well, there you go. Now, Skippy's show, though, is he going to do a cooking show, Cooking with Skippy?
Well, because he's got runs on the board when it comes to packing it away.
That's right.
But
if he's talking reality television show, this sounds like...
Well, 40 kilos up. I mean, there's your show right there. How to put on 40 kilos, I'll show you.
Right.
This is what you have to do. Now, how to take off 40 kilos. That's the part 2, obviously.
Right.
What do you reckon? 13 eps to get to the 40 kilos, 3 a week? Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay.
It's a hell of a show.
It is a hell of a show. Now, well, the shows he was talking about were shows like, for those in Sydney, for example, I think one of the shows was called Walking to Hornsby. And you get half a dozen people to get together at the CBD, and you follow them walking to Hornsby, which might take 3 or 4 episodes. Now, I think they're going to be tailored for each capital city, HG.
So in Melbourne, it might be walking to, say, from St Kilda to Frankston.
Walking to Frankston, yes.
What a lovely idea.
Great idea. Half a dozen people who may or may not know
And would
each other.
would these be luminaries, like would you have Ted Baillieu and, I don't know, jockeys, say, Damien Oliver on the walk, and you'd probe them about, controversial things?
I don't know if he got that far.
I hadn't thought
when
about
he spoke to me, there was certainly no suggestion that celebrities were going to be roped in. It was just ordinary people walking to these various suburbs and following their adventures, the things you'd see.
Right. Living off the land?
Not necessarily. No, you could stop at a shop and buy something.
See, where I worry about this is unless you can see what I describe as a right-hand turn, people are going to get...
Well, I think he was hoping 1 or 2 of them might get run over.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, The Life. Good times. And that's Barnsley with In Excess. And we've got coming up in Hot Lap Handout.
Is that the soundtrack to Walking to Hornsby?
It is.
Good.
That's right. Good times, Walking to Hornsby. I think what the plan is, as you pointed out, while that song was playing, is to get the people like Damien Oliver and Ted Baillieu to fly from Melbourne to Sydney, get out of the plane and walk all the way to Hornsby on the off chance they're going to get run over.
Yeah. Well, shit, I tell you.
I know. That's all you need.
Shows, pitched, predicated on a limper idea than that, I'm telling you.
Now, the reason why I've mentioned the In Excess and Barnsley, we've got as part of the Hot Lap Handout today, In Excess duets with In Excess obviously playing.
With Gary Puckett?
Gary Puckett, Rob Thomas, Ben Harper.
Brett Lee.
They're all here. Daryl Braithwaite, Dan Sultan, Cav Temperley. They're all there. It's just fantastic.
Andy Williams?
Yeah, he's
Isn't
there
that
too.
fantastic?
My sentimental friend, I think Andy does with the In Excess. It's just weird.
Not my Huckleberry friend.
No.
Oh, my sentimental friend, the old Herberts.
Well, yeah.
Ballad.
That's right. No milk today on the flip. Now, Look, one thing that happened, this was terrific, a terrific breakthrough for young Finchy.
Now, which Finch is this? Is this
young
Rachel
Finch.
or Brett?
No, this is Rachel.
Brett's having the riot tomorrow, you might recall.
The comedy riot.
The comedy riot,
Which
which the
the
funniest players in rugby league, yes?
The great thing is he's not charging admission for it.
No.
And it's hard to imagine, say, rugby union or the A-League or AFL coming up with, a similar cast, really, isn't it? I mean, I suppose you could work your way through and find some.
I tell you what, that's an idea for Jeff Hugel, isn't it?
Oh.
Rugby league's funniest man, funniest player.
I know.
And then with the AFL, I mean, you might struggle a little bit with the AFL, but they might be able to unearth one or two funny ones. But I tell you what, the rugby league's filled with them.
Well, the thing is that who's the next Shane Crawford in the AFL?
Oh, what a good question. Who would you play? Who would play Hank Bolger?
If they were casting
If
today.
they were going to cast it today.
Yeah.
What a good question.
Or,
Fascinating question.
Or Sam Newman. Maybe we could take talk back on this later on.
Yes.
Today. Who's the next Sam Newman?
Exactly. Brilliant.
I mean, Sam can't keep going forever.
No.
So somebody's going to have to step into those large shoes.
Yeah, but they broke the mould, didn't they?
Well, they did, but somebody, will have a take on, have a sort of...
Yeah, but they would have said the same thing about Jack Dyer. There was no one funnier than Jack Dyer. Diarrhea, I rest my case. Funny article. Week in, week out.
Yeah.
Now, Sam's very much in the Jack Dyer diarrhea mould.
He is.
So you can see there's Jack, Diarrhea Dyer, to Sam, to X.
Yeah, very good.
A lot of people thought it was going to be Shane Crawford, but I don't think it is.
No, it's not. Certainly not.
I still think we're waiting. We're waiting.
For those shoes to be filled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, look, what would be a great film for Skip would be this plot. Rachel Finch, we're back to Finchy.
Oh, yes.
She's caught the eye of the Dubai ruler, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
I'll be buggered.
Are we going to that place where we weren't going to go? Where those other stations? You've got plenty of choice here. The brunette has made quite an impression on His Highness when they met in the Emirates Marquee. I met the Sheikh himself on Cup Day, and 10 minutes later, I had one of his assistants come up to me and whisper quietly, would you like to come to the World Cup in Dubai next year?
No
I was
way.
gobsmacked. I just kept saying, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, you would.
I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, Australians going to the Cup Day.
Yes.
The World Cup.
Is there any caveat to it, to the offer, though, HG? I mean, are there any
in Dubai
strings?
Well, I would think, I would
the
imagine.
Sheikh expect,
Yeah, what a good question. Would you have to dress down at all?
Would she have to dress up? Would she have to wear the, chador or the
the
hijab or any of those? Would she have to? Well, I suppose she would have to.
I'm not sure how what happens on race day.
Well, I'm not sure either. I mean, do they have a tent? Does the Sheikh have a tent?
A tent for two.
Well, she'd be a tent for two.
Mm-hmm. It's a great get, though, Australians. I mean,
the romance of the desert.
I know.
The Clippity Clops.
Mm-hmm. Camels.
Camels in the sunset.
I know. And the sun going down over the Red Sea. Well, it may not be over
Moonlight.
the Red Sea. The Gulf.
Yes.
All that sort of stuff. And Dubai, is that the one where they reclaim a lot of land and have the palms and that?
I believe so,
And,
yes.
wouldn't that be great? To have
well, if Sheikh Al Maktoum plays his cards right, he would do an island off that sea there in the shape of Rachel Finch's head.
Isn't it?
And then he'd take her to her own head to a tent there.
Now, we know this bloke because...
Now, for Hugel, there's a show.
That's what I'm suggesting. Inside the tent with Jeff.
Yeah. Well, with the Sheikh.
Yeah, obviously.
Shake, rattle and roll, he'd probably call it.
Now, look, and can I just say, if anybody's connected with either Jeff or Rachel, the Sheikh is not afraid of luggage. I just say this,
true.
You and I have encountered the Sheikh's luggage in our travels.
Indeed, we have.
And
very much so.
No, he's great. He likes a bag.
He does. We got on very well with the Sheikh that
he's
day.
incredible.
He didn't ask us to go off to...
Well, an island
No.
in the shape of our heads.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, one of the great things about the Cup coverage was what I'm describing as the greatest Cup never run. Now, Channel 9, in their news, had a virtual race on Monday, which revealed their suggestions on the Cup winner. Channel 7, as part of their Cup coverage, assembled the most outstanding 24 Melbourne Cup winners. Now, it was a special promotion, obviously, 150th running. The simulated race was watched with interest by most of the 100,000-plus crowd on track and an Australian TV audience of about 10 million. I think Seven put it to air about 1:30 on Tuesday. That's 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Now, Bruce McAvaney called the race in which Farlap, who'd been allocated top weight 60 kilograms, ran down Carbine to win. Now, Dale Monteith...
How much by issue do we know? Was it half a head? Or...
Half a head, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Is Farlap the greatest racehorse ever? The Dale Monteith, the VRC boss, said this win. Well, hang on. This win.
Yeah.
Is that he said?
I'm calling it a win.
Fair enough. Will definitely add more fuel to the debate. The Big Bread has once again proven that in a once-in-a-lifetime racehorse, he truly was the best ever. Renowned front runner Might and Power, who won in 1997, led for most of the race, but was under pressure at the final turn. I didn't think he could go on.
No.
I just thought he looked, as though he'd gone too early and that there was nothing left. And I thought the hoop badly read the pace because he knew Big Red was steaming.
Yeah, Big Red was coming through. Where did Rooting King come, actually? Because I missed it.
Yeah, no, Rooting King came third in a bit of a boil-over.
Okay.
And Bruce was shocked when he said, and I don't believe it, Rooting King's come third.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, Tulloch fourth. So it was a great credit to yourself, Roy.
Yeah, Big Red. Who was riding Big Red on that? I suppose.
Well, they would have had Jim Pike.
Jim Pike was on.
Yeah, Jim Pike.
God, Jim.
Yeah, he's beautiful. And, it's lost none. When you look at it over the years, I mean, nothing.
Did Jim comply with the new whipping rules, HG? Or...
No, he didn't. He just belted the horse as much as he could because he knew it was a bludger and the only way to get it there was hit it with a stick. I think the RSPCA were concerned about the virtual implications.
Who came second? Not Might and Power.
Carbine,
that's right, Carbine.
Oh, no, Might and Power.
And the King was third. Okay.
Yeah, the King was third. Now, Carbine, famous for shouldering the greatest weight of all. I think the weight told, the 66.5 kilograms told in Carbine's case.
Yeah. I think the King, the last time the King rode the Cup, I think he carried 64.
64 is hell of a weight.
Hell of a weight.
Yeah. Now, look, halfway down the straight, Carbine loomed, but Farlap, who had travelled 3 wide for the race, went on to win by a length. Mackay Diva tried, but was ultimately found wanting. The greatest Cup never run. You can still see
who
it.
Came last?
I didn't get who came last, but the various people, writers from papers and various television personalities were asked their opinion, and that's how they kind of worked it all out.
Okay.
Now, did it add something to the 150th celebrations? And can I just say, now that we've seen the 150th Cup, I'm still a bit disappointed that it didn't seem to. Everybody wanted to get a bet on and all that sort of stuff, which I understand. Yeah. But it didn't seem to be the 150th that I expected.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? I expected sort of maybe some sort of fly past of planes.
Yeah. Reenactments. See, I expect,
reenactments, yeah.
Yeah, I expect a lot of people to turn up in period costume.
Yeah, and be let in free.
Yeah. Yep, just something like that.
Mm-hmm. Like people wearing Gene Shrimpton's dress. Remember how that caused us to... I can't remember, but I've seen it on Vision, obviously.
Yeah, that was your miniskirt.
Miniskirt blew people away.
It did blow people away. But I'm talking about the fashions that were worn 150 years ago. That's what I thought people would come wearing. And I just thought it would have had the real... And people, I was hoping would go there using the means of transport available to them 150 years ago, so that young people would appreciate that the world's changed a hell of a lot in that 150 years. Because you look at the reenactment of the Cup and you think, oh, nothing's changed in 150 years. It looks just the same. Big Red, he's good, he's still winning.
Rooting King, still great,
still great.
Third, unlucky third. Yeah. Didn't get out in time.
So no one really had an appreciation of how much what's changed in that 150
that's true.
years.
People forget, of course, that the phone wasn't invented 150 years ago. I'm not talking about mobile phones. I'm talking about ordinary phones.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned phones.
You're right.
See, there was no phone.
No.
Television was in its infancy. I mean, Darryl Summers was there, but he was the only one.
Yeah.
Who's around today.
Yeah, I know.
But... it's very much a different world, a slower pace of, Yeah. And yet they run the Cup roughly in the same time. Go figure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, so many kids, I was talking to were saying, well, it took 3 hours to run the Cup, in those days. I had to say, well, hang on. That's not right. Things move just as quickly. Horses move just as quickly then as they do today.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong there. Well, thank God Bruce did that to lay to rest You know,
Well, exactly
that
right.
misconception.
Misconception that somehow it was a slower world, therefore horses ran more slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I've just got to say, the footage that I've seen of Phar Lap running, he does look as though he's going slow.
Mm.
But the times when you read about it in the papers, and admittedly they were hand-timed, by people counting 1 and 2 and 3 and etc.
That's right, because you didn't have a clock then, did you?
No, you didn't. No clocks.
No clocks.
No clocks.
No.
And there was no suggestion that there was a talking clock, so as if you were stuck, you could ring up.
You couldn't ring up a talking clock.
And
you couldn't phone anyone. I mean, the talking clock might have been there, but no one could hear him.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Oh, yes, the Beastie Boys, and you've got to fight for your right to party. I'll say you have to. These days.
These days in the nanny state.
Yeah, no one's going to give you anything on a plate. You've got to fight for it and take it. Now, speaking of which, what a great result for fashion at Oaks Day yesterday.
Yes.
The Fashion on the Field show, which boasts 100,000 in prizes, normally attracts top-notch, field, and yesterday was no difference. Ms. J.D. Pino, I mentioned this in the opening comments a while ago, first time in, thrashed the competition by a furlong in a print dress imported from Nashville, Tennessee.
Yep.
She and her friend Nigel Vogler, took it apart and transformed it into a 1950s style skirt. Style icon Jerry Hall, a model daughter Georgia May Jagger, Vogue Australian editor Christy Clements, Myer ambassadors Rebecca Twigley, Jess Hart, judged the best effort on the day at Flemington.
Right.
And when I first got it, I was pretty disappointed because it was like a sack. But they remade it, and now JD has won a Lexus, $5,000 gift card from Myer for efforts. It's great, isn't it? And what I like about this story is the equivalent of somebody buying a horse for $10 and running it in the Golden Slipper or the Melbourne Cup and cleaning up big.
I think that's what's drawn Jeff Hugel's attention to the story. I think he's telling the stories
in one of his films,
one of his television shows.
And I'm hoping
the Vogel and Pino story, I think it's being called.
Now, I'm hoping that they might be able to do something next year. Now, it wouldn't matter if...
What, get them back, Vogel and Pino?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't matter. See, it's a two-parter.
Right.
And sure, the two parts are a little way apart.
Yeah.
But, when they're done, what I'd love to say is, let's have a look at last year. That's where you build up.
Yes.
Act 1, are we going in it? No. I haven't got time.
Yes.
Of course you've got time. Look what we won. We won $5,000 at the Lexus and all that sort of stuff. Offers coming in for, handiwork for yourself, all that sort of thing.
Trip to Dubai with Sheikh Al Maktoum. Was there any talk of that?
Dressing Finchy.
Ah!
That's where it fits with the other one.
Okay.
What are you wearing? The Sheikh asked.
Yeah.
I'm wearing Vogler and Pino. Sheikh, not for long.
Okay, so you bleed one show into the other. So
I reckon that's a real right-hand turn.
Shake, Rattle and Roll has Vogel and Pino bob in. Do a bit of cross-promotion.
Cross-promotion, that's right. And, of course, there's a build-up, the arcing up of it, Finchy comes desperate.
Yeah.
What am I
I've got nothing to wear, Shake.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, suits me, babe.
Or the other way around. What am I going to wear for the Shake? I know. I'll get those people who won it last year at Oaks Day.
Yeah.
Who was it again?
Vogel and Pino.
Yeah, thanks. Ring them up. Got nothing to wear. Do something for me, quick. Yeah. They go online, they buy something.
Yep.
It's a great story. That's a great right-hand turn.
Mm.
Look, I think it's going to be okay. But what I like about it, though, is that, do you think this is going to encourage kids to think, well, bloody hell, JD did it, why can't I? Or do you think it is just an implausible story? It's the Tubman story. I think the horse is called Chance By, which has won a lot of races.
All right. Okay.
Bought for next to nothing. It's Take Over Target all over.
Yeah.
But do you think it can work, or is it just a one-off to prove that it does?
I hope it's not. I hope kids do take, kids are very impressionable, and who knows how kids really think. But if it gets kids thinking, well, I want to look better, I want to get interested in horse racing. I want to get interested in fashion, and I want to think of myself a little bit more by putting myself in something I can look at in the mirror and feel happy with myself.
And I could get tapped on the shoulder by the Sheikh.
By the Sheikh, yes.
And Skippy's film company's looking for a new project. Why not?
Yes.
Follow somebody, say, from the Russell Vale Primary School all the way to the desert.
Oh, right.
Along
the lines of walking to Hornsby.
Exactly. The sand is calling.
Yeah, right. Oh, no, that sounds marvellous. Oh, no, I'm all for that. Yes, the Vogel and Pino show.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's an umbrella that can have lots of different parts. Connect with racing, shake them, training of horses.
They could co-host it, swap it. One, Vogel could take it one week. Hey, everyone, Vogel here. Hey, Pino, are you out? What horses are you looking at? Oh, thanks, Vogel. Yeah, I got here a really stupid bloody horse. Silliest bloody horse I've ever seen. Yeah, great. We'll get back to you. You know what I mean? And next week it'll be, hello, I'm Pino. Vogel, what do you got there? I got a bloke walking to Hornsby.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
All is not lost with this cricket team. I know, obviously they can't bat, can't bowl, can't field, etc. But I think it might have been just a couple of days ago, the Murdoch papers reported that Test spearhead Mitchell Johnson predicts tensions will reach boiling point this summer as Australia attempts to wrest the Ashes back. England's mental frailties have been exposed previously on Australian soil, where they haven't won since 86-87, which is a long time ago now. That's obviously
1886, was that it?
If only.
Yeah, right.
1986.
Oh, right. Okay.
What's that, though? 23 years ago,
Something
24
like
years ago.
Yep.
It's almost a quarter of a century.
Yep.
Johnson said both sides would unleash a series of verbal taunts in a bid to gain an edge in the Ashes battles. Now, this strikes me as the way forward for cricket.
Yeah.
I mean, if people knew that a bit of serious blue was about to be unleashed every time a ball was bowled, they'd be there in droves. It'd become like the theatre for the mind as opposed to some limp idea for a way of passing time.
Now, are they quoting Mitchell Johnson there?
Yeah, well, definitely.
Verbal taunts doesn't sound like his go.
No, it doesn't.
Verbal-wise,
well,
does it?
Wait a minute. Let me set it out for you. These are quotes attributed to Mitchell, to Spearhead Johnson.
Spearhead, yeah.
Definitely, it'll be pushed to the boiling point. It's an Ashes series, and there's a lot of guys in that side that don't mind speaking. But I guess there's a few in our side as well. It's just important keeping your emotions in check. We want to be the best we can with our skills, ... We want to beat them with our skills and win the series. Jeepers creepers, he's thought this through, hadn't he? Do you know I'd like to see open him up on the film? Can you see it?
Skippy Hugel.
Yeah, following the Johnson story.
What do you just call it? Superhead.
Superhead mouths off.
Yeah.
Now, England humiliated.
Superhead and his gob.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right. Anyway, they lost, obviously, 5-0 last time, and Johnson hoped the scars would haunt them, obviously forever, but starting at November the 25th. Quote, past failures would definitely be in the back of the minds, and Andrew Strauss being their captain, he'll definitely have that in the back of his mind. Johnson will finally make his Western Australia debut, ... fades away there. Now, look how, I don't mean to be unkind here, what sort of, damage has been done by the Australians over the year. And let's not forget, Steve Waugh was the master of mental disintegration. Before that, you can go back to Ian Chappell. He was great. These are the captains we're talking about here. Yeah. Probably Bradman wouldn't let off the hook with a couple of timely barbs either. I mean, how much damage has been done to the... I want to use a word here, to the psyche of English cricket on their tours to Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, has the RSPCA ever been called in, for instance?
Yeah.
Have they... and let's not forget young Varney, who did end up in real trouble.
Yeah.
I think on the last tour, he had to go home after he visited a Brisbane shopping mall.
That's right, he did.
He
did, yes, yeah. Look, I if you get inside their heads, HG, you can just go.
You don't need to play the game, do you?
No, you don't. I mean, essentially, you go into their heads. It's like putting a mix master in there. You just buzz away. With words that mince their brains.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're after. Mm-hmm. You want them so confused they put a protector around their knee and stick a pad down their undies and come out. And I've seen that happen. I've seen them, holding the wrong side of the bat.
Yeah, back to front.
Back to front, because they don't know where their heads are just messed.
Mm-hmm.
Just messed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ideally, you don't want them to be able to function normally in society anymore.
No, that's fair enough.
You like it if they're not allowed, their driver's licence is cancelled.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you more fodder.
Mm-hmm.
How are you getting home? Strassy! Not going to be driving, are you, dude? That sort of stuff. Once you've got into his head so much with the mix master that he has trouble doing anything but dribble. And even then you laugh.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, just before we go to the hot lap, I probably should have a crack at some of these, the card tomorrow. Briefly, in the Matriarch Stakes, the selections are horse number 3, Keep the Peace, and horse number 7, Moment in Time. And then in the Queen's Cup, not one of my favourite races, but Dream Peddler won last time, and I think can do it again, and exceptionally. With Nikolic, the bad boy of racing on at the moment, who has a point to prove in the Queen's Cup tomorrow. So they're my selections there. Now it's time for Hot Lap Handout.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a simple prize, but it rocks. We've got Crowded House. This is the all-time biggest hits on 2 CDs. So it's a hell of a prize. It's Crowded House, double CD. Then we've got a triple CD of 30 Years of Rock. So you can listen to Triple M and never have to put the radio on.
Yep.
That's great. And the original Sin, In Excess, this is the duets that we were talking about earlier. Uh-huh. It's just great from obviously In Excess and a lot of helpers, including Rob Thomas, Ben Harper. You know, they go through the whole card here. They do the lot. Plus, On the Punt, sadly not with Alan Funt, but True Tales from the Track with Patrick Bartley, who's thinking about changing his name for the second edition. So that's a great prize. Patrick Bartley.
To Patrick Funt.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Why wouldn't you? Now, for women only who can answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, question is following, HG. Who finished first, second and third, the 3 horses, in the greatest cup never run, as called by Mr. Bruce McAvaney on Channel 7 on Tuesday at about 1:30.
And did a brilliant job.
At about 1:30.
Yes. Now, Roy, that number?
Yes. Who came in at first, second and third?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Nicole, who's joining us from Moorebank, or more in Victoria. How are you there, Nicole?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, has the one-day cricket been talking to you at all, Nicole?
It has. It doesn't leave my TV.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Yeah, good. Now, how do you think the Aussies are going to go tonight?
Look, if the rain holds off a bit more, I think they might do all right.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Now this match the other day that Sri Lanka, I don't know how they did it, but got away with it. Did it look fixed to you?
It did. We shouldn't have lost that. Should not have lost it at all.
Yeah. Do you think some of the bowlers, Australian bowlers, were paid not to bowl well?
Mitchell Johnson, what happened to him?
Yeah, well, there you are. That's your first question if you have an inquiry.
Yep, it's just shocking.
Shocking.
Now, how'd you go during the week with the various activities at Flemington? Did you end up ahead, Nicole?
I ended up with about $150.
Right, and how much did you outlay to get the $150?
About 30, so not too bad.
And how did you do it? Take us through it, bet by bet.
I had the third in the Melbourne Cup and my husband had the winner.
Yes.
So that was okay.
Yep.
And then just a couple of bets during the week, during the whole day.
Yep.
So put it up there a bit.
That's very good. And did you have a bit of a function that you're at, or were you just home and, having a barbecue or something like that?
Yeah, we had a big barbecue at our place.
Oh, right. And is that a traditional thing on Cup Day, all over to Nicole's?
No, not usually. Usually we're down at the cricket club, but this year it ended up at our place.
Oh, fair enough. Is that because you're connected with the cricket club and you decided to put it on at home?
No, the cricket club decided they didn't want to do it this year, so we had everyone at our place.
Oh,
and how many of the bludgers from the cricket club who didn't want to put it on turned up?
Not very many, believe it or not.
Yeah, good.
No, fair enough. What did they do instead, do you know?
Probably passed out at Flemington somewhere.
Yeah,
oh,
right,
they actually
okay.
went.
Okay.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So how many did you have around at your place? How many sausages did you have to cook up, Nicole?
I think we had about 20 people there.
Yes. Were they well behaved? Did it get out of hand?
No, they were all well behaved.
And were they all winners, more importantly?
No.
No.
Oh,
that's good.
They're all mug punters. They've got no idea.
Yeah,
oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, Nicole, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, who finished first, second and third in the greatest cup never run as called by Mr. Bruce McAvaney on Channel 7 on Tuesday at about 1:30, Nicole?
Okay, I reckon it was Farlap came first.
Yeah.
Carbine came second.
Yep.
And Rooting King came third.
A perfect answer, Nicole. Do you
Beautiful.
like going to the races at all?
I do. We're going next weekend, actually.
Oh, there you go. That's fantastic. Well, you'll be lucky because we've got Patrick Bartley's On the Punt, which will tell you how to make even more money than you've made already. Plus, we're throwing in Crowded House, the very best of Crowded House, 30 years of Triple M Rock, and the new In Excess, Original Sin. And hope you have a success when you go to the races next. Nicole, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Roy, were you as shocked as I was by the selling of the People's Horse, the People's Champ, so you think, to Irish interests after one dud run, Roy? One dud run. I mean, a third. I mean, sure, it's not as good as first, but at least he, if you backed him each way, you would have got something out of it. Sure, the price was so short that it was hard to back him each way. Yeah. But be that as it may, just one dud run, and all of a sudden Bart and Darto and all of them have had enough with the old bludger and sending him off overseas to Ireland where an uncertain fate awaits him. I mean, they'll be sure.
They'll abuse him over there. They'll torture him and have fun at his expense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same as Farlap. It's Farlap all over again.
Yes.
Remember, he was the last People's Champion.
Yes.
And look what happened to him. At least this program pointed out that there was a school in, I think, California, Menlo Park, the area, under the school, storeroom. Farlap was buried, the remains of Farlap.
That's right.
Do you think we should put a heritage order?
Well, it's up to our bib. It's up to the federal government, isn't it, to step in and say, right, this horse does not leave Australia because it's Australia's horse.
Are there levers he can pull?
Well, yeah, I think that.
ACCC?
I think so.
Getting Joe Hockey, what a great issue for the opposition.
Yes.
I mean, that's where they're.
Yeah,
that's where there's votes to be won.
Here's the pity. I don't know who the opposition spokesperson for sport is.
No.
Faceless, man.
Yeah. Now
everyone's gone to powder on this one.
Mm-hmm.
They're gutless.
Do you think the racing community should get together?
The racing community,
and
yes.
appeal to the various unions involved in horse transport in Australia to ban the moving of So You Think?
Well, what about the wharfies?
Well, it's just picking them, transport workers.
Transport workers.
Obviously people involved
and
in
embargo.
flight work.
Just
embargo,
won't
stop.
touch him. Won't
move.
ship no move.
Yeah. If So You
Plane
Think.
no go.
Yeah.
No go.
Mm-hmm.
Until horse removed.
Well, I think we've got to step in and we've got to step up.
Of course we've got to step in.
Look, the other thing is, so what disappoints...
Because a lot of Australians want to see So You Think running again.
They do.
Running for us. The people's horse.
The people's horse. That's right. That's what it's become. That's what people forget. I mean, you can list a lot of other horses going around on the weekend. Yep. I mean, I'll just do that for you, if you like, briefly.
Yes.
For instance, do you think that All Silent is ever going to be the people's horse?
No.
It's never going to be the people's horse.
No, it's not.
The same race. Haylist.
No. I don't mind those horses being sold overseas to foreigners to fiddle with.
Star Witness, Black Caviar, they can go.
They can go.
They can go. In some ways, they deserve to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're the stuff that, that sort of rubbish we don't want.
No.
And, just because it was a dud ride, Roy, it wasn't the horse's fault. He wasn't giving his head at the clock tower like Bart stressed to Stephen Arnold. Go at the clock tower. Stephen Arnold lost. He was stargazing. He didn't know where the clock tower was. He was seeing 3 or 4 clock towers.
Well, and the race was very slow. It didn't suit the
champ, the people's horse. No, you're absolutely right.
Didn't suit the people's horse that day.
But he got third. I mean, that's not. He's had any crime. I mean, if he look at Desperado.
He had third with the trainer and the jockey working against him.
Yeah, and look at Desperado, a DNF. I mean, I've never heard of that in the Cup. A DNF.
No, they can have that horse, the Irish.
Desperado. And what do you think of Gay's, the curse on Gay now?
Well, I think Gay would do well not to enter a horse into the Melbourne Cup again. It just lowers the tone.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks, Jim. And a big story this week, of course, was the findings of this, the probe into the bout, the Briggs Green bout, put out by the Western Australia Professional Combat Sports Commission. Now, that's a big handle, isn't it? The West Australian Professional Combat Sports Commission. Are they very busy, do you think, Roy? As in, would they have a lot in WA, a lot of bouts?
Do they travel internationally each year? They're looking at bouts all around the world, or is it just bouts in Western Australia? I suppose it'd be just bouts in Western Australia.
They would be sending people on a secondment to learn how a sporting commission, a combat sports commission might work in other parts of the world, China, obviously Nepal, places like this, to see what they're up to, comparing notes. Making a list of people who they don't want to see in the ring, that sort of stuff. That'd be very time-consuming. But you wouldn't think that they were rushed off their feet, 9 to 5.
No.
5 days
How long
a week.
did it take them to deliberate on the Briggs Green affair?
Well, it was July 21st, the bout. Now, they might have got involved, say, a week later.
Okay, about 5 months. Then.
Yeah, and remember, it was a one-punch affair. I just need to set out, for those who may have forgotten it, it was a terrific bout.
Yeah, but what a punch.
I know, it was incredible. And let's not forget, the skill of Briggs to get his head at exactly the right angle for the punch to knock him out in one punch. It was the first punch thrown, the only punch thrown, and it flattened Briggs. I mean, that's where the skill is. People think it's easy. It's not. You know, 90% of the head is fairly robust. Can take a fair bit of pounding before it, caves in. Well, the only exception to that is Joe Bugner, who...
I had that softness on the back of the head, that's right. But when I looked at it, I don't know what the Commission's findings been, actually. I haven't been that interested, to be frank, because, once a fight's over, it's a fight's over, and just get on with your life. That's always been my opinion.
Exactly. Can I just point out, and I know where you're going with this, who was actually disappointed by the result?
Yeah, no one.
Exactly.
No one.
Who
Everyone got the result they wanted. I just thought the punch was so fabulous because it made no contact with Briggs. I thought that was the interesting thing. But that's not to say it had no effect on Briggs because, it could have created a low-pressure cell of such momentum and force that it's just sucked the air out of him.
Yeah.
It's causing that fainting. He fainted, literally, through the change of atmosphere.
The pressure, the barometric pressure,
the barometric pressure,
microclimate around the head.
The microclimate changed dramatically. Now, is that the finding they've come up with?
That's basically what they've come up with. They
said,
can I just say what I'm disappointed about this is they seem to be blaming Briggs for the problem. Now, there were two in there. It takes two to tango.
Not being able to adjust to the new microclimate.
Yeah, that seems to be it. Briggs was, but worse than that.
It's very hard to prepare for that.
Quite. Briggs was never fit to fight Danny Green when he was knocked out seconds into their July IBO Cruiserweight World title. He deceived doctors to get into the ring, authorities have found.
Oh, deceived them. You mean they didn't test him in varied microclimates?
No, they didn't.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
But Briggs said the WAPCSC, that's the Western Australian Professional Combat Sports Commission, the WAPCSC finding was a joke.
Who's saying that?
Briggs. And I'm pleased he called it a joke because any other word would have made me immediately suspicious.
Yeah, right.
Now, and has vowed to take the fight from the ring to the courts.
Oh, is he? He's going to take it to the court?
Yesterday, the Commission, this is yesterday, Wednesday, post-Cup Day. I wish they should have released it Tuesday and it would have been lost in the furore of the Cup.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the Commission released findings of its inquiry into the July 21st bout, declaring Briggs had been involved in, wait for it, a sham contest. Now, the Commission found Briggs had not disclosed at any time to doctors, Green or WA boxing regulator, a regulatory body, the complete picture of his medical condition. Now, I'm not sure exactly what this is, his medical condition, obviously affected by low pressure, barometric pressure in the head area. In the hips, he's pretty okay with that low pressure.
Well, we never saw that tested.
No, we didn't. But
because Green didn't attempt to, he threw nothing. No leather was thrown at his tossle. To test that theory out.
The Commission Chairman, Simon Waters, said when Briggs stepped into the ring, he knew he wouldn't be able to put up a genuine defence. I dispute that. Mr. Briggs knew, due to his condition, with his nervous system and his physical ability, to mount a credible defence against low-pressure work around the head, and he wasn't a worthy, genuine competitor. Right. The issue is that the degree of subterfuge involved was that he deceived the treating doctors and didn't disclose his full medical condition to him. As a result, the Commission has forced Briggs to pay $75,000 of the $200,000 purse is owed for the title bout and banned him from fighting in WA. It's draconian. It's completely inhuman.
It's nanny state gone berserk. I mean, it's doctors that he fooled that should be in jail.
Exactly. Of course I dispute it, says Briggs. Yeah. A sham to me is one guy paying another guy to take a dive. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
There's no talk in the, let me get it right, in the WAPCSC.
Yeah. There's no talk of one bloke playing another bloke to take a dive. No. Not as if Green said, hey, listen, mate, I'll put one near your head. You go down, here's $10 for it. No, there's none of that.
No.
There's none of that.
There's a lot of fights like that.
Yeah, of course there are.
But this isn't one of them.
No.
Now, I think they're just use me as a scapegoat. None of it makes sense.
That's what they're doing for sure.
How can I...
noting themselves, the bloody WAPSC.
Yeah, exactly.
PCSC.
Yeah, correct.
Big noting themselves.
Yeah, they're showboating, all right. How can I con medical people? Well, how can I con medical people? They've been to university. They know all the tricks. Yeah, they've seen them all before.
They would have just said, hey, Briggsy, you feeling all right? Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Do you want to fight him? Yeah, I want to fight him.
And what's his name?
Yeah, when are you going to go down?
Well, I'm hoping to go down in the first. I don't want to take a lot of punishment here.
You think I want to get my head punched in?
Yeah, that's right.
You think I'm crazy?
I'm hoping to get my head roughly in that area of the low pressure cell that he creates, and that'll be enough to see me on the canvas. Thanks very much. Here's my Medicare card. Now, how can I con medical people? They've passed me with all their exams, every examination, and I've never diagnosed with anything. I've never been diagnosed with anything.
Did you have to sit for exams as well?
Well, yeah. This raises the question of the doctors and those exams.
Yes.
A lot of tick box forms. And when he got them, most of the ticks were in the places.
In the right places.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Briggs has already discussed with his solicitor about challenging the finding in the court, and I think this will make a fascinating case.
I hope he does.
Now, the 35-year-old trainer, Billy Hussein.
Billy Hussein.
Yeah, whose work I love.
I love Billy's work, yeah.
Also was also found to have been involved in a sham contest. With the commission ruling, he should have known Briggs was not in condition to engage in a genuine contest. Hussein stressed he was also prepared to go to court to clear his name. Too right, too. I'd support Billy on that. Now, the trainer felt the commission had, quote, no knowledge of his background or reputation for putting his boxers' safety first and vowed to fight the finding. I am one of the safest coaches in the world. Not a bad call, is it?
There's Billy Hussein, yeah.
Now, I'm one of the safest coaches in the world ever. I'm proud of that, and every one of my fighters knows that. In regards to Briggs, he had the attitude to go in there and fight, and unfortunately got caught early with a low-pressure cell and got knocked out.
Well, not knocked out, but the air sucked out of him.
Yeah, I know.
For long enough for him to pass out through fainting.
That's right. That's right. Now, look, while his registered trainer in New South Wales, Hussein, stressed he wanted to clear his name so he could get a licensed WA, as he's looked after fighters from that state, including women's world champion Erin McGowan.
Oh, great fighter.
Now, the commission cleared Green of any involvement. I find that weird because Green acted sort of as the promoter, so you'd think he'd be responsible for part of it. Anyway, fans were furious. The bout ended in 29 seconds.
They didn't blame Green for the punch.
No, they didn't. When Briggs
for the low pressure cell.
Yeah, well, I would.
I would.
Now, Briggs hit the canvas after a punch by Green appeared to glance the top of his head. Green could not be reached for comment. I mean, I just think this is, as you point out, the nanny state gone wrong.
Yeah.
Remember, of course, that the New South Wales authorities had the presence of mind to say, well, this looks completely dodgy to me. We don't want it here. WA buy into it, hoping to get the big raps, big noting themselves again by having Green v. Briggs, the one everyone wanted. Over there on July the 21st. Yeah. Sadly, it didn't turn out that way. No. Do you feel as though boxing, has somehow suffered because of this?
Well, I think so. I mean, if I was Arbib, and
thank goodness you're not.
Thank goodness I'm not. But he's got to get involved and make this WAPCSC accountable. That's all we ask.
I mean, it's a rogue organisation.
Yes.
No one's going to fight.
They're a law unto themselves.
No one's going to fight in WA after
this.
this.
No one will go near WA for a fight.
I know.
Is that what they want?
And why aren't the doctors, these so-called doctors, people who have been to universities, why aren't they hauled before the public and made to, explain their actions? If Briggs is away with the pixies at the bottom of the garden on substances not normally available over their state, and I'm talking about WA here, why aren't they called to account?
Exactly.
It's all very well to blame Briggs, the poor old, mug who signed up on the deal to get in the ring with Danny Green. I'm not thinking I'm going to do that anytime soon. If I am, you can have me certified.
Roy Slavin and H.G. Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Oh, yes, the Mark Webber Club. And
Gee, we wish Mark well on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. And what do you make of this? He's come out, I know there's a couple of stories which have quoted him as swearing and using the sort of language that we don't use on this program.
That's right.
4-letter words.
Well, he's opened up a lot, and he seems a lot more direct with the this is for The Guardian in the United Kingdom, HG, where he talks about, he uses, Old Norse words we're not allowed to use on this network.
No, and I'm not talking about cock here either.
No, we're not. We're talking
worse
very
than that.
Dirty words. We're talking sort of rugby league sort of words, aren't we?
Now, what I like about it is, though, he's come out and said basically the Red Bull team are favouring Vettel.
Yes, which we've
or
known.
Vettel, as opposed to, Weber.
Yes.
Or Weber. And that they think, or he thinks, that they're going to make Vettel win.
Yes.
The next two, so
That's
as he
the
can become
conspiracy, yes.
champ.
Yes.
This is Seb, not
This is
Mark.
the Weber conspiracy.
Yes. Now, do you think there's any truth to
Yes,
this?
I do. I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of truth to it. Yes, I think they expected, as Mark has said, that it surprised the team that he happened to be leading at one stage.
Well,
It wasn't part of their plan.
It surprised everybody.
It surprised himself.
I know. It surprised
Suddenly
me.
he wasn't DNFing for some reason or other. He couldn't hit the wall. He couldn't find a car to hit.
Is there anything in that article suggests that he made a mistake in the last Grand Prix? Was it Turkey? No.
Yeah.
Was it the Turkish Grand Prix? The one in the... No, it might have been Korea.
Yeah,
in the rain where he hit the wall and bounced back out.
Yeah.
Was there any suggestion there that he was aiming to get...
He doesn't talk about that.
Doesn't he?
No, he's looking for the future.
Right.
He says he's got 2 races left. He wants to win them both.
Mhm.
He wants to be the world champion.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to put in 110%. His words, not mine.
Is that quoted 110%?
110%. That's exactly right.
Right.
And I thought, bloody hell, that's a fair bit of effort to put in, isn't it?
It is. It's just incredible.
It's almost inhuman.
It's more than everything.
Yeah, it's more than everything.
Yeah.
It's 10% more than everything.
Can I just say, I don't want to see him put in 110%.
No.
I would just want to see him win.
I'd be happy with him when he won 60%.
Yeah, well, so would I. I was just going
Yeah.
to say that. If I was going to use the number 75. So we're sort of thinking the same area.
Well, 75's not bad either. I'd accept that.
But he could, if he won with at least 25%, I'd accept that as well, or 23.5%. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
But
it troubles me with that talk. What if Vettel reads that and thinks, well, bugger you, Mark, I think I might put in 113%.
I know, he's stuffed, isn't he?
He's totally stuffed.
Yeah. Look, can I just say, the only thing I like about that article is you and I know Mark pretty well.
We do.
And he must be pretty rolled to use that, word that we're not allowed to use on
the dirty words here.
The dirty words. Thanks.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? He must be pretty, tuned up.
Yes.
To let a few of those slip.
I know.
Because I don't think he was lured into it by the Guardian.
No, he wasn't. No, he was just being Mark. He's just being honest, which makes me worry about the articles that he writes for papers here.
Well,
They seem so tame and
tame and Snoresville.
No, and it's not like it's not Mark at all.
No, I might be able to put a hand on one actually with a bit of luck. I wonder if I can put me. Oh yes, I'm ready to fight.
I'm ready to fight.
I'll
yes.
give you an idea of how snoozy they are.
Yes.
8 months of racing had come down to the last 2 races in Brazil and Abu Dhabi. Are you asleep already, Roy?
Yeah, I am.
And over the next two weekends, I'm 110% ready for the fight. Having led the championship for a few races, I've slipped back through the second after a rough weekend career where I spun out in the second place in the rain. Fernando Alonso took the win. So, and here's 11 points. See, it just states the bleeding
Well, you
obvious.
compare that with your article in the Guardian. It starts off, I'm Mark Webber, bugger, bum bastard, bum bastard, bum. Now, that's just your opening
sentence.
Yeah.
And then he lapses into all that gear we can't use.
That's it.
Except the word cock, would be meaningless.
Well, within context.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to just say cock willy-nilly for the sake of saying cock. But it's in context that he used it.
Yeah.
It was a cock up.
Yes.
In the one where I spun out.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
that's
I mean,
right. Well, it was a dot cock up.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, with
It was
ING on the end of it.
Yeah, correct. It was correct.
Yes.
But
well, that's Mark, and that's the honest Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, why aren't we getting these articles here?
Well, I
that's
don't know.
my
It's
question.
so sanitised. I'll give you an idea of how it ends here.
I'll tell you how it ends here. Bum, bottom, bum. Bum. Bum.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, look, obviously, Andrew we've got some emails to worry about.
Oh, yes.
He mentioned spearheads, just in case you don't know, Gary Puckett is currently touring Australia.
Yeah,
we mentioned this earlier.
That's great.
And at the Dural Country Club, he says, I bet you're both desperate to get up and sing Young Girl with him.
Yeah, we would. Love to do that.
That'd be great. He says, I'm typing this as I watch the Aussie top order pillow again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for Spearhead or Superhead Johnson to open the batting.
Well, there is about Superhead Johnson HG, well, in passing, Rob Blackburn has suggested he's wondering if you've explored the correlation between the number of tattoos displayed in an Australian team and their relative success. There's a lot of ink on the Aussie cricketers last night, and if there was a bit more focus on bowling line and length and hitting the ball over the boundary, we may see more compelling television. How many tats did the Don sport, he asks?
Well,
I
what a
can
good
tell you,
question.
Don had very few.
Yeah.
Very few tats. He had those funny ones below the underpant line.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, I don't think he had any.
No. In fact, In fact, I can't think of that I've ever seen any reference to those tats either.
No.
And let's face it, there's been about 400 biographies.
Yes.
And you think somebody looking for something new would have gone to...
Well, it's like Richie Benaud's tats. Nobody talks about those.
No, they're too polite, though,
They're
Roy.
too far.
And let's face it, some of them are pretty racy on Richie.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they were done with a nautical theme or nautical frame of mind.
Yeah.
You know, blokes at sea for a long time
that's
on
right.
cricket tours
Yes.
without their wives and
Well,
girlfriends.
that's what Davo's
without
tats
stimulation.
are all about. Alan Davidson's, you know, tats are all about.
I didn't know he had
life
tats.
at sea.
Well, obviously, life at sea. But there they are, lonely blokes on a boat. They look at their arm and they get ideas. Do you know what I mean? They're that sort of tat. Company tats.
Yeah, right.
You know, foreign climes. Now, Roy, Damo writes, speaking of Damo, if Reading King has seen enough, hang on, he hadn't left out a word here. He's seen very athletic, but not always bright horses run in circles. And if he's dulled by their limited conversation topics, the King may be interested in Inverell's Festival of the Horse.
Well, I didn't know Inverell had the Festival of the Horse, but I tell you what, it's a very welcome addition to the canon of great rural festivals. Now, because you've got the Jacaranda Festival, I think, that happens.
At this time of year, certainly in Grafton, is
Grafton,
Yeah,
might be.
in the northern New South Wales
Yes,
area.
yeah.
And I'm just wondering if Iron
Fest in Lithgow
could be related to the IFOH, the Inverell Festival of the Horse.
Right. What do we know? What events happen at the Festival of the Horse? HG? Do people dress up as horses? That sort of thing? There'd be the odd horse race, I suppose. Are rugby league players going to this? Rugby league players welcome?
What a great
to help celebrate the Festival of the Horse.
Well, one thing, yes, as long as they do it within the bounds of taste,
I tell you what,
general accepted taste.
Yeah, there's your problem. There's your problem right there, HG. I mean, it's very easy to assess consent with a
horse,
with a dog, but very difficult with a horse.
Well, I don't know
I'll
whether...
just leave that there.
Yeah, let that dangle. Now, listen, here's one from Rob.
Because that's what it comes down to, the issue of consent.
I know, I realise that.
And that's what the rugby
and
league's
people
got
laugh about that.
And that's what the rugby league has got to weigh up here.
Now, boys, I was watching, this is Rob wrote, the boys, I was watching the T20 yesterday, as in T for terrible, and Ian Healy came up with a beauty. He thinks the Four Nations game between England and the PNG Kumuls next week should be close. It was great early Ashes dig, but I found it terribly insulting to Reggae Rugby League.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Well, you know, I mean, I think that match is on...
I think 1 a.m. Sunday morning Australian Eastern Standard
You'll be able to
summertime.
glimpse some pictures of it or some vision of it.
Yeah. I mean, that should be front and centre. That should be the centrepiece of this weekend's Rugby League, as far as I'm concerned. That's the one everyone's talking about, England v. the Kumuls.
And you know, the insult...
what's wrong with Channel 9? I mean, who's running the show over there? Who is running the show?
Well,
I mean, have the lunatics taken over?
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a terrific prize, as you'd expect, at the end of Cup Week. The big ones are still being given away. We've got Barassi, Peter Layla's biography of Ronald Dale. We've got In Excess, this is the original Sin, the duets with all those people we mentioned earlier. Crowded House, the very, very best of Crowded House on 2 CDs, and a 3 CD set of 30 years of rock on Triple M for some lucky listener or comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, says she. The question is as follows. Should Vettel read the Weber article, how much effort would he be tempted to put in on Sunday? Should Vettel read the Weber article, how much effort would he be tempted to put in on Sunday?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Oh, yes, tight lap handout time. Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Mark, who's joining us from Buxton. How are you there, Mark?
I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah, good. Now, you realise the Sri Lankans are well over 200 now. Are you worried about the form of the Australian team at all, Mark?
I'm very worried, yes. I think they're going to lose again tonight.
Yes, all right. Now, would you like a root and branch examination of the way the Australian cricket team is selected?
Not very well.
No, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Now, what are the kids saying? You've got a couple of lads who I assume play cricket.
Yes.
And what are they saying about it? I suppose they like playing just because they like playing, but when they lift their gaze from their own game, what do they see? Anything to aim up at?
Well, not really at the moment, no.
No.
Yeah, Now, do you blame the Sports Minister, Mark Arbib?
Well, you've got to blame someone.
You've got to blame someone, exactly, Mark. Exactly.
Now, look, would you be thinking about when the test comes around of booking some tickets, or just waiting and see until say after the first day to see if Australia's got any chance in it?
Well, I think I would have to do that. I think I'd have to have a look and see how they're going.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, you've done a bit of rugby league coaching in your time, Mark.
Yep.
Now, are you disappointed we're not going to be able to see live tomorrow the Cummels versus England?
I'm always disappointed not to see live rugby league.
Yeah,
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
Thank you. Again, do you blame the Sports Minister for this?
Well, as I said before, you've got to blame someone.
Yeah, you've got to blame someone. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to put a private member's bill in, or some sort of, I mean, it's all open now with the way Parliament is.
That's
someone
it.
to stand up and say, listen, let's have rugby league live. Let's mandate that. Let's have a law.
There would be
Exactly.
a
We could
pause.
vote them out tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
That's true. But it only takes somebody with one of these independents, Oakshott or Windsor, to come along with the private members.
Or
bill
Bob
saying-
Catter.
Oh, Bob Catter. He loves his rugby league.
Yeah, why doesn't Bob Catter stand up and say, listen,
Yeah.
enough's enough, rugby league live?
He'd be remembered as a folk hero.
Exactly.
And probably get a knighthood if that's appropriate. Sir Bob Catter, Minister of Rugby League. Now, Mark, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay.
Now, should Vattel read the Weber article in the Murdoch Press today, how much effort would he be tempted to put in on Sunday?
Well, he'd have to put in 113%.
That's absolutely right, Mark. Do you think it's rigged against our Mark, as in Mark Webber, from succeeding as the number one driver in the world this year?
Yes, they just don't want an Australian to win.
No,
Yes,
absolutely
exactly.
right. That's perfectly put. So you're a proud owner now of Barassi, the biography. You've got In Excess, the duets. You've got the double Crowded House, and you've got the triple of 30 Years of Rock on Triple M. Thanks very much, Mark, for being part of the life right here on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, of course, it's been a terrific week, as you'd expect in Cup Week, and it's been flat out, and we couldn't have done it without our terrific team here at Triple M, the nation that rocks. Should I say the station that rocks the nation, or the nation that rocks Triple M? I'm just raising Triple M as a radio station into a nation. We've had Matty chopping the sounds, been great, and Ned answering the phones. Hadn't he done great phone
He's
work?
done very well this week.
You know, I felt at some stage that he wasn't going to be able to make it as the phone person.
No.
But he's really come through these last couple of weeks now and really worked out, he can not only ring up, he can answer them as well. And, of course, Garfield, who really, if without Garfield, there'd be nothing.
No, there'd be no station. Would there?
And Skip comes on and opens the door every so often.
Yes.
And lets Garfield in.
Yep.
I mean, it's a valuable role that he has. Yep. But anyway, we can thank them all very much for doing their job so manfully. And Roy, of course, another cup in the bag. How did you get on with Cup Week?
Oh, yeah,
Generally.
pretty good, HG. Yeah.
And the King knows it's Cup Week, do you think?
Of course he does. I mean, he gave me a couple of tips and we both won.
Fantastic. So join us Monday for more of the same. Sadly, we can't promise you Cup Week, but we push on and eagerly we await the first test now in this Ashes tour. So all eyes on the cricket from now on, although there's not much.
And go Cummels, go
Cummels!
Cummels!
Rego Rugby League, of course, against England tomorrow. What a treat that'll be at 1 a.m. Tape it or get up and watch it. Have a Rego Rugby League party. Play a bit of Bob Marley. That's my advice. Anyway, we'll see you Monday as we approach the end of the year, Roy.
I know.
On the live on Triple M. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim today is wearing one of those, what I'm describing as a tiger outfit. Because the man they call is on his way. And isn't it great, now that we just pack away the spring racing carnival and all of a sudden Tiger's rushing all over us like a rash. It's tremendous. He's got one of those golfing jumpers on with the diamonds. You know how you sometimes see them wearing diamonds on their jumpers. He's got that. It looks great. Can't see what he's got. Oh, he's got Pat Rafter underpants on, thank goodness. And he's dedicated today's reads to the cast and crew of Cops LAC. This was a great vehicle for one of our finest stars, many of our finest stars. I had hoped that we might have seen the Jamil Idris as first outing in Cops LAC, but that's sadly not to be because they've canned the show. Kate Ritchie will be looking for work, obviously, after the 13 episodes due to apparently a lack of crime to fight. There's just not enough crims to go round now, especially with the Underbelly franchise sucking up a lot of the big-name crims for their freebie routes and, obviously drugs, money, etc., getting on with the cops programs. And there's just not enough, crime out there for Australian TV to get involved with. I just hope that City Homicide doesn't follow a similar fate at the end of the year. But LAC, Cops LAC, which is terrific. Roy and I loved it. We were very big fans of it. We watched every episode, sort of. We watched the trailers anyway. Sadly, we just hope others don't bite the dust. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on another afternoon with too much sport is building up. What a weekend. What an incredible weekend. Best weekend of 2010 easily. Just one rugby league story, obviously. Could GI become a rabbit? I just leave that tantalisingly dangling out front of you. That's the sort of carrot. There's plenty of stick to come. This development has rocked league to its very foundations. And I don't want to dwell on league, and management have warned me about this next topic, but are dogs now in danger of unwanted advances from Mad Monday-style event celebrants? And is in the general dog-owning community, are they now, people who own dogs, are they now being suspected as being sickos and pervs whenever they step out of the front door with Spot or Fido for a walk? After recent adventures in the nation's capital, dog owners are now being subjected to a barrage of lewd remarks and smutty references from people in passing cars and hound off building sites. You can imagine what it is. There's a lot of down, Fido, down, that sort of stuff. There's a lot of, copper, look at that sort of chat. For many, it's getting tiring, and it's making pet owning of any sort a lot harder. We don't often give fearless editorials on this program, but if it sticks, we'll be back to it. I feel, now that the parrot's turned 25, I feel as though there's a bit of room on the dial for me to just blast away. Now, tennis. And Australia's highest award will now be known as, wait for it, the Nuke. The Nuke Medal after Sir John Newcombe. This is a terrific acknowledgement of everything John has done in the serve and volley caper over many decades. Golf, and as mentioned already, great news. The Tiger is on his way back to, excite people. He described to me in a brief phone call about the impending trip. He's excited to be coming back to the Masters next week. He described the atmosphere in 2009 as, this is his words, not mine, as electric, both on and off the greens, and especially in room 2727 at the Crown Casino. And two sports which don't bob up on the Life all that often, we need to focus on now. Baseball, and it's underway. The Sydney Blue Sox put away the Canberra Cavalry at Blacktown in front of a sellout crowd. Tune 1-0. How about that for excitement? 1-0 in a game of baseball. I'm not sure. It might have been the bottom of the seventh when the Sox got the one run. Apparently, the packed crowd was about 2,000. Left me thinking, could baseball be about to overtake cricket as our number one summer pastime? I mean, there I've said it. I've been sitting on that for a while now, and I've just had to blurt it out, along with that information about dog owning. And, of course, the Kings are doing what they do best, and that is crumbling. This time the Crumblies went down to the Adelaide 36ers. The Aria 87, I was going to say 37, wrong. 87-75. F1, and what about Webber's incredible effort in Brazil? I did some quick calculations for Mark and listeners and worked out that Mark had put in, wait for it, 113.7%. That's what he'd done. Remember on the weekend he promised to put in 110. He did better than that. I think Friday's show he broke that, 110%. And he got it up. He got the effort the effort meter up to 113.7%. Sadly, Vettel put in 119.8% and blew him off the park. Cricket and yesterday's ODI clash, I hope you got involved because it was a real old-fashioned get square for punters. Roy and I just loaded up and we almost got every option available and ended up real winners. Speaking of winning, another disappointing day for life selections at Flemington. Highlight of the card being the run of Black Caviar with Moonface Melon up top pulling the levers. And in the Patinack, that was in the Patinack. And yesterday in the Ararat Cup, one of my favourite events, Windara Place saluted. This is The Life. This is the show about dreams and making your dreams come true. And now on The Life, let's unleash a man who loves the smell of a steaming horse nugget in the morning, as they always smell a victory, according to him. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we get him on the job simply by bellowing, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp over this special weekend, Holger?
Yes, thank you very much, my huckleberry friend, HG. That's twice now you've been my huckleberry friend.
In 20 years.
20-odd years, yeah. Guess it would be. It's funny that it should happen two shows in a row.
I know.
Consecutively.
I know.
Oh, well.
Have you got a bet on the third Huckleberry friend emerging next
I might have a bet on it happening on Friday.
Good.
Maybe. I'm offering pretty attractive odds.
Mm-hmm.
if anyone wants to
get involved.
Now, I've got to make it clear right from the off that the man they call Tiger, that is Tiger Woods, that's the man that's coming to Australia, does not own a dog. Now, I've heard a lot of whispers, snide comments about Tiger and
dogs
and the barking caper. He does not, to my certain knowledge, own a dog. And if he did, so what? So what? Do you think Tiger would stoop that low? It's a question best not answered.
I'm not going to.
But anyway, he doesn't have one anyway. And I suggest, can you take dogs along?
He's got other things on his mind.
I know, but can you take dogs along to watch him?
Yes. It's a new rule.
Wow.
Boost the crowds.
Is that right? What if you're a rugby league dog-owning player?
Well, I think there's a special area for you.
Right.
A roped-off area.
A roped dog area. I thought so. Now, speaking of rugby league, a selection nightmare for Coach Sheens with this World Four Nations tournament culminating next weekend, or this weekend coming, might be Saturday. Australia v New Zealand. God, what a cracking match that's going to be. But selection nightmare, I mean, these young bucks that Sheens unearthed last weekend, God almighty, they were a revelation.
I know. Didn't make the others
Todd
look
Carney,
old
the Barker, the original Barker boy, the Woof Woof man.
Yeah.
Played beautifully. Was not embarrassed in that company, can I say. Looked at home.
And his dog behaved himself as well.
His dog behaved. It was
On the
impeccable.
sideline.
Impeccable.
Couldn't believe it.
Nothing wrong with that dog. Now, England sneaks home against the Krummels. I don't know if you stayed up on the... Must have been the Saturday night or early Sunday morning, 1 a.m. to watch it. It was very much worth it. Those Krummels, God, they bring a touch of excitement with their
Reggae Rugby League.
That's the talk of the world at the moment. Wherever I go, it's reggae this, reggae that, reggae rugby league, New Guinea, when are they coming, etc., etc. Well, they're here. Well, they've gone now. Sri Lanka creates history. Did they need to try it all yesterday? Well, obviously they didn't. You know, as Ashes pointed out, we all had money on it. We all had money on it. Who didn't? You'd be mad, crazy if you didn't. We could all see what was going to happen. But didn't the Australians look good? And what a terrific build-up towards the Ashes. What a great performance, especially from those new young bowlers with unearthed. I mean, where's they come from?
Where are they hidden Stark all these years?
He's pound for pound the best I've ever seen.
Is that right, Roy?
Yeah, for raw talent.
Untapped talent.
Yeah. Now, England gets its tour. Well, they weren't that impressive. They beat Western Australia. But
so what?
So what?
Most people beat Western Australia.
Yeah. So Strauss got 120. So what? So what? It was mainly snicks and,
near misses.
Where will GI go? And what does a shaking? What does shaking of the hand mean anymore in today's society? You've got to remember, was it the great Michael Cronin, the Crow, Mick, famously never had one contract with Parramatta, on paper that is. Shake of the hand was all it needed. Just a shake of the hand. Come back next year, Mick. Oh, yeah, I might. Shake on it. Thanks, mate. That's all it was. I mean, where have our values gone? Where have rugby league values gone? The Wallabies take out Wales. Who cares? Sydney FC is back. Now, I saw the remarkable goal. It looked to be about 8 metres over the bloody baseline. It looked to be out for all money, but no, apparently not. Suddenly the ball came back onto the park. Someone in blue was there, surprised, as shocked as anyone, fell at his feet, bounced off. Well, I think it was his feet, might have been his tool. Anyway, in it went. One blot, suddenly they're leading the comp. Is that it?
It's weird.
What a comp this is, this A-League. It's got me back. Not that I ever went away. Hensby 479.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, speaking of golfers, Brendan Jones, wait for it, Roy, you'll be shocked by this. Brendan Jones is the best Australian golfer most people have never heard of.
Wow.
Now, does that ring a bell?
What do you mean people haven't heard of him? What do you mean? Where? Has there been a poll taken somewhere?
Well, according to the Murdoch Press.
Right.
But
have they conducted a poll to see what people think of Brendan Jones?
What a fascinating question. Wouldn't that be great? Will we take some talkback call on that later
Why
today?
don't we?
What do you think of Brendan Jones?
Yes. Tell us your Brendan Jones stories, perhaps.
Very
Observations
good.
of Brendan.
Very good. And we don't want people making things up.
No.
Like I saw Brendan Jones down the shops getting some milk. You know, obviously not true. But no, what I was trying to get to is Hensby.
Yes, Hensby.
He might bill himself as Australia's forgotten golfer, though.
Yes, that's true. Now, is Brendan Jones billing himself as anything? Is he
the best Australian golfer most people have never heard of?
That's what he calls himself.
Yeah, that's a bit of a handful. Or a mouthful, should I say.
And what's his ranking, actually? Do we know?
Well, wait a minute. Let me just take you through the story. Jones won the Asia-Pacific Panasonic in September and has finished...
Really?
No, Asia-Pacific Panasonic.
No way.
I thought that might have led the Channel 9 News.
Yes.
And finished in the top 10 in 6 of his past 7 tournaments, lifting him to, wait for it, 74th in the world. The world's top 50 at the end of the year are exempt from the 2011 US Masters, and that's a large enough carrot to get the attention of even Blasé Jones. It would be fantastic to play Augusta. The Masters isn't the be-all and end-all, but it would be an amazing story to tell my grandkids, and my son would be pretty proud. Yeah. I'm not putting pressure on myself. If it never happens, then it never happens. So he's very philosophical. Yeah. Canberra-based Jones doesn't get much publicity, but he's on a cash machine. He's a cash machine on the Japanese tour. Wow. He's won 9 times. He had a chance to improve his ranking with a good performance this week, but a huge batch of points are on offer due to the presence of top golfers like Lee Westwood, the man they call, etc., Phil Mickelson, and so on.
Yeah. Well, he's following the path of was it Jeff Marsh, who just slaughtered him in that Asian tour. I mean, in Japan, the bloke couldn't go anywhere. He was so famous.
I know. And
he rewrote all the record books in Asia. He just couldn't stop winning, and he was a cash machine there for years.
And he then went into pin placement, which people say is easy. It's not. It's a very technical
and course design, of course.
Course design, and you get paid a fortune for it. Won't surprise me to see him doing the holes this weekend at the the Victorian Golf Club, Cheltenham.
You're right.
Because of the who's in town.
Yeah, right.
Now, look, speaking of that, there are a number of stories, and it's very hard to get a line up on what state of mind Tiger's going to be in.
It is, isn't it? Does Brendan Jones have any insight?
No insight into the man they call but Peter Stone.
Does he acknowledge Marsh's role in his
trailblazing?
Yeah,
his
right.
trailblazing.
Okay. Because a lot of people don't think of the Asian circuit. They think, I'm playing golf now. I better go to Troon or Carnoustie or
Royal and Ancient,
or the Royal and Ancient,
Augusta,
all of that, the American Tour, etc., etc.
Pebble Beach.
Wrong.
No, the money's in Japan. And often if you can get your score below about 89, you can win.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, the standard there is so rubbish, and the money they pay is so great. I mean, you can be. Well, let's face it, 74 in the world and be a world beater in Japan.
Why didn't Hensby play there?
Bucket if I know.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Peter Stone wrote a beautiful think piece, editorial, if you will, in one of the Sunday papers. It might be the Fairfax paper. Regular readers will know I've been critical, indeed disgusted with Tiger Woods through time. Not because of his grubby extramarital affairs, although their disclosure didn't help, but because of his on-course behaviour and lack of humility and warmth.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Very specific angle to come out.
Behaviour,
and lack of humility and warmth, meaning if he had done other things and was warm and humble on the course, Stoney would be on board, I assume.
Yes.
Now,
well, he can be a little haughty and pouty on course. I don't know in his current...
Well, wait a minute. Don't before you chime off or tee off. It was as though he was taking a line from the song that starts, "Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way."
Ah, that was a funny song.
It was. It was called Huckleberry Friend.
Was it? Okay.
Of course he wasn't, not by a long shot. But let's give praise to Woods when it's due. Watching him on TV at the HSBC Championship, recently won by Brendan Jones. Championship event in China is like witnessing a person with whom you're unfamiliar. So far he's amiable, and the club throwing and profanities, the obnoxious fist pumps are no longer part of it. May stay that way. Brendan Laidlaw, a colleague who's commentating on the event, said he's never seen Woods quite so approachable. After playing an exhibition in Thailand on Monday, Woods heads to Melbourne, obviously, to defend a Masters starting on Thursday, which was the last tournament he won before what Stone describes as all hell breaking loose on the home front.
Oh, yeah.
The media gaze will be firmly on in Melbourne. The paparazzi, no doubt, will be staking out his hotel in case he's here with what he's described here as unaccompanied baggage.
Doesn't mean his dog. He hasn't got a dog. And even if he did have a dog, it'd be in quarantine.
He's picked up a Shih Tzu in China.
you allowed to do that?
I think so.
Okay.
After all, it was in Melbourne last year when he was sprung with one of his, what he's described here again as renters.
Deary me.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, speaking of Tiger, look, I know we've sort of ploughed this territory slightly before, but I just want to rehearse a little bit because we've got to push on to examine hole by hole this layout that he'll be playing.
Has it changed much from last year, HG?
Oh, it's just a magnificent layout.
Who's doing the pin placements there? We don't know.
We don't know. Remember, this is the Victorian Golf Club. I think before, now correct me if I'm wrong, it was Kingston Heath.
Yeah, it was.
Which had the event last year.
Kettle of fish, completely, the Victorian Golf Club.
Well, I'll give you an idea of how different it is. I turn up to page, my guide to it, to hole number 15, 289 metre par 4.
Yeah.
And I see the note say several players could reach for the big dog on this sometimes treacherous hole. And I think, hello, where am I, camera? That's what it's written here in the Murdoch Press.
No.
Several players could reach for the big dog on this sometimes treacherous hole.
No. Why would they say that? Why would they demean the paper like that?
Well,
that's sort of cheap
shot
at
merchant.
Tiger.
Now,
just because he hasn't arrived here with a dog. How's he going to reach for a dog, big or small? What are they getting at?
Bunkers framing the left side all the way to the green must be avoided. One option is to 5-iron layup away from the left bunkers, but a fairway is very narrow. Yeah.
Players
going at the green should be aware of the shaved banks. Oh, Lord, the slope, the left and right and back of the green, which can send balls 30 metres from the putting surface.
Okay.
A pocket of tea trees on the right of the green could also trap errant drives.
Wow.
Should the big
Sounds
dog
like a minefield.
go off.
Yeah, sounds like a minefield, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, is Tiger going to have the opportunity to have one or two rounds before the blast-off? I hope so.
Do you know what isn't normally on Wednesday? It's a bit of a day where they kind of...
there'd be a sort of celebrity day.
Yeah, good on you.
Yeah.
Farm the players out with people like...
Day for the fans.
Yeah, Bert Newton might have a swing.
Oh,
And,
yes.
you'd probably get somebody from the Essendon Football Club along.
Yes.
Patrick Ryder or somebody like that. Or, in the old days, say somebody like Sam Newman might go out for a swing, with Wilbur Wild. That sort of, grouping of mixing and matching.
Yes.
Now, before he's landed, golfing great Peter Thompson has written off Tiger Woods as a spent force, says the 14-time major champion will never again have his aura of invincibility.
Wow.
Woods failed to win a tournament, ...
Tomo said that.
Tomo says that. Thompson said Woods' marriage breakdown, his public humiliation he endured after a serial adultery was exposed and has shattered the bloke's confidence. His golf peers are not afraid of him anymore, and there seems to be a new crop of players coming up, and the Tiger era is already finished. Now,
wow.
Obviously he's going to play at this event on the weekend.
Yeah.
But Thompson suspects this might be the last time Woods will be able to command such fees. And he refers to, of course, the $3 million US, which obviously that's pretty worthless now with the Aussie dollar. Why didn't he get an Australian dollar?
Battler.
I mean, it's just killing it.
Yeah.
So he's been the Victorian government pitched up $3 million US.
Yeah. Cheap now.
Cheap.
Yeah.
Dirt cheap.
Dirt cheap.
And, of course, that'll be the last time he can get such fees. Did we do the right thing offering him the $3 million? And can I just ask, do you think he really has, I don't know how to put this elegantly, racked the queue? I mean, obviously on the off-course antics. Or is he now seeing as Australia as the last place he can go where they understand him? Where they're not, they're not wanting to hit him with a golf club all the time?
Yeah. Well, I just hope he's here long enough, HG, to maybe crack onto someone.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
If Thompson is a doubter about the man they call, I'm glad
why would he be talking down Tiger Woods, though? I mean, isn't it in Australia's interest to talk up the Tiger so that people go along to this Victorian Golf Club to see this former champion and now busted ass dragging himself around?
For $3 million?
Yes. I mean, don't we have a duty to... get as many Aussies there as we possibly can to support this thing.
Because
we fell in love with him last time.
I know,
he was here.
and I'm still in love.
We fell
with him.
under the dizzy spell of the man called Tiger Woods.
I know, it was incredible to have him here. I see it a bit like Ben Hur. Remember that show they put on at Homebush some weeks ago?
Yeah.
It got terrible reviews.
It did.
But we paid a fortune to see it.
Yes.
I think the state government gave whoever it was, they got some sort of ongoing deal.
To bring it back next year?
I hadn't heard that. Is that what the idea is? I think they're going to get something even worse next year.
Oh, really?
Like, I don't know, puppet version of Carmen or something like that.
Oh,
Don't
sure.
fight me on that's just an idea I put up to them and then looking at it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I said, well, if Ben Hur costs, say, $12 million, I've got an idea in my hip pocket here, and I pulled it out, and they were, surprised that local people had ideas that could fill that space.
Yeah, right.
The online commentary about Ben Hur was very, very disappointing. As you know, I didn't go.
You're suggesting maybe the Victorian Golf Club Tiger Special happening over the next 4 days, next weekend, could turn into a similar sort of...
No, I'm just saying that if the benchmark is Ben Hur, then I think your opinion is absolutely right. Tiger Woods is going to be sensational.
Yes.
And what did you call it? It was the Victorian Golf Club Tiger Woods Special. I just think that simple billing like that is what we need.
Yeah.
To get people, and I'd love to see a story in the 7:30 report. that great show on the ABC.
Yeah. Somebody like come and support our Tiger. I mean, we've got to show ownership to it. Haven't got to reach out. I mean, Hillary Clinton's here. Wow. We're seeing the world through the same prism.
And the president,
their heroes are our heroes. Our heroes are their heroes.
And their president is a great golfer.
Is he really? That wouldn't surprise me.
As I understand, there's nothing more he likes to duck out the back door of the White House, light up, and get swinging.
Is that right?
Yeah, no, he's a very, very keen golfer.
Oh.
Very keen golfer.
Well, that
and I would love
good.
to see him on the the Celebrity Pro-Am Day, say Wednesday.
Yes.
How about that? The president and Tiger have a round.
That'd be fantastic.
I mean, it's just
there any suggestion that's going to happen? Is Brumby pulling this rabbit out of the hat for the election?
Well, wait a minute. How about Brumby makes up the threesome?
Brumby and the Tiger.
With the
president thrown in, yeah. Now, that looks good, but maybe you don't need the president. Maybe just Brumby and the Tiger might do it.
The animal illusion, as in Brumby,
I
the
hadn't
horse,
thought of that.
And Tiger, obviously the big cat.
I hadn't thought of that at all.
It'd be fantastic. I tell you what I'm hoping is that the mum comes, because John's got unfinished business with the mum.
Oh, that's true.
I think they booked into the Nobu restaurant, if I've got the right restaurant in Crown. Very fine. I think it's owned by Robert De Niro. It's a sort of Japanese restaurant.
Wow,
Robert
De Niro.
Robert De Niro owns it. He's got a series of them. He might have 4 or 5 around the world.
Okay.
And there's one in Crown. It's a fabulous restaurant. I've never eaten there.
No, I've never eaten there. No.
But I've walked past it and seen people in there.
I only eat in Australian restaurants.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
The Shark believes Tiger. Well, how about that? Brumby, the Shark, and the Tiger.
And the Tiger. Just got to get the elk involved.
And wouldn't that be great? Yeah. Is the elk coming? Do you know?
I don't know if the elk's coming. No. Don't know. He's largely a forgotten man of Australian golf, isn't he, elk? Nobody talks about the elk, do they?
They don't. And yet
what are the elk's up to these days? I don't know. Has anyone bothered to find out? Is he still with us?
The elk's still with us, and I was going to say playing in what I call lucrative, but not very
the Asian circuit?
Asian circuit, yes.
Right.
Now, Shark...
people disappear there, don't they?
They do. They go there for one tournament, and 12 years
they
later...
disappear.
I know. It's the Bermuda Triangle of golf.
It is, rather.
Now, the Shark believes Tiger Woods can regain his winning form.
Yeah, but whenever has the Shark been right?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Look, I just want to counter the rather down in the dumps, versions of
Peter Thompson, those naysayers.
I know. Exactly. Well, we paid $3 million. He better be.
Bloody good.
He doesn't see him dominating the game like he did. Shark quoted for the life.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be as easy for him as in the past. Incidentally, here the Shark is billed in the Murdoch press as the former number one said at the Shark Shootout Media Day.
Well, hang on. Why didn't we hear about that?
Well, why didn't we get public? Why didn't we get
invited?
I know, well, exactly.
I'd love to go to a Shark Shootout Media Day. What do we do there? What do people do? Is it just
we could have done an OB from
just
there.
a tent and a few drinks and Shark holding court?
Yeah, well, what more do you need?
Sitting on an ottoman,
with somebody peeling the grapes and shoving them in every so often. When the mouth turns in that direction to take on sustenance. I think his confidence level. This is Shark exclusively for the life. I think his confidence level has been dented a little bit.
He's got insight, hasn't he?
Not on the private life side of things, but more in his golf games. That's good news. So
more in his golf game than in his private life.
Yeah, it sounds as though the cue's out of the rack and swinging. I'm sure when he walks to the tee now, he doesn't have the same adulation that he had before. This is echoing Tomo's thoughts. When you walk from the green to tee, there are 30,000 people and 1,000 of them, but between the green and the tee, you get things thrown in your ear that you cannot block out no matter how strong your mind is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this would be more true of the Shark. You know, he's always haunted by people in the crowd shout out.
Don't choke, Shaggy.
Yeah, or,
hey, Shaggy, don't choke, baby.
That's right. Shaggy, Jagger. You know, or
want another one, Shaggy?
Yeah.
Bob Tway.
That's right.
Shaggy.
Right.
But they're not saying that to Tiger, are they?
Well, they don't. They don't.
No,
They've never had to.
no.
Yeah, because he's always done it. You can hardly call Tiger a choker up until, you know,
Well,
obviously
you get a
for
lot
us.
of, put it away, Tiger.
Yeah, that's right, all that sort of stuff. You know.
Not here, mate.
Come on, Tiger, pants up! That sort of stuff.
Where's your dog?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Obviously, Sharky, this was continuing the theme before the news about golf and the big weekend of, it's just going to be great, the Victorian Golf
The
Club.
Festival of the Tiger, isn't it?
It's a tiger hunt.
It's a tiger hunt.
Yeah,
Thanks.
for people to get along with their cameras and take snaps. Obviously not when Tiger's swinging, otherwise he'll throw a club at you.
Go wobbly, yeah.
But it's going to be great, a tiger hunt. What was I thought you summed it up as, that special, Victoria's sort of special date with Tiger.
Yeah, something like that.
Which really is a great marquee sort of phrase, Sharky says the Tiger experience is a little bit of, people calling out. It's going to be tough because he's gone through 10, 15 years of his career where everybody was just yelling great things at him as opposed to, shouting out pants up, etc.
Yeah.
I think he still has a chance to catch Jack.
Jack Nicklaus.
Yeah, Jack Nicklaus.
The Golden Bear.
The Golden Bear, who I think dominates the championship wins.
Yes, he
board.
does. Yeah, he's the sort of the Bradman, isn't he?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I think their chances of getting slimmer. The younger players are getting better and better. And he's not intimidating much anymore. He's not winning. Winning breeds success and confidence. He's a good enough player to do it. There's no question about it.
Is this still Shark talking?
Yeah.
God, he did open up, didn't he?
He did. Well, this was at the shootout. So he's got to think of something to say.
Well, he's just sitting on the ottoman all day with people standing around.
Looking, waiting for it.
Yep.
He's a good enough player to do it. There's no question about it. It's just as more time goes on, more chances start to dwindle more and more and more. And here I feel as though the Shark was talking about himself.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's
It
only
does
got
have
those two.
a sort of haunting echo.
It does. And open brackets just like me, closed brackets.
Yes.
Now, look, can I just say...
he seriously thinks the opportunities, the window of opportunity for the man they call Tiger Woods is closing ever so slowly, HG. Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Now, look...
Well, you don't like that sort of thing haunting you, doesn't it?
You don't.
Yeah. Is it, our top caliber players coming out here, HG, to take on Tiger?
Well,
is Brendan Jones here, for example?
Well,
or?
wait a minute. Brendan Jones could be here. Ogilvy,
yes.
Australian ace Ogilvy. Jackie Epstein got this.
Yes, Ogilvy's going to be here.
Yeah, he's warned not to write off dethroned number one Tiger Woods at the Masters. Ogs, back in Melbourne after a 5-week break, says Woods is still the main threat.
Main threat, Woods.
At the moment, he's not the threat he used to be.
No, but he's still a threat nonetheless. Is that the implication? That's what he's getting
this
at?
Is Ogilvy's wake-up call.
Yes.
To other golfers. But
not to be complacent just because they think silly old bloody Tiger can't do it anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But I would have thought that if you said who would win the most majors and the most tournaments over the next 10 years, you'd still say Tiger Woods. This is Ogilvy talking.
Wow.
Yeah, so
even factoring in Lee Westwood.
Lee Westwood and the fact that the window is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah.
Shark's thoughts. Right now, he's still favourite, just maybe not odds on for the Masters, but he's still the world's most talented player. Now, can I point out that he's rebuilding his swing?
Yes, he is.
Now,
is this a good time to rebuild a swing?
No.
When you're down in the dumps, you're not as happy as you used to be. Things are a little bit quiet at night. You don't know how to meet people. You've lost touch with that part of your life.
And you're coming out here hoping to crack on.
Coming out here and wanting to crack on to someone, and you're not allowed to bring your dog. Or if you do bring your dog, people giggle at you, and you get out there and people are just gobbing off at you.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the time to rebuild a swing? I don't think so. Why doesn't he go back? What was wrong with his old swing? The old swing that did him so well.
Well, let me just set this out. This is Ogilvy talking again.
Yeah.
He's probably the best golfer ever. This is Tiger.
Yeah.
He's had a lot going on since he was here last, but his golf has really come a long way from the middle of the year when he wasn't playing his best.
Right.
He seems to have come to terms with life and where he's at, what's happened and where he's going. He's got a new coach, Sean Foley. And he seems mentally pretty happy with where his golf's going.
Right.
He would start the tournament as favourite. But they are rebuilding the swing, bit by bit.
It's so important to be mentally happy with where your golf's going.
Oh, that's absolutely
That's
right.
the key, isn't it? That's the key. Now, does Shark mention that? No, because he never knew mentally where his golf was going.
Oh, he knew where it was going.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to confront it, the choking clown.
I know. That's exactly right. There was only 2 weeks of his whole life where he knew it was going.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No surprising to know he won in those 2 weeks.
That's right.
But, this mentally knowing where your golf's going is so important.
Mentally knowing. I mean, you can know it without mentally knowing it, and that's what people have trouble understanding.
I tell you who knows where mentally.
What, mentally as well as knowing?
Yeah,
you mean
is
knowing mentally?
Brendan Jones.
Brendan Jones. Put him in Asia, and he's mentally he knows exactly where his golf's going.
Now, I did, before the news, talk about the whole 15, which is where a lot of the players could reach.
Oh, this is the 289, isn't it?
Yeah, the 289. Now, just have a look. This is a bit of a trick here.
Does Ogilvy talk about it?
Well, Henry Peters put this together with Ogilvy in mind.
Right.
Oh, hang on. Let me go through the today was a practice day. Tomorrow's a practice day open to the public. Now, Wednesday, there is a Pro-Am day.
Good.
So the Brumby, Tiger, Shark. Who else did you have in there? Bear. Oh, if the bear came, that'd be brilliant. But anyway, the bear won't come. Brumby. Elk. That's
the
the
elk
force
coming out for that.
Well, look, we just had a call put through saying the elk didn't know it was on, but if it's on, he's prepared to come.
Oh, okay. Because
So-
the elk sort of disappeared a lot in my mind.
Well, you were rehearsing this. It's just demonstrating that. We were rehearsing this just before the news.
Yeah.
And he disappeared again.
He disappeared again, yes, exactly. But suddenly he's back.
I know.
Suddenly everyone's talking elk. Isn't it mad? Isn't it mad when that happens?
It's
you
weird.
think of blokes disappeared, forgotten about, and suddenly he's everywhere.
Well, look, the Pro-Am Day obviously starts at 7:15 a.m. and goes through to 12:30 p.m. So they saved the course for day one, which gets underway at 7 a.m. Day 2, 7 a.m. Then the final, the business end, the weekend golf starts at 7:30.
God, that is an early start. Is that going to suit the networks, HG?
7:30.
7 a.m. start?
Well, I assume the minor acts go out at 7 a.m.
Right. But the leaders go out on day 2.
Oh, it's 7:30, correct? Yeah.
No, they go last, don't they?
Last,
Leaders go
usually,
last.
yeah.
Sorry, actually.
But some serious golfers go at 7:30.
Yeah. So 7:15 for the Pro-Am if people want to get out there early to see
the big foursome. Elk, Brumby, Tiger.
Yeah.
And
I've forgotten who the fourth was. Might have been Ogilvy, was it? Or
No,
was
no.
it Brendan Jones.
Shark. The four big animals, the four big hitters.
Okay.
Now, look, just thanks for that, Garfield. Now, because as you say, these things don't stick. Now, the next bit of the puzzle is...
I'm amazed you remembered the elk.
Oh,
Well, is he coming or not?
Yeah, no,
I
he's
don't know if
coming,
you mentioned
isn't he?
the elk or not in the Big Four.
well, I did.
Yeah, good.
I did. No, he's coming.
Yeah.
Now, what spectators need to know is...
Well, why aren't people talking elk for winning this bloody thing? You can't write off the elk.
You can't, no, I'm telling
Who's
you...
writing off the elk?
I'm not.
Good.
Now, several things you need to know. Spectators can move freely around the course, but must stay outside the ropes around each hole. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Controlled crossing points must be used across the fairways.
Yeah.
Follow the gallery signs and marshal's instructions to get around easily and safely. Safely?
Yeah, right.
It's a nightmare.
It is a
People
nightmare.
think it's easy going to a golf tournament like this. It's not.
Oh, no, it can be very dangerous. You might get hit in the head with a guy. Are you allowed to take your slug guns this year, HG?
You can. And there's a special
It's
prize.
great fun, pinging someone like...
Well, hang on.
The man they call.
In the bum.
In the bum,
Yeah, just as
about,
you tee off. I tell you what they've got is they've got a special prize for somebody who can hit one of Tiger's balls in flight with a slug gun. That'll be an attractive blast off. Now, we've got there's a no running policy around the course. Anybody breaching this rule will be turfed out and obviously have to
Even in sand shoes? It's not just no H&S thing. They're not just worried about, public safety.
Yeah, people falling over.
Well, what if you're in a hurry? What if you really got to get somewhere quickly, like, knocking at the back door, bang, 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 got to get somewhere?
I think running doesn't help that, from my experience. Now, wear appropriate shoes like Volley OCs, sun protection, and remember to drink plenty of fluids.
Right.
So that gives you an idea of how to enjoy the day.
Okay.
This is a big thing, you know. I mean,
it's huge. This is the biggest thing.
Do you reckon that the incoming government will have a pro-tiger policy? You know, a $3 million
Well,
purse.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard him say a word. Heard him say a word.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any talk of, getting...
Brumby or Baillieu?
Yeah, getting Shark out next year? Or getting the man they call Tiger Woods out next year?
Well,
shouldn't we be thinking of the future?
We should. Younger players. Badge.com. Bring him back.
He's disappeared a bit, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Has he gone to the Asian circuit?
I think so, yeah. Now, look, what happens on the sixth hole, 398, par 4, three-wood is preferred option from the tee. Anything left will become tangled in an abyss of bunkers and gum trees.
Yeah.
Pinpoint drive should leave a 6 or 7 iron to a long, narrow green that slopes severely from the back to front.
Right.
A front pin is the most difficult, that's where he'll put it, because shots landing on the green's left corner will trickle off the green. Anyone playing from the front bunker will do well to hold the green. Right. Downhill putts from the back of the green are some of the quickest in the country. Lightning fast, just like glass.
Frightening. I hope Tiger's not reading this sort of stuff.
Now, here we go to hole 9. Now, this is where Tiger could come completely unglued unless his swing's rebuilt.
Yeah.
A beast in anybody's estimation. I mean, obviously, on the 15th, you pull the dog out. Here, on the 9th, it's a beast by anybody's estimation.
Is that a par 12, that hole, HG?
Not bad. It's a par 12 for me.
Yeah.
The safe option is to hit the 3-wood from the tee and a poke and iron 80 metres short of the green for your second.
Right.
The green appears flat, but a subtle crest dividing the front and rear makes it surprisingly difficult to stick a wedge tight.
Yeah, right.
The fairway slopes down from about 270 metres from the tee, and this may tempt those less familiar into letting rip with the driver. Barring a westerly hurricane, the green won't be reached with less than a drive and a 2-iron. So it's a hell of a hole.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it might be a hole for the Mexican putter.
Tell you what, I'd like to see a cannon start on that one, that you can choose to drive it or you can choose to blow it out of cannon. Just something for the kids. Is he going
This Pro-Am, HG, on Wednesday, is it a shotgun start?
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Ian Botham, I think we broke this story a little while ago, is going to appear at the Cullen Hotel during his stay in Australia ahead of the much-anticipated Ashes series.
Good on him.
And there's a night being organised where he's going to team up. Well, what's he going to do? He's going to... he's obviously a Test cricketer, famous for his 81 exploits, ICC Cricket Hall of Fame. He's going to share his experience of his career, and he'll be joined by Sir Richard Hadley. And wait for it, I think that's the bit of the story we had. And now Alan Border and Alan Lamb, the two Allans,
is that right?
are going to join him. Well, isn't that incredible?
That's fantastic.
What a night!
They're all characters, aren't they?
That's what you forget.
Because both larger than life.
Ian
Botham. I mean, he was just a huge figure. There was a time, you remember, HC, when he was being marketed by his manager to be the next, at that stage, James Bond.
I know. Imagine him as Daniel Craig.
Yes.
It's almost impossible.
Well, you've only got to half close your eyes, and I could accept him as James Bond. It's a bit hard finding a role, say, for Sir Richard Hadley, who's slightly more wooden with his performances, isn't he? And AB, you'd have trouble putting AB and Alan Lamb in it as henchmen, because quite frankly, they're not big enough.
No, they're little people. Or they're littler people.
Yes.
Could Sir Richard Hadley be an evil genius behind the scenes?
Oh, that's not bad.
You know.
Because you couldn't get him to shave his mow off.
No, he'd have to sit
have
behind
to
a
stay
desk.
with the mow.
Yeah, well, that's people
Which is
wouldn't
fine.
recognise him.
Keep your mow, Sir Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah. You won't need to shave.
Can you have any idea of what this event might be like? You know, Ian comes out and tells,
Hello, everyone. I'm Ian Botham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard the one about the three Englishmen who walk into the pub and talk about Australian cricket?
You think you might start with a joke?
Well, I'm just wondering what the running order looks like.
No, it'd be more like, g'day, everyone. My name's Ian Botham. I'm sure all of you know me. Now, who's got a question? You? Yeah. Yeah, I did enjoy playing cricket, yeah. Any others? That'd be it, wouldn't it?
That's the act. That's the act. See, what I find is, does he still talk to kids? 81's a long time ago.
Get many kids there.
No, fair enough. 81's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how old would you have to be? Let's say you're 15 and 81. You're 45 now.
Yeah.
But then
again,
that'd
be his target audience.
Yeah, Sir Richard Hadley.
Yeah, they'd have a bit of a disposable income and wouldn't mind waddling down to the pub. Just
having a few beers if he was
both
pulling
a
them.
gobful.
Yeah. Well, you see, I just can't. And now I'd like you to meet a very dear friend of mine.
Yeah.
This is both.
Yeah.
Sir Richard Hadley. Come on out, Sir Richard. Don't be shy, Sir Richard. Come on out. Oh, yeah, give him a big round of applause.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy playing cricket, Sir Richard?
Yes, I did, Ian. As you well know, I played cricket for many years for New Zealand, and I got quite a few wickets.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Roy, do you think there'll be any demonstrations on the night? Come on, Ian. Obviously walks out with the pads and says, "Come on, Ian."
Right.
So Richard, put one down to me, on the off stump. Let me see how we go, and then get Lammy and AB, maybe in a short leg and
right
first slip, something like that. Do you think there'll be any of that?
There could be. I mean, they would have sort of tricks.
Tricks,
they?
yeah, that's right. Tricks, yeah.
Like, I don't know, bouncing a ball on the edge of the bat, that sort of thing. AB's great at that. He can do that for hours and hours and hours, and people just love watching it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Sir Richard does, but he'd certainly be able to demonstrate how to keep the seam upright. That was his obsession.
Fair enough. Now, just going back to the golf, Ben suggests that the Tiger should be paid his appearance fee through a winning bonus, so they have to perform.
Oh, this is Dan who suggested.
Oh, sorry,
this.
Dan. I had Sky there. That might be where Dan lives.
Yeah, right.
Do you think that's any good?
I don't think that's fair. No, the Brumby government entered into in good faith, arrangement
with Tigers people,
with Tigers management, that they would pay him a minimum of $4 million to make an appearance. Now, you can't just turn around GI style and say, "Oh no, well, I don't want that deal."
Well, I think what he means is in the future.
Oh, in the future. In the future, what, pay them on performance?
Well, I think you get...
Well, golf does that anyway, doesn't it? If you win, you get more money than the person who came last. It's just the appearance fees he's worried about.
Yeah,
but see, what Dan doesn't understand is if you want to get high-quality players, if you want to get the quality of your Sharks, your Tigers, your Golden Bears, your Elks, your Big Easies... Yeah. You got to pay the money.
I know.
You can't just offer them, "Oh, well, come out with a bit of a carrot here. If you win, we'll give you this." They know that. Yeah. You got to be serious about it. These are professionals.
It's the equivalent of getting the great Houdini out here.
Well, yes.
So he's a big name on the marquee, pulls people in.
Yes.
You've got to pay them something, otherwise they just think...
They're not going to come.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to come.
They don't really want to spend the weekend playing the whole, the monster of the, the 559, a beast in anybody's estimation, then the back up on the hole 15, several players could reach for the big dog on this sometimes treacherous hole. They don't want to be doing that. Yeah. It stretches their mind too much.
Yeah, I know.
What was it, that phrase you had earlier? You've got to know where your golf is going.
You've got to, in your own mind, know where your golf is going. In your own mind. Yeah. Not in somebody else's mind. It's all well and good for Dan of Sky just to say, "Oh, yeah, we'll only give them money." They won't come, Dan.
No. On the other hand,
yes,
if you wanted, say, I'm going to say,
I thought you were going to say, on the other hand, Dan mightn't want them to come.
No, fair enough.
He might pay them to stay away.
Yeah, well,
is that what he's getting at?
I think so.
Pay Tiger $4 million not to come?
Well, but how about this? You pay... say $10,000 to get somebody like Stephen Fry out to play, or Brad Pitt, or somebody like that, because they're not known as golfers. They're big names on the marquee.
Oh, yeah.
People think, won't it be funny seeing Brad Pitt go out?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
See, I think that's an angle to it.
Yeah.
The trouble is golf has yet to embrace the show business of what it's involved in. It's very sort of old-fashioned sport stuck in a, time loop of about the middle of last century.
Yeah, right. We went around 1950.
1950,
when
exactly.
Peter Thompson was going around.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
And, by God, I'm looking forward to this golf on the weekend, aren't you, Roy?
Well, yes, I am.
What did Dan say?
Well, Dan got back to us saying he doesn't want them to be paid if they're playing rubbish.
Right.
Well, that makes it, you got a Welsh on a deal if that's the case. Well, Tiger comes out, $4 million. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, Tiger. Let's say he doesn't play that well. What, we don't pay him then? We'd be in court.
Yeah, no, I still think it's show business. I just think you've got to see it as purely show business. It's like Ben-Hur. Not many people are going, so you're buying tickets, so they make Russell Crowe do the narration.
Yes.
All of a sudden you're selling something.
Suddenly it's filled with footballers and everyone wants to go. That's what you mean.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a terrific prize that you'd expect, and I should have hooked people through on this one because we're giving away a Triple M key ring.
We're not.
We are. It's got a fantastic...
I've never seen one of those.
I know. This is brand new from the station.
It's a Dr. Dan shape, is it?
Dr. Dan shape with the guitar and everything. You can almost hear the theme.
Yeah, right.
And it's just great. You know, people are just getting, say, new car.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great to have the triple...
That is so cool.
I know. Cool is the word I'm looking for. And still with that, when you get your new car, you can play 30 Years of Rock. This is the Triple M triple album that goes with a key ring. Yep. Never have to listen to the station again because there they all are, all the tracks. Okay. And when you tune in 10 years' time, guess what? Now, Crowded House, the very, very best of Crowded House, 2 CD set. We're putting that, and it gets better. Iron Maiden, Flight 666. This is a DVD.
That's a reference to the devil, is it, H?
Correct.
Why would they be on Flight Devil? What does that mean?
Well, I'm not sure, but some of the tracks are interesting. They've got, obviously, 2 Minutes to Midnight, Churchill's Speeches.
Churchill's Speeches?
Yeah, I Can't Play with Madness, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, that'd be great. Moonchild, Clairvoyant, and Hello Be Thy Name. So they're all here, all the big hits. Right. Now, this is the most adventurous tour in rock history.
Wow, it's a DVD.
A film, a bonus disc, a full concert shot in 16 different cities. Wow.
Gee whiz.
Hell of a thing. And we gave these away to terrific success. These are sort of fold up esky. You carry your drinks in it with your ice to, say, your V8 supercars or your footy or stuff like that. Cricket.
Or even if, say, your toilet's a long way away.
Indeed. Perfect. So it's a great prize, anchored by, of course, the keyring. For some lucky listener women only, you can answer the following question.
Yeah, okay. Now, the question is, HG, who is the golfer everyone is now talking about? Now think about it. You know, we came onto this program. We came onto this program today without any thought of this bloke.
Yeah, and now...
So it's not glaringly obvious. We weren't thinking about this bloke at all, but suddenly the talk turned to this bloke.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly everyone's talking this bloke.
And then we forgot about him, and then he came back. We remembered him.
Roy and HG, this is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout, and who are we talking to, Roy?
We're joined by Kim, who's joining us from Castle Hill in Sydney. How are you there, Kim?
I'm really well, Roy. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, Kim, have you got rain and hail near you?
No, I haven't encountered any yet. I'm just driving home, but haven't run into it yet.
Yeah, good.
And does it look threatening near you, or is it just okay?
It looks very threatening, actually. Plenty of lightning and black sky.
Right. Now, here it says you went to the Remembrance Day ceremony at the RSL.
I did. My daughter is a school captain and had to present a wreath.
Okay, right.
Lay a wreath. And, so we went up to that, and it's kind of the precursor to the actual big day on the 11th. So.
Okay.
And is that a regular thing that the community/school does?
Castle Hill Public School supports it every year. They always send school captains and try and encourage families to go. So,
Very good.
That is good. Now you say here that, or I'm led to believe, that you watch the Four Nations, the Rugby League, Kim.
I did. I grew up in Queensland, so I grew up in rugby league, but I don't... Yeah, it's very disappointing to see how the game's going these days.
Now, what's your problem with it, Kim? Is it did you follow the Cummels at all, or are you worried about the standard in England, or what's your problem?
I think, again, it's the off-field antics, Roy.
Right, fair enough. Right.
You know, they've had a pretty big week, and, I'm a dog lover, but not to that extent. So.
No, fair enough. Very wise. Beautifully put. Now,
but that hasn't. I mean, it hasn't affected your interest in the Four Nations. Surely you'll still watch the Australia versus New Zealand in the final on Saturday, won't you?
Of course. I mean, it's always good to beat the Kiwis across the ditch. So,
yes.
Now, you grew up in Queensland, you say, and I understand you're a Broncos supporter. How have you coped with this Greg Inglis
fiasco?
Fiasco. Thanks, Roy. I was looking for a word. Fiasco.
Again, it's just that whole rugby league player scenario. They lack integrity, they lack scruples, they have too much money and not enough brains.
But Kim, isn't that why we love them?
I don't know. I've gone to the more intelligent game of AFL and, I enjoy that much more these days.
Right. And would you be thinking about supporting the new Kevin Sheedy coached, I'm not sure what they're going to be called.
GWS.
GWS side?
a Carlton supporter,
fair enough.
and our son plays for the local Balcombe Hills Hawks team. So if he could get drafted, then I'd have to support it. But it'll be
You're
a
hoping
while
he's going to get drafted to Carlton by the sounds.
Oh no, my family, with the exception of me, is Richmond Tiger supporters.
Oh, so they'd like him to become a Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
God knows they need to win. So.
Now, Kim, let Roy shout out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now,
Okay.
Kim, you wouldn't be disappointed, though, if he decided he wanted to play rugby league, would you?
He's not allowed to play rugby league.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now, fair enough. Even when he's 18?
Even when he's 18.
You'll disown him if he... No, that's very good. I like
Fair
this.
enough.
Kim, this is refreshing.
Now, Kim, who is the golfer everyone is now talking about?
Oh, how could we forget him? It's the elk.
Perfect. You get this collapsible esky, you get the Iron Maiden, the Flight 666, you get the two the two CDs, Crowded House and the 30 Years of Rock, and more importantly, you get the Triple M key ring. Kim, thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Roy Slaven and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Finger on the life, and weren't they great last night? They just blew them away.
I
can't wait for them.
The Arias were great.
They were. They're just fantastic. And it's a fresh new look Arias, apart from Powderfinger, who let the side down a bit in the fresh new look. Yeah. It's all new acts. It's just great. Australian music rocks. Don't often say that, except on Triple M here.
It does. And I agree with Jessica Malboy, actually. I'm tired of people pronouncing D-B-U-T, debut. It's debut.
Fantastic.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks, Jim. And just echoing a bit of a theme that we've had running this afternoon, the show business nature of golf. Mm-hmm. One thing that occurs to me is that given there's now a lot of cross-promotion, especially in rugby league and football, with show business, so much so that Ben Hur was, I think, almost exclusively, populated the big parts by
rugby league players.
By rugby league players in Sydney. The show didn't go anywhere else, so it's a bit hard for AFL people to get involved. But I'm sure some of the
why couldn't it have been done, say, the MCG with a lot of AFL players playing great roles?
Like Pontius Pilate.
Yes. Ben himself.
Yeah, and then I forget who the Roman Emperor would have been at the time. It would have been year one. Old speak year one. Would have been, was it Augustus Caesar?
Constantine, was it?
Constantine. No, it would have been year 33, you're probably right.
Constantine.
Yeah.
He later converted to Christianity, of course, HG.
Famously.
Yeah.
Anyway, the
built
great...
Hagia Sophia, of course, in Turkey.
Correct, as well.
Yeah.
Now, one of the
in Istanbul.
That's right. Now, look, one of the great things about this is the actors have to get a bit of an idea of how to do it. And I know Jamal Idris, another rugby league player, is very keen to become an actor. Many AFL players, probably A-League players would love to become actors as well.
Yes.
And I was taken by a terrific insight into the acting caper concerning Packed to the Rafters.
Oh, yes. God, that's a good Aussie show, isn't it?
It's terrific. And it looks as though it's going to kick on, unlike Cops LOC.
Which is a great shame, because I love our cop shows. I think we do the best cop shows in the world, the most realistic.
That's true. Yeah.
Maybe it was too realistic for people. They were just too confronting for people.
Yeah, it was too like real life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That they saw this happening at the end of their street most nights of the week and couldn't be blowed bringing it inside and watching it on television. That's what City Homicide's problem is. It's too real.
Too real, yeah.
That Shane Bourne bloke, God, he
could be a copper.
Well, he could catch
villains. I once saw him at the Logies, and I thought, hello, what are the police doing here?
Yeah.
Is someone in trouble? Remember I said that to you?
You did, and I ran out.
Yeah.
I had to leave. Now, we have the problem of, in Packed to the Rafters, Ben, this is as played by Hugh Sheridan, his wife Melissa was killed and there's an emotional, send-off.
Why was she killed?
Well, I think she wanted...
What, in real life, HG?
No. Remember, we're confusing realities here. We've got Packed to the Rafters in real life, and one slips neatly into the other sometimes. Yeah. However, as I understand it, the performer, Zoe Ventura, wants to go and work in LA. Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Right.
wants to go and work in LA. And so she had to get out of the show.
They couldn't get another actress in to take her part, take over, like they do.
What do they call that? There's a term for that, didn't it? Sort of, it's the next night, somebody completely different is playing the part of Melissa.
Voiceover. Tonight, the part of, what's the character she
Melissa.
Was? Tonight, the character of Melissa will be played by...
Kate Ritchie.
Yeah.
Who's recently left Cops LAC.
Yeah.
Wow.
People accept that.
Funny
they think,
things about
you
it.
beauty.
Yeah, Kate's back on the box.
Yeah.
Now,
anyway, Zoe's gone.
Yeah, Zoe. Well, Melissa's gone.
Oh, Melissa, the character's
Zoe
gone.
is going to LA.
Yeah.
Now, so people were wondering how, obviously, Hugh Sheridan was able to cope, given that he had to go deep within himself to find the pain for the funeral scene. You can see it now.
Oh, the funeral scene, yeah.
There she is inside that.
This is Melissa's funeral.
Melissa's funeral.
Yeah.
And all the family, the Pack to the Rafters.
And really, when it was being shot, I suppose this is going to air tonight, maybe, actually, I don't know.
Could be.
So when it was being shot, there would have been just like a coffin there with no one in it, because there's no reason for Melissa to be there, because she's dead, I suppose. And anyway, the actress, Zoe, is off in LA.
Yeah. What a fascinating insight.
So anyway, the box would be empty, and he's got to somehow imagine
she's in there.
That Melissa's in there. Yeah.
With Rebecca, of course, and Eric, is it, who will play his parents or her parents.
Yes, Rebecca Gibney and
Eric Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
Now, very difficult scene. I would have liked to have at least put a storeroom dummy in there, because then he would
just to give it a bit of weight in case
he
tried to lift it.
And maybe the colour of hair, so if in case he was moved to go up and, pass his hands nearby. There's something there. Anyway, he said, when I did the morgue and funeral scenes, I imagined the dead person was my little brother, Zach.
Oh, bloody hell.
This is
Ben
Hugh,
talking.
Hugh.
Oh, Hugh.
He plays Ben. Now, this is where it goes backwards and forwards a bit here. You need to
right, I'm with
keep
you now.
up. And we don't want to lose the elk in this either, Roy. Now,
okay.
He says of his brother, he's 16, means everything to me. I needed emotional pain. I pretended Zach was gone, but I haven't told him yet.
Oh, yeah.
This is Hugh's big role as Ben. Ben's role is to be the funny guy, and suddenly, and this is what I found a fascinating insight, I've been thrown a 900-gram steak and told to chew and chew hard, and that's what I've done.
He's eaten a steak.
Yeah, well, I don't understand
By
that
imagining his brother Zach was lying in the coffin playing Melissa.
Well,
bloody hell, you've got to do your gymnastics with your head, haven't you?
You do.
To be an actor.
You don't want to think about it too much, do you?
Well, no.
See, he's imagining a girl is a boy, and then he's eating the steak to get the emotions
going. He married it. He's sort of imagining that his character was bloody married to his brother. How weird's that? Suddenly rugby league is looking pretty normal, isn't it?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, if you want to see a person eating 900 grams of steak while imagining their brother is the person they were married to in Pack to the Rafters, the show is being repeated tonight for an encore screening. Right. It was first shown last week.
Sir Laurence Olivier, HG, great actor. When he had to play sad scenes, he'd just pull some nose hairs out and he'd cry.
Or get an onion.
Yes. That seemed to be the best way.
But
rather than, trying to imagine your brother, he's in the box, in the empty box, and that you've been married to him for however long the show's been going, I don't know. But to me, that just confuses you. You get into a knot.
Can I just say the brother's his real-life brother, not his brother in the show?
Yeah, I accept that, which is even weirder.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, how can you imagine you're married to your real brother in a show where you're playing an actor? I mean, where do you
It does
start?
my head in.
It does my head.
Now, look, can I also point out, though, I think the big O, Larry Olivier, once advised Dustin Hoffman when they were making a film like The Marathon Man or something like that.
Just act, dear boy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's because Hoffman had been up all night.
Running around the block.
Yes, to try and look as if he was exhausted.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway.
That's
exactly right. But there's no suggestion is Hugh Sheridan the name of the actor or the role?
Hugh Sheridan's the name of the actor.
The actor. There's no suggestion that Hugh's a method man, is he? I mean, I suppose there is the suggestion that he's a method man.
Well, I suppose.
What a weird method, though. Where would you have learnt that?
Well, I don't know. See, that's what I just think.
Wouldn't it be best to get him to imagine a brother he never had?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, the police often get, bagged for doing the wrong thing, but there was a great, what would I call it, reaching out to sporting stars in trouble on Cup Day.
Yes.
Now, many of our sporting celebrities, including fast bowler Brett Lee, former fast bowler, former Spearhead Lee, I think.
Spearhead Lee, for sure.
And his mates left Randwick racecourses, or Randwick races, after the Cup and jumped straight into the back of a police four-wheel drive, while thousands of others waited in long queues for buses and taxis. Lee's mates were boasting to anyone who cared to listen they were getting dropped off at King's Cross. That's great, isn't it? See, the police will help you out.
Yes, they will.
As long as they're sort of headed in your direction. I mean, if they wanted to go to, say, Maroubra, obviously the police would have said, we're actually not going that way.
No, we're only going to King's Cross. Mm-hmm. That must be what they said. The other thing is, would the officers, I suppose, ask Bing to sign a couple of things, I suppose?
Probably for an auction for, say...
Policeman's ball.
Policeman's ball style. Or maybe get six and out or / what is it called now, White Shoe Theory, to play.
Yes.
That'd be fantastic.
I'd tee up White Shoe Theory to play somewhere as a fundraiser for the police. That's great. That's
good. For the RBT.
Yes.
Maybe they're running out of things you blow on.
Yep.
And maybe raise $1 million for the RBT people, because I think that's how it works now, especially in New South Wales. Yeah. It's just no money left in government, and people have to do benefits all the time just to keep everything ticking over.
Yeah.
And I don't think...
look, I think that's fantastic. I just think it's great PR on behalf of the police force to just reach out a little bit and a little bit of community service.
Yeah, exactly. Proper community service. Would it worry you if Binger reached into his hip pocket and produced a few actors' tickets? No. Fair enough.
Yeah. I don't think he would demean the circumstance in any way like that. But a couple of signed T-shirts, maybe a couple of White Shoe Theory CDs.
Right.
Maybe a bootful, something like that, all signed. Mm-hmm.
Now, leaving that aside, another sporting star, Lauren Eagle, who had a terrific bout against Christina Tai at Homebush last weekend.
Oh, this is women's boxing.
Women's boxing, in the women's boxing caper.
Yeah.
She's denied rumours she had $1,000 on herself at $1.85. She said, that's not right. Write something about my fight that I'm going to be win a world title next year. But you'd be mad if you were.
You'd have to back yourself, wouldn't you?
You would. Why wouldn't you?
You wouldn't put any money on your opponent, would you?
No, it's
because that leaves you open to psychological disarray.
Mm-hmm. Not knowing where you're going.
Exactly. In your own mind. Most importantly. And you end up, with the Hugh Sheridans after that. You're imagining that the person you're fighting is your dead brother. And you don't want to hit him anymore. You think, oh, no, he's already dead.
On the other hand,
not hit him. Or you're imagining that the person you're boxing is the brother you never had.
Yeah,
you think, you want to embrace them, and it's clinch, bloody split up, and you still can't hit him.
Yeah. No, you can't hit him.
Does your head in.
But on the other hand, I just hope Paul Briggs had something on Danny Green in that bout.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I mean, he'd be mad if he didn't.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, I think, Roy, we were talking about cricket, and I didn't want to dwell on cricket again today because we gave it a hell of a belt on Friday. But you broke the story that Alan Davidson has come out in the press, the former great fast bowler of yesteryear.
All-rounder, actually.
All-rounder, from the 50s. Yeah. That's the 1950s. Yeah. Has come out and said that Australian cricket would be improved if we spent more time on boats.
That's true. Yeah. I think that's his theory, actually.
The trouble is we're not going anywhere. They're coming here.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But maybe he means when we go to India, we would have won the two tests.
When we go to India, when we go to England next, HG, I think in Sir Donald's day it took roughly 6 weeks
to get there.
Get there on boat,
so they could practice on deck. And,
yes, and you do
get acclimatised.
Yes.
Now, look, a story is broken in the Telegraph concerning the wives and girlfriends.
Oh yes.
The Australian wives and girlfriends are all very welcome, apparently. The move comes as after Cricket Australia commissioned research from relationship and social experts.
Oh, no.
Research
is there a university mentioned there?
University, yes, university.
Why were they approached? What's it got to do with them?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're just pervs. They just want to know what's going on in cricketers' bedrooms. Don't we all? Now, this research revealed having a wag, that's wife or girlfriend, on the tour eased the strain on family life and helped team harmony.
Right. I wonder how they worked that out.
Well, two things about this. Is the Invincibles, did they have their wives and girlfriends on there all those years ago?
No.
It
was thought in those days, keep the tossle hungry to keep the mind focused.
That was the official team position.
That was the official team.
That was Cricket Australia's, or the then governing body of
That was
Australian
it.
cricket.
That's it.
I think they had that on the doorway as you walked in to the offices.
That's it.
In Jollymont. Keep the tossle hungry to keep the mind focused.
That was it.
Now, the wives and girlfriend issue has been a major flashpoint in the past, primarily during the 2005 Ashes loss in England. Wicket-keeping great Adam Gilchrist, he revealed the divisions. This is Gilly talking about in his book, True Colours.
Oh, yes.
It was apparent when the guys returned to the hotel from Lord's that some personality clashes had disrupted relations between wives and players. A guy would go out to dinner with his partner and hear bad things about someone else's partner, i.e. gossip. You could be sure that the same thing was happening somewhere else in reverse. So it ended up with some guys were suffering from their divided loyalties. Okay, do I support the wife or do I support pup? Do I support the wife or do I support punter?
So you'd have one of them saying, that she reckons that pup says that you're a mongrel.
Correct.
Well, and you can't bowl.
Don't develop this point. Don't develop this point. Leave the mongrel where it is, Roy.
Yeah, right. Okay.
We don't want to confuse a half mongrel with a real mongrel.
Okay, right. Pup says, Pup reckons that you can't bat. Was that the sort of thing?
That's the sort of stuff. No, Pup's missus.
Why would Pup say that?
Pup's missus, who was ever...
Lara.
Reckons
you can't bat.
Yeah. Or
but
reckons
wouldn't it be
Pup
more?
reckons
Wouldn't it be
you can't
Chinese? Wouldn't it be pillow talk? It'd be Pup's missus says that Pup reckons you can't bat.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's all sort of,
Yeah.
Pup, you sort of desperate to get a good score. Bloody hell, do I have to bat with Mr. Cricket again? That sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'll be right if I don't have to bat with him.
Yeah, that's right.
Suddenly, that gets back to him.
Exactly.
Pup doesn't want to bat with you.
Yeah, he reckons you can't hold an end up.
Yeah, he reckons he gets run out whenever he bats with you. Why would that be?
Cricketers...
Why do you run Pup out all the time? Don't run Pup out all the time.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. He reckons you do.
No, his missus reckons you do.
His missus reckons he reckons you do. It'd get pretty weird, wouldn't it?
It would. It'd be just as bad as...
Unhealthy.
Unhealthy, exactly.
Unhealthy.
That's the perfect word for it.
Yeah, well,
it
if
would
you're
do
on
your
a
head
boat,
in.
If you were on a boat for 6 weeks with this sort of stuff going on, I mean, Davo's got to be mad. Unless Davo reckons you don't take the wives and girlfriends with you on the boat.
He wouldn't. No,
so it's just 6 weeks, blokes only. I tell you what, he's got a point there. Because the great thing about the Invincibles is they all lived in just 2 tiny rooms, HG.
I know, all the
That's
time.
when you get to know players.
I know.
That's when you get to know your mates.
And
when there's you and 10 others in one room with one bed.
One bed, the tossle gets very, very hungry.
Yes, but you'd be crazy to try anything on.
Roy and HG, this is The Life on Triple M.
Now, Cricket Australia will not only continue its policy of paying for WAGs, well, that's wives and girlfriends, to stay during the festive period at Melbourne and Sydney Tests. That's over the Christmas, Boxing Day Test and into the New Year period. But we'll also allow them to stay during all other tests this summer. Now, I think this is breaking new ground here. Australian players will be staying at family-friendly accommodation, apartment-style accommodation, rather than hotels where they tend to get too pissed. And the wives and girlfriends can stay as long as they pay for incidental costs such as breakfast, room service, minibars.
Oh, I see. And say broken walls and doors off hinges and stuff like that.
Thing of, where they have fun with a toaster.
Oh, yeah. Replace the carpets, that sort of stuff.
We've talked about a broad range of experts. They've talked to a broad range of experts across a range of fields. I'd love to know who these people were.
So would I.
And decided it's a good thing, a Cricket Australia insider said. Notice how the Cricket Australia insider, who's that? I don't know. Greg Chappell.
Yeah.
Cricket he's a selector now, of course.
James Sutherland, probably.
Cricket is an unusual sport. The players in the Australian team can be away from their home, either training or playing or travelling, for as much as 320 days a year if they play all 3 forms of cricket, often losing and getting down in the dumps. It's just the bad bit, I suppose. They have to have some semblance of normal family life, and Cricket Australia is very supportive of the work-life balance. Oh, yeah, sure. The players will be staying in apartment-style accommodation all around Australia. The wives and partners can come along. Now, this is in dramatic contrast with Straussy and the Poms. They're a WAG-free zone for at least the opening Ashes tests.
Wow.
Now, the first two are easily before Christmas, aren't they? We haven't got the card in the mind.
Yeah, have to be.
It's the first time families have been barred from that part of the tour since England travelled to Zimbabwe in 1996. England's ban appears to have been sparked by the fact that their wives and girlfriends were in Australia throughout the 5-0 Ashes whitewash of 2006. Now, it sparked a controversy when the team, Kevin Peterson, who this year had a son with wife Jessica Taylor, furious at the decision. I didn't react well when I heard, but it's not something I'm prepared to get involved in. That's very diplomatic.
Yes. Yeah.
Very diplomatic.
Well, you've got to ask yourself, HG, do you want your family with you when you go to war?
What a beautiful way of putting it, Roy.
That's what you've got to ask yourself.
Do you want your family with you?
Do you want your family with you when you go to war?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the England team in this instance, because they're seeing it as war, have decided no, we'll leave the wife and kids back in our castles with our moats.
Fair enough. Now, can I just get to the Hungry Tossel thesis?
Yeah.
You know, obviously people are different.
Yeah.
Some people could probably feed the tossel every so often and still stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
But others, one spoonful of, say, risotto, wild rice risotto is enough.
And they're away.
They're away.
Yeah, that's true. Horses for courses.
Could I ask you to think that research should have picked out from the lineup? I mean, Lord knows who's going to be in this team, but say obviously Watto, he's okay. He might be able to have a full course meal and still feel fairly focused.
Yep.
On the other hand, Clarkey, Pup, don't let him near any.
Well, Pup's form's gone, in a Tiger Woods-like direction, hasn't it? Since the
bingle,
the separation, yes,
in Broglio,
you'd have to say. So there might be something to that.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you think they could be graded? From keep him hungry, keep him focused,
to
roast dinner every night, still retains the focus.
Oh, right. So some would be living like Tiger was in the old days.
Correct. Well, there's nothing wrong with Tiger's game when he was on the job.
Absolutely.
Right.
And if you want results, that's what you've got to ask yourself.
If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Exactly.
On the other hand, we've got many personalities, maybe up to 17.
Well, a lot of personalities. I know, and horses for courses.
Horses for courses.
Horses for courses.
But why couldn't the research prove that? They'd have some sort of test. Hello, Mr.
Well,
Putter.
they weren't given that. They weren't given those writing instructions, I'm sure.
Yeah, they should have.
They weren't asked to look at them as individuals. They were just looking for statistical evidence.
Like which tours were the wives and girlfriends on? I bet you they didn't look at the Invincibles.
I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they didn't.
That would be the first one I'd look at.
I know.
Were the wives and girlfriends
the way this is going, actually, what gets up my nose, the way this is going is that, for someone like Pup or Punter, their house will have to be rebuilt in every city they go to just so it looks the same wherever they go.
I know, it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
To keep the work-life balance the
yes.
same. The post box out the front will be exactly the same.
That's right. And the family, the kids are going to have to pretend that they haven't been anywhere. They haven't moved. Even when, say they're in Brisbane.
Yeah.
No, they're not allowed to say, we're in Brisbane, are we, Dad?
No.
Don't say that at all. You just say, I'm going to go to school now, Dad. Yeah, off you go.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Well, it's exactly the same prize, Jim, as earlier, anchored by the keyring. The Triple M keyring, the Dr. Dan Triple M keyring. We've only ever given away one of these.
There are only two ever made.
Fair enough. Good. I'm glad you said that out. There were only two made, and we've given away one. This is the second one. 30 Years of Rock on CD for the car. The Crowded House, The Very Reverse for the car. Then for the DVD, The Iron Maiden, Flight 666. And the portable V8 beer carrier, I think is what we're talking about there. A sort of a collapsible esky for all comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, which cricket team had the motto, keep the tossel hungry and the mind will stay focused, written on their doorway?
Carved.
On
their doorway.
Which cricket team had the motto, keep the tossel hungry and the mind will stay focused?
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
And it's Hot Lap Handout time on Cock Week. Who are we talking to, Roy?
We're joined by Clark, who's joining us from Narara on the Central Coast. Alan Davidson country. How are you there, Clark?
Yes, it is Alan Davidson country. That's right. I'm well. I'm well, thanks.
Yeah, good.
And how are you getting on with the cricket? You know, I notice you're a cricket fan. Give us a few ideas that we can maybe relay to, say, punter's missus, and she can tell punter about them.
Well, I think that I reckon the Aussies are foxing a little bit. They're getting their odds up for the Ashes series, so I reckon they'll be all right.
Yeah, that's not a bad theory. Now, are you far from, say, where Davo carved out that pitch out of the side of the hill?
Not far at all. I think I can see it from here, actually.
Isn't that fantastic?
Is it still there?
Yeah. It's still there. It's not too many vandals going through this way, so it's pretty good.
No, that'll be right. What a bit of history that is, Clark.
Oh, mate, I drive past it in astonishment every day.
I bet you do.
Is there a plaque up saying Davo did it?
That's a bit vandalised, but the rest of it's okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And do they still play cricket on it?
They do, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's a fantastic bit of Australian history. Now, this Four Nations, you've got a theory. You think New Zealand deliberately threw this match last weekend, Clark?
That's one of the theories that have been going around. It's certainly a possibility anyway.
Did you have a look at the game? Did you see any evidence? And did you spot anything?
I watched bits and pieces of it, whilst I was doing other things. But overall, I thought it was a fairly decent game.
Yes, and this whole Four Nations concept, what a triumph it's been.
Oh, it's world class.
World class. Thank you.
World class.
And did you think the ODI yesterday in Brisbane was one for the punters to get involved with?
I think so. I think there was probably a bit of money changed hands on that one.
Yeah,
I would say. I'm not saying from either side of the.
No. I understand exactly. I mean, I think money talks all languages.
It does.
But even given that, didn't the Aussies look good, and didn't we bash those bloody Sri Lankans?
Yeah. Mate, I thought they'd be over with the lights before the lights were on.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been a real treat.
Yeah.
That'd be memorable.
Yeah. No, we just bashed them up. Then we had them over the bonnet with a bloody chili on the stick.
On the stump.
Fantastic.
On the stump. Yeah.
Now, Clark, would you like to put a number on the 5-test series for the Ashes? Do you think we've said here it's going to be 5-0 to the Australians, but do you think is that your thinking as well, or maybe 3-2? Make it interesting.
I'm thinking 6-0. We'll get a sixth one in there for sure.
Fair enough. Good. You mean that there'll be short tests, and Cricket Australia will come to their senses and put on that sixth test that we've all dreamed about to make up the extra days.
Go back to the old days where there were 6 tests.
Very good.
Yeah, what a great idea.
Now, Roy, sit on the question. Clark, have a swing at it.
Now, Clark, which cricket team had the motto, keep the tossle hungry and the mind will stay focused, carved into their doorway?
That was definitely the Invincibles.
Very good, Clark. You get the portable esky, you get the Iron Maiden Flight 666, you get the 2 CDs, and the best bit of the icing on that cake, really, is the Triple M keyring. Thanks very much, Clark, for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, I know a lot of people are thinking about getting back into footy training, and Reni Matua.
Oh, Reni Matua, yeah.
Yeah, now he's signed. He's been on the bench for a while, a couple of years.
Yeah.
But he's re-signed with Parramatta.
Isn't that good news?
And he's grateful to them for giving him a second chance.
Lifeline?
A lifeline. The Eels have thrown him a lifeline. You have to wonder sometimes about the Eels, recruiting methods. This is a bit arcane, but they could have had GI, I suppose, at the Eels. But he looks as though he's going to go to Souths.
Yeah, look, I think they were interested in talking to GI, but at that stage they thought GI was stitched up with the Broncos. And so we're told whoever GI's manager is, I don't know if it's Mimis or...
Yeah.
Don't know. They just said, bugger off. Mm-hmm. GI's not interested in being an Eel.
Now, he's got a second chance by letting he's been training with the US special, because he can't train with rugby league players. I didn't realise this. That's pretty draconian.
He's got a phobia, has he?
No, not bad. He's
been in the bad books.
He's been in the bad books, and the bad books means he can't practice handling, or he can't practice scrumming or whatever he does.
Okay.
He can't do any of that with rugby league players.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, so he went with the US Special Forces, and they've been in a remote training camp in the Thai jungle.
Wow.
He's going to return in May from a 2-year suspension for testing positive to steroids.
Okay.
He's been given us, obviously, he's been unable to work with NRL conditioners, and he's.
So he'll be great if the Eels have a fixture to be played in the jungle
or in Bangkok.
Yes,
he'll be climate ready.
Yes.
It'll be a lonely road over the next 6 or 7 months because I can't associate with the team until May.
Right.
But rules are rules, and I've had to deal with that, and it's meant, it comes down to me, and I have a lot to prove.
Yeah, right.
I'm just wondering what he's going to do out there. Would you think rugby league?
You mean he hasn't been into the jungle with the US forces yet? I thought he's been
He's
there
now.
Oh, he's there now. I thought
had
he been there for a couple of years, HG, or has he just gone there recently?
No, I think he's just gone recently.
Oh, okay.
Because May, January, February, March, April, May. That's almost 5.
Yeah.
So November, December, there's the other 2. So he's gone over there. He says, I feel like I'm 20 again after and that's when I broke into first grade. So it's exciting, super excited to be part of the team. And I can't wait to meet the boys and start training with them.
In May.
In May.
Yeah, right.
But what I'm worried about is jungle training, say, you might have a pack with, say, 200 kilograms of bricks in it, and you have to run through the jungle, that sort of training. Very specific.
It's not going to help your handling, is
It's
it?
not, exactly, it's not. And it's not going to make you, what I'd call as rugby league ready.
No.
No.
But maybe he can tell them stories, these American soldiers he's with. Tell them stories about rugby league.
And how about
they
this?
They might have some rugby league dreams.
At the end.
At the end.
What a beautiful idea. So it's a cross-pollination.
Yes. Next thing you know, you've got GIs queuing up, say, with the Flegg team or...
Well, Toyota Cup.
Or Toyota Cup
What
over
a beautiful
at Parramatta.
idea. Now, what a great idea. And I reckon it's got to be a two-way street because it's the only way you'd stay sane. Because he's got to teach them about rugby league.
Yes.
And maybe...
So they teach him
rules.
about, climbing ropes and going through
Crocs
and his elbows through mud and
Yeah,
stuff
that's
like
right.
that under razor wire,
Yeah.
while people are shooting over the top of you. And
Correct,
stuff like
smoke
that.
and all that
smoke,
sort of stuff.
Smoke, definitely, yeah. And then just living off the land, with just you and a knife and a bit of wildlife and some ideas.
Half a pound of butter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
then at night when they gather around the campfire, they say, "What are you doing here, Rennie? What's your story?"
Yeah, Rennie.
Well,
Hey, Rennie, what do you do, guy?
Yeah, that's right.
I play rugby league. Hey, what?
Yeah, no. Tell me
I'm
all about it.
interested.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Who are the heroes? What do you talk about? Puff, Blocker, Chang. They'd all be there.
Yeah.
And by the end, you're
Well,
absolutely right.
it all goes back to Jersey Flegg, doesn't it? That's where he'd start.
Do you reckon Flegg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Because he separated from rugby union, and that's where it all started.
Yeah, true. Oh, would they be interested in that?
They'd love that story.
Yeah, that'd be
Tell me about this Flegg guy.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, it's a great story, and it's going to have tales to tell. Don't tell me he's not sowing seeds with the Thai people, because I can see this US forces and a local Thai side, graduation day sort of thing. Rennie's on the plane the next day home here, putting on a terrific exhibition of 80 minutes, say, in Phuket.
Are you suggesting he might plant some rugby league seeds
in
Thailand?
I'm just going to go further than
You're
that.
seeing the 4 nations expanding to 5 nations in a couple of years' time.
I can.
We'll have a Thai test team.
Thai test team. I'm going to go further than seeds, green shoots. That's what I'm seeing.
Wow.
I'm seeing green shoots.
Wow.
Rennie-
Because the locals will say, who is that guy? That's Rennie Matua, rugby league player. Oh, wow. How do I get into this rugby league?
I think that's exactly how that sounds too. Anyway, that's it for the life. There'll be more life if we can make it through the week on Friday. Thanks to Matty, Ned, Garfield, Skip, and your good self, Roy. See you Friday, everyone, at the usual time. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim today dedicates his reads to international superstar Kesha, who's in the house. It's hard to imagine this, but we have just lured in one of the biggest stars in the world at the moment to obviously the Triple M headquarters. And Kesha will be performing on the world-famous today rooftop sound lounge in a few minutes' time. We're hoping to cross live into it to give you an idea of the excitement that is being generated by Kesha, who is thrilling Australian audiences we speak. And on the weekend, as we see Tiger teeing off now. I think it might be on is it the 15th hole? Couldn't be that far into it. On the 14th hole, maybe. And Tiger is +2, I think. 2 over par. Is that right, Roy, at the moment?
Yeah, I think he's even for the tournament, which is rubbish.
Yeah, well,
it's just rubbish. It's all Aussie up the top of the leaderboard.
It's with Garcia in there as well.
Yeah.
It's Aussie, Garcia, Aussie.
Yeah.
That's how it runs at the moment. Yeah. And there's a tee. Well, he's found the fairway, but put a bit of backspin on it, and so it rolled away from the pin. Look at that wind. That wind's doing his head in. He's never played in wind like this before. A magnificent day for golf. Obviously, trying conditions, hot. Probably a very strong breeze there. And Tiger, he's looking ominous, though. That walk, Roy. Look at the way the buttocks are moving. It's ominous. It's powered up. Anyway, can I just point out that Kesha, on the weekend, is on the lookout for an Aussie bloke. This is no surprise, really, because Australian blokes are the best in the world.
Does Tiger know she's here?
I don't think so. But news will get through to the Monaco. Look, wouldn't be surprised to see Kesha and ? Leave on the flight on the way home. She's that sort of star, so available, so interested in Australian men.
She's a lot of fun, I'll tell you that.
Unbelievable.
She's a lot of fun.
Oh, well, we spoke to her earlier just as she was going upstairs to the sound lounge. Oh, incredible. And look, I just said to her, for God's sake, Kesha, take time to run your eye over the rugby league community, and for God's sake, don't leave out the Canberra Raiders when you run the eye over the rugby league community, because they are a riot in the right contest. They do all the barking for you. But that's for Kesha to decide. And obviously, Jim dedicates his reads today to Schoolies Week, Schoolies 2010. It's on. It's bigger than better. I don't think Kesha's involved in Schoolies Week. She either performance or just lurking about. But she's got time really on her hands to find love here this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and Archie on an afternoon when too much sport is belly up. What a week. What an incredible week. Best week so far in 2010 golf. And it's been a Tiger triumph. As we see, look at this wind now. You can see the tossle neatly defined there by the wind blowing against the slacks as he leans into the breeze. Look where he's put the club. You couldn't get a bit. All he'd have to turn around and clinch it between the buttocks and have a swing. He'd probably do just as good. That club selection, club on club. You don't often see that in a game of golf, but that was magic. I just hope maybe Nine could go back to those pictures in a minute. But he's never played in conditions like this. Will be doing his head in, won't it, Roy?
Yeah, I'm not going to look at him now. Isn't he good? Isn't he good? No, aren't people loving it? Seeing Tiger blown. Blown in the wind.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Well, as I say, obviously the smiling faces on kids yesterday were worth every cent of the $3.9 million we've spent to lure the Tiger back down under. And when they got a glimpse of the man they call, just waddling about, doing what he does best, having a swing. Well, the kids, it was great to see the smiles on their dials. And when the champ signed a few autographs, Teesside, everyone was rubble. I'm not sure why these nippers weren't in school learning about the Melbourne Cup and the 150 years of celebration, but this is the modern world where parents think it's more important to see an exhibition of club selection and swing than an day spent engaged in the fundamentals of education. That is punting education. Sadly, Tiger's swing is a work in progress still, but the trouser club we saw just then is moving as sweetly as ever. As sweetly as ever. Let's just say he carded a 69 yesterday. I don't want to make too much of the 69. Last year, obviously, he carded a 69 with the trousers on and a 69 with the trousers off. This year, I'm reliably informed by John Brumby, arguably Australia's most popular premier, that he only carded the 69 with the trousers on. But, we live in hope. He might get a 69 with the trousers off later on. Rugby league, as Tiger walks up to approach this shot. Oh, he's clearing a bit of garbage off the... we might take the thoughts of Tiger, or, projected thoughts of Tiger as he faces this shot. He crouches down in the shoes, looking at what lies ahead of him. Here he comes. He's a real grip it and rip it man, as we know, and he's addressing the ball now. Look at the wind rattling the trousers. He has a practice swing, a couple of practice swings, and even for the round so far, hole number 14. And what would you say, Roy, a 90-metre putt?
Easy.
It comes.
Easy.
Tiger... 14th hole, he'd need to sink this in one.
Ease it in, Tig.
If it's not up,
ease it in, Tiger.
Has he got it? Oh, no, it's not up. It's not in. Hell of a putt, though.
Hell of a putt. Just a tossle length short.
Now, Rugby League and the beleaguered Newcastle Knights reject a $10 million takeover offer from a hole-in-the-ground magnate, Nathan Tinkler. Tinks' offer, though, apparently is not dead in the water because the Johns boys, that is Matthew and Joey, or Andrew, as some people know him as, have come out and supported the Tinks offer. So the Newcastle Tinks could be about to erupt in rugby league. Meanwhile, GI simply said becoming a rabbit has made him happy. I understand there will be an announcement in approximately 50 minutes' time concerning this, and I know most people will be interested in taking that live, which we will certainly be doing here on The Life today. AFL and the GWS Laughing Clowns ink a deal to play 30 matches over the next 10 years in Canberra. They'll be wearing an ACT-themed jumper on these occasions. Lord. An ACT-themed jumper. What? One with a picture of Warren Truss on the front and Mark R. Bibb on the back? Is that what it's going to be? Truss on the front and R. Bibb on the back? And downstairs it'll be a pair of, Tony Abbott's budgie smugglers. Football or soccer, to give it its correct name, and the World Cup stakes just got a whole lot higher as the Americans have tipped President Clinton into the 2020 bid or 2022 bid, which is going to make it very, very difficult because Bill knows how to get things done without leaving dabs all over them, if you know what I mean. And let's not forget where soccer is mainly played. It's played in countries that have what I describe as a sort of variable relationship with transparency, that is economic transparency. Is that a good way to put it? I'm talking about South America, Africa, obviously, the Middle East, parts of Asia. We all know what goes on there. Nothing like what happens with Australian banks. Now, meanwhile, Holger says playing Egypt in Cairo next Thursday will be the perfect tune up for our Asian Cup tilt next January. Remember last time we went to the Asian Cup? There was a lot of spat dummies and we didn't want to play in the heat and all that sort of stuff. It was pathetic. I just hope Holger can coax a bit more from him this week. F1, all eyes on Dubai. Just one sleep to go. Mark's date with destiny. I've said enough already. This is The Life. This is the elephant in your car. And we've got a new elephant, I think, in one of the zoos in Australia at the moment. This is the home of dreams, and your dreams really can come true. Now, it's time to lock horns with a man who had a hit up with at the Champions Down Under tennis event this week and took the brilliant but erratic Henri Leconte to 5 sets before putting the cheese-eating Surrender Monkey away 6-2 in the last, or should I say in the 5th. That man is rampaging, Roy Slavin. And we can get him on the serve and volley caper simply by shouting, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp this week? Lozzie!
Yeah, thank you very much, my Huckleberry friend.
Big winners.
Wow, who took a bet on that? I did. So, we're all ahead. Now, speaking of tennis, I mean, it's quite pressing that you should have brought that up, HG. John McEnroe has slammed the state of Australian tennis.
I saw that.
He just slammed it. He just cannot understand it. He doesn't know. I mean, there we were, the premier nation of tennis in the world.
When he was growing up.
Just let it slip through our fingers. Mm-hmm. Just through neglect, abuse, indifference.
Indifference.
That's
what I love was he had no ideas on how to improve it.
No. I just hope with John Alexander now in the big house that there'll be some policy emerge from the opposition. I mean, we're waiting. How long have they been there?
Well, we're very QT on the tennis improvement front.
Yeah. Benji Marshall blames New Zealand's loss to Australia in the Four Nations to the wrong haka being used. So they've gone back to their other haka. I must say the haka they used seemed a little elaborate and a little...
long.
Yeah, just looked a little...
silly.
So maybe that was it.
25 minutes of haka does your head in, though.
Well, it's just exhausting. No wonder they couldn't play rugby league.
Yeah, true.
I think the haka should be done after the match if you've won. And just quietly to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the boys in their dressing rooms have a little haka. Come on, blokes. Let's have a little haka.
Fair enough. Do you think the coach should step in and just do one by himself too?
No, I mean together.
No, I understand that.
They could do little private ones, I guess.
What a lovely idea.
What a nice idea. Now, come on, everyone.
There's your leaderboard now.
Come on, haka time.
It's just all Aussies. It's all Aussies. A couple of New Zealanders up there now.
Yep, it's good. Mitchell Johnson returns to grade cricket in an effort to find wickets.
Oh, what?
Oh, Lord. Why doesn't he go back to junior cricket?
He could clean up in the under-13s.
Could clean up in the under-13s.
Yeah, put a few kids in hospital. Oh, he'd get Pfeiffer easily.
Pfeiffer. That's the sort of confidence he needs, though. I mean, he's just not hitting the stumps, is he?
No.
He's not going anywhere near the stumps.
No. Would he talk with Rod Hogg?
Yeah, that might help. Hoggy, he knew where the stumps were. Can cricket survive match fixing with the India-New Zealand test under scrutiny? And we might talk back on this a little bit later on.
Very good idea.
We'll take talk back on the haka. Do we like it or not? You know, I don't want to know whether you like or the reasons why, one way or the other. Just yes or no will do. Ditto with Australian tennis. Is it good or bad? Just yes or no. So if you phone up, just say, yeah, then we'll know. Like the haka, tennis in trouble. We get the message. Sean Tate's latest elbow injury said to be a success with the Express Flinger.
Yeah.
Set to return to international competition in... that's the first time I've used
Express Flinger. In many, many years.
Yeah.
In several decades.
Isn't it good to have it back?
It's fantastic.
Because, we haven't had an Express Flinger.
No. A 5-4 Express Flinger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tate is the only Express Flinger we've got in the world. Right. I mean, sure, you can have your Rawpindi Express. Mm-hmm. But I think our Flinger...
It leaves more certainly on time than the Express, I tell you.
Certainly does. Headsby. 483.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
And we're just waiting for Tiger now, back live at the Masters, to hit his second shot on the 14th hole.
Isn't he? And that is the man they call, and Robert Allenby. Don't they get on well?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? The chemistry between the two.
They're just telling stories to each other, making each other laugh. They look so relaxed, and it's great to see the man they call so relaxed. And I haven't seen Robert Allenby that relaxed in a long time.
No. Are you thinking, that Tiger's looking forward to the weekend off?
It's looking a bit that way, isn't it?
Well, a bit hard to tell yet, but that's
he knows Melbourne's a party town.
Oh, and it looks as though it might be the best of the weather these 2 days. I haven't looked at the forecast for tomorrow yet, but it could be, pretty inclement out there on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
And there's nothing worse than if your game's shit. Oh, sorry, management. To go around on the weekend in terrible weather.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's okay if you're winning, obviously. But, has it been worth it? Do you think that, like I said in my introduction...
Well, I've seen so many kids turning up to see...
That's the fantastic thing.
I assume to see the man they call Tiger. I mean, there are a lot of Brett Rumford fans. I know that amongst the younger kids. And, of course, Robert Allenby. Mm-hmm. God almighty, the kids worship Robert Allenby. But I suspect a lot of them have turned out here today, got notes from mum and dad to stay away from school. Just have a look at the man they call.
It's terrific.
It is terrific, isn't it? It's a real shot in the arm for Australian golf. More's the pity that
shot in the arm for Australian golf. I like that.
Yeah, more's the pity we haven't got more kids turning up to see, say, tennis.
Yeah, well, it doesn't.
I don't know what we're going to do about our tennis. I mean, we've got the Masters here. We've got John McEnroe and a number of other. Henri Leconte,
Pat Rafter, I think, is playing in that. Is Goran?
Well, let's say he is. Look, they're just such great showmen.
Showman, that's exactly right.
And you go along and you really get a show. You think you're just going to see people hitting the ball about. You get a lot more than that. They talk. They're wired up for sound. They crack jokes.
They do funny tricks.
They
often going so bad they ask the policeman to play, or the security person to play a couple of shots for them. I mean, it's just fantastic. Yeah. And what's great is there's nothing on it.
No,
they probably all get the
no,
same.
They're not taking it seriously. They're just there to entertain.
Yeah. And that's where it's missing, isn't it? And in that article, I can't put my hand on it, but there was a name bobbed up in that McEnroe bake of Australian tennis. Obviously, I think Little's the only Australian in the top 50.
Yes, he is.
And there was one other player at 134, and I'd never heard of him.
Is that right?
I'd never heard of him.
Is that right? Not Brad Benson.
Oh, no, not Brad. No, not Brad Benson. I've certainly heard of
Cole
Brad
Fingleton.
No. Graham Perch.
Wayne Schwartz.
No, it wasn't Schwartz. No, they're all great names and all obviously great tennis players. But no. I'll have to
no good.
No, I'll have to go to it.
Right. There's Bernard Tomic, of course.
Yeah, but he's not in the.
He's not in the top 100, is he? Actually,
I don't think so. No. I'd be surprised.
Okay. Well, I don't know what we can do.
It's just getting to desperate times, isn't it?
Yeah, unless John Alexander can come up with a private members bill to legislate.
What, half the nation play tennis?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And
for a start.
Well, I think it's
if you are able to hold a racket, you must play.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Marinko Matsasevic.
All right.
Who's 138th in the world, with Luxak at 143.
Oh.
This is part of the problem that you raised earlier with McEnroe.
Yes. Well, I think John's got a point. John McEnroe's got a point. There is trouble in River City.
Well, he says that you can't expect Little to keep pushing on. He's basically, at this point, to expect him to win a major would be asking too much.
It is. Unless there's, like through the tour goes some debilitating disease. a gastric sort of thing that coincides with a major tournament.
And polio.
Yes.
Which means that people wouldn't be able to swing their rackets.
Mm-hmm.
But gastric, yeah.
Yes.
And would you think that could be part of the Alexander bill, that we see gastric...
in international players when they arrive?
Yeah, say for the Australian Open.
Yes.
Which would allow... Or just ban international players. That'd be easy.
Mm-hmm. So to get an Australian winner up for the Australian Open, you've got to be Australian to play it. Well, that could lift the standards, couldn't it?
Certainly bring a level of excitement to the Australian Open, and politically. I mean, imagine the furor around the world. People have been clamouring to come here.
Mm-hmm.
McEnroe says, I would hope that he would be able to be healthy enough, that he could feel proud enough, that he could be a contender on some level. So there's a fair few hurdles to get over. Healthy enough, proud enough to be a contender at some level. A contender? What, just turn out for the round one?
What, A grade in Wagga or something
it's
like
demeaning.
that?
This is demeaning of a man who you keep forgetting that he's won slams.
Yes, he has won slams, yes.
Now, if he's happy...
He was the number one player in the world.
I know.
Before Roger Federer. People forget that. People say, there's never been a number one before. Well, there has. Was Leighton Hewitt.
Mm-hmm. Now, if he's happy being a quarter-finalist, a major, it'll be interesting to see how much longer he wants to go on. I'm sure he's not the type of person that he's happy being 56th in the world.
Well, he's not. He's not happy being 50. That's why he's still trying,
to get
poor little bugger.
I know. Well, I've found new respect for him, especially since McEnroe's come out and bagged him.
Yeah.
As you know, I hadn't really felt confident that Little knew what he was doing for some time. But now that McEnroe's come out and kicked him in the date, I'm not going to put my...
Yeah, what right's he got?
Thanks.
To kick Little Leighton in the date.
Well, he said he stopped playing because I couldn't delude myself into thinking I could.
Yeah, right. Oh, well, he's...
honest.
He's honest, isn't he?
Refreshingly honest. I'll give you that again. I stopped playing because I couldn't delude myself into thinking I could.
Yeah.
How's he gone this week at the big exhibition matches?
Oh, look, I think he's been hitting the ball well.
Yeah.
No problems there. He's been telling lots of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's been amusing, entertaining. But it's a bit rich. I mean, it's like saying to, anyone who's coming to play the Australian Opens, let's say in January, that why bother coming?
I
You
know.
know, if you're not in the top, say, 4,
No, we've got to
you're just wasting
we've
our
got
time.
to get 64, or do we start with 128? I
Yeah,
forget
well, why
which.
don't we just start with 4 and get rid of a lot of the rubbish?
And play one day.
Yes.
And Tiger's now on the... it's not a bad shot. He's on the green at the 15th, I think, in his first stroke off the tee.
This must be a par 3, is it, HG?
Par 3, it is a par 3.
Okay.
Now, maybe deep down in his soul, this is McEnroe talking about Little, he believes he can still do it. If that's the case, he has every right to keep trying. The reason he was champion is because he believed in himself when other people maybe didn't. You can see how profound it is.
Yeah.
God,
he thinks about the game a lot,
He
doesn't
does
he?
so.
But do you remember when we shared a lift with Fred Stolle, HG? Not that long ago.
No.
And I casually said to Fred, you look fit enough to win a slam. And he said, yeah, I think I could. Remember? And I looked at you, and it was just so sad.
It was sad, and you rolled your eyes.
Yeah, I did.
And I got off at the next floor because I was laughing.
Even though that wasn't your floor.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Just completing McEnroe's bake of Australian tennis. It's unbelievable. This is McEnroe talking. It's unbelievable to think there's not one guy in the top 50. He means Australians, of course, right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I never would have thought it. I would never. He thought he'd never see it. I think Pat Rafter is a fantastic appointment to the Davis Cup, obviously. Absolutely first class. There's not a single guy on the tour that doesn't like this young man. He's a real mate. So that's good news.
Well, how does
there.
that going to help our Davis Cup tilt, having someone who's liked by international players?
I know. You need a real...
You need someone who's hated.
Hated, that's right. Who they don't want to play.
Yes.
Don't want to go near.
No.
You know, they talk about the smell.
Yeah.
The smell of success.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just... Look, we missed out a little bit with Taylor Dent. Taylor Dent should have been playing for Australia.
I know. He retired this week too. That's why he's
Did
in
he
my
really?
mind. Yeah.
Is that the end of Taylor Dent?
Taylor Dent, yeah. Look, he, he couldn't delude himself that he was able to win anymore. So he did the right thing and packed the rackets away.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what he's going to do. I hope he can do some coaching, though, because that would be a real feather in, say, I don't know, trying to think of a younger player. So Bernard Tomic getting Taylor Dent, somebody who's...
to stand the net with a bucket of balls.
Correct.
Imagine that.
Well, and because
Imagine
he's got
that, yeah.
recent experience.
Yes.
I think he tours...
Tell us about the tour, Taylor.
What have I got to look forward
Yeah.
to? Should I shut up or make this player talk?
How important is it to be liked on the tour, Taylor? That sort of stuff.
Now, Look, just jumping from code to
Roomies.
code. Roomies, yeah.
Is it good to have a roomie, Taylor?
Or should you be
or
single?
just be by himself, you know, in a hotel.
And just think.
Yeah, just think
a shot.
tennis.
Think tennis. That's right. And preparing, Lincoln Park or, Spiderbait. Which would you suggest?
Yeah.
Taylor didn't have an opinion.
Yeah, of course he would.
Now, Victoria writes, email-wise, heard us talking about the Australian Baseball League on the program and just wanted to say, ... if we wanted to go along and watch the Sydney Blue Sox. Very kind of you, Victoria.
When are the Blue Sox on again? They should be this weekend, I suppose.
This weekend,
yes.
The
Blue Sox, yeah.
And I think they played the Canberra Cavalry.
Oh, the Cavalry.
The Cavalry, yeah, the Canberra Cavalry. But there's obviously won't be playing them. They'll be playing, I haven't got the fixture in front of me, but they'll be playing somebody else this weekend.
Do we have much of a history of the cavalry as such in this country?
No, I think
we don't associate us with.
Well, we did get another email concerning the Canberra Mongrels was a suggested name, which isn't bad.
For the Cavalry to rebadge themselves the Mongrels.
Well, I think if they had, say, a run of outs and didn't win a match, say, in the first 10, that a renaming ceremony could be exactly the lift they need in the local community.
Are they doing well as the Cavalry? Do we know the Canberra Cavalry?
I think they
are they doing as well as the Sydney Blue Sox, for example?
No, because the Blue Sox beat the Cavalry 1-0.
Bloody hell! What a game!
Very tight game.
Yes.
Yes. But the Cavalry, I reckon, renaming them as the Mongrels or the Arbibs would go over very well. I think with the local Canberra community because Cavalry, as you point out. Would you call the 40,000 horsemen cavalry?
Well, I suppose they would have been.
They're light
cavalry,
horsemen, though.
Yeah, they're light horse. But I don't know if light horse is abbreviation for light horse cavalry.
Ah, yeah.
Maybe it is.
How about the Canberra Cossacks?
The Canberra Cossacks.
A bit more attitude.
Yes.
And I forget, I think we were going to go with the Perth Quackers. And I forget we drifted away around there. Anyway, Victoria says that just between you and me, obviously including you, Roy, there are some very interesting people that go to the games. You might find some very interesting things to talk about on the show.
Right.
Now, I'm just wondering.
Right. Who go to the games?
Well, is this worth investigating? I mean, would you
What, you get, like, Keisha's here at the moment. Would she be going to the next Canberra Cavalry game? Or
I don't know about that. She's certainly
going to
Blue Sox. I think she could be there because people see it as a hot date and no snapparazzi because they're all over at something like some nightclub, Oh, yeah, right. I don't know, watching, I don't know, who Emmylou Harris or something like that, or John Cougar Mellencamp, renamed John Mellencamp.
Yes, or
Johnny
Cougar.
Johnny Cougar.
Yeah, you forget he was Johnny Cougar.
Yeah, that's the cover band, Johnny Cougar. Yeah. Anyway, and they're there lurking about.
What about the Canberra Cougars?
Ooh, there's a good name.
There's a name, isn't it?
Look, what I was trying to get to is I think people can go and lounge about at the baseball knowing that they can be there, and often people who are having let's call them affairs for want of a better way, i.e. that can go and be seen with people they shouldn't be seen with. That's my
is that the attraction?
That's my understanding. And because it's a slow-moving game, it's a greatest summer pastime, hot night.
Wow.
Easy access to car parks.
So it's a sort of Blue Sox for blue sex kind of night.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
And the golf was temporarily slowed because ducks are on the course. I mean...
Those wood ducks, they're great, aren't they? But they don't belong on a golf course.
Thanks, Roy. Where are your stewards? Surely they've got tunnels built under these things. They should be directing ducks into, if they want to get on the course, to go underneath.
Yes.
There'd be tubes that they'd be able to walk in or tunnels that, they don't have to be...
Well, they just need a few officials there with a couple of shotties.
Correct.
Don't they?
To just point them at them. And if there's any
you've only got to take out,
disobedience.
A few hundred of them and the message gets through.
Yes. Now, look, Roy, were you surprised there weren't, as Tiger now swerves past the ducks
yes. He's going to have to walk through duck doos,
I know,
which doesn't help your game.
It doesn't. That smelly, that nasty.
Yes.
Now, were you surprised there were no hecklers yesterday?
Yes.
Because I was surprised too.
Yeah.
And I thought, hello, people are disinterested. I like that sort of, that turning golf into a real, mosh pit and a few beers and really having fun.
Is there a party hole? Hole 16?
No, I don't think there is. I think we're on hole 16 now. It looks very quiet from the
doesn't it?
Shots in the
Yes, I was hoping a lot of Aussies would get along to give Tiger a bit of rag.
Well, Wind him up.
Yeah.
I think he plays better when he's wound up.
Oh, I do too.
See, there's an anonymous look in the eye of the tiger was largely the reporting overnight in the papers.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been cashed today, has it? The cheque he was writing yesterday with his 69, let's not forget that, 69, hasn't been cashed, hasn't been turned into gold today, has it?
No.
If anything, he'd be on the par for another 69.
No, he's
wouldn't
playing like rubbish today. Just like rubbish. You know, I don't know what you can do with him.
Oh, it's terrible.
Just
isn't
gob off on him if anyone's listening.
Well, you
Just
see
gob off on him. Say, lift your game, lift your trout. You know, do something, Tiger.
Yeah.
Go out tonight, dude.
Yeah, put it in. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about golf.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, sir. Thanks very much, gentleman Jim. Tigers picked up a stroke.
Yeah, he's
Roy.
still a long way back. Look at Adam Bland, who's 10 under the card.
Oh, it's just incredible.
And Tiger is 1 under the card. 9 shots off the pace. 9. And look at all those Aussies lined up between he and Glory. You got Bland, you got Stoltz, there's a whole board of them.
I know, and some New Zealanders in there as well. That must hurt Tiger.
Yes, it would.
Probably okay if, a few Australians had him, but who let the New Zealanders in here and be saying to his New Zealand caddy, Steve Williams, who's bulked up to handle the riotous crowds here at, obviously, the Masters. Now,
they're looking at a sad combination compared with how they were this very time 12 months ago, and everything was great in the world of Tiger. He was leading from the front. He was got that his famous red shirt out for the final day, and
invincibility
brought it home, and
it's just incredible.
His caddy looked good.
And then just a few days later, Erin was trying to bash away into the smashed SUV.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, people knew
hell broke out.
Hell broke out. That's right.
Yeah.
Do you think
what a remarkable year for the man they call Tiger Woods.
I know it'd be worth a film, wouldn't it?
There is a film in it. I suppose someone's working on it. You'd call it something like Fall from Grace.
Whoa, that's not bad.
That's not bad, is it?
Fall from Grace. Look, it's obviously very difficult. I suppose Denzel Washington would select himself to play the man they call.
Yes, he would.
And
I wonder if Tiger would work on the script with us, to give us a real insight.
Right, into, say, how he approached women.
Yes.
The magic.
Yes.
Some of the car park scenes, how to, really get it on in a sort of...
Pick-up lines. His pick-up lines.
Pick-up lines, and then how to get it on, where to place yourself inside a Mini.
Yes.
Obviously for various...
How you delegate.
Yeah, that's true.
How that works.
How do you trust delegation?
Yes.
And one of the great things would be the press, who obviously got close, but were too silly or didn't realise what they were looking at.
No, too stupid.
Too stupid, yes. Didn't realise what they were looking at.
Yeah.
Look, it's going to be a fascinating film. And, is there a role for Russell Crowe in it? Because I'd love to see somehow... Could Russell play Steve Williams,
Yes,
do you think?
he could. I think he could, yes. Yes.
Big stretch.
Well, Denzel and Russell, what a combination that would be.
It'd be magic, yes. That would sell itself, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And, of course, you might have to rewrite slightly the Russell Crowe role to make it seem as though he's the genius behind the man they call.
All right.
And maybe played a lot of shots for him in minor comps when no one was looking.
Yeah, right.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Fascinating situation live at the Masters. Tigers found obviously the road.
He's found a dirt track several kilometres away from the golf course, hasn't he?
He has. And they've tried to dig some sort of clear with obviously a chainsaw. They've cleared away a bit of the brush.
Yeah.
And they're now trying to look as though they're looking to do slight dogleg or hit it over the trees to find the green. This will be a fascinating shot.
It will.
This is where you earn your money, isn't it, here?
Oh, God almighty.
Would you hand the club to Steve at this point, say in the picture?
In the film, yeah. Let's see what he does. He's got to try and draw it. He's got to draw it to the left. If he slices at his bucket, he'll be...
Back where he started
Back
from.
where he started, yeah.
And Steve's winding him up something fierce. He
Yeah.
says, "You goose, what are you doing out here?" I mean,
And it's a very difficult lie. He's on gravel.
dirt.
Gravel.
Well, yeah, solid dirt. Pat,
Yeah.
Now he's got the
Now he's got the hungry bum.
with the Pat Rafter sneaking into the crack. I mean, it's inhuman out here, and
It
it's
is,
raining.
isn't it? And it's raining on him as well.
I mean,
some days there's just no glamour, is there?
No.
There you are. Flies in your face. Out to buggery. No chance of winning.
Wind.
Everyone knows you're a clown and a goose.
Here it is.
And you've got to draw this shot.
I know. He picked up a stroke. This is the 18th, of course.
Yeah.
It's a par 5, which, as you were pointing out before, he likes to attack these.
Yes.
But he's attacked it too fiercely, and he's ended up... He'll be lucky to get down in par, won't he, unless this shot's something special.
Yeah. Let's see if he can draw this shot, H.
He's given a hell of a whack. I've never seen him attack the ball like that. What was it, with a 4-iron or something like that? Where is it? I can't quite see it where it's coming.
Well, no one knows where it is.
I think that's the wrong camera shot. We should be looking back towards
No, it's the wrong
tee.
fairway. It's the wrong golf course. Isn't it? I mean, where is the bloke? Well, nobody knows.
Look, so they've gone to highlights.
No, well, no.
I mean, hang on, 9? What is going on here? This was the highlight.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, he gets near the pin off the tee. Sure, that's what you expect Garcia to do. Obviously, they've had trouble finding the ball.
Yeah, they don't know where the ball is.
Yeah,
I mean, he did give it a bloody hell of a smote.
I know. Well, in fact, I think he hit it too hard.
I think you hit it far too hard.
I think he went straight across the fairway into the car park. Remember that great...
Sharky went into a garage,
He did. He went into a sort of a tool shed.
Yes.
He managed to bounce it off the structure into the tool shed.
Yes,
he played,
that's right.
Didn't think about taking a drop.
He had to hit it out from under a bloke's car.
Yeah.
Remember?
He was down on all fours.
Yeah.
You know, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'd like to...
Well, I can't help you with this, actually. I don't know where the bloody ball's gone.
But
nobody knows.
It's gone so weird that, 9 have, in their wisdom, as is often the case, have just gone to random shots. The beautiful shot there from Sergio Garcia on the third hole, I think it was.
Yes.
But now, still more highlights.
No, they're berserk. They don't know what's going on.
Now, look, one of the great stories of the end of the rugby league, obviously, this is part of the build-up to the big one tomorrow night, to the Four Nations final.
Four Nations final can hardly wait.
I know. Just one more sleep to go. And last week, of course, it was a fantastic match as well.
That's right, where Australia. The New Zealanders used the wrong haka, as we discussed earlier.
That's right. Yeah, they came unprepared for the haka.
Yeah.
Well, after the match is over, Todd Carney, Darius Boyd, Willie Tonga and Nate Miles, that's Pooh Boy, they're all off to Mexico.
No way.
Yeah, the Reformed Bad Boys of League leave. It's a special trip, Bad Boys of League. End-of-season trips to Mexico after tomorrow night. Carney and Miles are off the grog, while Boyd is always on the straight and narrow. Rather than going on a bender with the 4 Kangaroos, who'll be looking to relax and wind down after the big season, Miles and Carney were poised to go it alone until Boyd and Tonga heard about the trip and joined in. And I tell you what, they won't be the last. I bet you Billy Slater, Lockie, of course, they'd love to get to Mexico. Petro'd probably go. And a few hangers-on as well. Probably, GI I'd love to go as well.
Where are they going? Are they going to Mexico City, HQ?
They're going to Mexico City,
they're going to Cancun or something like that.
Probably go out to the ancient ruins there. Big place, Mexico. People forget. It's fantastic. And probably go up on the border there. Some of those towns are smoking hot at the moment.
Yes. Will they go and will they visit the drug cartels?
That's what I'm thinking. Up around Tijuana and some of those. Across from El Paso, or just across the river there, the Rio Grande, of course. It'll be a terrific trip. Great film. Four Aussie rugby
kangaroos.
League, 4 kangaroos on the loose in Mexico.
I
mean, it's got everything, hasn't it?
It does.
Sombreros, being taken for superstars. They are international superstars.
Yeah. Well, there may be a little bit of anonymity for them over there.
Do you
Mexico? I think so. I mean, I'm not so sure about Todd Carney, but you'd imagine Darius Boyd, Nate Miles might be able to get away without being too recognised.
Well, I think Nate Miles.
I can't imagine. You Nate Miles?
Roy and HG, The Life on Triple M.
And Roy, now we have the most of the scores in for the day, of course, here at the Masters. We're broadcasting live on for the Life on Triple M. Tiger managed to get down in par on that hole where he hit the road, which is quite a good effort, and he really cracked it out of there and came home. Very poor putt, though, I thought.
Shocking putt. His head's a mess, isn't it? I mean, putting reveals so much about a person, whether you're content or not, whether you're settled in your life or not. The great putters are always those that are level-headed, personable, and no problems of conscience.
Right. So Tiger last year was all those things.
Well, he was delusional, wasn't he?
True. He deluded himself.
Himself.
That's what he's like. That's his great skill that's missing.
Well, that's what's missing, the ability to delude himself, isn't it?
Here he is in the scorer's hut, putting the hat back on up the back there.
Yeah.
And look, the other thing, Roy, is obviously they found the ball and then they condensed all the shots into a few moments. You didn't get the drama or how
No, we didn't get much drama at all. But I tell you what, I'm sensing that Robert Allenby and Tiger are very good friends.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much time they've spent together over the years, but God almighty, the stories they would tell.
I know, it'd be incredible, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
There'll have to be a role for Robert Allenby, one imagines. And I didn't think there would be when we started talking about the Tiger Woods film, whatever it's going to be called.
Well,
I think The Full Shaft, Dave of Doncaster was suggesting. But Fall from Grace was discussed. And, of course, Getting Wood, the Tiger Woods story, was talked about as well.
Well, that's got a ring to it, hasn't it? Getting Wood.
Getting Wood, yes, the Tiger Woods story. But you'd have to imagine there'd be a role for Robert Allenby. Wouldn't it be? I love it in those sorts of films where you get, a star playing themselves. What if Robert Allenby could play himself?
Wow, that's an interesting thought. Well, I don't know. The trouble is the scenes between, obviously Denzel and Allenby. Mm-hmm. You don't feel as though Allenby might overwhelm the star power of Denzel and show him up for, obviously.
Oh, I see. Yes, no, that hadn't occurred to me. Yeah.
No, do you know what I mean? Because he's right at home on a golf course. Denzel would have to learn it all, and there'd be a lot of trick photography to, obviously get Denzel's swing up.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, he's an actor, obviously, so he should be able to do it.
True.
And
I'm wondering with the wide shots, maybe Tiger could do the shots.
Oh, what a lovely idea that is too. And
so when you're close-ups, it's just Denzel.
Now,
that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and remember, of course, putting, you can shoot from the shoulders up for putting because it's all in the base.
Yeah, of course.
And then when he hands the club to Russell Crowe to play the Steve Williams parts, that's easy because Russell will get the shots. You know, obviously just take an hour and a half to practice swings on the green and he'd be right.
Yep.
He'd be able to be convincing.
Yep.
Now, look,
good.
Just moving away from golf, and we've got this terrific bout looming between BJ Flores and Danny Green, and I think it's on next Wednesday.
Gee, that's come along around quickly, isn't it?
It has. Now, obviously, BJ's landed.
Yeah.
He says he's not Paul Briggs, which is good. That's good.
Does he know that for a fact?
Well, in fact, I'm not like anyone Danny Green has ever fought.
Wow.
And how about this? Wait a minute. How about this for a put down? This is trash talk at its finest. His usual song and dance routine. It ends with me.
Wow.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got great lines, this bloke, hasn't he?
Well, here's a fighter who reckons the Aussie management is secretly retouching his body, particularly his six-pack in the promotional material. It's a lovely idea.
What, Green's or his?
No, his.
Oh.
The 90-kilogram blaster, according to Nick Walshaw for the Murdoch people.
Yeah.
He's been in Sydney, he says, with the words on his T-shirt, and new IBO world champion, ... i.e. him, the person inside the shirt.
Right.
Look, he says he's not only better than Green, this is according to, BJ, but nothing like any of his previous opponents. Oh. The most recent of whom, Briggs, was last week fined $75,000 for a knockout declared a sham by boxing officialdom. We broke that story, I think, here on The Life some weeks ago.
We did.
The Australian public were cheated that night. It had nothing to do with Danny, but it certainly seems like a lot of Aussies are against him now.
Oh.
Honestly, before we flew out of Las Vegas, I was stopped by 9 guys from Sydney, open brackets, on a rugby league end-of-season tour, and they were all urging me to knock Green out.
No way.
Then we arrived today, and this guy comes up to me and says, watch out for the punches to the back of your head. Green can be a dirty fighter, quote, unquote.
Wow.
And then the BJ goes, oh, he's a dirty fighter, definitely, like a bully. He likes to bully his opponents, but he's losing popularity in his own country. I'm getting 50 emails and Facebook messages each week from guys urging me to whop his ass. Sorry, management.
Whop his ass?
I know.
What does that mean?
Well, I think that's American talk.
Oh, right. What, wipe it? Clean it up? Is there any suggestion Danny Green's not particularly sanitary with his wiping?
Leaving the
underpants to do the heavy lifting.
Flores reopened the debate about the legality of the hand wraps Green used on Roy Jones Jr. Again, another 20-second fight, revealing he would demand at least 2 officials present prior to next Wednesday's bout in Perth. Roy's team have actually sent me heaps of emails detailing the legal battle with Green Machine Promotions, showing me photographs of the hand wraps. So we'll be asking that members of the IBO and the West Australian Boxing Commission are present when he gets his hands wrapped.
All right.
It's got to be on, isn't it? fantastic.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's
What a
great
build-up.
Yeah.
I love that. His song and dance routine, it ends with me. What sort of, is he been doing, sort of something, I don't know. How's his Pago?
Yeah.
With the merengue.
Yeah.
How would he go on a simple, Watusi?
Or a gypsy tap or a Canadian three-step.
Quite.
Or
Some
Pride
of
of Erin or Jazz Waltz.
Some of the finer ones.
Yeah. Look, I don't know much about Flores, but he's based in Vegas, is he?
Well, he appears to be.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
he appears to be.
Right. So he's no stranger to showbiz.
No, he's no stranger to showbiz. And the weird thing is, and I can't put my hand on.
And is he the IBF heavyweight champion?
No,
sorry, middleweight champion at the moment.
No, he's not. He's going to be.
He's going to be.
That's why he's wearing the shirt.
Yeah, right.
Now, what I was going to say was that the weird thing is, after the weigh-in, Green, in another article, which I can't quite put my hand on for the minute, reckons that BJ's going to bulk up 8 kilograms between the
weigh-in and
the
hopping
fight.
in. Wow.
So, in other words, he's a 90... Hang on, where are we here? The blaster, the 91-kilogram blaster.
Yeah.
He's going to be 97 or 98
on the night.
Kilograms on the night.
And do we know what Blaster Green is carrying?
Blaster Green will be up there as well, although Danny Green has gained a whopping 4 kilograms in a bid to combat his rival.
Yeah.
He describes as easily as the biggest bloke I've ever faced in the ring. And that's saying something because he's
fought some giants.
Didn't he ever go with Mundine? He's huge. Yeah. Now, after sparring session yesterday, the IBO World Cruiserweight Champion revealed how the past 2 months have been spent increasing his weight.
Right.
Yet even now at 87 kilograms, Green is significantly lighter than the undefeated Californian, who could enter the ring weighing 95 kilograms in Perth. The bloke is an absolute monster. Yes. Yeah. Well, the official weigh-in mark of 90.7 kilograms, but when it comes to the fight more than 24 hours later, who knows how heavy he'll be? A little guy like Vic Darshinian can put on 6 kilograms. I reckon Flores could weigh 95, 96, 98 without a bear it out because he was 91 the other day.
Yeah.
BJ.
But how do you put on 7 or 8 kilograms in one day? I don't know how you do. I mean, you can eat a lot and not go to the toilet, I suppose. You've got to hold it in. Is that how you do it? Well, and what advantage does that give you in the middle?
I don't know.
Holding it in.
I don't know, carbo loading or something like that. It must be able to increase the power somehow. They must be able to metabolise the stuff really quickly to get it into, into pure energy.
Wow.
BJ's only 31 years old. He's undefeated, and it's a very dangerous proposition we've chosen. This fight is being screened on ESPN in America, so won't want to be embarrassed. This is his shot at glory. If he beats me, it opens massive doors, both financially and professionally.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the script, Roy?
How many rounds is it, HG?
I don't know, 12.
10, 12.
Yeah, that goes a long way. That's why.
Because it's going to be uncharted territory for Danny, isn't it? I mean, he hasn't been over one. Well, he hasn't even been one for a while, has he?
No.
So it's all uncharted territory from about 35 seconds in.
That's true.
So let's hope he can find something within himself.
Well, let's hope he
to take out the blaster.
The 7 kilos. That's a hell of a lot. Old speak. I mean, that's virtually a stone, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. That's why it's implausible to me. I mean, he's just going to be he's going to be a butterball.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, still with punching people in the head.
Yes.
Look, there's a new thing. This is called Extreme Fight Club.
Oh, yeah.
And Graham Henry and Nathan Swadling are about to launch it. It's a new form of fighting, as close to street fighting as they can get.
Good.
The rules have been sanctioned this week by the New South Wales Combat Sports Authority. Yes. And next week they'll meet with Main Event over plans for their first pay-per-view promotion. It'll be 10 good heavyweights fighting through on a knockout basis. Well, I hope that's the case, a knockout basis.
Knockout, I hope so.
With 50,000 to the winner at the end of the night. Now, I think we've talked about this before. They apparently are sort of round robin,
right?
Progressing through seedings, obviously, and progressing through to the final, but all on the one night.
Yeah, right. How many bouts could you have a night then? 3 or 4, I guess.
I take it.
Yeah.
This is what people want.
Is it?
Well, according to Graham.
Yeah, right.
It's like the old schoolyard days when you said, "Come on, let's go." I can't recall doing that really.
Come on, let's go. When you want to punch someone in the head.
Mm-hmm. Was that what we used to sing out?
Come on, let's go. I suppose that's
I usually added home after that. If I could do something like this when I was 25 or 30, I would have done it in a flash.
Yeah, right.
Now, then this is Graham Henry recalls bouts Nettie Smith was in. You know, that's where he got the idea from.
Nettie Smith?
The well-known...
the gangland
Yeah, underbelly bloke. Is that right? Underbelly?
Oh, Blue Murder bloke.
Blue Murder bloke,
Yeah.
Wow,
Nettie Smith.
Yeah, he says he knows a thing or two about how to settle a fight. In other words, Extreme Fight Club is almost as basic as, Nettie bashing up, Graham Henry years ago. The rules are designed to attract the fans of mixed martial arts who can't quite get into two fighters going to ground to wrestle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know what he means. In the, like the cage bouts, they're always wrestling on the ground. They've got to stand up. Now, there's no kicking, no elbows, no knees. When fighters go to the ground and they are encouraged to slam their opponents, the referees will stand them up so they can go again. Isn't that refreshing?
Yeah, right.
It's a subtle thing, something for the buffs, I suppose, in terms of, the distinguishing between your natural cage and your mixed martial arts and so on.
Are they allowed to have steel bars? Can they?
Yeah, of course they are. No wrestling to slow the action. No intricate grappling.
Well, why not? That's what street fighting's about.
Wait for it.
Go on, let's go.
Yeah, I know. That the
you go and have a grapple and then get the steel bar out and stuff.
Well, they like the steel bar. They want to cut straight to the steel bar.
Oh, okay.
So he says no wrestling to slow the action, no intricate grappling that the untrained can't understand. A lot of those choking holds?
Yes.
I don't see what they're doing. Sure, I can see the bloke's eyes going.
You mean a bit like Greco-Roman where they work on your one particular... might work on your nose for half an hour.
Or your ankle. Yeah. Some weeks... back, a handful of fighters got together at the gym and wailed away under the new rules, asking afterwards where they could sign up.
Really? The fighters like it, do they?
They love it. Extreme Fight Club rules were sanctioned on Wednesday under the guise of modified Thai boxing. While planned heavyweight fight will be fought under the amateur licence, they can still give prize money away. That's fantastic. That's Craig Waller from the NSW Combat Sports Authority. It features 5 divisions. Heavyweight, cruiserweight, light heavyweight, middleweight and lightweight. They plan to fill an 8-man card with 3 boxers and 3 mixed martial artists.
Good.
They hope that boxers such as Carly Min and John Hopewade will be enticed.
We'll get involved.
Yeah, we'll get involved. I'm hoping Paul Briggs isn't forgotten too.
When they drive. Briggs is tailor-made for this sort of fighting.
He is. Lucas Brown has come out of a trial looking for a start. Perhaps best of all are the plans for the final 2 punches in the 8-man field. They're looking for some of Sydney's meanest people who want a chance of 50,000 doing something they'd normally do for $8 an hour. That's like bouncers and people like that.
Oh, yeah.
Attract a heap of street fighters. Every doorman in the city, have a go. For those who like a little blood in their coffee, you'd pay to see that.
Yeah, blood in your coffee. That's good. What about the big bounce, where every bouncer in, say, Australia gets together for a weekend of just a bounce off?
What a brilliant idea. So somewhere they can't hurt anybody, like out the back of Broken Hill, in a caged area, say about 20 kilometres long, 20 kilometres wide.
Something like that.
20 kilometres
and at the end, there can only be one person in the club. You'd call that the club.
The club,
the caged area.
You might start off with 1,000
bouncers.
Yeah,
1,000 bouncers in the club.
Fantastic idea. And 1 bottle of water.
Yes.
On a boiling hot day, say in the middle of January. Starting to look good, and you can't take any of your bouncer gear off. Yeah, your black shirt.
Got to be dressed in black jeans.
Black hat,
and a bar.
That's it.
A metal bar.
It'll be great.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a beauty, Jim. It's a beauty. It's back. The DAB Plus / FM RDS digital stereo portable radio. It's incredible, this one. If you want to get involved in the digital revolution, this is the one to get involved with.
It's digital radio.
Digital radio.
Digital radio. Wow.
And it'll be just great for summer because you'll be able to take it down the beach.
Yes, and watch the cricket.
Correct. But because we know some people are resistant to digital radio and the whole digital radio revolution that's going on, we're throwing in to whet your appetite the very best of Crowded House on CD and on DVD, Flight 666, Iron Maiden, and a Triple M coloured T-shirt.
Wow.
So it's a multi-dimensional, multi-platform pack. Radio, CD, DVD.
Gee,
and
that
something
radio is fantastic.
I know, the radio's great. Have I oversold it? It's called Classic Light.
Yep, beautiful.
It's got, obviously, station name display.
Yep.
Up to 100 hours of battery life.
No way.
You could hear a whole test match on it. It's got station name, obviously
Yeah.
seeing the cricket. One touch, instant access to your favourite station.
Yeah.
Display dimmer. I like that.
Yep.
Line
Has it got a volume knob? Is it a volume knob or a volume button, HG? Is it a knob? People like knobs.
I'm pretty sure it's a tuning knob. I can't give you the heads up on whether it's a volume knob or not. Wait a minute. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, it looks like a knob to me.
This thing here.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a
It's
volume
a knob! You beauty.
Some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
Who will be approached to play Tiger's best friend, Robert Allenby, in the film Getting Wood, the Tiger Woods story? So, who will be approached to play Tiger's best friend, Aussie Robert Allenby, in the film Getting Wood, the Tiger Woods story?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, there's Hot Lap handout on the Life at the moment. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Emma, who's joining us from Craneburn in Melbourne. How are you there, Emma?
I'm very well, Roy. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, Emma, are you going to get out and have a look at the man they call Tiger Woods going around?
No, I'm not, unfortunately.
Now, what, lack of opportunity? You're too busy?
Yes, no, well, I work in Cheltenham, so the car park that is my drive to work is enough for me. So, I don't understand golf.
No, fair enough. But you're performing at a dancing contest on the weekend.
I am.
Just take us through the nature of the event.
It's a multi-skilled dance concert, the Narry Warren Calisthenics concert, so just give them a quick plug.
Yes. Don't be shy.
Ranging from 3-year-olds to 50, 60-year-olds. So
Now, is it free-form dance or is it organised dances?
It's all organised, yes. We've been training since February. And
what style, Emma? What style of dance?
Oh, we do marching, we do club swinging, we do something like ballet.
And what are you in? What's your discipline in all of this? The clubs or the marching about?
Yes, I'm actually up the front for the clubs, but I'm a very talented girl. I'm 35 and still do the splits. So yeah.
Okay, yes, good.
Fantastic. Now, I notice you're also a big Geelong supporter. Have you taken the news that Mark Thompson, former Bomber and premiership coach with the Cats, is now deserted the Cats and gone back to Bomberland? I noticed this has caused some chat in the papers.
Yes, well, I was actually on the phone to Billy and JB the other day about how livid I was about it. So, yes,
well,
not happy.
Not happy. And your main problem is you think that Thompson has sort of, cried off, so to speak, feigned illness to go and work for the Bombers.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely disgusting, but we'll show him and Bombers will be on the bottom of the ladder and Geelong will be up the top again.
Very good. That's the spirit, yes. Just you've got. I think James Hird suggested that the people should get over it. I'm not quite sure what he means by that, but I think you've expressed it beautifully.
Now, Emma, I notice you like cooking. You're a bit of a... Are you a chef?
Yes, I am.
Now, what style do you prefer to cook in?
Oh, I love my Asian stuff. I do a mean stir fry and I also do a mean lasagna.
And are you cooking tonight?
No, I'm not. I finished work at 4, so that.
Okay. But when you get home, what I meant was, obviously you get home, you've been cooking all day. How hard is it to cook when you get home?
Ask my other half and my child.
You sort of don't like to do it at all.
Can't be bothered.
So does that mean that Friday night's often a fish and chip night?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. And in your part of, I think it's Craigieburn, is it that you're in? Craneburn. Is there a good fish and chip shop nearby?
There certainly is. We've got a couple, so we've just got a plethora of fish and chip shops.
So you enjoy the Asian cooking and the Italian cooking by the sounds of things?
Yes, I certainly do.
Have you thought of putting them together, a sort of Thai style?
Well, we could try that. You've just given me great ideas. I think I'll go to work and try something on Monday.
Well, how about curry puffs, where you treat the curry puff as ravioli?
Oh, with pasta.
As pasta?
Yeah, puff and pasta. Thai. Now you're talking.
Oh, you're just blowing my mind here with all these ideas.
Look, Emma, before we get too far
nice bit of veal with bok choy.
That's right. Well, that'd be... Well,
it'll work. Of course,
of course it'll work. Of course it'll work. But I do like the idea of maybe going back the other way. I mean, could you have somehow pasta served with a peanut sauce, a satay sauce?
Yes, you could.
You could, yes.
Yes, easily.
and maybe add tomatoes to the satay sauce, so it gave it pushed it even more in that direction.
Yes,
lots of herbs and
yes,
basil over the top.
Basil, yeah.
Coriander, yes.
Very good.
Oh, my
Now,
God.
Emma, while you're salivating, let Royce let the question have a swing.
Now, Emma, who will be approached to play Tiger's best friend, Aussie Robert Allenby, in the film Getting Wood, the Tiger Woods story?
I think it might be Robert Allenby.
That's absolutely right, Emma. Good luck on the weekend. And you've joined the digital radio revolution with this fantastic Roberts Classic Light digital radio. Plus, you get the Crowded House CD, the DVD of Flight 666, which is the Iron Maiden story, and a Triple M T-shirt. And have a great weekend, and thanks very much for being part of Triple M's life.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Jim. Now, look, I don't know quite where we are with this bid, this World Cup bid. But now, England World Cup bid chiefs are nervously awaiting an upcoming BBC Panorama investigation amid fears it may jeopardise their bid, according to the Murdoch people.
The England bid?
Yeah, this is the England bid. Now, they're going for 2018.
Yes.
Originally scheduled to go to air on the eve of December the 2nd.
Yes.
Network is considering bringing it forward to Monday.
Yes.
After England bid chief Andy Anson met with BBC Director General Mark Thompson.
Right.
Anson expressed fears that the investigation may do irreparable damage to England's bid following the private outcry from FIFA executives. The World Cup bidding edition of the world's longest-running investigative show has been months in the making. Numerous FIFA executives were recently cornered at Zurich by BBC journalists who demanded answers relating to allegations about the 2018 and 2022 bids.
Yeah, and we're involved in the 2022, aren't we?
We are. We dipped out on the 18.
Yeah. So they're not casting doubts upon our bid, are they?
Well, just in passing, would it be wise for us to somehow make some television programs bagging the other bidders, like Qatar and America? Wouldn't be hard to do.
No, it'd be very easy to do.
And
accuse them of corruption?
Well, at least that. Being not interested in the true meaning of the word soccer, of being too Fozzie-centric, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wanting the game to bring, some of the things that Fozzie goes on about, bringing world peace.
Or Qatar, we could really turn it up on, couldn't we? I mean, it's such a bloody busted ass. Who'd want to go there sort of place? And America's sort of becoming busted ass, isn't it, really?
Well, by 2022...
It will be totally busted ass. And look at our little battler.
I know. The battler's just killing it.
Yeah.
Sure, it's come off below parity at the moment, but wait till Monday. Now, EXCO, this is numerous FIFA Executive Committee, that's what they're called, EXCO. EXCO members were furious with what they regard as invasion of England's bid chiefs, and England's bid chiefs have been busy picking up the pieces ever since.
All right.
Britain's former Minister for Sport, Richard Carbon, a sort of Rod Kemp type, has demanded the BBC goes directly to FIFA with its findings. This is about the corruption. Quote, whilst I agree with that newspapers and televisions have every right to investigate, they should not be used in selfish way for circulation or viewing figures and damaging the England bid. Oh, Lord.
Yes, right.
That means guilty, I reckon. Guilty. They've been at it.
Now, what are they accusing them of? The English inappropriate gifts, HG? Inappropriate favours?
Yeah, favours. Things like we want our moat cleaned. We want it stocked with terrific fish. Really.
But it'd be gifts to the FIFA delegates, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I'm counting
your soccer delegates.
Yeah, FIFA delegates who live in England.
Oh, okay.
Who obviously have votes.
Yeah, right.
You know.
Yeah.
Now,
who's our FIFA delegate? Do we have anyone on the FIFA board that we can corrupt?
Sure we do. Well, I'm pretty sure. Well, the chap from New Zealand, I think, was one. Right. I know he's not one of ours necessarily, but he represents Oceania.
All right.
And I think he was getting a soccer school, a heart transplant.
Okay.
I think they were inflatable balls for every New Zealand kitty.
Yeah.
Shane Smelt's statue.
Yeah.
Right. Willis went on and on and on.
Okay.
I don't know how much they've agreed to.
No, fair
I think that's what the negotiation is about, whether they give them 150 items or 430 items.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Now, locked into what was seemingly a two-horse race with England and Russian bid chiefs are now optimistic as they are now viewed as 2018 favourites, while Spain and Portugal bid is gaining momentum. So obviously it was England, Russia, and now Portugal and Spain, which would be a great place to go for it, because obviously you'd have the current World Cup holders And probably still with a brilliant team in 2018.
Yeah, maybe. So, okay. So England, Russia, Spain and Portugal look as if they're fighting out the 218.
Yes.
Is that right?
And
But Spain and Portugal haven't expressed interest in 222, our bid?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
No.
Don't think so. The main three rivals we've got looks like America,
Oh, Lord.
Australia, and America have tipped Bill Clinton into theirs now.
Well, Clinton's come out supporting America's bid.
Yeah. We had hoped he'd be supporting us, but he's supporting America's bid. And don't tell me he doesn't know how to stain a blue
Yeah, he
dress.
does. He does. Now, has Arbib got involved?
Arbib said nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing again. Now, the other thing is, it does appear that there may be, what can only be called a fanciful bid coming in from the two Koreas. The two Koreas. Imagine that. FIFA bringing the two Koreas together. Because remember last time, we'll never get it right, but the Democratic Republic of Korea, that's the Kim Jong-il. Sorry, Kim Jong-il lot.
Yeah. He's the young chip, Kim Jong-il's chip.
Does
he
hasn't taken over yet, I don't think.
No, I know, but he loves his soccer. He'll be
he loves his
taken over
soccer.
by 222.
He loves his soccer.
Yeah, right.
I know, he'll be there at 222.
Okay.
He'll welcome them in. But how about that? It's fanciful, but I bet you the North could use a few soccer stadiums.
Yeah, they could.
And
they haven't got any soccer stadiums.
No,
have
they haven't. They've got to play elsewhere. But
I
wouldn't
mean,
that be great?
I think a number of their players have never played in Korea.
Correct.
Yeah,
There's the Japanese player.
Yes.
I haven't got said that right, but the Korean Japanese
Yes.
person. Now, look.
I think abducted as a child.
That's right. And a hero.
And a hero,
to his
yes.
people.
Absolute hero.
Can I just say, Korean business is very, very go ahead. You know what I mean?
What,
very go ahead.
North Korea.
Both
Kim Jong-il
that
style.
lot. Well, they're very, very go ahead, and they're only slightly less go ahead in the South. But you've got to get me drift here.
Yes.
Very, very go ahead.
Yes.
You know, in other words.
Oh, yeah. Nods.
Yeah, but, you know.
Yeah, they know.
If they want to knock something down, they'll do it.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, should we, if Korea's coming in 220, they're not up against us in 22, are they?
I think it looks as though they're somehow making a late
they're
bid.
going to get at the two Koreas. We should look at 26, shouldn't we?
How about we put in a bid that joins
226?
Australia and New Zealand together to foil the two Koreas?
No one would believe it.
Well,
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, now still with football. Thanks very much, Fozzie. Or soccer. The Age is running a story today concerning the Soccer World Cup qualifiers will be reserved for free-to-air television when the Gillard government unveils its much-anticipated decision on sports broadcasting rules within the next fortnight.
Oh, yes.
The paper understands the commercial networks have been told that soccer, their word, not mine, will be added to the anti-siphoning list as part of the decision. It is also possible that Socceroos games will be on free-to-air television before 2014, even though the Football Federation Australia signed a lucrative contract with Fox Sports that gives them exclusive access until then. Don't know how they're going to do that. But anyway, be that as may. But in further signs of trouble for the implementation of the decisions, Malcolm Turnbull, he's your shadow Minister of Communications, says the government needs to explain an apparent threat to the networks during fire negotiations last week. The networks have threatened to advertise against the government decision that hands premium sport to pay TV.
Right. But they wouldn't do that.
You don't reckon?
I don't think so, no. Because your cricket is going to be free to wear, isn't it? I mean, you can't siphon cricket away from the people.
Well, your IPL, if that became the dominant form of the game, that wouldn't necessarily be on free to air. You know, if your 2020 Big Bash,
Big Bash, I think, is free to wear.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting though is that they've got this other wheeze, you know, the Australian Big Bash.
Yes.
You know, the 8 sides and the
Yes,
touring
I assume
around.
that's going to be free to wear. Your rugby league is going to be free to wear.
Your rugby league, yes, the rugby league will be free to air.
Free to wear.
Not all of it, of course.
Well,
because
it should all of it be free to wear. It should all be free to wear. The AFL will be free to wear.
Not all of it again.
Well, it should be all.
Oh,
of it.
no. Well, I understand that, but they'll come to some deal.
Swimming.
Oh, swimming free to wear.
Free to wear.
Yeah, and golf.
Although some of those
minor meets, you know,
minor
short
meets,
course,
yeah,
worlds.
they
you
could
know.
go to pay.
Well, we developed this point now. Conroy, this is the Minister of Communications.
Oh, Stephen, the NBN man.
Yeah, put a question mark over 250 million tax break for commercial television, a comment TV executives took as a threat. Turnbull said last night, Senator Conroy, meaning you'd take it away from them if they didn't play ball.
Well, I think what gives Conroy the hump is this delayed business. Like when we were watching the V8 supercars at Bathurst, free-to-air was half an hour behind reality.
Or that problem where they have them and they won't show them Australia-wide. You know, like so as they say, OK, we'll show Carlton and Collingwood in Adelaide and then not in Melbourne. And
that's
not in
right.
Sydney and,
that's right. Or if you're a Storm freak living in Melbourne, you can't watch your Storm until 1 a.m.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Now,
Conroy's got the hump about that, and he's quite right.
No, I agree.
We've heard nothing from Arbib.
No.
Well, when are we going to hear from anything from Arbib?
Well, I haven't heard anything from Arbib.
No, I've heard nothing from Arbib. So Conroy's got to fill that
hole, that gap. Now,
gap.
Turnbull says Conroy can't fob this off with no comment. He must give a detailed account of what he said to the networks on this issue and provide categorical denial he said anything to them which suggested or could have been understood to link the continuation of the licence fee rebate, that's the 250 million, to their public attitude on the sporting rights issue.
Well, I think those two should be linked. I think Conroy's right. I think you've got to carrot and stick.
Oh,
Carrot and stick.
I want to see a lot more stick.
I want to see a lot more stick.
I want Lecky bent over the bonnet and bashed.
I want him in jail.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, the...
Yes.
Do you think that, for instance, you know, when rugby league comes up, that there would be a chance of every match being played live?
Yes, I think every match. And I tell you this for nothing, HG. I think the baseball should be free to wear.
Mm-hmm.
I think
basketball, we've been big raps to get basketball.
Yeah, well, this Thursday night basketball revolution that's taking place is just going through the roof.
Yeah. What do you mean by that, Roy?
Going through the roof?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You mean 10 or 12 people are watching?
Yeah, at least.
And have they got that car up, you know, that we suggested if you could pick the score? Remember that?
I don't know.
You're not watching, in other words?
I'm not watching it as closely as perhaps I should when the car talk comes around.
Now, speaking of deals...
Yes.
The Greg Inglis deal to go to make himself happy by becoming a rabbit.
Yes.
Are you completely convinced that that's, you know, within the...
Above board?
Well, yeah, within the, what I'd say, the limits. It hadn't gone Korean on us? And is it within the limits of the salary cap arrangements?
Well, it wasn't Ian Schubert.
Yes.
The person who examines these sorts of things goes through I think he was applying a fine-tooth comb, his words, not mine, to the Inglis deal. But it's 1.8 million over 3 years, is it not?
I think that's right.
Something
it's a hell
like
of a lot of
that.
money.
It's a hell of a lot of money. So you'd have to imagine that, as we might have mentioned before, the three brothers, though, again, it might have been the Burgess boys or whoever they're going to buy. That's going to have to go now.
Yeah.
So they'll be lucky to have a roster of maybe 9 people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if you can win
a flag with 9 people.
Win the occasional game. You know, you might be playing Cronulla, but I don't know if you can win a premiership with 9 blokes.
Mm-hmm.
What if 2 or 3 get injured? It's quite possible.
I know.
So suddenly you're down to 6.
Yeah, how would you organise that? Even if he was playing half, you'd have to
involve him a lot,
yeah,
a lot more than he was, say, with the Storm, where he could bludge a little bit in the centres. You'd have to give him a roving commission.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to make him first receiver, second receiver, sometimes third receiver, and then that's it, really, because you wouldn't have any other receivers. Not enough bodies in motion.
Do you reckon you'd be butchering a lot of tries because he'd be looking for somebody on the outside, which would normally be him?
Yes.
And he couldn't get the ball to himself?
Get the ball to himself, yeah. Yes. But it's a fascinating prospect, though, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. And I noticed that the people who punt on these things are very keen to, you know, obviously...
Well, Souths are now favourites, aren't they? The Bunnies are favourites for the
premiership.
premiership.
That way.
Yeah.
It appears that way. Based on what, though, exactly?
Well, based on GI's signature, which we believe we're going to have a live cross at 5 o'clock for the signature.
And what happened?
It's
all right.
I'm not absolutely sure what happened.
We forgot about it.
No, didn't we tape it? Here it is.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Look, I need to squeeze in just a little bit of a button about Webber. He writes in his column today, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix is my biggest race.
I suppose it is. God, he's thought that through.
The difference between winning the world's driver's title on Sunday and finishing second is huge. No one will remember the guy who came second. God, I mean, this is so fresh and insightful.
Yeah.
There's been little between the title protagonists all season. Interesting use of the word protagonists.
Protagonists.
But we've got to the point where someone has to win the championship and winner takes all. Going into the weekend...
Someone's got to win it. I suppose he's right this weekend. Someone's got to win, hasn't he?
Going into the weekend, Fernando Alonso has 8-point break on me and my teammate, Sebastian Vettel, and Lewis Hamilton in the rear view. I managed to reduce Fernando's margin at Interlagos last weekend, and I've got to try and overtake him on Sunday. The bottom line is that if I win and Fernando finishes worse than second, I'll be the champion. Seb and I have proved we can handle the pressure, and I've been in a world title
Seb?
show. Yeah, Seb. I don't like that.
I don't like that.
No.
When did you start calling him Seb?
Well, today.
Right.
Title before with the, wait for it, the 1998 FIFA GT World Championship. The 1998 FIA, FIA
right.
GT World Championship.
Yeah, right, okay.
Went down to the wire at Laguna Seca. There's been talk about the team orders at Red Bull in light of the Ferrari swapping their drivers' positions in the German Grand Prix back in July. But that's not the way Red Bull goes racing.
So he's still in Red Bull RB6, is he?
He's in RB6.
Yeah,
there won't be any orders in Dubai. And there's the assumption Seb and I will help each other if we get to the point where only one of us can win the title.
Yeah.
Meaning he'll take out Alonso.
Seb will.
No, Mark will. My guess is he's the praying merchant. Bit hard to get Seb to change a lifetime of winning. You know, it's better to get your DNF maestro.
Yeah.
Tuned up for a big one. See if you can get him on the opening ramp, will you? Now, Red Bull Racing won the Constructors' title in Brazil.
Yes.
And wants to finish off the job. Obviously, the boss wants us to both win world titles of these constructors and drivers and doesn't care who brings it home.
Doesn't he?
Abu Dhabi's Yas Marina circuit isn't a bad racetrack. The first sector is fast and flowing. There's long straight in the middle sector. And it's only the last sector where the track gets slow and repetitive. Incidentally, the bit I don't like. I expect my RB6 to be competitive. Seb and I finished first and second in this race last year, and on paper, the car should be good through the sectors 1 and 3. We'll have a better idea after practice. Sunday's race doesn't start until 5 p.m, which makes the tedious build-up. The late kick-off, don't think that's right.
Yeah.
The late kick-off makes this the only twilight race on the F1 calendar. We line up on the grid in bright sunshine and take the checkered flag under lights. It's going to be tense. Yeah. It's going to be exciting, and you can rest assured I'll be doing everything in my power to bring Australia its first Formula One Drivers' Championship for 30 years. I bet you he didn't write a word of this.
No, it lacks his X factor.
Well, the bastard bums.
Yeah, there's something missing there, isn't it? It's not quite the Mark we know. And love. But I tell you, full credit for him allowing that to go out, because at least it gives us an idea of, where Bull's thinking. The thinking behind Team Bull.
They'd like to win it.
Yeah, that's what we gather.
They could be one.
But they couldn't give a bugger whether it's Seb or Mark. Yeah.
Fair enough. They just want to win it.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a hell of a prize, Jim. Exactly the same as earlier, down to the finest detail. You've got your radio. Sorry, your digi radio. You can join the radio revolution here that's going on, the digital radio revolution, which is revolutionising sound. It's bigger than that. It's revolutionising how we listen. It's changing the ear.
It is a little bit, isn't it? Because they are louder, aren't they? They are louder than your normal transistor.
Now, volume knob, Roy. Volume knob.
Yes.
Notice I said the word knob. We've got the Triple M T-shirt. We've got Flight 666, the Iron Maiden story, and the double CD, the very, very best of Crowded House. So it's a hell of a prize. Some lucky listener or all comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
The lovely thing about that volume knob too, HG, is that when you turn it right down, it's actually quieter than it is when you turn the radio off.
How do they do it?
I don't know.
It must be an electronic
It'd
interference
have to be.
thing.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't pretend to start with it. It's just extraordinary.
It is extraordinary.
Question is, what has Habib done to assist with our World Cup bid?
Who is that?
What has Habib done to assist with our World Cup bid?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. Fabulous prize up. Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Andrew, who's joining us from Knoxville. How are you there, Andrew?
Really well, guys, really well.
Now, you're a Tiger Woods fan. You
am.
you love the Tiger. You love his work.
I do.
Have you been out to see the Tiger this visit?
No, I haven't been busy working, unfortunately.
You're going to get a chance to see the Tiger on the weekend?
Oh, I'd love to, but I might be a little busy, I'm afraid.
Right. What, playing golf yourself somewhere else?
Oh, hopefully on Sunday, yes. Hopefully on Sunday.
And have you modelled your game on Tiger's? I know, probably speaking out of turn here, you've obviously modelled your off-field antics on Tiger, but, how about your golf game? Have you modelled that on Tiger?
Oh, I'd really like to. I can't hit a ball anywhere near as far as him, though.
But where does it start? Is it your swing? Is it your approach? Is it your short game, your long game? Just take us through your problems, Andrew.
Well, I think Ian Baker Finch said it all this morning. It's all 90% mental and the rest of it's in your head.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That sounds like Ian Baker Finch. He always speaks common sense, doesn't he?
He does.
But
now you go to the tip on the weekend, I noticed there, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm doing a tip run tomorrow. The old fashionable tip run.
No, that's all right. Now, how come you've accumulated so much stuff that, you couldn't leave for the council to take?
Oh, I bought some new furniture and stuff like that, and so, some of it's a bit big to leave out for the council. There's length regulations, I understand.
No, I understand. Now, what about St Vincent de Paul? Could they help out there?
Oh, very possibly, I suppose. I hadn't even thought of it, to be honest. It's a little old and crappy.
Yeah.
Well, select your better pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, don't take in something that's like a sofa that's or a settee that's got the springs out of it. You obviously leave that for the tip. But if you've got something,
sure.
I mean, as I understand it, tips are getting full.
Yeah.
We haven't got enough places to stick our rubbish.
Yeah.
So if the St Vincent de Paul could take some of it, this would be a great boon to society generally.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Maybe I should go through it some more then.
Well, I would go through it and separate anything that's useful.
Because with a bit of luck, you might be getting a bit more stuff for the house, should you get this question right.
yeah.
Now, speaking of that, Roy, set out the question. Andrew, have a swing at it.
Now, Andrew, what has Bib done to assist with our World Cup bid?
Nothing as per usual. Nothing.
An excellent and very thorough, and if I may say so, Andrew, complete answer. That's very good. So, Andrew, you get the digital radio. You get the Flight 666 on DVD. That's the Iron Maiden story. You get the double CD of Crowded House. You can play that on the way to the tip in the morning, and the Triple M T-shirt, something to wear at the tip. In the meantime, Andrew, thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Gyroscope. Gyroscope. Baby, I'm getting better. Perth band.
Are they a Perth band?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
They've got so many great bands in Perth.
Yeah.
They're very, very lucky. Yeah. Now, Roy, that sort of takes us
Aussie
away.
Express, didn't that come from Perth?
I think that's right. That was your Neil Brooks band.
Neil Brooks band, that's
that
right.
rocked, didn't it? I can't remember any of their big hits, though, for some weird reason. Now, and I think Neil Brooks now works in real estate.
Does he really?
Yeah. Remember
in Perth, the Perth area?
No, I think in Adelaide, of all places. And that was the last time I heard of him. And what I'm hoping for is a reunion of the Express.
Yes.
That might go with, say, the V8 supercars one day.
Yes. Now you're talking.
So let's say December the 4th, if I've got the right date, opening up for Guns N' Roses. Neil Brooks and the Aussie Express.
Neil Brooks and the Aussie Express, thank you very much.
It's got a ring to it, hasn't it? And don't tell me that won't talk to kids. Now, it's been a terrific week. Obviously, Cock Week for 2010 is cracked, boxed and buried again.
Yeah, I know. These things come and go quickly, don't they? I mean...
And to have Tiger here for Cock Week has just been a terrific added bonus.
Yes.
And I'd like to thank Matty for chopping the sound again, as he does an excellent job every week in very difficult circumstances. He works with tape now. He's gone back to tape. He believes it's a warmer sound, but it gives him all sorts of problems. Obviously cutting it on a block and, marking up with a Chinograph pencil, skills that he had to learn himself from looking at the internet.
That's right.
And Ned, he learned how to answer the phones on the internet. And he's almost mastered it. It's just incredible. And I'm expecting that he'll kick on. Garfield, brilliant as usual. And the boss here, management, thanks very much, said he could go home an hour ago, and he's still here.
He's still here.
It's incredible dedication
He's
of
got
the
the
craft.
quickest hands, hasn't he?
Unbelievably quick hands.
Unbelievably quick hands.
And, Kesha, who's looking for a bloke here, she could do a lot worse than Garfield, I don't know how much worse, but a lot.
Well, she's certainly after someone who's good with his hands.
And, of course, the boat captain, Chairman Mao, our great helmsman, he's looking for a crew. I wonder if Kesha could join him tomorrow. And Roy, it's been a
Kesha's band, perhaps.
Yeah, well.
They look nautical types to me.
Language, not a problem. Anyway, look, join us on Monday when The Life rocks on again. And Roy, it's been another fabulous week. See you then. Usual time.
Go Kangaroos!
Yeah, big one tomorrow night, the Four Nations here. I've sort of over it already, but be that as it may, I'll be there. See you, bye.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. Today, Diamond Jim dressed out in the Red Bull colours, no surprises there. And he'll be joined later on in the show in the booth by Mark Webber. It's going to be incredible. Jim and Mark just rapping, maybe doing a few reads, tossing in the odd line. They'll be there later on today. It's tremendous, and you'll be able to talk to them. Well, not really talk to them, but you can blog away with them. They'll be answering all your queries about tyre pressures, fuel mixes and all that sort of stuff. They're terrific when they get together. Now, Jim and Mark have dedicated today's reads to Oprah Winfrey, who's on her way here and looking to meet real Australians when she lobs. I just hope she's had a chance to hook up with Kesha, who was out and about this weekend prowling for Aussie blokes and was not disappointed. I can tell you she was not disappointed. Fact. You know, once you've met Kyle Sandilands, it's all up. Now, and Jim dedicates his reads to Sharky, who was hitched for the third time on the weekend to his interior decorator wife in a private ceremony on a Caribbean island. It was beautiful on a Caribbean island, to give us correct pronunciation. Magical setting, magical club selection. Shark.
Is Shark going to be on the Oprah Winfrey show in Australia?
He is. He's him and Kristen are the first guests. Or it might be Kirsten, actually, are the first guests. Kirsten. Yeah, and they're going to talk about drapes, what you can do to make a room look bigger with different colours.
Soft furnishings.
Soft furnishings, perfect. And then they might come back on show 2 and talk about plumbing in the bar with a view to the bathroom renovations, because she knows a lot about these sort of things. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy HG on an afternoon when too much body's belly enough. What a weekend! Oh, best weekend of 2010. Look, and the week does start on a rather down note because for the AFL, it's D-Day tomorrow. The Greater Western Sydney Laughing Clowns are going to get their real name, and it now appears they're either going to be called the Rovers or the Giants. Obviously it's an appalling decision, lacks imagination. It's un-Australian and anti-football. And it's not too late to nip this in the bud and give the Clowns a real name like the GWSR Bibs. Look, I've only tossed that into the mix late, but can I say, Mark, are you listening? And the club song, look, I have been asked by the management to tidy up the lyrics a little bit to make them presentable, which I'm happy to do. We are the Giants. We are the team. Why not join us and help us live the dream? We are the Giants. We go, go, go. We always put in a great, and then there's a few words I can't say, great show. So if you get it up to speed, we are the Giants, we are the team. Why not join us and help us live the dream? We are the Giants, we go, go, go. We always put on go. So that's going to be launched tomorrow with Kevin Sheedy at the helm. And it does look good for the Giants. Terrible name, though. Rugby League, and I hope I'm not treading on Roy's toes here. Four Nations climaxed in the Cauldron on Saturday night, a night of Benji's black magic, when the All Blacks just took them apart in the last 3 minutes. And when the fat lady waddled on, opened up the tune, 16-12. Golf, and what a thrill at the Masters, where the man they call put in a brilliant final round in magnificent conditions for golf. People complain about the conditions. I didn't. You want to play those links courses in Scotland. It was ideal preparation for that, especially Saturday and Sunday. And obviously Tiger plugged home with a brilliant 65 at the death, and he's already saying he's going to be back. Oh, no. Now, I hope this time, I'm all for Tiger coming back. Can I say that I hope this time that the people of Victoria don't have to pay another $3 million for an exhibition of this pathetic half-baked rubbish that he dishes up? I mean, it was appalling. It was demeaning. It was inhuman. On the upside, though, Tiger has had a look at the script of Getting Wood, the Tiger Woods story, and it's been green-lighted by Tiger's people, which is great. And Denzel, he's very happy with Denzel playing Tiger. And Russell Crowe is packing down as the caddy Steve Williams. And to keep Russell on board, obviously, we felt as though the people, that is, Getting Wood people, felt as though we had to offer him a little bit more. So Russell will also be playing the Victorian Premier, John Brumby, big events guru, Ron Walker, Suitman, Steve Vizard in a cameo, and Hawk boss, Jeff Kennett. So there's obviously a lot of screen time. In fact, 102% of the screen time will be taken up with Russell. Now, that does bring me to something else that people often comment on. How's the musical The Tiger and the Shark going? Well, obviously the final act is really taking shape nicely. We have obviously Tiger coming out, carding the 65, and Sharky getting married. I mean, it ends on a real up. It's sort of, once you throw the Giants club song into it, people are going to be walking out humming tunes, I tell you. A-League, Sydney Bling touched up by the Gold Coast, and the Newcastle Tinklers, new name change for them, up over the Adelaide United 3-0, and 3 from God. Robbie Fowler came good with a boot. 3 from God. Put Perth back into the win. Miracles will never cease. Basketball and the Crumbles do it again, this time at home to the Townie Crocs. 64-59. To be fair, they only went down by a bit. Rugby union, and do I really have to talk about it? Less said the better, I think, on this occasion. Remember, this trip was all about results. And look, I'll let Roy talk about Webber. Just let me steal his thunder by saying, Heath. Now, yes, this is The Life, the show about dreams and making your dreams come true. And now, let's unleash a man who's been gnawing on 900 grams of raw Wagyu beef all weekend. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we get him on the job by bellowing, "What caught your eye in the butcher's shop on this very special weekend, dude?"
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Look, I'm really angry. Mm-hmm. Often I, have faux anger. It's sort of showbiz thing. It's a radio show, and you've got to
crank it out.
Yeah, you just can't be bland. You've got to take an attitude, just to incite some sort of reaction from people who might be, driving around in their cars or not.
Thinking to talk
the
back.
Case might be, yes, and you might say something incendiary, like, I don't know. Great white shark is rubbish. Now, we know he's not completely rubbish, but you say that anyway. But today I'm really, genuinely angry. The Kangaroos were beaten by a cheating referee.
Mm-hmm. Who's one of ours.
Sonny Archer. Yes, and I don't know where we go from here. Australia's dominance of rugby league, which has taken place for the last 40 years. 40 years we've dominated World Rugby League. Well, that domination, thanks to cheating referees, they've got what they wanted. Australia is no longer the dominant force in rugby league for the first time in 40 years.
Mm-hmm. Where was you going wrong, Roy, apart from the forward passes? Holding them
forward
down.
Passes.
Holding them down.
Holding down.
Yeah.
Niggling, dirty tactics. Mm-hmm. I mean, Shillington has accused the Kiwis of dirty tactics. Filthy tactics.
Cheap shot merchants.
Having said that, Shillington should just shut up. Mm. It's a test match. Mm. You expect people to play like depraved lunatics. Mm-hmm. You expect violence, cheating. Mm. I mean, if anyone expects the Kiwis to come out and have with a picnic table, they're wrong. Mm-hmm. It's test match rugby league. That's what you expect. Mm-hmm. And you've got to give it as well as take it. You've got to pull their eyes out. Stick them up their dates and ask them if they enjoy the view. That's test match rugby league. Oh. And that's what they did to us, and we just couldn't respond. We weren't there.
Disinterested,
we were disheartened by a referee who blew us off the park. Right. And I don't know where we go from
inquiry,
here.
Roy?
I think it's gone beyond an inquiry. I think we need a massive injection of funds at the grassroots level from the federal government. If you're listening, Arbib. Rugby league's crying out, brother! Rugby league! It's on the horizon, just a hand of the sea! Go out and rescue rugby league! Arbib! Now, other news. For the first time in his career, the man called Takataka Woods is without a title to his name. Fascinating, isn't it, to think of that? He's been around for so long, and he's always had a title. He has no title.
What are you talking about title here? Like Masters?
Yeah, like something. You know, like something in the trophy cabinet that's relevant.
Well, can we call him Sir Tiger Woods?
Well, why? He has no title. He's just the man they call. He's just the man they call.
He won't know himself soon.
Now, Ronaldinho asking $2 million to play one game for Sydney FC. Can I just say, playing for Sydney FC, man of this calibre, that's cheap. That's cheap. I certainly hope we can afford that. Allenby, yes, yellow jacket, well, so what? Now, have we seen the last of Brent Tate? I certainly hope not. What a credit he is to rugby league. I mean, he's had 4, I think, knee reconstructions, 2 shoulder reconstructions, 1 head reconstruction, 2 neck reconstructions. I mean, he's...
Reconditioned date?
Well, his date is totally transplanted. You know, he's had, this is his 4th date he's been on now. I mean, it's very sad when you're a rugby league player and you don't even recognise your own bum. Just bear that in mind, Arbib. Yeah.
He's one of the few players who's given his date to the game.
He has. Of course he's given his date to the game. And we needed a little more than Brent Tate's date on Saturday night, I'm telling you. Now, just finally, Justin Langer, always he's always the voice of common sense and reason. He's urged the Australians to, wait for it, get switched on.
Right.
Switched on. That's going to go over well with the team, isn't it? I mean, a lot of them, punter, etc., they must have been sitting around scratching their heads wondering what was going wrong. Oh, that's right, we forgot to switch on.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. Hensby.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, what? It was a beautiful day in the desert yesterday when our young fit Mark sallied out on the camel with a sword to claim his crown. Sadly, he started, I can see you tearing up.
Yeah, I am a little bit. I am still reeling about what's happened to rugby league.
I know, I can see that. But, Webber, the genius of the bloke to go from starting on 5th and go back to 8th.
Well, yeah, look, there's an email in regard to this, HG. This comes from Glennie J. He says there might be a lot of people who have woken up to the news that our Boot Barbecue King hasn't clinched the title. However, these people might not be able to see the forest for the trees.
Thanks.
The Queanbeyan Kitty drove a polished, professional, calculated and cunning drive last night on what could be considered the most important racing night of his life. The Mark Webber Club patron of old is back. 8th place is a true champion's drive on a night when he was the major focus of the TV cameras. They knew it, we knew it. 8th place is the place for MW. Now, that sort of sums it up in a way, doesn't it? I thought he looked... The further he went back in the field, when he pitted early, surprised everyone, including...
The pit crew.
The pit crew who weren't expecting
What are you doing in here, Mark?
In having a cup of coffee. So he came in at 5th and went out at something like 16th.
16th, that's right,
That. And was never going to get past Alonso. You sort of felt once he climbed back, or Alonso got him back to 8th.
And pulled him up.
Pulled him through, slipstream style. You felt that's where he was most comfortable. And I take my hat off to the bloke. I mean, it's not easy piloting a car around and staying in 8th spot.
No, well, that's the thing, is to realise a dream of wanting to be 8th, having the weight of public...
Yeah,
the weight of the
public thought he was going to come in 2nd.
Right.
They were expecting 2nd. Some were thinking 3rd. 8th, no one picked 8th.
No.
And 8th seems so obvious now.
Now. Yeah, that's the trouble.
That's hindsight.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone can be a bloody hero with hindsight.
Now, look, if that's the good news also, it's just icing on that good news cake.
Yeah.
Webber is preparing to improve his form next season.
Oh, good.
I think there's going to be a lot of DNFs, in other words.
You mean 7th is beckoning.
Webber obviously contracted to Red Bull for another season.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be their number 2 driver now, because obviously Vettel now he's the
gets all the weight.
Yeah, have to.
Now he's going to, from then on, he's contracted for 1 more year, and then he's going to take it year by year until the eyesight runs out.
Right.
He's determined to put up with another year of possible team infighting. His main reason, he believes drivers such as Vettel and Fernando Alonso are driving him to even greater heights on the track. Quote, I've said this to a few people, mainly Roy and HG, that you don't really know how high you can lift the bar yourself until you really need to. This is...
Now let me get my head around that. Right. You don't really know how high you can lift the bar until you really need to.
Correct.
Okay, well, I suppose there's a bit of truth to that.
And that's been really rewarding thing for me this year to find those new reserves, obviously new heights that he can put the bar.
Yeah.
Sebastian has had to do that too against me, so both of us have helped the team to extract that extra bit of performance out of ourselves. So it's very
well. It looks like he's looking forward to the challenge of being partnered in the team with a bloke who's a lot faster than him, doesn't he?
It does.
Yeah.
It looks as though
that relieves him of the pressure of having someone slower than you in the team. Imagine if he and Shuey got together, to be the oldest team in the
competition.
In the comp. Yes. You'd imagine.
Who's going to go first?
Who's going to go Exactly.
Yeah. We got 16 starters. Who wants to be 15th? That's the hard question. It's easy being 16th. Just tool around at the back of the pack, sniffing the field.
Yes.
It's tremendous. It's a great day for Australian motorsport, isn't it?
Well,
really?
Yeah. Especially when with what Winterbottom did at Simmons Plains on the weekend. I mean, he was just unstoppable. I mean, everyone's talking Webber. Hang on. What about Winterbottom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
As a champion.
Is there any suggestion that Winterbottom
might join Webber?
Yeah, Webber and Winterbottom.
What? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Then I think we could expand the field by one car and have 17th and 16th instead of 15th and 16th.
Right, okay. Yeah, not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
And every so often, what I'm worried about also is that Mark, I think, feels genuinely disappointed with his DNFs this year. They haven't been exciting. There was a couple of crackers. Remember when he drove in the back of Coulthard, was it? And got the... No, can't be right.
Remember when he span through the air?
That's the one I'm thinking
of.
Oh,
hello.
He's going to kill himself.
Yes.
Dude, you don't have to do it.
You don't have to do that. You've just got to,
something nice.
Yeah.
Elegant. Then he hit the wall. Was it recently in North Korea on a rain-sodden track? Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. And I think he's working on a few of those now.
Oh, okay.
He's got time off. He can practice.
Yes.
He'll come back for the Tasmanian Challenge where he'll probably bust his leg again and from there on.
Well, there won't be any pressure on him. There were a few times this year where he was expected to win, and that sort of pressure he's never been used to.
No.
How much more relaxed he's going to be next year. There he is, just the number 2. It's all Vettel this, Vettel that, Vettel. There's no expectation on Mark at all. So he can comfortably, wear number 8 like a pair of old slippers.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Powderfinger and all of the Dreamers now. I think Powderfinger finished up there with a big event last night to say farewell in Brisbane. So,
yes.
Very, very sad moment. But obviously they'll move on to bigger and better things, hopefully, and reform, obviously, in about 3 weeks' time. Steve Willis is silent and intense and unmistakably tough, according to the Daily Telegraph in Sydney today, and now fighting for the right to be called a serial killer. He's a light welterweight from the Central Coast of New South Wales, and is seeking permission to use the fight name Serial Killer.
All right.
As, Serial Killer v Green Machine.
Yeah, that's good. Sounds good.
Now, he's on the undercard of the big night in Perth on Wednesday night. This is the Flores Green Clash.
Yes.
For the past 4 years, he's had 14 undefeated bouts. The Copacabana Pug has gone by the moniker The Surgeon.
Oh, The Surgeon. Okay.
But for 18 months, both he and his fight team, his people, i.e., have been working behind the scenes for a switch to a more controversial ring name. Raises a whole heap of questions.
Yeah.
Here.
Is there any... what's the problem with him calling himself the serial killer?
Well, I got no idea. It may be hard to register it as a name, for trade purposes.
Oh, really?
People at the trade practices, if that's the right area, may in fact feel as though it was just pushing the envelope slightly.
Oh, okay.
Whereas if he called himself Ivan Milat, he'd be able to get away with it.
Well, that's right. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. Or how about the Belanglo forest murderer? Just to soften it slightly. That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
It would. It would.
I remember when was it Bob Chandler who was wanted to call himself Bob Bogle and Chandler?
I think that's
remember?
right. Yeah, well, that's in reference to a murder in Sydney in about the 60s.
Yes.
Bogle and Chandler were the names of the two people who were murdered.
That's right.
I don't think they've ever cracked the case.
No.
There was a thing on the ABC TV relatively recently suggesting some form of river gas.
Yeah.
If that's right, did them in.
Yes.
Were you persuaded by that?
Not really, no.
You're still looking for a smoking gun, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Now, Bob Bogle and Chandler.
Yeah, Bob Bogle and Chandler.
How did they get on with that, registering that name?
No difficulty at all. No, not a problem at all. And same with, Tommy Truro.
Tommy Truro.
Truro.
Yeah, the South Australian.
Yes.
He was, unfortunately, had the name of the town, which was the location of the Truro murders.
Yeah. But if we could have Mr. Sin, Mr. Puss, Mr. Pooh, that sort of stuff. When serial killer, what's wrong with that? People know he's not really a serial killer.
No.
Don't they? I mean, we can suspend disbelief in a little way.
I reckon it'd look great on the side of the van.
It would look good.
On the bus, bringing his people in.
And get kids interested, a lot of people interested. Well, serial killer, what's a serial killer, Nick?
All of a sudden, you've got a conversation, 20 minutes of time, taken up usefully, discussing...
Mum and Dad and the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about a real issue.
The trouble is, would you think it was sort of... cheap, or had to deliver on it? Like people would get disappointed. Oh, no, he
didn't kill him.
I mean, he's the serial killer. I was expecting a bit more. Unlike, if you called the Hammer or... What was Sparkles McGaw called? He might have been Sparkles in that Gladiator show.
Oh, I know, he was Hammer on the Gladiator show.
Hammer, okay.
Yeah.
And, I mean...
That's all right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, don't have any... they had... some of the wrestlers, of course. Macho Man, Incredible Hulk, Hulk Hogan, that sort of thing, fairly tame. But I think
what about Killer Carl Cox?
Well, I like Killer Carl Cox.
Killer Carl Cox, no one thought, oh, gee, I hope he doesn't kill him. He is a killer. Well, no, he's not. He's just called a killer. He doesn't literally kill.
No,
does he? Otherwise, he'd be in jail or there'd be prosecutions. I put it to you, Mr. Cox, that you killed this man in the ring. Well, no, I didn't. He wasn't dead. I just pulled him a bit.
Well, he was dead when he came in, Your Honour.
Yeah.
But the serial killer, I mean, the only thing is...
There are issues of taste, and I agree with you. If Ivan Miles is going to call himself Ivan Milat Miles, well, I'm not so sure about that.
Right. Well, this guy, Steve Willis, could it be,
Steve, is that...
Is
that serial killer?
Yeah, serial killer Willis.
Serial killer Willis.
It's got a certain ring to it, hasn't it? Where were you, serial killer Willis, on the night of the 14th? Were you adding to the damage?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Roy, the Australian cricket team, the Ashes squad, it's been announced.
Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Do you want to go through it with us? And
it's
pretty much what you'd expect.
Well, there are a few surprises, aren't there? You've got Ponting still as captain. Well, that shocked me.
Yeah, straight away.
You've got Pup in as vice-captain. I thought, well, God almighty, what's Pup done? You've got Watto there and Kadic as openers, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I suppose, expected. Callum Ferguson surprises me. Michael Hussey's still there. That must be a shock to a lot of people who can actually bat and score runs. Marcus North, ditto.
Well, he's described now as a veteran of the team.
And a captain in waiting.
Well,
captain in waiting. I mean, he's there in case Ponting falls over.
Jeepers creepers.
You've got Usman Khawaja, which is an exciting change up. Good to see a new name there. Haddon there doesn't deserve his place at the moment. Horrocks doesn't deserve his place. Steve Smith could do all right, untried at this level. Mitchell Johnson, who was terrific in grade cricket on the weekend.
Unbelievable.
1 for 24.
It was an electrifying 1 for 24.
1 for 24.
Hardly put a foot wrong.
At grade level. Peterson.
Give me that level again.
1 for 24. Grade level. 11 wides.
Is that right?
11 wides. At grade level.
He picks himself, doesn't he?
He does. You got Siddle and Hilfenhausen, Bollinger and Harris. And Xavier Doherty, that surprised me. We haven't had a Xavier in the team, to my certain knowledge, ever. But the talking point is, what's happened to Fiery Phil Hughes?
Exactly.
Is it all over?
I know. Is it also? Well, he hardly saw anything of him, let alone the best.
Well, he was Bradman, wasn't he? He was Bradman to begin with. His first 2 tests in South Africa. That's not that long ago. He had an average of over 100. He has one failure and he's out on his arse.
I know. It's really a revolving door.
It's shameful what they've done to this kid. Shameful what they've done to this kid who was a hero.
Would you like to see him play rugby league now? Turn his back on cricket, become a coach?
Yes, I would. I'd be advising if I was his advisor. Mm-hmm. I'd say, well, cricket, no, you've given it your best shot. What else can you do? Can you play the ball? Can you spin out wide?
Well, it sounds as though you're talking him into it. Roy, the only thing here is that, really, I mean, if you think rugby league's in trouble, that team there,
Well, it looks at
it's a cry for help, really.
It is a cry for help.
Or
isn't it? I
maybe
mean, if we haven't got 11 better, 11 people we could put in front of there. And the other thing is, haven't we got an Australian A match next weekend?
Well, apparently we have, but
which is for Test selection.
Well,
I mean, why have we got a team now?
No, surely we should wait till after the Australia
exactly.
A. And who's in the Australia A team? I mean, they'll be scraping the bottom of the barrel. They'll have to go back to Stuart Clark, won't they, to open the bowling?
Oh, gee, I hadn't thought of that.
Do you know what I mean? If this is the top team, the A can't be any of this lot because they'll get injured.
Yeah. But, when you look to strike a parallel here, an analogy actually, when you look at if we go back to the Four Nations and look at the way Australia played New Zealand.
Last weekend or this weekend, whichever.
Last weekend.
Yeah.
With younger players.
Yeah, with Darius Boyd in. And what's his name? The barking dog man.
Barking dog man,
Todd Carney. Yeah. I mean, all of a sudden you've got a side going forward.
Yeah, and I just felt what this showed on Saturday night was that maybe Lockie should have retired 1 or 2 games ago.
And how about the other Lockie
Lockie
and Lockie?
You can't blame Lottie because his coach put him there.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, we were talking about the success of our cricketers at grade level.
1 for 24 we were. Mitchell Johnson, 1 for 24, which included 11 wides.
Now, I just run through those figures. He bowled 10 overs on debut for Wanneroo at Creswell Park in suburban Perth, returning 1 for 24, 11 wides, but conceded just 12 runs off the bat. He said, I'm happy with probably 9 overs of the 10.
Yeah.
Well,
he wasn't chasing wickets.
He wasn't, no. There was probably a couple of bad balls there, but I wasn't happy about, it's going to happen in one-day form that you lose a bit. Now, it doesn't end there because Dougie Bollinger...
They were coming out all right.
They were coming out all right. Doug Bollinger...
Yeah, 1 for 36, wasn't it?
1 for 39 off 12.
Okay.
He's called the rug because he's wearing one. After taking first step in his bid to be recalled for the Australian Test team, Bollinger said, I feel fantastic.
Isn't that good news?
Now, did he make it?
Yeah, Bollinger's there.
So he might be the one who's recovering from rehab and just can't wait to get into the Poms. I hope gets a Test call-up. I've got something to offer.
This is Bollinger talking.
Bollinger talking.
Well, the figures speak for themselves. This is grade cricket, 1 for 39.
I know, that's unbelievable. 1 for 39.
1 for 39.
Imagine what he's going to do to the Poms.
I know.
Collingwood and
Poms
that lot.
must be, mustn't they?
But it doesn't end there because Kadich...
Oh, he carved up. How many?
94. Yeah. He was untroubled.
Yeah, but was this a grade level?
Yeah, the Australian Test. Strode out.
Strode out, yeah, I can see it.
Randwick Petersham.
Yep.
Randwick Petersham against Manly. I had no idea Randwick and Petersham had combined in the Sydney comp.
Yeah.
Randwick and Petersham against Manly at Coogee Oval. Beautiful oval, that.
It is.
Yesterday, perhaps Australia's organised there. 144 minutes, 132 balls. Kadich eased fears of his availability for the first test by carving out 94. Caught in the deep, backward square leg, trying to reach his century in one hit. Typical Kadich. He'd already cracked 2 6s and 9 4s. In terms of proving fitness to the Australian selectors and himself, his mission had already been accomplished.
Okay, well,
he just wants to get stuck into the Poms.
Yeah, well, the selectors there actually to watch
No.
Kadich carve
No,
out 94.
They watched a bit of vision on the net. It's a handy score, and means that Hanfield's good, so that's great.
Yeah,
God
good.
almighty, we're coming good at the right time.
Yeah.
So we obviously have Spearhead Johnson.
Superhead
Superhead Johnson.
Superhead Johnson, 1 for 24 off 10.
We have no-name Rug Bollinger.
Bollinger, 1 for 39 off 12.
And Kadich.
94 carved. So, Poms.
Yeah.
Eh?
What are they doing again?
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, Israel Folau, former rugby league player, now AFL player.
Yeah.
He's reporting for duty
Is he really?
with the Great and Western Bibs. He won't hit the paddock until Thursday.
Yeah.
Today's more an introductory barbecue ahead of the big announcement tomorrow night, including the team name, song, and colours.
Good. So the boys just getting together today for a barbecue. Have they met each other before? Has Israel met the rest of the team?
No, he'll be meeting them for the first time.
Well, it's very nervous all round.
Nervous it is, yeah. And especially coming from another code.
Yes.
And people will be disappointed about how much he's getting. I mean,
they will, and they know he's a code hopper.
Yeah, that's right. And that means that he doesn't necessarily have a halo on his head.
No.
He's got to produce. He's got to play better than them.
Yes.
To be worth the money.
Yes. Will he be automatically part of the leadership group?
He will, because he's actually played at a professional level before. Right. The others tend to be...
Yeah. The others are just out of school, I suppose, are they? They're former tradesmen, plumbers, that sort of thing.
Well, that sort of thing, yeah, code hopping.
Yep.
He says, I'm excited, but I'm a little bit nervous as well. I don't know what to expect. Fair enough.
Excited but nervous.
I'm just going to go there and with a cool head and try and learn the game as quickly as I can and work hard to get my skills up. Very, very sensible.
Well,
he's very good barbecuing.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet you he becomes their first club man. Meaning he's not a very good player, but he organises things like the end-of-season trip, Mad Monday, all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
Decides on a theme, might be fancy dress, superhero characters.
Yeah.
And no Wonder Women, please, because, we are boys. That sort of stuff. That'd be the sort of way he'd look at it.
Yes.
The move from Melbourne to Brisbane wasn't too bad. I knew a few of the Broncos players, which helped me. It was the same code. I don't really know anyone in the AFL game.
No.
And even, he knows Kevin Sheedy, obviously.
He and Kevin got very close very quickly, didn't they?
They did, because Kevin was paying him millions of dollars.
Yes.
Even things like trying to learn the positions is something different to me. The whole thing's a big challenge. Well, that's fair enough. He's never had to wrestle with the problem of fullback and full forward, because in the rugby league they oppose each other. They're not all mixed up together. And of course, what does the full forward do? What does the fullback do? These aren't easy questions to grasp unless you've learnt them at school, or easy things to grasp. He said he's not taking any chances. He's carried a share in football, and this is the thing. The insight into the bloke, to realise how dedicated he is. He's carried a share in football almost every waking moment since the Broncos missed at the NRL finals.
No way, really.
Every waking moment.
Wow.
I got a Sharon at home, which I play with and hold it while I'm watching television.
No.
It's certainly helped me, which is good.
Right.
Isn't that incredible? You can see how dedicated he is. He holds it while he's watching television. He might watch, let's say, he watches Home and Away,
Yeah, or Cops LAC or something like that.
Cops LAC, that's right.
Now that being the case, would he hold it in one hand while he reaches for the remote, HG, or would he put it down, do we think,
No, I think
the remote?
when he swaps from obviously Home and Away to Cops LAC,
yes.
I think he moves it from hand to hand
yes.
in a fluid motion,
yes.
keeping it balanced well all the time and making sure his ball security is good.
All right, so he might hand pass it into the air, pick up the remote and catch it.
Regather.
Then tuck it under his arm.
Change the channel.
Change the channel.
Then put the remote down and go back to a central position with the ball balanced.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Kevin Sheedy.
No, that's good.
Kevin Sheedy would have said to him straight away, just get used, get to a feel.
Yeah, get to feel it.
Yeah.
Now, would he be sleeping with it? I assume he would.
He'd have to be sleeping.
Yes.
I mean, he'd be mad not to.
He'd sit on the toilet with it, I assume.
Oh, you'd go to the toilet.
And put it in one hand while he reaches around to wipe with the other.
Yeah, throws it in the air and, has a go. Might have to throw it up a couple of times to finish a heavy load. But then a lot of sitting down, bouncing.
Bounce work while he sits there.
Yeah, bounce work while he sits there.
Yeah.
And maybe a little handball onto the back door if he's in a cubicle sort of arrangement.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think he's thinking it through. And these would be things that Kevin would have set out on maybe a sheet of notes. Look, don't do all these.
Don't waste your time. I mean, that's the truth, isn't it? I mean, that's the difference between professionals and amateurs. Amateurs often go to the toilet without a ball.
Oh, no.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
And a number of people have approached us about the Thai food revolution that we launched on Friday.
Oh, and, yes. This is Italian and Thai.
Combined.
Yes.
And I think people are really sort of starting to see the revolution as a possibility for their own cuisine requirements.
Oh, yeah.
And with this in mind, Roy and I will be putting out a cookbook soon, the Thai cookbook or the Thai Revolution cookbook.
Yeah.
And would be interested in recipes.
Pasta and chili.
Pasta and chili, of course. I think we came up with a satay pasta dish the other day. And curry puff. So instead of the ravioli, you put a curry puff in the sauce. And,
exactly.
So there was terrific possibilities.
Well, spaghetti bolognese, just throw a bok choy on top of it.
Perfect.
As a garnish, a large garnish. It really works well.
And so we think that the next thing... and
we might see something like that on tonight on Junior MasterChef. Wouldn't surprise me if...
They're onto the Thai Revolution. I tell you who I'm hoping big things for, a third series of Poe's Kitchen donated especially to the
To
Itai revolution.
Wow, okay.
Now, having said that, just tidying up a few things with Webber, look, do you think it would be wise for the Queen Bee and community to offer him a ticker tape parade?
Oh, at the very least.
When he lobs back in?
The capital would go into lockdown for when Mark gets home.
Could it be possibly from the airport through Civic
Oh,
down
yes.
Northbourne Avenue towards Queen Bean, past Parliament House? I don't know if you can go that way, but you should be able to. I mean, obviously there'd be a dedicated route. But
no, you'd go through Fishwick, wouldn't you? Your blue capital.
Well, you'd get there eventually.
But that'd be your quickest route, wouldn't it, from the airport to Queen?
Yeah,
It'd be
turn
through,
left, I suppose.
Through the Wick.
Through the Wick. Yeah, now what I'm trying to get to is obviously thousands upon thousands of people.
Oh, people will line the streets. Of course they will.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I would love to get it because the shots that I'm hoping for, especially for the overseas people, Opera or them, is Mark going past in the cavalcade past, say, the Lake Burley Griffin Fountain on that, say, across on that bridge, or past the...
Well, Parliament House itself in the background.
Parliament House, exactly.
Yes.
And then maybe
the Prime Minister could come down and,
maybe do the stop-go work.
Well done, Mark. Just something like that as he's going. This is just for the opera show. I assume Mark will be on the Oprah Winfrey show.
He'd have to be.
Yeah. So you were saying earlier that that Greg Norman's the first guest.
Yeah, Greg Norman and Kirsten, his new missus.
Greg and Kirsten.
And I'm pretty sure Oprah will open him up.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, she gets a way of, wheedling out information in a way that other people...
Very few. Very few can.
It's a gift. Okay, so it's Greg and Kirsten, followed by, I assume, Nicole Kidman will be on there.
Nicole Kidman, and then maybe,
Well, her husband, what's his name? The
Keith
guitar
Urban.
player, Keith Urban.
And then Keith might sing a song, but something with Oprah in mind, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Not. I hope something that doesn't undersell us, too badly, because it'll have to be Australian, like Give Me a Home Amongst the Gum Trees or Morningtown Ride or something like that. Okay. Or, something a bit more recent, like, I don't know,
Well, he's got plenty of hits, hasn't he, to choose from?
Yeah, no,
I mean, if you put me on the spot, I don't think I could name one of them.
But the trouble is, Oprah hadn't got a clue who Keith Urban is, except
Are you sure?
Yeah,
he's bigger over there than here.
Yeah, but I reckon he should do a cover of All of the Dreamers by Powderfinger. That'd be the one to go for, because Oprah probably would have heard that.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Greg and Kirsten, then Nicole and Keith. Keith does a song, and then what? Kenny Sutcliffe in for a couple of minutes? Kenny, what?
Australian sport and cricket.
Yeah.
That funny game where they strap mattresses to the front of their thighs and run about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kenny would be the perfect one to explain
that. And
then
Kenny would come on with, say, Mark Webber.
Oh, he'd tease and say,
correct.
well, I've got Mark out the back here. Do you want him on? Ha, ha, ha. After the break, Kenny. We'll be back with more. That's how it worked, wouldn't it? That'd be a tease.
It would. I think Kenny would lay the foundation because, let's face it, Oprah may not be full speed on F1. She's pretty good.
She'd know Webber, though.
Oh, Webber, yeah.
It's not hard to explain the concept.
No.
He's a driver.
Eighth. Yeah. World Championship. F1. And so after the break, there's Webber, and then there'd be another musical act because, there'd be just hit after hit after hit. And this one might come from America. She might have bought out...
oh, no, surely it'd be a local act.
Do you reckon?
Oh, I'd say so.
You mean like Guy Sebastian?
Yeah,
or the winner of the X Factor.
Sebastian's a good choice.
Guy Sebastian. Doing something like that she'd be familiar with, like, I don't know, My Way or something like that.
Yeah. I still call Australia home.
Yeah,
I mean, with a bit of montage of Peter Allen or something.
Yeah, or
because she'd know Peter Allen. She would have known Peter Allen or heard of him.
Yeah, I'd go to Rio, a big one. But then I take your point. I think it should be I still call Australia home with vision of where Oprah's been.
Yes.
Like let's say she went to Uluru. She went to the 12 Apostles. Sadly, there's only about 6 left. But be that as it may, MCG, that sort of stuff. Lithgow, Small Arms Fire,
Small Arms Factory.
That's right. All that sort of stuff. The big ones, in other words.
All right. Well,
it's it's
going to be a busy show, isn't it? I suppose you'd expect that. Do we know if James Packer's going on it or someone like that? A heavy hitter.
Wow, James Packer on Oprah.
Yeah.
Are you just making that up?
No, I'm just making it. I'm just speculating here. What channel's it going to be on? Is it 9? Isn't it?
10, I assume. 10.
10. Well, he owns 10 now, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He'd go on.
He'd go on
and explain his vision for 10 in the future.
Yes,
that'd be great.
That'd be it.
And then I bet you should do something funny like talk to Bart Simpson or something like that. Obviously they draw special cartoons for it to talk to and stuff like that.
She might talk to Bart Cummings.
Oh, no, she'd talk to Bart Cummings, obviously. They'd have so much in common.
Yes.
And
yeah. And again, she wouldn't need to do much research. Trains horses.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M. This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now,
if we've got Guy Sebastian, HG,
could he do? Yeah.
In the second part of the show,
Yeah.
you've already had Greg and Kirsten, that's Great White Shark, Nicole and Keith, Guy Sebastian, the song, the tease, stick around after the break,
Here
Kenny
he comes.
Sutcliffe. Out comes Kenny, perhaps with, how about with Tony Gregg, Mark Nicholas, Heel Slats, and maybe Tubby Taylor, and they all sit on the lounge. Just take opera through cricket.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
It'd be incredible.
Yeah.
And, once they just said, hello, boys, when she said, hello, boys, off they go.
Yeah, they would.
And there'd be gags, wouldn't there? It'd be terrific. They'd be on there.
Yeah, because she wouldn't know any of the,
Exactly.
they'd say
It'd be
things like,
fresh to her.
Middle leg and stuff like that.
And a riot.
Bring it back from outside the off stump.
In or out, it's
In
worth
or
a
out.
shout.
Got it.
I mean,
That'd be a riot.
Would be a riot. And what'd be great would be make so much sense to people in America.
Well, it'd be funny and quaint.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yes,
Funny and quaint.
funny and quaint.
And people in America would be saying, we've got to get there.
Yeah.
I don't care what it costs. I don't care about their dollar. I'm going.
I'm going.
And then to give...
the executives would be saying, that big guy, what's he name? The Tony one? The Tony Gregg one? Get him over here.
That's right. He's got to have his own show
gotta
here.
have
He's
his own
exactly
show
what we're
here.
after.
Yeah.
That story, South Africa, what was it, the centenary test all
Yeah.
those years ago?
Yeah.
Bowling a hooksy or whatever it was.
That's
I
right.
forget.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He did.
It'd be
6
fantastic.
fours in a row, wasn't it? Might have been 10 fours. I don't know. It gets
was just
bigger.
great.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Doesn't matter. It was a lot. He's the one. And what I was trying to get to, though, also, is the idea that if they could see the idea that Sydney, this is what happened at the Olympics, of course, Sydney and Melbourne were about half an hour apart in car.
Yeah.
So in the morning you could go from Sydney to Melbourne, have lunch.
Via Uluru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got to somehow shrink Australia in size.
Yes.
Because people won't come if they think they've got to spend 2 hours on a plane to get from Sydney to Adelaide. They're just not going to
They
turn
won't
up.
do it. They won't do it.
No.
No. She's got to give them the impression, clear writing instructions. You can do this with television. So here I am at the Opera House. I'm going to hop in a car now and go to Uluru on my way to Melbourne for tea. Or she'd say dinner, I suppose, wouldn't she?
Yeah, for cocktails.
Tea, or cocktails. Yeah. Now, when's Weber on the show?
Yeah,
Is he the final, don't go away?
Yeah, don't go
Don't
away.
go away. He's here.
Yeah.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Mark Webber.
Is in the house. Now, what I'm hoping is that there can be some little button.
Yeah.
Mark is terrific to meet you. That was great this year. Sadly, we haven't got time to talk. But before you go, Mark has offered to take
to drive me to Melbourne.
No, to take 5 people on a spin around Eastern Creek in the car. Look under your seats now and see if you've got a Weber badge or whatever it is, a Weber button. Yeah. And people look under. Everybody looks under.
Yeah.
We're off. Yeah. That's the way to work, isn't it? Thanks, Australia. See ya.
Yeah. Well, is she only doing the one show?
I think she's doing 2. I could be wrong about that.
All right. So she could
3 actually now. All of a sudden.
All right. So she could ask Mark back after the first show.
Yeah.
To really get,
to tease out some of the some of the ideas about F1.
That's right. Were you disappointed with the 8th? Oh, no, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to write? And you're with is it Red Bull? You with Red Bull again? Yeah, that's right.
And who's the better driver, you or this bloke Vettel?
Oh, he's pretty good. I just do my best.
Mm-hmm. And that'd be about it, really, because then you realise it's going to say.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Roy...
Hootie Gurus could go on Opera's show too and to finish. The credits roll.
That'd be fantastic. Now, Steve's asked whether you've been approached about Rooting King appearing on Oprah's show.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but the big bloke wouldn't be out of place.
No, certainly with that lineup.
Clippity clop on. And
yeah. And
do all these tricks, make scones, smoke a cigar. I mean, he can do it all.
I didn't realise he could do the latter. Smoke the cigar. I understood the scones, but wow,
it's great to watch him when he doesn't.
Does he do in the inhaling?
Yeah, he does. Oh, he blows rings through his nostrils.
Right.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And it's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very
And has he got a
when
theatrical...
the kids come around, when he makes scones
When
while
he does...
smoking a cigar.
That's right. A Sunday at the Stables has always been a real treat, hasn't it?
That's right.
And look, I was just wondering if if you'd prepare him in any way by getting some tapes of Oprah and trying to through the television.
No, I'd rather him not know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not know, because he always rises to the occasion.
And he's
a
real
bit of a
natural.
lair. He's a lair.
Fair enough. It's Hot Lap Handout time.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
A terrific prize, as you'd expect. It's anchored really by Ben Cousins' My Life Story, which is sort of like a, interesting.
Well, I read a great quote in that. She said something like, "I was so off my face I didn't know my name."
That's right. That appears to be how he's written it.
Yeah.
Look, obviously, it's one of the great stories of the year.
Yeah.
And that, documentary was just fantastic.
Yes.
I was just looking for a little quote, that we could take, but, obviously the story's got coloured pictures and, obviously pictures of Ben relaxing, pictures of Ben playing and so on. And it's, something for Dad for Christmas maybe. We've got to go with that, the BBQ branding iron. Remember, this is not a toy and you've got to keep this away from kids. However, kids can get involved with the DVD of Mel Gibson's Carrier, which we've given away throughout the year. Coarse language, sexual references and mature themes. But let's face it, it's people on boats. So what would you expect? There's a 5 CD set of the songs from the 100 best Australian albums. Now, one of the... newspapers might have put this together.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They assembled the 100
top albums.
So these are songs from them. For instance, here's one that'll bring back a lot of memories. G. Wayne Thomas and Open Up Your Heart.
Oh,
now,
I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Is there any Sandy Scott there, HG?
They'll probably use
Wallpaper Roses? God, that was an album.
And I'm wondering if, your favourite with the New Zealander, what's his name?
Well, it's Australian albums, isn't it, actually?
Yeah, I know, but whether they'd include New Zealand's, like, for instance, they might have Split Ends in it.
Oh, they do. They definitely would.
They've got Crowded
House there, yeah.
So I'm wondering if you want to say John Rolls.
Oh, JR.
Yeah, JR.
Cheryl Moana Marie.
Yeah, something like that would be on it.
I hope so.
They've got the Hootie Garoos, Like Wow Wipeout, for instance, which we just played the Hootie Garoos before. Little Ray of Sunshine from...
Axiom.
Yeah, Axiom, that's right.
Australia's first supergroup.
Jet, Are You Going to Be My Girl? A lot of stuff we play here on this show. It's just fantastic.
Well, what a great album.
Now, it appears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 19. What's 5 by 19? It's about 95 tracks. But it's weird, isn't it? The songs from 100 best albums, why didn't they put another 5 on and have 100 songs?
100 songs, yeah. They didn't think it through. Now, you want a question?
I do. Sorry, I was looking somewhere else, thinking somewhere else.
You were.
I was overselling the price.
Yeah.
I got carried away.
Nearly lost touch with reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question is, HG, for women only.
Correct. Thanks very much.
Now, you are watching a bloke walk to the toilet. How do you tell whether he's a professional or amateur? Okay, you're watching a bloke walk to the toilet. How can you tell whether he's a professional or an amateur?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Libby, who's joining us from Irvington. How are you there, Libby?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, Libby, did you watch the Tiger go round at all on the weekend?
As a matter of fact, I did.
What were your impressions?
I'm a bit over the whole Tiger thing.
Right.
I think he's a bit overrated now.
Yes.
Right, fair enough. So you wouldn't be encouraging the Victorian ratepayers to kick in another, taxpayers, I suppose, to kick in another $3 million to get him back next year?
Oh, goodness me, no, not a chance. I think there's plenty of other good people we can get besides him.
Who would you prefer to see? Would you prefer to see Jose Maria Aloha?
Yeah, he sounds fabulous.
Yeah, good.
Now, you've been swimming in the pool.
Yes, I have been swimming in the pool.
Have you been doing serious laps or just swimming in the pool as in jumping in and out?
Serious laps and some hardcore aqua aerobics.
And how many laps did you swim?
Oh, probably about 50. It's not a big pool, but we go round in circles and make the giant whirlpool, and then we throw the dogs in.
Right. And do the dogs like this?
Yes, they do. They're very fond of it.
And why don't they go in of their own accord?
Because it's an above ground pool, but it's half in, half out, and they can get in themselves, but they can't get out.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
did you watch Mark go around last night, Mark Webber?
I didn't watch him go round last night because it was way too late, but I've been listening this morning to lots of things on the radio, laughing my head off,
Right.
just like Huey McGill.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, would you have liked to have seen Mark bring it home last night?
Not particularly.
No,
I think he too is a bit overrated.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's about as boring as a house brick.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Well, a house brick, I suppose, does a useful job in the wall of a house.
But you don't think
No,
much
but
about it.
No.
he doesn't seem to be doing that much of a useful job, although Alan Jones doesn't think so, so we'll see what happens next year.
No, fair enough. Now, you've sold a unit. Now, was that something that you've been trying to offload for some time, or was that,
Spur of the moment thing.
Yeah, when according to plan.
It was a spur of the moment thing, and it all started about 4 weeks ago, and I unloaded it this Saturday, so that was fabulous.
Very good. And did you get anywhere near the price you wanted?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Got a
That's very good.
fabulous price, so it's all money in the bank now.
Oh, that's good. Well, because we were, just casually reading the papers as you do.
Yeah.
There was raves about how the Sydney house prices have gone flat. As in people weren't realising what they, expected and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you always like to get a bit more, but I was happy with what I've got and, not displeased with the show at the auction and the amount of people who were there. So I think there's still hope for anybody trying to get in or out of the market.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do with that cash now, Libby? You think you're putting it on the nose of a horse maybe this weekend?
Well, had a huge win on Melbourne Cup Day. Huge, huge win. My husband and I, we got the trifecta in the first 4.
Wow. That's not bad.
Yeah, cheering. We were happy about that.
Lord. Well,
So, probably pay off some credit cards, I think, and do some renovations in our principal residence.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Well,
that's
it
a
looks
plan.
like you're a treble winner with the house price and the win in the Melbourne Cup, and this would be the third leg of a trifecta.
Yeah.
If you could get it up. Roy, set out the question. Libby, have a swing at it.
Now, Libby, you're watching a bloke walk to the toilet. How do you tell whether he's professional or amateur?
Whether he's got a ball or not.
That's absolutely right. The Songs of 100 Australian Best Albums, the Carrier on DVD. We've got the branding iron so you can, obviously brand the steak that you're cooking on the barbecue. And Ben Cousins' My Life Story. It's an elaborate prize, but a great prize. And Libby, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, just an update on some of our heroes. Sam has written, emailed in. He says, although I realise Roy already has his work cut out as Australia's leading advocate for our forgotten sports people, I couldn't with good conscience let the latest tragedy escape his attention. According to an article by Adrian Prozenko in the Sydney Morning Herald, the SMH, Mark Waugh has described former Test spinner Jason Krazier as the, wait for it, the forgotten man of Australian cricket.
Well, I think that's right.
Mm-hmm. He didn't make the team, did he?
No.
They've gone Smith crazy, haven't they, in terms of his spin?
Well, Krazier, I think, was taken to India, wasn't he, HG, and given one test and then told, a bit like Phil Hughes, really, we don't want you anymore.
I know, there's no consistency, is
No,
there?
you're a discard.
See, people forget, and I keep always pointing this out, Merv Hughes was pretty hopeless when he came into the team.
He was shocking.
His first couple of test outings were pretty ordinary.
Very ordinary.
And so was Shane Warne.
Yes.
Shane Warne didn't find a line.
Well, Tomo.
Tomo. Oh, yeah, Tomo. Now, if
Well,
that's...
but poor old Jason Krazier, he'll always be referred to for the rest of his life as Test Discard.
Aussie Test Discard.
Aussie Test Discard, Jason Krazier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say there was a car accident.
Yes, was admitted to hospital this afternoon with a sprained leg as a result of a car accident.
Aussie Test Discard.
Aussie Test Discard, Jason Krazier has won the lottery. The likeable, lovable Offie who, etc., etc. That's how it'd be, isn't it?
It would, and sadly...
So he's got TD.
TD.
In brackets beside his name.
And what worries me, he's got FM as well. Forgotten Man. The forgotten bowler.
Yeah.
Now, can I just point out that there's some very good news? Chinese and Japanese women have secured wins in the first round of the Cricket Asian Cup. I'll say that again. Chinese and Japanese women have secured the wins in the first round of Cricket Asian Cup. Now, here we have women playing at international level.
Were we competing in this? Were Aussie women competing in this?
I'm worried we were.
And Aussie women were beaten by Japanese and Chinese teams?
Well, a crowd of 500 Chinese students watched quietly as their champions trounced Malaysia. This is China beat Malaysia, only daring to applaud upon hearing an announcement that China has scored a run. Cricket will be played at the next Asian Games. So as they waited politely, when China scored a run, they applauded politely. It's incredible. They watched the match in silence like it was in the old days when Bradman played. What I'm flagging here, though, is China has fallen under the dizzying spell, especially women's cricket is going through the roof. Last week there was none. Now they've got a national side.
Wouldn't that be fantastic if China fell under the spell of cricket? Wouldn't that be amazing? So Jason Frazier, for example, could go to Beijing and be treated like
a hero.
A king.
Roy Slavin and H.G. Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, footy's back already. This is...
Did it ever go away?
Yeah, well, quite. Look, I've been calling, Roy, in rugby league
yes,
for another match between Australia and New Zealand this week.
Right.
To be played for the McGahn-Sirenen Cup.
Now, what a lovely idea.
Hugh McGahn, Paul Sirenen, great Australians, played at the highest level. Sorry, one great Australian, one great New Zealander, played at the highest level.
Yep.
And then I'm also calling, and I'm just wondering if you'd support me in this call, for an IPL-style, Indian-funded rugby league competition to be played that fills this yawning hole that's ahead of us from the other side of the Sirenen McGahn Cup to the Foundation Cup and the Charity Shield, which take place late January.
This is 2020 Rugby League you've been talking about.
2020 Rugby League. I don't want to put too many, too many caveats on it. If the Indian people and their businesses who would be putting up $1 billion to see this happen want it to be a 95-minute game, I'm not going to get in the road.
No.
If they want a 35-minute game, why should I get in the road?
Do we know what they like yet? Has anyone asked them, really?
No, what I'm more looking at is a punting proposition.
Oh, I understand that.
Easy.
So there's so much you can bet on.
Exactly. People can get involved in
Who's
India.
Going to be an idiot? First,
right.
Say the first knock on, first forward pass. Well, certainly with forward passes, you'd be waiting all night.
Now, I'm just wondering if that could be something that we could, the show could dedicate itself to getting up.
Yeah, 8 or 10 teams actually, or more, 20 teams?
I reckon 20 teams. I'd love to see the Kumuls involved. I'd love to see, I think somebody was telling me off air that the Kumuls have been dumped from the Four Nations. It's
I
a
don't
scandal.
believe a word of that. I don't
and
believe a word of that.
They're replaced by...
Wales. That's what I heard.
Yeah, so me.
Well,
I'm not talking about Wales fish in the sea. I'm talking about Wales, the busted-ass country alongside England. Do you know what I mean? How does that work? England, Wales, New Zealand, Australia. What sort of competition is that?
Well, it's rubbish. I don't believe a word.
Rubbish, exactly.
It's a rubbish competition. But if the Welsh want to put a team in to this exciting IPL 2020 Rugby League idea, you've got
no problem.
Well, I've got no problems with that.
Because they can sign whoever they like. If they want to sign Sonny Bill, if he's available, they can go and get him.
Of
Israel
course.
Folau, it doesn't matter
Why
who
not?
he plays for in the rest of the time.
Yes.
He'd be available because his contract would allow him.
Exactly.
Having said that, I was talking about AFL, and Collingwood yesterday jetted out for a 17-day high-altitude training camp in Arizona, confident it bears no signs of premiership hangover. So that's how Johnny Ralph begins his article in the Herald Sun. Now, why do they have to go all the way to Arizona? I mean, surely our altitude's good here. We've got Kosciuszko.
We do, yeah.
And it's if they have to run around with, bricks on their back in a pack or something like that, or...
Yes.
Find some way. I think it'd be perfectly based here.
Yeah. Or does the coach want them to train in the desert? Is it the idea? There's a fair amount of desert in Arizona.
Right, high desert.
A high desert. Is that what he wants?
Have you any idea of how this would work, either aerobically or fitness-wise?
No, I have no idea.
It's bizarre, isn't it? Baffling.
Yeah. I know well, your oxygen debt would be enormous at that altitude. I mean, we've been... nearby there, haven't we, HG?
We have.
We've in Utah, which is not a million miles away from Arizona.
No.
We've witnessed that high-level
desert. But, do you feel inspired to get training in it?
No, you don't.
You just want to relax and do
Yes,
nothing.
you do.
Now, look, they ran it's the Pies' 5th US high-altitude camp.
Right.
The Premiers held a 2-kilometre time trial. Oh, 2 kilometres. They really stretched them right out on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And the Irish recruit, Paul Cribben, defeated Steele side bottom and Scotty Pendlebury was third.
Right.
Nick Maxwell, skipper, said there was no complacency in the club, and it added, obviously, one of the crackers to the list who can't travel due to problems with visas.
Right.
We've only got 8 guys who have played 8 years or more, so it's a young group.
We're young, yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
those that are going to be better with another, obviously run under their belt.
Mm-hmm.
And so things are shaping up pretty well. But it's just this thing about high-altitude training.
Yeah,
the
I
benefits
don't
of
get it. There must be benefits that we just don't know about at this stage, actually. But would they be a million miles away from Las Vegas? They could go to Las Vegas, couldn't they?
Yeah, I reckon they could drive there fairly quickly.
Yes.
And there'd be
Then
nothing
the
wrong.
boys would love that.
The boys would love that. A couple of relaxing days at Vegas as part of their 17
Yeah,
day
or maybe
high-altitude
run to
camp.
Vegas.
Well, there, now you're talking. And I'll tell you what, Death Valley Run, I've heard a lot about
Yeah,
that.
I've
I'd
heard
love
a
to
lot
see the
about that
boys
too,
go through
yeah.
the Death Valley Run.
Yeah, boys would love that.
Sadly, the wrong time of year for your maximum temperatures. I think in the middle of like August, September, you're really hot days there.
Yeah.
But the sun would still have a bit of sting, even though it's up to the middle of November.
Yes.
I reckon if Mick programmed the Death Valley Run early, I think it'd be the most benefit for them, and then see what their recovery's like.
They could do their recovery
At Vegas.
Over
Over the roulette wheel.
Well, yeah.
know,
Or with Wayne Newton in the Wayne Newton room or something like that.
Is he still there?
He's still there, actually, yeah.
Oh, Lord. I hope they'd, maybe get something like Diana Ross. Something a little bit more now.
Oh, more now. Right. No, I don't think they've thought of now.
No. Look, one thing that they're going to miss is, of course, the Gary Puckett tour here, which would have been very now.
Has Puckett done Vegas?
I don't think so.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes. Now, remember we go back to the last time the Poms were here and obviously that first over from Harmison. I did see, we talked about it last Friday, I think. Obviously the first ball ended up in fourth slip.
Yep.
And a beautiful piece in the Herald Sun today. Almost 4 years have passed since Steve Harmison bowled the delivery that will accompany him to the grave.
Ball of the century, wasn't it?
It was. Yet tries he might to work it out. The 195-centimetre paceman still has no idea of how it happened. Was it the worst ball I ever bowled in Test cricket? He mused last week. I think it probably was the worst ball anyone has ever bowled in Test cricket.
Gee whiz, that's a big call, isn't it?
It's a huge call. Let me give you that again. I think it was probably the worst ball anyone has ever bowled in Test cricket. God, there's so many balls, isn't there?
Yeah. I wonder if anyone's ever done that. I've never seen that. Maybe that's the show Tony Gregg could host.
In America.
In America.
The worst balls.
The 5 worst balls. The worst over in cricket history.
Oh, isn't that brilliant?
Yeah, it could be like one of Chris Lewis's balls.
I tell you what, Rod Hogg would have a few in there.
Would have
remember when the game was split, and I think they got Yallop out of retirement. This is going back years to captain a side of which Hogg was the spearhead.
Spearhead, yeah.
And Hoggy'd fall over the point of delivery all the time.
Yeah, but so often it wasn't a bad ball. He just looked a bit silly.
It was
plonked on his ass.
It was an effort ball.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Andy Carrick would have had a couple of
Carrick would have,
yeah.
And there's so many others though. Who used to spray it a bit from the West Indies? They used to have some lively. They obviously had some very good bowlers, but some ordinary bowlers in the lesser years. Probably the contemporary pacemen aren't that good.
Yeah, well, I can't think of them.
No,
they're contemporary pacemen.
No, I can't get anywhere near it.
No.
Pakistan, of course, would provide a fair few.
Oh well, Shoaib Akhtar.
Well,
I used to love it when he'd run for 400 miles before delivering the ball, and
he'd push off at the picket fence at the far end of the MCG.
That's
2 minutes later, he'd arrive at the delivery.
That's right.
Stride. He says, I won't sugarcoat it or say it looked worse than it was or was offer any excuses. It was atrocious. All I wanted to happen was for a big hole to open up in the ground and for me to jump in it and disappear. Harmison is convinced, though, the fate that befell him at Brisbane 4 years ago will not happen to Jimmy Anderson at the Gabba in the first test in 10 days. Oh, that's good news.
Is he out here on the speaking circuit?
He
or
must
something,
be.
actually?
Jimmy is one of the best
That would have been
bowlers in the world.
Fascinating speech
Night
to
out.
be at, wouldn't it?
What, just
Listening
an
to
over or
Harmy.
two with Harmy?
Yeah. Yeah.
I suppose
In
he'd have
Harmy's way, you'd probably call it.
Well, yeah, sure. And he'd probably have to start with the worst one, get that out of the way. Sadly, there's not much else to tell, would there?
Well, is there anything more to the Harmy story?
Well,
I mean, if is Harmy going on opera?
He would be.
Right.
And
That's
I'll
what
tell
you're going to ask him. And you tell me about this crazy ball you bowl.
Did it really hit somebody in the
where did it go
square leg?
again? Where's it meant to go?
Yeah, that's right. Now,
Crazy.
did we break a story about Ian Botham and Sir Richard Hadley putting together a show with Alan Lamb and Alan Border?
Yes.
Well, now Oprah, there's a whole show there. Harmison comes out first.
Oh, right.
Followed by, obviously,
You
Ian
mean this is
Botham.
after she's had Tony Gregg and Mark Nicholas, Heels, Slats and Tubby?
Well, they're on the first show.
Oh, the second show.
Yeah, well, give them a day off cricket in the middle, and then third show. Bring them back with Harmison, obviously Ian Botham, Sir Richard Hadley, talk about, everything.
Well, Sir Richard, he could certainly explain the importance of keeping the seam upright.
He could. He could. And then Ian Botham could talk about betting and cricket because he knows a lot about that.
Yeah.
And then, the two Allens had come out as a sort of double act.
Alan Lamb and Alan Border.
Yeah. Well, obviously talk about the Ashes, the battles they've been in, but basically just punch each other in the head on the lounge. Now, Harmison says this is Jimmy Anderson, is one of the best bowlers in the world now and is a highly intelligent operator and knows how to keep the seam up. People have raised the issue of how he'll fare with the Kookaburra ball.
What a fascinating question that is.
We'll take talk back on that in about an hour's time.
How do we think Jimmy Anderson will go with the Kookaburra?
Kookaburra.
Yeah. Because has Anderson used the Kookaburra before?
No.
He's only been a Duke or the Reader ball.
I suppose so. And his record abroad is not as good as it is at home.
Right.
But the way he swings the new ball both ways at pace, I'm backing him to have a big impact with a new ball. Isn't that great? In fact, I think our
Is
attack...
this what Harmy's saying?
Harmy, and he's been there. He's been to the Gabba. In fact, I think our attack is superior to Australian.
Right.
All round.
Hang on. Has
And
he heard of Bollinger?
Oh, hang on. Siddle.
Has he heard of Siddle?
And how about the other bloke who tore him apart? Johnson.
Yeah.
1 for
Superhead.
24. Yeah, Superhead Johnson. 1 for 24 with 11 wides.
Grade level.
I know. Grade level. We're not talking about park cricket.
No.
We're not talking about in the nets.
No, we're not talking in someone's backyard.
No, we're talking out
We're
in the middle.
Grade.
Yeah. District v district. Anyway, it does peter away after that, but that's great, isn't it? The wide still haunts me. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
There's so many stories, though. Aren't the Ashes full of those things?
They are. I mean, that is the thing about the Ashes, isn't it? I mean, remember when we bumped into Andy Caddick, actually, must have been at a pub, one of the pubs here in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to you, there's Harmy. And you said to me, yeah. And I said to you, can you think of anything about anything at all about Harmy? And no, we couldn't.
Even
we
Caddick.
Try as we might. Had Harmy come, had Caddick come and sat with us.
Mm-hmm. We would have had nothing
We would
to
have
talk
had
about.
nothing to say.
No.
Except you're Andy Caddick, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've had a few bowlers like that, haven't they? Angus Fraser.
Ah, yeah. That's right, Angus Fraser. He was a bit ordinary, wasn't he? But at least with Fraser, you could talk about how ordinary he was. With Caddick, he wasn't even ordinary enough to be ordinary.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, we've forgotten Tufnell.
Oh, Phil Tufnell, yeah.
Great English bowlers. He was a bit of a spinner and couldn't do much else. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I reckon the show's based on the worst balls ever bowled. This is Greggy's show in America. The worst balls ever bowled. And after the right-hand turn is your worst bowlers.
Yes.
Because sometimes Tufnell might have actually landed on the pitch every so often.
That's true. And you might call the show, How Did They Get Away With It? With Tony Gregg.
Right.
What do you think?
Well, how did they get away with it?
Yeah. Yeah, worst bowlers.
Yeah. Doesn't be thinking about really that long, but I've given it that
title.
sort of effort. Yeah.
How did they get away with it? Because people think, beauty, I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, you see it as sort of like unexplained mystery.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, the fallout from Tigers tour.
Yeah.
Beautiful think piece as well from the Herald Sun, Mark Hayes. He writes, the naysayers will quote softer crowd numbers. The morals police will fire cheap broadsides and usher Tiger back into the wilderness. And if I hear any more bleating about wasting taxpayer money to lure Woods, I'll go spare.
Oh, dear.
Even if we use the harshest accounting, the money he generated last year would sustain another 5 visits.
What do you mean, another 5 countries? It was billions. Billions.
Let alone what he did yesterday when he finally tamed his putter. So how best to assess this week, the second JB Weir Masters and the second journey away from Huntingdale? By any measure, other than last year's once-in-a-lifetime extravaganza at Kingston Heath, this week has been a stellar success.
Yep.
The crowds, while not huge, have been big by Australian standards. To be fair, they're not big by Indian standards, but then no one bothered to go to the Commonwealth Games, so it's a bit hard to draw comparisons between other countries, especially in considering the 4 seasons we experienced this week in the sodden car parks that were forced to close yesterday. What is undeniably true is that the theatre goers who flocked last year to experience the circus have stayed away. That rocks the raw figures, but it effectively left something approaching sustainable numbers. Far from the crush of last year, Victoria provided a great chance to see Tiger and his cohorts, and by all the accountants from international visitors, the crowds are amongst the most knowledgeable they encounter anywhere in the world. Isn't that great?
I think that's true. I think Australian golfing crowds are the most knowledgeable.
Are the best in the world?
The best in the world.
You know, Augusta, though, that includes Augusta.
Oh, yes.
Includes Troon, Carnoustie.
Yeah. They're rubbish crowds, I reckon. Rubbish crowds.
They heckle.
They know nothing. No, they're not even interesting enough to heckle. They just stand there, you know. They don't get involved.
Like
they don't do
seagulls.
anything. Yeah, you might as well just have shrubs.
And how's this expressed, this this knowledgeable crowd? Like they know how many holes there are on a course?
Well, often
placement?
Often what happens is if, say, a long putt is sunk, you'll get...
Fair enough, yeah. And if it's missed, ooh. Yeah. That's how you can tell.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
You know, not only are our crowds the best in the world and
Yes.
the most knowledgeable, and Mark goes on, he's talking about how important the players are. The players are critical. Without their support and enthusiasm, an event of this status cannot survive. Word from the locker room is the tournament feels bigger and better than many the golfers play in the US PGA Tour.
Oh, and that includes the
obviously
US
Augusta.
Masters and the US Open.
I know.
Because I've heard a lot of the players on tour be really critical of that. I mean, they just love coming to Australia because they love the Australian conditions. They love our greens. They love our fairways.
Pin placements.
They love our pin placements.
And
the
the
pin
people.
places, they say, are really clever. They're really clever.
Yeah.
They love our crowds
Yeah.
because they love what our crowds bring to it. It's
No,
it's
yeah.
all of that
Uh-huh.
and more. And it's job well done. Job well done. You know, often you get that when you're going at the end of the 18th on your way to the 19th. Someone's likely to say to you in the crowd, "Hey, well done,
Adam Scott, job well done."
Yeah,
Sadly,
job well done, Scotty."
Yeah, sadly Adam Scott wasn't here. But
No. But he was in Singapore. Sadly, stupidly.
Doesn't ruin the point, though.
No.
He also says, obviously, I think what they're saying is what he's saying, Mark Hayes, is we're putting on the best golfing tournaments in the world.
I think we are.
Bar none.
I think
bar
we
none.
are. Yeah, bar none. Yeah.
Those with experience say the atmosphere here is superb and the
Superb.
organisation excellent, all of which bears out what you're saying.
Yep.
All of which adds up to an event which Melbourne, opens brackets Australia, should be proud of.
Yes. And the other thing is actually, I think we respect golfers. We respect their craft.
You know,
and we respect what they bring to the game. They bring their personality. They bring themselves to it. You know, you look at Robert Allenby. You look at Stuart Appleby. You know, they bring themselves. It's they just open up their hearts and they put them there and they say, "This is me. This is my heart. This is my golf."
And, you're absolutely right, Roy, because often I've been in England and you often see stupid things written about golfers as though they're just idiots. And often you'll see a stand-up comic say, have we got any golfers in the house? And then for 40 minutes, they just rubbish them.
Yes, that's
Whereas in Australia, none of that happens.
No, it doesn't.
I was watching Robin Williams last night, for instance.
Oh, were
and
you really?
There were no mention of golfers at all. There was no trying to poke fun at golfers. There was nothing like that. It was just respect.
Yeah,
it's a great thing, and it's taken a long time.
Yeah.
But
it goes back to Peter Thompson.
Oh, well, I was going to say that goes back to Peter Thompson.
Peter Thompson.
Yeah, he really did.
He's the father of it. I mean, a lot of people say
And Shark,
Norman Von Nyden.
No,
wrong.
We laughed at Von Nyden.
Yeah, Peter Thompson.
Peter Thompson.
Peter Thompson.
Kilnagel.
Kilnagel.
Stewie Gin, Shark, and then it's on from there.
Yes.
Because they're the great golfers. And, of course, you know...
And you can see that flame, can't you? That flame of self-belief, but not being arrogant.
No. You know what I'm disappointed
being
is?
passed on from Peter Thompson to Kel Nagle to Stuart Gin to the Great White Shark.
Now, what I'm disappointed about, and I know you won't take offence at this, is that in America, golfers have become presidents. You see that Barack Obama loves golf.
Loves golf, yeah.
George W. Bush loved golf.
Ah, yeah.
You know, do I get the sense that John Howard's ever played a game of golf in his life, or that Julia Gillard knows how many holes there are on a golf course? No. I'm not bagging them.
No.
It's just not in their view of life.
No.
And
more's the pity, isn't
exactly.
it?
I won't be happy until we get a golfer in the
lodge. Yes. Someone who knows, pin placement. Someone who knows to turn to a caddy and say, don't bugger me around. Give me the 4-iron.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, the prize is Ben Cousins' My Life Story, and we'll be serialising that in future episodes of The Life. So, Cousins freaks, stay tuned, because I know Roy and I will be reading all the parts. It's just going to be great. We've got the barbecue iron. This enables you to brand meat that you're cooking at home. I know, I'd never thought of this idea beforehand. Meat that you're cooking at home with your name on it so as no one else will nick it. We've got the songs, again, 5 CDs, the songs of the best 100 albums, that is Australian albums. It's a great pack, 5 CDs, 95 songs in all. And we've got the Mel Gibson Carrier. This is the one with the coarse language and the sexual references that everybody wants these days. It's 11 hours of smut on a boat. So, all comers are going to answer the following question.
Now, the question is as follows, HG. What will Sir Richard Hadley talk about to Oprah, that is Oprah Winfrey, when he's on the Oprah Winfrey show later this year? All right. What will Sir Richard Hadley talk about? What point will he stress to Oprah Winfrey? It might make it clearer when he's on the show.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap Handout time. Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Steve, who's joining us from Bligh Park. How are you there, Steve?
Oh, I'm really good, Roy and HG. How's yourself?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Steve, you reckon we went in with the wrong team with the Four Nations final on Saturday night?
Yeah. I reckon if we'd kept all the young blokes that we had the week before, the result would have been different. Yeah. I think we were a little bit tired in the legs towards the end there, and as you can see from the injuries, that's what happened.
Yeah. Darren looked a little old, didn't he?
Oh, he's been a great player, but everybody's day has come, and I thought his day had come the week before, or the 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And what about the refereeing? Did that worry you?
I thought it was a joke.
It was a joke.
I mean, they let 2 forward passes go and a guy into touch. What more can you say?
What more can you say? Exactly. It was rubbish.
I didn't know we were playing gridiron. That's what I didn't think.
Yeah. Well, the way they were throwing the ball around, that's the impression we got.
Would you like to see another competition that fills in the rest of the year between now and when the Foundation Cup and the Charity Shield get underway?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be good. Why not get as much footy on the telly as we can get?
Yeah, because then it could be able to compete on equal terms largely with cricket, which has invaded obviously the footy months almost completely now.
Yeah, but I don't mind cricket either. So I don't care if it's 24/7, 365 a year cricket and footy. That'd be fantastic.
Right. You wouldn't think you'd get tired of the cricket?
Never, ever, ever.
Right. I notice you both play and umpire it, so obviously it takes up a fair bit of your weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
How's the standard of cricket umpiring these days in comparison with the standard of refereeing in rugby league?
I reckon the standard of cricket umpiring is better than the standard of refereeing. I like how they brought Paul Rifle on. I reckon he's really put a bit of panaz and jazz to the whole umpiring scene.
I think you're right. Now, do you think he'll get a test match this year?
Oh, I hope he does. He deserves one. He's a very cool and relaxed customer, so that's the man you want in the middle.
Yeah, that's true, and the players respect him.
Yeah, well, he's been there, done that, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he knows all the tricks, doesn't he?
Oh, he knows them all plus more. Old pistol.
Do you go in for your zany hand signals? Say if it's a
Billy Bowden style.
Well, you were just picking him as example.
No, not really. I just like to get on with the game. So signal whatever it was, whether it was a 4, a 6, a bye, or whatever, and then just kick play flowing. I'm not there. It's not there. It's not about me in the middle. It's about the batsman and the bowler and the teams. You know, it's not about me. No one wants to come and see me. They want to see the game and the kids or the adults, whoever's playing.
And when you're talking about people coming, how many people would come, say 200,000 or 300,000 to see the games you umpire?
Oh, look, that's just scratching the iceberg there, mate.
Yes.
Sometimes the stadium's not big enough. I mean, the car park holds 1 million and they still can't get in.
Fair enough. Well, Steve, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Steve, what will Sir Richard Hadley be talking to Oprah about when he's on the Oprah Winfrey show later in the year?
How to hold the seam upright.
Is that the key to bowling?
Oh, yes, that, and where you deliver it, where you land the balls are always a bonus too. And unlike Harmison, or the one who you forgot was Trevor Chappell, how we bowled it underarm.
Yeah, true. That's true. That's yes.
That's true. But we don't blame Trevor for that. We blame Greg.
Yeah, but that goes in one of the worst balls too, you'd have to say.
Oh,
that'll
yes,
probably
for
open
sure.
Greggy's show.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, look, you've got the branding iron for the barbecue meat. You've got the Ben Cousins autobiography. You've got the songs from the 100 best albums on CD. And on DVD, you've got Mel Gibson's Carrier. So it's a great prize. And if you get some time away from the cricket, you'll be able to enjoy these things. And in the meantime, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
And that more or less takes us away. For
yes, it does.
Evening of the Life, or afternoon of the Life. And Friday we'll be back. And
we will.
There'll be so much have happened during the week. I can't wait this news of the Laughing Clowns getting a name, the Greater Western Sydney. And, of course, it'll be a big night. And, obviously it'll be widely reported. And the AFL will then be complete with its extra teams, the Suns, and the Greater Western Sydney. Obviously cricket churns on, tennis, it's all
It
there.
does, and we continue to see how good this English side is, HG. I think they're playing South Australia at the moment and winning convincingly. They look the goods, don't they?
They do, and certainly with Harmison here, you can expect lots of fun on the sidelines.
Oh, my word.
Look, like to thank Matty, Ned, Skip and Garfield, and we'll see everyone Friday for more of the same on The Life right here on Triple M.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And today, Jim is wearing a wedding dress. It's a tartan wedding dress. I think it was originally designed by Vivienne Westwood, for those who know their fashion and their wedding frocks. It's just beautiful. He's borrowed it from the National Gallery in Canberra. He looks a treat in it. And Jim, of course, dedicates today's reads to the happy young royals who decided to get hitched this week. And there's nothing like a royal wedding to get young lovers everywhere thinking romance. I believe this is what prompted the Shark to dash down the aisle last weekend with Kirsten and Glenn McGrath to hook up with Sarah in the backyard under the Hills Hoist this week. Inspired they were. These happy couples, i.e. Kirsten and Sharky and Glenn and Sarah, wanted to get their love out there ahead of the royal pack and those following the wake. Because, once the royals go off, there'll be an avalanche, a tsunami of people wanting to get engaged and get involved with walking down the aisle and the flowers and the cake and all that sort of stuff and being carried over the threshold, etc., etc., etc. And, a lot of big names will get lost in the rush. So we have this island now where, between now and about next Thursday, where if you do want to get married and noticed, it'll be the time to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy Natchy on Abner. What a week! What an incredible week! Cricket. And while the big names disappointed in their final Sheffield Shield hit-outs before the big one blasts off, I think next week, or, late next week, and some of these figures are very disappointing. Shane Watson, New South Wales v Tasmania 6. Simon Kadich, New South Wales v Tasmania 1. Skipper Ponting, New South Wales v Tasmania 7. I think he might have got out to that hook shot. We warned him about it. Now he's still going on with it and he's still getting caught. Michael Hussey, WA v Victoria none. Marcus North, you get the picture. They're looking in the wrong spot. They've got to go back to their grade scores of the previous week. That's where we're showing our dominance. That's where our top names are performing at their best. And I believe if you take grade, if you take an angle from grade into the Ashes, you can see why Roy and I are still firmly convinced we're going to win the Ashes series 5-0. That's right, 5-0. You heard it here first. And let's not forget Mitchell Johnson's superhead Johnson, tremendous with the bat, now promoted to opening against this pathetic pop gun English attack. Without the support of the Barmy Army, they're going to be pushovers. Fact. Never mind the fact that he's bowled. I think he's got a fight for today. I mean, Superhead Johnson is the hope of Australian cricket, rugby league, and Russell. That is Russell Crowe. That is I think he's the chairman of the South Sydney. Takes the Coachwood and Myrtle story to the world. That's right, to the world on the Jay Leno show. Jay Leno loves his rugby league. Fact, and the states, that is the United States of America, have now fallen under the dizzying spell of league. They love the romance of rugby league and everything it means. In fact, it is now, and this has just come through today, it is now certain that the four nations will dump the Kumuls and include the US Tomahawks as the fourth leg of that attractive hound in 2011. And I don't want any sniggering because I mentioned the words rugby league and dog in the same sentence. Please. I mean, please, leave it alone. Let us go back so as we can remember, use the words now dog and rugby league and not think about peanut butter. Now, AFL and the GWS Laughing Clowns have become giants. That's right, they're giants. It was a night of nights for football in the western suburbs of Sydney, and the bloke who's never played but is paid a couple of million a year not to play, was right at home in the orange strip. Incidentally, how can Giants have tiered? That's the question for the day, and you might like to get involved in, the talkback return. We just don't want yes or no answers. We want thought-out positions. How can Giants have tiered? That's the talkback topic of the day. Get involved when you throw open the lines in about 4 or 5 hours' time. Tiered, in fact, they've got loser written all over them. Incidentally, Israel is now tipped by those who have seen him take the Sherrin to the toilet as much better than, wait for it, Wayne Carey, James Hird, Gary Ablett Sr. and Jr. That's an enormous call. Better than Wayne Carey, James Hird, Gary Ablett Sr. and Jr. He's never kicked a Sherrin in anger, but he's better than all of those. Lord almighty, tickets. That's all I can say, tickets. Boxing and the Green v. Flores bout had a little bit of everything. It was a beautifully written script. It was a real delight. I just hope the Australian War Writers Guild can have a look at it and maybe award it what's called an Augie for the best script in, 2010. Look, sure, it lacked the headlines and the fun of the Green v. Briggs clash, but it had everything else. And I was loved to see the generosity of Flores saying, well, it was a home-down decision. Very hard to get those extra few hits that I needed to beat him. But generally speaking, I was happy with what I did here. And a return bout in the End Centre car park is now on the cards early next year. This one in Sydney. Football, or soccer. And the FIFA Technical Committee says Australia's bid ticks all the right boxes for a World Cup in 2022. No surprises there. We're just great. Look at what we did with the Olympics. Look at what we did with the Commonwealth Games. Look at what we do with V8 supercars. Is it any wonder they're thinking of us with 2022 World Cup? Now, we just need votes. It's all about votes now. It's never mind how good our technical bit is. And votes are all about business, if you know what I mean. Business. There's $45 million to distribute, business-wise, and the wheeze is ours. Incidentally, a couple of people whose votes we'd already secured have been dumped from the selection panel. We might be able to talk a little bit about that later, and we want your talkback on that. Is the removal of these two votes crucial? Will we not get it now because we haven't got those votes? Fascinating question. Great talkback. This is the life. This is the elephant in your car. This is the home of dreams, and this is the place where dreams really can come true. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who this week inked a deal for Rooting King to appear as part of the Oprah Winfrey Experience next month. These were secret negotiations. I had no inkling that this was going on. Apparently, Oprah is keen to revisit the Lady Godiva legend. The King, obviously, this is Rooting King, selects himself as the horse in this fabulous frolic of fun and nudity. The man in charge of this deal is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the bellow simply by shouting, "What caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp this week, Sheets?"
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. And I think this Lady Godiva thing, if we can slave it up to Iron Fest, which I think we can, if we can get Oprah
back.
Oh, if we can get Oprah over to go over the Blue Mountains into that little sunny valley called Lithgow while she's here, and the King will be there. She's just got to hop on and clippity-clop, take some photos. Mm-hmm. Terrific publicity for the town and for the Oprah Winfrey Show.
Mm-hmm. And
Australia. I think it can work. The ducks have just got to line up.
Correct.
Can I put it that way? Mm-hmm. At least one duck's lined up already.
And we've got a script.
The King. Yes.
And we've got a script.
Indeed, and it has been a magic week. Our test team in tatters form-wise, it would seem. Looks like Simon Kadich has succumbed to a shoulder industry. Well, his shoulder is an industry now. could anything else befall our team? I mean, we've got poor old punter, can't take a trick. His favourite pull shot, he's just going to have to mothball it. It's gone. I mean, his eye's gone. He can't see the ball anymore. He's just got to, just prod forth and probe, hopefully, outside the off stump and hope the ball's there. Very sad. I just hate it when captains just stay on a little bit too long. Anyway, there's a lesson there, and I'm sure there's a film there, and I'm sure there's a book in it.
Talkback in it?
And yes, there is talkback in it. If you want to join our talkback, has punter stayed too long? Should he keep going? When should he go? Oh, I'm confusing it, muddying the waters too much.
Yes,
let's say punter. That's it, punter ponding. If you want to talk about punter, join us. There's just an open line on punter ponding. Just thoughts, memories. Perhaps you met him. Perhaps you knew someone who met him once. What was he like? What did your friend think of him? That sort of stuff. Now, Carlos Moya has retired. People might recall Carlos Moya, who had many a battle with little Leighton Hewitt in the Australian Open here in Australia. I think he might have got into the final of the Australian Open, might have been beaten by the man they called Roger Federer many, many years ago. A quiet champion. I mean, never had big tickets on himself, never had big raps on himself, never really climbed many mountains. Might have won the French Open once. But he was a very likeable Spaniard. He had quite a large fan base here in Australia for a little while. It's sad to see a great champion go. I think his knees went in the end. I always felt he could have kept going. I mean, Moya was never going to be the one to get people, going through the turnstiles again. But I tell you what, if I was walking past the court and Carlos was up one end, I'd always stop for a little while and see how the bloke was hitting them before moving on. He was that sort of bloke. Carlos Moya. Vale, Carlos. Thanks for all you did for tennis. Tennis Northern Territory. Speaking of tennis.
Yes, tennis Northern Territory.
Now, I don't think we've talked about Northern Territory tennis on this program for quite a while now. I'm tempted to say this is a first. Well, it is a first, and I'll tell you why. Tennis Northern Territory, recently formed, have announced a plan to build, wait for it, 16 courts of international standard in Darwin. 16 courts. Wow. Now, if that's not a shot in the arm for Australian tennis, I don't know what is. And I don't think we've ever had a champion come out of Darwin or the Northern Territory, all of the territory. I'm pretty sure, pretty confident saying we've never had a tennis champion emerge from the Northern Territory. Well, now's the opportunity. All those kids who've bought their rackets, had their shoes, new canister of balls, but nowhere to play. Nowhere to play. Now there is somewhere to play.
Is this something from John Alexander's quarter?
It must be. It must be. It's too much of a coincidence. JA gets elected to the former Prime Minister, Sir Bennelong. All of a sudden, we've got 16 new courts in Darwin. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to put a line to join those dots up. Now, could KP, that is Kevin Peterson, what an ugly, offensive fellow he is. Can I just go on record in saying that?
What's
normally I don't. Normally I don't give a bugger about supposed English champion cricketers who've been born in foreign fields.
Well, Ian Hicks, I rest my case.
Yes,
Graham Hicks, sorry.
Graham Hicks,
and his brother
Ian, just as hopeless, and Tony Greig.
Well, they were the next Bradman, those three.
That's right.
Ian, Graham, and Tony.
Well, could KP, that is Kevin Peterson, be Steve O'Keefe's bunny? I think he might be. How's it feel, KP? Beat O'Keefe's bunny. Now, the Wallabies, of course, beaten by Munster. Let's see the better.
Oh, wasn't that a great night?
Yes, it was. Now, the Australian Seniors Open actually starts today in Perth. I mean, it might be hitting off as we speak. And I tell you what, if you do have an opportunity to have a look at this on any of your paid television channels, I don't think it's on a free-to-wear unless Channel 1's covering it. They might be. I don't know. They don't inform me. Nobody keeps me informed of these things. You've got to do your own handiwork in this regard. It's a delicious, mouth-watering prospect.
Yes, give us an idea.
A couple of names that are going to be teeing off today. You'll be able to go and see them if you're in the Perth area. Ian Woosnam.
God almighty,
Ian Woosnam is here in Australia. Sandy Lyle,
Oh, Sandy
Who
Lyle.
can forget Sandy Lyle? I mean, you do every time, but someone's just got to say Sandy Lyle to you, and it all comes back, doesn't it? All comes back.
Swing
the
like
swing.
carnation milk.
Carnation milk
poured
poured on a
Laminex
Laminex table. That's Sandy Lyle. Sam Torrance.
Oh,
Eh?
Sam Torrance.
Sam Torrance is here. Yeah, Sam Torrance.
Do they pay these people to come, or they just got nothing?
I
better
have
to
no idea how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Senior.
Oh, no. Has he got that broomstick
Yes,
pedestal?
he has. Peter Senior's back here in the house. Mike Harwood.
Mm.
Who can
Well,
forget Mike Harwood?
I haven't thought of Mike
no,
Harwood in
not
many,
for a
many
hell of a
years.
long time.
No.
Well, he's here. Ian Baker Finch.
Yeah.
The Dark Shark. The Big Bird.
And the big raps on Baker Finch
I
at
know.
this level.
I know.
I think he pulled off a string of birdies in the warm-up game.
He did. He has. But always the problem with
pressure.
It's his mind.
I know his mind.
It's his mind. Nothing wrong with his golf. No. It's just that he hasn't got what I'd call a golfer's head. Someone who has got a golfer's head. Hensby 488.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, speaking of travellers, Brett Lee and cricketers who are retiring or maybe thinking about retiring, Brett Lee has joined Channel 9. Now, we've sat on this for a couple of days because we didn't believe it was true. The Nine Network announced that cricket star Brett Lee has joined the network under a long-term agreement. Lee, 34, is going to make appearances on a variety of Nine News,
yes, good news.
current affairs, lifestyles and sports programs.
Very good.
Would he go on Warnie's show?
Yes, he would.
That's shaping up to be an absolute rating smash.
Yes.
I think it's
Yes,
called
I
Warnie.
missed it. This was last Thursday night. Did it go to
No,
air?
I don't think it started yet, has it?
It hasn't started
it's
yet.
this Thursday.
Oh, this Thursday coming, is it?
Yeah, I think this blasts off this
Now,
Thursday.
is this the one where he talks to Tiger Woods?
Oh, I think he talks to Tiger Woods, but I think you got confused because he was jetting off to talk to Sting.
Yes, he was.
The musician.
Yeah, Sting, yes. Sting.
Who was, I think, going to come to Australia for New Year's Eve celebrations, but now I think that's just a bit up in the air.
Is he? I thought he was touring with an orchestra, like a formal
Sydney
symphony orchestra.
Yeah.
Is that tour still on, or is that the Christmas tour?
Apparently that's still on.
Okay.
But they were going to play in some car park, but now they've moved it indoors, I think, because they weren't completely convinced that the car park was the right thing to do with, big events, New South Wales.
Oh, okay, good, yes.
Now, look, Lee, this is Brett Lee.
Brett
Bingo,
Lee, yes.
He's in good company. He's Grant Hackett, Gian Rooney, Wally Lewis, Michael Slater, and Darren Lockyer, of course, are some of the big names already signed to Nine. What can he do for Nine? Can he bring that?
Well, he can. He can do anything. He could do his own Tonight Show with his own band.
He's got two bands.
Two
There's
bands.
Six and Out.
And
Single Shoe Theory, I think it's called. Or
That's
White Shoe
White
Theory.
Shoe Theory, yeah.
Might be called.
Yeah.
Two great bands.
Yeah,
great bands.
Very good bands. Yeah, he's got Bollywood connections. I think he's
Bollywood
had a couple of
connections.
hits in India, or one at least.
So that would open doors there, and he could probably chat to Sachin Tendulkar on his first show.
Every night of his show, he could talk to Sachin. Joining me from wherever, New Delhi, is Sachin too. Little Master, how you doing there? On they go. What's the news?
Yeah, the weather.
Yes.
Yeah, humid,
Yeah.
is it? Etc.
Yep.
And as news came up, like, there might be a, Q&A 2 or whatever, Slumdog Millionaire 2, but, whatever. Might happen. And talk about that, the opening of that,
He could, easily. And then he'd appear on Warnie's show.
Warnie's show. And
joining me tonight, hey, Brett, come on out here.
Yeah, that's
Brett
right.
Lee, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Cricket. What's happening in cricket?
That's right.
And he'd be
what's
a
coming
foil.
up on your show later this week, Brett?
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Shane. Yeah, no, I'm talking to the
Sachin
little
Tendulkar.
master, Sachin Tendulkar.
And we've got a very special guest, Mudar Mutharuthan. And I tell you what would be good is I'd love to see it adopt that what happens in America, where, and I won't never get this right, but you know how, let's say, Letterman follows Conan O'Brien, or Jay Leno follows Conan O'Brien, or whatever it is. I'll never get them right.
Yep.
That's what we should have here.
Warnie, followed by Lee.
Linger longer with Lee.
Yes.
Don't go to bed now.
Don't go to bed. Coming up later.
Brett Lee.
Yeah, and you'd have that crossover that we were just talking about.
Exactly.
Brett, what's on your show? I got Slats coming in, Warnie. Have you? Yeah, he and Tubby are coming in. We're going to talk about, what's coming up on the season this year in cricket.
Right.
All right.
And I understand Tony Gregg's coming in to talk about, early days and his call for Bodyline, which we might get to in a minute, really.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, good.
Bodyline. Will it work?
Yeah.
There's so much to talk about.
Yep.
Are you? And then maybe a bit of a crossback.
There would be crossback. Yeah, Warnie, you going to talk to Tiger again next week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, mate. I got Tiger coming up, that's for sure. Yeah, and I'm going to talk to Ian Woosman and...
who else? The bloke with Carnation Milk. The bloke with the swing.
That's right.
We've forgotten his name.
His name. Mike Haywood, it might have been.
Oh, no.
Mike Harwood.
Lyle.
Sandy Lyle.
Sandy Lyle.
God almighty, didn't he have a swing?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, then on they go. And now, as a special treat,
Sandy Lyle.
Not bad. Out front of 6 and out.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Going back to that story that I think Tony Gregg broke on, was it either Brett Lee's show or Warney's show?
Yeah.
He says England's quicks have been urged to adopt a bodyline style of attack on the ageing Australian skip Ricky Ponting, who is becoming increasingly vulnerable to the short ball. Now, this is Tony Gregg's position.
Right.
He believes the Pom's best hope of retaining the Ashes is to target Ponting.
Target Ponting.
Well,
okay. Why wouldn't they target everyone?
Well, exactly.
You
Or
know,
the
if
other.
there's a batsman up the other end, that's your target. That's what I always say to bowlers. They say, well, who's my target? I say, who are you bowling to? Him. Well, I say, he's your target.
It does, if they got the other 10 out, then they could leave Ponting alone. Gregg rated Ponting Australia's #1 danger man.
Did he?
But, yeah, that's Gregg's ratings.
Gregg talking. Tony Gregg.
Tony Gregg. His ratings book has Ponting on top. Now, he said the danger man, that's his top rating, danger man, had become increasingly susceptible to the bouncer, and if I was playing him, I'd be at his head and at his throat with 2 men back on the boundary and get the chin music happening.
Did
That's
he
Gregg.
use that term?
No, I added that in for him to make
okay.
him seem a bit more colourful than he really is.
You're right. Okay.
See,
hasn't this been used for a number of years?
it has. I think the South Africans might have been in about 92. I think that day he got
How
100.
come we forget it? And we've got to be reminded every year around this time, just before the cricket season starts,
to
drop the ball short and go for the head.
And have 2 blokes on the boundary.
Yeah. Why do we always forget that?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I suspect it's the same story written every year. Just fills in a neat column on the sideline there.
Yeah.
They only talked to Tony Gregg once in about 1983.
Yeah, and that's what he said.
Yeah. He's getting older, so common knowledge will tell you he's not.
Well, that's
quite...
what he was talking. That's right. He was talking about AB.
AB, that's
all
right.
those years ago.
He was.
He was the danger man.
Yeah,
go for his throat.
Yeah.
Put
Yeah,
2
chin
out on the
music.
boundary. Chin music.
Yeah, that's right. Drop it short. Now, Greg, if anything, is nothing but consistent.
Yeah.
Now, he says here he used to be. He's not quite the puller he used to be.
The puller? What's he getting
puller.
at?
I don't know. He's very wristy. He was one of the best.
One of the best.
But wait for it. This is the bit I wanted you to comment on.
Right.
But it's been opened up now by Steve Harmison in 2005, which has left him scarred on the cheek. Been hit a few times in the head, heard the music, and got out playing to the pull shot. Now, is that right? Harmison opened him up?
Yeah,
Can't remember
Harmy
this.
did actually, yeah.
Can't remember this.
Harmy
It was an accident, though. Freak ball from Harmison. One of the few he lobbed on the pitch in the entire 2005
Well, yeah, it
series.
appeared to jag off a bolt or a nail that had been left on the pitch that he just accidentally hit.
You know what it was?
And
It was Key.
Key was it?
Yeah,
left there by
Tony Gregg.
Gregg, yeah. Anyway, came up and it got him fair on the cheek, and it did draw blood from memory. And he does wear that scar. And every time I see his head, I think of that.
No. How unlucky could you be to be hit by Harmison?
I know. What are the chances?
Now, players who have played it are inclined to keep playing it. This means
just the pull shot.
Yeah, sorry.
Is he talking hook or pull?
Pull. And if I was England, certainly at the Gabba, I'd have 2 straight back on the boundary to him. To a lesser degree, it's the philosophy adopted by Douglas Jardine. People won't remember this, but in the famous Bodyline series against the Don.
The Don, yes.
Just as
Who was a danger man, I think.
He was their danger man.
The Australian danger man at the time.
Yeah, top-rated.
Top-rated danger man, yeah.
Just
Didn't like chin music.
No, he hated chin music, yeah. Just as Harold Larwood steamed in and this is Greggy talking, caused havoc for the Australians.
Was Greggy there? Did he see that series?
He would have been a very young man.
Yeah, right.
In the 32-33 series, Pommy pair, this is Greggy, Stuart Broad and James Anderson will be keen to focus on Ponting. Gregg said if this is the big news, if Ricky gets off to a good start and gets runs, I think the whole place will lift. Jeepers, creepers. How about that for an
that's
insight?
insightful, isn't it? The whole place would lift.
If he scores 200, people will be interested. It's incredible.
Right. Yeah.
Asked who loomed as England's bright light.
Bright light?
Yeah. Greggy said...
God, is anyone bright light? Is that a new term?
It's a new cricket term. Wisden have officially approved it this week.
Would Ponting be our #1 bright light?
He would.
Okay.
Especially if he gets started and scores 200.
200. He'd certainly
before lunch on the first day. I think your danger man is always someone who can score runs fast. This is Greg. And therefore, that's Kevin Peterson. Oh, no.
No. Well, I tell you what we're going to have to do. Give him a bit of chin music.
Chin music, yeah. Put a couple
if
out
he's
on the
their
boundary.
bright light, slash. What was that other term?
Go-to man sort of thing.
Danger man.
Danger man, sorry. Top-rated danger man.
Danger man. Right.
And if he has a great summer, this is KP, that'll give them so much more time to get the 20 wickets they need. It'll allow England to set more attacking fields, especially the off-spinner Graham Swan. Now, how about this? Both Mark Taylor, Mark Taylor agreed with Greg that if Ponting was kept quiet, it would go a long way to England triumph. How do you keep him quiet? Chin music.
Chin music.
How about that for insights? You just feel as though we haven't got a hope, don't you?
Yeah.
But on the other chance, I'm not changing my selection to 5-0. On my suggestion, it'll be 5-0. Australia's way.
Do you think the Strauss might be the current English captain? Do you think Strauss would have spent a bit of time with Harold Larwood if Harold's still with us?
I suppose he would.
Because Harold's in Australia. He moved to Australia years and years ago.
Years and years ago.
Yeah.
Look, can't help you with he's still with us.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you who he's probably spent time with is Tony Greig.
Because Strauss may not know, this talk of chin music and dropping it short sort of thing. He may not.
And Danger Man.
And Danger Man and Bright Light. He may not be across these sorts of...
Australian terms.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Harold Larwood left us in 95, HG. Now I do recall. It was a very sad time. And I just hope he left...
Instructions.
Yeah.
To keep punter quiet with chin music.
Yes.
Like I did to Bradman all those years ago.
Exactly.
The Larwood files, have they been opened probably to wait till 30 years
Yeah, no,
after
they
his
probably
death?
have been. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He was interviewed, I think, quite extensively about how he did keep it short to Bradman in that very famous Bodyline series back in the 1930s. And of course, Bradman, his average for that series was down to about 69. So it worked.
Yeah. Now, it wouldn't have made a great guest for Binger's first show.
What, Harold Larwood?
Yeah, I know, obviously, you can't. It's just dreaming.
Yeah.
But he would have been a great guest.
Yes, he would.
Now he's got to make do with Mitchell Johnson or Siddle or...
Oh, he might talk to Richie Benno.
Oh, true.
In his first show, Bingley. Joining me tonight after Slats will be Richie Benno.
Yeah, that's great.
And Richie would certainly have some foreign, very interesting memories of Harold Larwood. And seeing him steaming in. In a company with might have been Bill Vose. God almighty, he could bowl as well. Big, burly left-hander who partnered Larwood, of course, in that very famous series.
And I tell you what, after they've talked, they'll be up front of the band. That's Richie.
Ah, yeah.
Remember, of course, he does those.
He does.
Cabaret numbers.
He does.
That's who he's reinvented himself as Engelbert Humperdinck. Now, look, a terrific good news story here. This concerns the World Life-Saving Championships, which were held in the Mediterranean, and the overall Australian team won the open competition, but the true glory belonged to the women's team.
Yes.
In the open women's beach relay, the Egyptian women's team won effortlessly by a country mile, but were DQ'd for a tiny break on one of the baton changes with the Australian team before taking the gold medal. So you understand what happens on the beach, obviously on the relay on the beach.
Yeah.
Backwards and forwards, DQ'd. The Australians, though, thought a very harsh judge's call on the DQ. For clearly the Egyptians were the best team, and obviously locals to boot, so they had the hometown on their side.
Yes. Well, they'd know the sand, I guess.
They would be. They'd be sand familiar.
Yep.
So after the medal ceremony, the Australian women invited the Egyptian counterparts, the Egyptian opponents, onto the dais and personally gave them their recently presented gold medals, leaving themselves empty-handed.
Wow.
How about that?
Isn't that a great gesture?
Fantastic gesture.
Yeah. But, of course, the Aussies would know that the official records are still going to say Australia first.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen. Jim. Now, the World Cup. This is the soccer
World Cup. Yeah.
It, according to Tom Smithies, must have been last night. Our World Cup bid took a significant blow This is in the Telegraph, Murdoch paper. After the delegate wielding their one guaranteed vote was banned for a year over claims he'd been offered his vote up for cash. The suspension of Oceania President Reynald Temari, along with Nigerian delegate Amos Adamu, for 3 years, Amos got 3, sent the bidding process for the 2018 and 2022 tournaments into chaos, or described here as more chaos. Now, surely we can find somebody to step up to the plate to take these clowns' places who knows how to do business. I mean, surely...
What did Temari do wrong, Reynald Temari? Something about a boat.
He put his vote up for cash.
Oh, he put his vote up for cash.
I think one of the things he liked, I mean, he probably did want a boat. I mean, you remember how GI got into trouble with boats at the Melbourne Storm?
I do.
And I think the whole team got a boat.
Did they?
Each. And I think that listeners suggested that if he moored it outside the limit, what is it, the 200 kilometre limit.
You could live there and not pay tax.
Well, he could live there and not pay tax, but it wouldn't be considered as part of the salary cap infringements.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now,
okay.
Both
Right,
members...
Temari wanted... Was he asking for much for his vote?
No, look, what I think he wanted was a football academy known as the Reynald Temari Football Academy.
Well, that sounds perfectly reasonable.
Look, can I just say, if that was the egg, as a bit of chip, he probably wanted a heart transplant and some special education for his kids or whatever.
But that's not going to put much of a hole. We had $44 million to blow on this.
I know.
Surely we could have built that academy for a couple of, using the building education revolution.
Well, you could probably have done it for
rule of
100,000.
thumb.
Yeah, rule of thumb. Now, both the members of FIFA's executive committee, that's EXCO, were banned from all soccer-related activities. Well, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? What about kicking a ball around in the backyard with your
what
kids?
about running the line?
Well,
with the flag.
Well,
I'd love to see Temari do that.
Or scoring. It's not a hard job scoring in
it's not
soccer.
a hard job, no.
It's not like the AFL where the score goes backwards and forwards all the time.
Yeah.
1-0. 2-0. 3 hours later, 2-1. Now, all soccer-related activities, despite FIFA claiming the evidence produced by UK Sunday Times had not proved any corrupt behaviour. Now, go back to the story. The backstory is Temari and Adamu were videoed by the Sunday Times as part of an investigation of the World Cup bidding, with journalists posing as lobbyists for the US bid. Temari appeared to seek funding for a sports academy in return for his vote, while Adamu asked for $800,000 to be paid into his private bank account.
Right, well,
the trouble is
he's open about it, isn't he?
He's up for
Adamu.
it, yeah. Well, the thing is, these guys didn't have the money. I mean, the investigators didn't represent anybody except the Sunday Times.
Yeah, right.
So they couldn't do the deal. So it's a weird logic that allows it to fall over. Now, our main rivals for 2022 are US and Qatar, and Frank Lowy's team must now win enough votes without Temari. FIFA's Ethics Committee, well, there's a contradiction in terms, but be that as may, handed down the bans because it believed the very fact of discussing taking of money for a vote had damaged the game's reputation, even though the committee argued no corruption had actually taken place.
Yeah, right.
Now,
but can't we offer gifts? Are we allowed to offer gifts?
Like building.
What's that $44 million doing then? What are we doing with that money?
Well, that's for business.
I
That's
know.
for business.
I know. Fred Shepsy's making a film about it, but
I think might be film wars. Fred Shepsy making a film as well.
They're doing two films.
Two films now. Well, there's at least
about our bid.
Our bid, yeah.
Right.
Well, for the delegates to look at, the 24 delegates to look at. But they'll have, glasses of champagne and nibblies and canapes to have while they watch it. And there'll be a nice gift. Like, what I've said to them is, I don't want to get involved in this because, let's face it, ideas are two a penny on how to spend money. But a soccer ball piñata, so it's when you hit it, bang, and it breaks open, there's diamond rings inside. That was my suggestion anyway. And pearls for the missus.
What about some opals?
Yeah,
give it
Australian
an
opals.
Aussie flavour.
What a brilliant idea. And nuggets of gold from one of our gold mines, our great gold mines.
Yeah.
We knock out a lot of gold here.
Okay, yeah. Some gold and maybe, pearls. Pearls from, the Northwest Cape.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, that's sort of
not
thing.
your Mickey Moto, not your cultured pearls.
No,
I mean,
not
real
your
ones.
artificial, real ones.
Yeah, real ones.
Yeah, you see, that's where it goes wrong, you see. As you point out, we're not paying people. We're offering them to get involved in our come-play ethic. come down under and play. That's what we like here. We just love having fun.
Yeah, we do.
Now, the Ethics Committee also found it had no evidence to support widespread reports of collusion between Spain and Portugal and Qatar. Apparently, they're going to swap votes. Qatar might vote for Spain and Portugal in 2018 if Spain and Portugal voted for, Qatar in 2022.
Well, this is what happens with the Eurovision Song Competition, isn't it? It does. You get countries, jacking up against another.
Like Norway.
Norway.
Slovenia.
Yep.
Swapping votes.
Yep.
You vote for me, I'll vote for you.
Yep. Well, Croatia never votes for Serbia, put it that way. Doesn't matter how good the song is either.
No. Now, the committee chairman, Claudio Sulsar, had harsh words for the newspaper, this is the Sunday Times, which claimed had twisted its conclusions in the case of Tamari and Adamu. Bizarrely, it was also suggested that both men would be welcomed back after the suspensions, despite the fact they are certain to be removed from the executive committee at next year's FIFA Congress. The severity of the suspensions caught many by surprise. After an earlier feeling that Tamari at least would be exonerated, or most admonished for discussing taking funding for Oceania soccer projects in return for his votes. That's where I think Australia's gone wrong. They just didn't give him money.
No.
It was these bizarre, soccer academies and centres of excellence for football or soccer excellence. Adamu's longer ban reflected the fact that he had asked for money to be paid into his account. Now, how bad is it, Roy? I mean, I think we had Tamari in the pocket. And Adamu might have been a floater, but I think we could have nailed him down. We don't need many votes in this.
How many votes do we need?
I think
all
22,
up? 22.
That's the number of people voting on it. I mean, we only obviously need 11, I think, or 11 or 12.
Yeah, right.
And if we'd knocked out...
Well, do we know how vital the Tamari vote was?
Yeah, he was us.
He was
green and gold.
Well, why was he talking to the Sun then? I mean...
Well, the Sunday Times.
Yeah, the Sunday Times. If he was with us,
Well, you got to understand how devious the Sunday Times can be. I don't mean to speak on their behalf. Yeah, they dressed looking like
Aussies.
Not bad, looking like officials. I'm not saying where they're from.
Yeah.
Looking like Frank Lowy.
Yeah, right.
They got up garb and, makeup and hair looking like Frank Lowy. They walked in, g'day, mate.
Tamari thought it was Frank back. Yeah.
Back with another offer, topping up his offer.
Topping up the offer.
The original offer of one academy, he was getting a hospital and a heart transplant do the heart transplant in. Now, what I'm worried about, though, here is surely there should be some spares, like sitting on a bench there waiting for people to be dumped from the committee because of corrupt activity, and they could zoom in. They're the people we've got to target.
I guess they are. We'll have to wait and see who they are, the new people, who's going to replace Tamari and Adamu, and God almighty, FIFA's going to miss those two.
Certainly will. They certainly will.
Won't they?
They knew how to get
FIFA's
the business
loss,
done.
really.
They knew how to get the business done.
Of course they did.
Now, can I also point out that what worries me now here is it looks like it's an inside run in 2022 for America again. They've got Clinton on board. We haven't got anybody of that stature.
Haven't we got John Howard on board? Is John Howard?
No, I think John Howard's connected with Rugby League. This week there's been a big push to get Howard into the top job of Rugby League.
Oh, really?
You know how it's going to have an independent commission coming up, a bit like the AFL?
Yep, I understand.
They're
That's a wise choice. He loves his rugby league.
Yeah, and you bring a certain, style to proceedings. No, look, I'm just wondering if we have to go to somebody like Rolf Harris or...
Rolf Harris and Kylie Minogue.
Yeah, perfect.
If we could get...
if we could get a commitment to say those two to perform at the opening ceremony, I think we'd be a long way there.
Oh, I don't know about that. But I think if, say, the new Tamari and the new Adamu, as soon as we know who they are, if maybe...
Rolf rang them up?
Rolf appears and does a personal appearance at say, their daughter's wedding. Something like that.
Like with a version of Jake the Peg.
Yeah, gets the wobble board out. Yeah. And then introduces Kylie, who comes out and sings a couple of...
Spinning around.
Yeah, spinning around.
Locomotion.
Or locomotion. Because that's the original and the best. Now, that's a bit of a start, isn't it?
It is. It's starting to look like we can do the business. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't look as though it can be seen as corruption because Rolf would obviously donate his services
of course
for
he would.
Charity.
Well, even if we had to pay Rolf a little bit of... Well, so what?
Cheese.
Yeah. What about Hugh Jackman?
Yeah, he's involved.
Yeah.
I know
he's
very
involved
supportive,
as a sort of voiceover man, but
That's right.
but to go to the wedding of one of the
What,
delegates,
to sing a song?
I'll be
say-
the MC,
The MC?
the host.
Fantastic.
The host.
Now it's starting to take
Now it's
shape.
starting to look a little better, isn't
And
it?
do you think he should go on the Bingley show and talk about what he's doing?
Well,
I just picked that as an
Yeah.
easy get. Can I just put?
Well,
in
I'm
the
not
back-
sure if we should be broadcasting
Yeah,
what
we're
our
doing.
techniques are.
because others will get the wind of it.
Yeah.
Then Qatar will send their Hugh Jackman along to a wedding, stuff like that. Look, the bottom line of this is, you and I catch public transport a fair bit to get around the place, but we get on and we don't hear people talking about the World Cup bid and how great it's going to be when all the teams come here and play, do we? I mean, there seems to be a lack. The Olympics create enormous excitement. I seem to remember in the days leading up to the bid.
Well, I think the problem is, HG, that we're spoilt. We're spoilt with our A-League.
Yeah.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, Holger Osiek, our soccer coach, has said don't panic after watching his almost full-strength side get swept away by the Pharaohs in
the Pharaohs.
in
Didn't
Cairo.
they bash us up?
Well, sadly, suffering a crushing defeat. This is Tom Smithies writing here.
Is there a revolution going on in Egyptian sport that we're unaware of?
Well,
when it comes to their life saving, the women's lifesavers, and of course their Pharaohs.
Yeah, they're Pharaohs. Now, the Pharaohs have been a dominant side in Africa for some time.
Yeah.
They might be African Cup champions at the moment, and might have been the last African Cup champions, or the one before.
okay,
very
okay.
solid team.
Yes.
This is suffering the crushing defeat in just his fourth game in charge, only weeks before he names his squads for the Asian Cup. Osiek blamed his team's lack of preparation for the sloppy performance. Well, hang on a minute. I thought that this was meant to tune us right up for the Asian Cup. And then once we got this out of the road, it was all guns blazing. Australia conceded on the half hour, then hour, and each goal marked by exuberant and skillful build-up by the reigning African champions.
We couldn't snuff out their attack.
We couldn't keep them quiet. They had too many bright lights.
Yeah.
To coin a cricket phrase.
Yeah. Where did the refereeing come from, HG? Was it local referees?
I don't think so. No, I'd be surprised if it wasn't international, but it might have come by somewhere like, let's say, Niger.
Yeah.
Or the Ivory Gold Coast. You know what they're like, in other words?
You know what they're like?
No.
It's all corrupt.
It's hometown.
Hometown.
Virtual
Of course it's
hometown.
all hometown, yes. So
Now-
our boys were bashed up with a whistle, were they?
Well, when you have have a negative experience, you cannot be too happy, but we cannot lose our heads, and we must analyse. Basically, we did not find our game. I mean,
We
that's
didn't
your
find
problem.
our game?
That's the real problem there.
What do you mean?
We got off.
How
the
could you
bus.
forget our game? We know our game. We're
Route
born
one.
with it.
Route 1
Boot
studs
it up there. Big head in.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But when they got off the bus, it was as though there was another team out there.
All right. Oh, they weren't lured into some tippy-tappy nonsense, were they, when they saw the Egyptians doing the tippy-tap work?
Wow.
That's what happens.
I think they lost confidence in the Route 1 studs up, get somebody his head on the end of it.
Because they were being blown off the park, were they?
They were blown off the park. They thought we have to go tippy-tappy. That's the only way. Because let's face it, they can't handle our aggression. That's the great
Well, the
thing. about
whistleblowers, the northern whistleblowers.
it. Well, and the other team, they're pleading to the ref, falling over all the time, taking dives.
dives.
Basically, we did not find our game the way we wanted to play, and some players were affected probably by the travel, the short notice. The short notice, hang on, we've known about
it for years.
It is normal. There's a lack of freshness, and it should not be an excuse, but circumstances were not ideal. Oh, Lord.
Circumstances were not ideal. Oh, what was wrong? Wrong barometric pressure? What's he talking about?
Now, Osiek could have also pointed out to Egypt's exemplary home record and standing of 11th in the world, but Australia played into Egypt's hands, giving up possession. There was no Route 1, there was no studs up, there was no big heads on the end of it. That's their big problem. They were undone.
11th in the world, aren't we? We're nearby, aren't we? We're in the top 20. We might be about 18th, aren't we? Something like
We're
that.
certainly top 20.
We're top 20. Okay.
So we're nearby, but 3-0 is a terrible loss.
It is to Egypt.
They were undone in the 29th minute. It was simple but effective 1-2, opened up the defence. Luke Shear blocked one shot with a sliding tackle. Ahmed Abdul Zahir was on hand to smash the ball beyond Schwarzer. The Socceroos goalkeeper was off the pace, but hardly alone in falling short of the usual standards. Kale tried to get his head on the end of a couple, but missed. The rout was complete when Captain Lucas Neal was harshly adjudged to have pushed Nagy and conceded a penalty that
there you
Mohamed
go.
Zidane converted with ease.
Yeah.
The decision, according to Osiek, bewildered.
Yeah, bewildered. Thank you. I can see what happened.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, this week, the Ant, a.k.a. Sticky.
Oh, Sticky Stewart.
Yeah, a.k.a. Carla Smithson, was
Yes.
appointed at full-time New South Wales Rugby League coach.
Well, that's the death of rugby league in New South Wales, isn't it? Right there and then. That's it. We were there. We saw it happen.
I know. And remember, let's not forget that Sticky, a.k.a. Angry Ant, a.k.a. Smithson, was the coach who started the rot at the national level with a World Cup failure against New Zealand a couple of years ago.
That's right. And quite rightly got caught blaming the ref, didn't he?
He did.
Quite famously.
Now,
Neil of Fairfield has just pointed out Australia ranked 20, Egypt ranked 10. Right.
That's not great news.
Well, it's not great news, isn't it? I had no idea we were so far behind Egypt in our soccer.
Well, quite. Now, look, Sticky, in an exclusive article written for the Murdoch people, after my appointment yesterday, the resurrection starts now. I should background
what?
it.
The
I know.
resurrection?
Yeah, now, just let me background this. At the state of origin level, Queensland have won 5 years in a row.
Yes.
And New South Wales have been pretty ordinary. It's only when the Queensland team get on the Stillnocks and the Red Bull that they on the night before that New South Wales seem to be able to beat them. So we've got this rather big hole we've dug for ourselves. I should maybe backtrack a little bit. He said 10 of the 13 players who started in last Saturday's Kangaroo team, as example, are from Queensland. They held all the key positions and their depth in those areas is strong. It's not that the losses concern me, though. That's just football. The job ahead is for New South Wales football and how we resurrect it. And it's a job the New South Wales board believed deserved a full-time coach, and it's a job where, as a full-time coach, I need your help, meaning the ordinary people of Australia.
How can we help, HG? Does he say?
Well,
Does he
sadly,
specify?
he doesn't specify.
Because I know
that.
a lot of people are willing to help.
I think a lot of people are prepared to put the shoulder to the wheel.
Yes.
Now, after my appointment yesterday, that's midweek, the resurrection starts now.
Oh, good. I accept that. Good. How can we help?
It has to, and it starts with you. I still remember driving...
You mean me, us,
us,
we, the
all
collective
listeners.
people.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Blues fans.
Good.
And Maroon fans, obviously.
Yes.
I still remember driving from the airport to Suncorp Stadium before Game 2 this year, looking at grown men walking along the footpath to the game in their good dress pants and their Queensland jumpers. We don't have that kind of support in New South Wales. It's always been something uniquely Queensland.
Hang on,
What an
what's he talking
observation. I
about?
know. We can see where it's stuffed already.
What are you talking about? The sort of trousers people are wearing? As if that matters.
Sadly,
Is that where we're starting? We've got to change our trousers?
It looks
if we go
that
to
way.
watch the football, we've got to wear... What's he suggesting? Chinos? Slacks?
With boat shoes?
What's he
And
getting
if you're
at?
not wearing that, you can't come in?
Cuffs? Cuffless? What's he getting at? What does he
Stovepipe?
specify? What sort of trousers we're going to wear?
Well, I'll read it to you again. I still remember ... looking at grown men, not kids.
Grown men, yes, grown men. I understand that. I got that.
Walking along the footpath to the game in their good dress pants.
Dress pants!
And their Queensland jumpers. Like
As if you're going to a wedding.
Yeah, with
and
the
you change your mind at the last minute. Oh, sorry, love, I'm not going to go to the wedding. I'm going to go to the rugby league instead. Is that the look he wants?
It appears that way. I don't want to speak on his behalf. All I can do is report what I read in front of me, Roy. I've got tears streaming down my face. This is the death of...
Right.
It's going to be...
It was only that simple.
Well,
I mean, how did I know for all those years we've just been wearing the wrong pants?
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Just going back to Smearson, Sticky, a.k.a. Ant, now he's got made the observation of the people wearing their dress pants and their jumpers down to the cauldron. Back to New South Wales. We have struggled to have that as fans, and along the way I think we have slowly lost that as a team, the sense of that origin is something bigger, meaning, you know, you wear your best trousers.
Yeah.
Bigger than normal life,
Yes.
as you pointed out. I'm not going to the wedding, I'm going to the rugby league.
Yeah.
Now, I've never believed for a moment that the Queensland Orange team has more passion, as they always tell us, than the New South Wales team. Not among the players, but outside that, you might have an argument. I can't remember the last time I saw a New South Wales businessman heading to the game in his blue jersey. I don't think that's fair. I bet you plenty of people go along who own businesses, and he's just not talking about, say, the head of the Commonwealth Bank. Or, Frank Lowy, to mention another great businessman, or Kerry Packer. You don't see them out there in their footy jumpers. Fair enough. Every time junior Queensland player puts on a football jumper, he hopes that one day it'll be putting on a Queensland jumper.
That's true.
Do you think there's any truth to this, that dress maketh the team, maketh the
It's
winner?
something that would never have occurred to me, HG. But maybe it's just a simple thing, and maybe Sticky's right. Maybe, at Stadium Australia or whatever the venue's going to be, where the next State of Origin is played, maybe there's got to be some sort of inspectors there to make sure people have polished their shoes.
And wearing
not jeans. I mean, if we can make those rules, no jeans, shoes must be polished.
And only football jumpers worn.
And only football. As long as they've got a collar and they're neat and they're freshly pressed and washed.
In you come.
In you come.
If you haven't, off you go.
Yes.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, it's a very simple prize, Jim, today. It's a Triple M T-shirt. It's Carrier, the Mel Gibson show about boats, sailors, nautical themes, coarse language, sexual references, and obviously mature themes. Men and women on, in a tin can out on the sea for a long time. They get up to harmless hijinks. And we're throwing in as well songs from the best 100 Australian albums. I think we've been through these before, things like Crowded House, Casey Chambers, Johnny O'Keefe, etc. And we've got, that's on CD, and of course on CD as well, Triple M's 30 Years of Rock. In other words, you can have the whole station at home and program it yourself, just as you hear it every weekday on the radio. For some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, the question is as follows, HG. Who does Croatia never vote for in the Eurovision Song Contest? Open brackets, no matter how good the song is, close brackets. Who does Croatia never vote for in the Eurovision Song Contest?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lab Handout time on The Life. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Tina, who's joining us from Randwick. How are you there, Tina?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Thank you, Tina. Now, I noticed you're driving home from Newcastle. Now, what were you doing in Newcastle?
Well, I'm a humble stationery rep, office product rep, and I was visiting a couple of clients up there and driving home on the F3 listening to you guys.
Fair enough. Now, a couple of businesses in Newcastle. Would this have been in Hunter Street or maybe, in some of the suburban areas?
Actually, I was up at the RAAF base in Williamtown.
Yes.
Where I was... Go on.
I was just going to say, what do they need up there by the way of stationery? Pencils, HB pencils, 2B pencils, biros, all those sort of things?
HB pencils are very popular, yeah.
Yes. What about paper? Would they want some quarter or some A4 paper maybe?
Yes, bit of A4, bit of A3. Yep, absolutely.
Now, on the weekend, you obviously that's your weekday job. Now, on the weekend, you're going to work in your husband's cafe.
I do. I'm a bit of good value, I am.
You must. Do you ever get a day off at all, Tina?
I do occasionally get the day off. Not very often, but I do occasionally get the day off.
Now, what are the hours in the cafe? Do you start early?
Start at 10 a.m., finish at 10 p.m.
Right. And what would be the main dishes, being a Saturday, obviously a busy day? What are you expecting to move a lot of tomorrow?
Well, probably our toasted sandwiches. Toasted sandwiches go all day.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Roy and I have been prosecuting the cause of a new form of cuisine called Thai. It's a combination of Italian and Thai. Hence, when you have, say, ravioli, a nice ravioli, the pieces of ravioli are replaced with curry puffs in the sauce. Would you like to suggest that to your husband and see where he would be able to take that for us in terms of new dishes?
I think that's a very, very good idea. Would that mean that you could put, ravioli in your pad thai or something?
Correct.
Yes, exactly right.
That's exactly right. You'd have, say, something like pad thai with chicken ravioli.
Yep.
I think it's a fabulous
Tom
idea.
yum goong with spaghetti.
Yeah, or tortellini.
Or tortellini, thank you very much. Of course it will work. Of course it would work.
Absolutely.
Now, these toasted sandwiches you do,
Yes.
what are the requests? Cheese and ham, cheese, ham and tomato? Is that basically the three?
Well, you can have those, but the favourite one in our cafe is chicken, mushroom and sun-dried tomato.
Wow. Chicken, mushroom and sun-dried tomato. And, tomorrow, let's say it was a busy day, how many of those would you make?
Oh, up to 80.
Right.
Okay. So do you get the ingredients, make them mainly the night before, so you've just got to get them out of the fridge and back them, put them on the hot plate?
Yeah, not the night before, in the morning. We do all the preparation in the morning.
So you'd start your preparation about 7 a.m.?
Yes, we do all the chicken up early in the morning. Sun-dried tomatoes come out of a jar, and
Yes.
the bread arrives from the baker. So
And are you happy with the bread you're being supplied with, Tina?
loving it. Love the bread. The bread's fabulous. Turkish bread we use.
Right.
Okay.
Very good.
This is a very sort of top-end sort of...
Operation.
Yes.
And is it mainly takeaway, or do people come in and sit down and clog up the joint?
No, it's mainly come in and sit down and clog up the joints.
Right.
So do people come in and say, 2 toasted sandwiches, thank you, and we'll just sit here?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have coffee too sometimes.
Coffee.
And do you have to work on the coffee as well?
Absolutely. I make a good cup of coffee. You're welcome to come anytime.
That's very kind of you. And, do you have a specific, I forget what it is, a roast, I think is what it is, a specific brand of coffee that you use, or a specific roast of coffee that you use?
We do indeed.
And is this closely guarded secret?
It is a closely guarded
Fair
secret.
enough.
Do you blend your own? Do you get different beans, various sorts of beans, and mix your own coffee?
Well, we don't, but a very close personal friend of ours does.
Well, Tina, look, we really wish you had the day off tomorrow.
We're
but
just scratching the surface.
I
really,
know,
aren't we?
I know. There's hours, and people would like to get involved, I'm sure, on Talkback, talking to Tina about the blends and all that.
Well,
sort
I
of
want to
stuff.
know why Tina isn't doing more ham sandwiches.
Yeah, no, well,
ham and cheese.
Well, they'll come back.
I suppose.
Popular too.
Yes. Now, Tina, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, who does Croatia never vote for in the Eurovision Song Contest, no matter how good the song is, Tina?
Serbia.
That's very good, Tina. And, of course, you're the proud owner now of Triple M's 30 Years of Rock on CD. Also on CD, the songs from the 100 Best Australian Albums. So that'll be something to play in the car when you're driving up to the airbase again. And you've got Mel Gibson Presents Carrier, about the people on the aircraft carrier. And, of course, the Triple M shirt. Tina, have a great weekend, working hard as you are. And thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, Roy, I've sat on this story for a little while because I just simply can't believe it. And I had hoped some information may have come to overturn, this rather sad story. But beach umbrellas, kites and stone throwing have been banned from public land in northern Victoria through a series of bizarre regulations. Now, Matt Johnson got this for the Herald Sun some time ago. The Winton Wetlands Reserve locks out many recreational groups such as campers, anglers, in an attempt to protect the Lake Mokoan area near Benalla. Angry residents say the new rules go too far and will destroy tourism options for thousands of visitors. Shooting and four-wheel drive groups have also lashed out at the 93 rules signed off by a representative of the Environment Minister, Mr. Gavin Jennings, and say they reek of trying to curry favour with the Greens. Oh, dear. Now, reeking and currying favour.
Yes.
I mean, you can see where this is headed, can't you? It's disastrous. Yeah. Now, there'll be no kite flying. Oh, hang on. I should say the state government says the Department of Sustainability and Environment is now reviewing some of the outdated regulations, and kite flying will be reinstated, so you'll be able to do your kite flying. Visitors can seek special permits from the Land Management Committee for some other banned activities. Banned activities are sports, picking flowers, putting up beach umbrellas, throwing stones. A person must not, in the reserve, erect or use a beach umbrella or similar device providing shade or the protection on any beach. A person must not in the reserve propel or throw any stone or missile which is likely to cause danger or is likely to damage any flora or property. Roy, have they gone too far? The local residents described it, I think Noel O'Connor described it as bureaucracy gone mad. But, maybe some parts need to be set aside for your rock throwers and others for people to put up their umbrellas because people do like doing that. They think that makes the picnic complete.
Are you allowed to have a picnic there, HG? Is there any mention of picnics?
You can have a picnic as long as you don't spread a blanket.
Yeah, right.
You're not allowed to use any sort of
You're allowed to get out of your car.
No. Once you leave your car, you can't go back until you leave.
Yeah, right.
No use of Aerogard.
Yeah.
You're allowed to rub gum leaves on you if you want to keep the mozzies at bay. I mean, it's very strict.
Jeez,
it's very strict.
It is. It is.
And I'm just
know.
wondering.
I don't know if this is the future we're looking at or the past.
I was just wondering myself.
Mm.
Could it be the future? In the sense of, you just have to stand there or sit there and be silent and shut up and don't touch anything. Because if you do, you're likely to bump into flora, or weeds. And weeds, let's face it, are part of the environment, deserve looking after. And they're free-range weeds here in this park.
Well, see, it's so much of it, it's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, because you've got to look at basically human nature, isn't it? I mean, because human nature, once, ordinary people get out in the bush, I mean, your natural instinct is to, well, speaking for myself, I suppose, your natural instinct is to cut down a few trees, set a few fires, and shoot things. Now, if you denied that, it really does
limit your possibilities.
Yeah.
Why would you go?
Exactly.
You're better off staying on the couch with your Xbox.
Exactly.
Because you can shoot things, set fires to things in a virtual world.
Exactly. But I just hope, HG, that with all of this, sure, I just hope we're not losing touch with nature. Because the whole idea of getting out into nature is to, get in touch with it. How do you best get in touch with it? Well,
shooting,
burning it, and chopping it down.
Look, you see, that's what worried me about those, and I know we talked privately about this for hours, about those films Stephen Fry does, Your Last Chance to See, like the Komodo dragon.
Yeah.
It'd be much better off The Last Chance to See the Eastern Grey cockroach, because that would be a fascinating film to see that actually extinguished, or very near to extinction, and then finally the final frame is the foot coming down on the last
cockroach.
Yeah, that'd be exciting.
And
you'd know who it was.
Yeah.
Mr. Roy Slavin of Lithgow.
Yes.
Killed the last, this week, big headlines.
Yes.
The last eastern grey cockroach in existence. Now, that's
so
what I'm hoping.
You're suggesting that tourism should look at this, HG, come out to Australia and kill things, be the last to see the ... that sort of stuff.
Well, I'd limit it to things like, depends where you live, obviously, but Indian minor birds.
Feral pigs.
Now, you were telling me that the place is awash with feral pigs. Even if we started now, we couldn't shoot them all.
No, you'd need to,
discipline.
If you want to be serious about feral pigs in Australia, you'd need for a start about 40 million bullets. That's giving you a bit of an idea, isn't it? That's how big the problem is.
Yeah.
About 40 million bullets.
Do you know what? I'd go to the National Rifle Association in America and say, we've got no bag limits out there. You can shoot as many as you like.
This is a philosophical issue, HG. I mean, hunting tourism, this sort of tourism is much frowned upon. I mean, if we wanted to, we could go to, say, the Russian army and go to the American army and maybe the North Korean army and say, listen, blokes, feel like a bit of a holiday? Come to Australia and kill pigs.
But then you imagine in Russia, your free-range, freshly shot pig, what did it command? Aussie pig, air freighted there, straight into Vladivostok or...
without doubt.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them go into Indonesia, HG.
Yeah, of course.
Where they love a little bit of...
free-range pig.
Free-range pig. Exactly. And there's no reason why, our supermarkets... people talk about, the food industry and protecting the food industry. There's no reason why you couldn't have a burgeoning feral pig section of every supermarket in Australia. Just have them hanging there. Get kids involved. Come up and cut off a chunk. Take it home. Surprise mum and dad.
But this gets us a long way from this park in, the Winton Wetlands, which you're not allowed to throw rocks in. What's behind it? I mean, is it? I can understand if there's only room in the park for 3 or 4 cars, and once they come in,
so we're talking a tiny parcel of land. HG, is it only 1 or 2 roods?
Well, it's called the Winton Wetlands Reserve. So you imagine it's quite a large area, and it's got a lake in it, Lake Mokoan.
Right. Yeah, well, these reserves aren't necessarily big.
Yeah. So if you started rock throwing, you might, in fact, damage cars.
Yes,
and
outside the reserve, if you know what I mean.
Roy and HG, this is The Life on Triple M.
Look, I do worry, though, that somehow we're heading into an area where parks will become, obviously the only bit where you can go and do things like have a picnic, because obviously the rest of it's sort of locked up in agriculture and private land and useless. And it worries me, though, that people don't think that it's wise to put up umbrellas. Not that you don't expect an answer because you can't speak.
I don't know what the issue is with umbrellas. I don't get it.
The only thing that I worry about is, again, it's a size issue. Let's say the park was approximately, could take 4 cars and was approximately 20 metres by 20 metres.
Yes.
Now, if you put up an umbrella in that and you get up a gust of wind, all of a sudden the umbrella goes through the front windscreen of a car. You've got all sorts of problems. You get a dog out of a car, all of a sudden, it's disappointment for everybody. The accumulating of dog turds does put people off. The park becomes useless. Other people come along and want to develop it. So then you've lost the park.
Yeah, right. It all starts with the umbrella, you think?
Well, I just picked that as an example.
Yes.
I mean,
I was unaware that there was a bit of an issue with umbrellas that blow into the air and come down and kill people and animals. I was unaware of this, HG.
I don't think
it's for a while. I mean, are people deliberately sharpening the handles of their umbrellas so that when they do come down, they do cause damage?
I think there's a certain, what would I call it?
Sickos in the community?
Unsavoury society, unsavoury section of the community who are doing that as we speak. And I don't want to give people ideas.
No.
And if you are doing it, for God's sake, don't tell them you heard it on this show.
Yes, right.
You read it in Women's Weekly. Much safer. Now, here's some tips. People will be thinking about going fishing over the weekend.
Fishing, yes.
These are terrific tips. Get out early before the nor'easter hits. Now, in some parts of Australia, that's meaningless because the nor'easter doesn't come there. But, say on the East Coast, get out early before the nor'easter hits. Take the time to enjoy everything like the dolphins. Now,
the dolphins enjoy things? Is that what they mean? Enjoy things as the dolphins do?
I think they mean look at them, enjoy
them.
Oh,
okay, yeah, fair enough.
Hope the dolphins aren't fishing where you are.
Yeah, right.
Always ice your catch and don't freeze it. Eat it fresh that night.
Yes.
Most importantly, don't make excuses. Go fishing this summer. That's great. These are from Al.
Yeah.
Al McGlashan.
All right.
In the Murdoch Press. It's fantastic. Most importantly, don't make excuses. Go fishing this summer.
Go fishing this summer, yeah. Good. Yes.
And I think that's a counterpoint.
Using traditional means, HG? Traditional means, a bit of bait, a hook and a line.
And a lot of dynamite.
How is dynamite fishing going? I mean, surely they're not bloody stamping down on that now, are they?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
And look, we were talking about wrestlers, and I forget how this came up, but it was something to do with nicknames for. I know what it was. It was to do with
the
serial killer.
Serial killer, yeah.
Now he went around.
Yeah. On the undercard, the green undercard.
He did, on the green undercard.
Yeah. How did the serial killer go? Did he keep
terrifically well?
Good.
He wasn't allowed to be called the serial killer. I'm not quite sure how people knew he was the killer out there.
Well, we know him as the serial
killer. Well, we know him as the killer.
But you mean officially he's not allowed to call himself the serial killer?
I know. That's right.
Who decides these things? And what right have they got to say that our serial killer can't be called a serial killer?
It's officialdom gone mad. Absolutely mad. I mean, it's that same thing with that, park where you're not allowed to throw
rocks. Yeah.
If I can, I might be able to. No, that's no good.
Right.
I'm trying to look for the record here on the run, and I can't find it. But I've got this vague feeling that the killer went down, but I could be totally wrong about that.
Well, that's going to change his image. Serial killer's going to look a bit silly if he's been beaten at the first outing.
Well, hang on. Let's have a look here.
Serial killed.
It was a somewhat unfortunate night for Central Coast welterweight Steve Willis, who won his second fight back from staggering third knee reconstruction, but tragically was once again prevented by main event from fighting under the moniker serial killer. Tragically. That's the word that sticks in my craw.
Because he's going so well. That was another win for the killer, for the yes killer.
With third knee reconstruction, main event step in. Listen here, Steve, you can't be called the S killer. Mercifully, the Copacabana fighter said, we keep pushing. I'm not going anywhere. That's the attitude.
That is the attitude.
The serial killer.
Yeah. So he's still unofficially Steve Serial Killer Wilson.
Willis.
Oh, Willis.
Oh, Wills it might be. Sorry, Wills. He's
Wasn't there a Serial Killer Willis years ago?
I think we did. I think we did. Now, the reason why this bobbed up was we were talking about other killers.
Oh, yes.
And it was Killer Carl Cox that came to mind. Yes. And Joe's emailed it, yes, from memory, going back to the World Championship of Wrestling days, Killer Carl Cox did kill a wrestler in Dallas, Texas, with his brain buster technique. Now, I can't remember the brain buster technique.
No. The brain buster. I've got a feeling from memory haven't you got your legs scissor style around the neck of your opponent and you go to ground on your back, flipping him over so his head comes down?
I think there's something to that.
Yeah. Well, that if the timing is exquisite with that one, you're going to kill him every time.
And the corner post in the road.
Yeah.
You'll
kill him every time.
But
he was never serial killer, Carl Cox.
He wasn't. Do you feel as though the serial killer is going to have to prove it? Live up to
in the same way
big raps?
Carl Cox. But what we don't know about Carl Cox is whether he was known as Killer Carl Cox before he killed a bloke.
Yeah. Or whether it was ironic, if that's the right use of the
word. Say
word.
Killer Kowalski. Now, did Killer Kowalski ever kill anyone with a claw hold? As far as we know, he didn't. But he might have done in Russia. Who knows?
Yeah. True.
He might have been a whole series of people with their guts ripped out as a result of bumping into Kowalski.
Well, the difficulty is that in the world of wrestling, of course, there may be in the annals of wrestling, go back hundreds and hundreds of years, plenty of killers.
Oh, yeah.
What I like is the adding of the serial killer.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
I think it's true.
Fresh,
yeah, original.
Yeah,
lovely.
original.
Yeah, lovely.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that main event, are they the promoters in this matter, or are they somehow the New South Wales Sports Combat Commission or whatever it is?
I don't know.
You remember in Western Australia, they had a probe into the Briggs Green bout, Lord knows why, just a waste of money and lawyers' fees.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, it was the low-pressure cell on the end of Danny's fist that did the damage.
Yeah, we knew that.
But, surely, you could register the name serial killer and he could trade under that as a fighter.
Yes. Yeah, look, I think it's worth a fortune to him if he can trademark it. If he can be Steve Serial Killer Wills, because I tell you what, that's going to make people sit up.
And want to go.
You think, well, who's on tonight? The Serial Killer.
He's back.
You beauty.
After his knee reconstruction.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, Scotty's written in to explain the brainbuster move, or telephoned in, should I say. Yeah. It's a suplex, but instead of landing on his back, like going over, flopping on the back, he gets slammed on his head, i.e. dropped instead of the...
is that like the atomic drop?
Well, the atomic drop, I always thought was the wrestler dropping onto one wrestler dropping onto the other, as opposed to somehow all dropping together. Okay. The atomic drop. And I've always connected the atomic drop off the corner post. I may be wrong about that, but the atomic drop I've always imagined,
you leap off the corner post onto someone.
Who's largely prone.
Yeah. And that might have been Britt Bernard's go, someone like that.
Mario Milano certainly was a master.
I don't think he ever did the atomic drop, didn't have to.
No, true.
No,
Too skilled.
Yeah. He was a very clean,
he was a white
wrestler. Yeah, white hat,
Look, just speaking of names and everything, Kevin Chitty writes exclusively for the Telegraph, or the Murdoch Press, I'm extremely pleased and happy with our team name, the Greater Western Sydney Giants.
That is good, isn't it?
I wanted something bold, something that is big, strong and powerful, and I think we've got that. I like a fighter. I like a person who never, ever gives up. It doesn't matter how big you are or how small you are. The Giants represent that sort of spirit. I've always envisaged in a football team. I hear people say Giants is an American name. It's not.
Isn't it?
Look at a lot of other names. A lion is from Africa. A tiger is from Asia, referring, of course, to the Brisbane Lions and the Richmond Tigers. And who can forget the American Eagle, as in the West Coast Eagles? Well, that's a bit unfair.
Yes, it is unfair.
Because there's eagles in Australia.
Plenty of eagles in Australia.
There's the great wedge-tailed
eagle, which is a beautiful, beautiful bird.
And a giant can be owned by anybody, and we'll own it in Western Sydney. I think we've got the colours right too. The colours of the club are unique to the Blue Mountains. A big call. A strong rustic orange and a deep grey as the sun sets over the west.
Oh, is that where they get the ideas from?
Well, I got no idea.
Isn't that brilliant?
It is brilliant.
It never occurred to me, but because I remember when I saw that uniform, I thought, God, I
Where have they
feel
got
like
this
I'm in
from?
Western Sydney.
Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's an appropriate colour range for our club to connect with the people of Western Sydney.
Yes.
Are you worried about the Giants?
The Giants.
As a name? I mean, it's very generic, isn't it? I mean, if you take it anywhere, it doesn't scream Australia. I suppose that's what they wanted.
Well, the name Giants hasn't got a great track record in Australia. I don't think any team called the Giants. There was the Gold Coast Giants, you might recall. They died a very sad death.
Yeah, well, they had the trouble of being the Gold Coast Tweed Giants in New South Wales Rugby League, 88-89. The Victoria Giants were in the NBL 2002-2004. The North Melbourne Giants, NBL 87-98.
Yeah.
They lasted a fair while. 2 premierships, 89 and 94. Coburg Giants, NBL 80-86, nothing. Adelaide Giants, baseball 89-99, no titles. Internationally, there's the San Francisco Giants, who actually won the baseball comp in America, the Major League Baseball World Series this year, and have been successful. New York Giants. Super Bowls 86, 90 and 2007. So there are international precedents for success.
For success, yeah.
But it's a bit sort of weak, really, isn't it, as a name? It's got very little attitude.
Exactly. I mean, they could have been the great Western serial killers that would have had a lot more tune to
Talking
it.
point.
Yeah.
Talking point.
Now, Scotty has phoned in. He says the atomic drop, both wrestlers face each other and one gets lifted up and then his crutch is dropped on the other guy's knee.
What? His crutch attacks his knee. I don't think that's right.
I don't think that's right.
No, he's... What? Yeah, I know. He drops onto his knee, but what? Head first or crutch first?
Yeah.
Crutch first, so it's a ball burster.
Well, that is going to hurt. That is going to slow you up if it's effective.
It'll take you out.
Mm.
And most people wouldn't like that to happen to them. Gee, Scotty's a mine of information about
Scotty
wrestling.
is a mine of information.
That's
isn't
great,
he?
Scotty.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Anyway, it's probably hot lap handout time.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, Jim, it's exactly the same as the first hot lap today. The Mel Gibson Carrier, the 2 CDs, the one about the 30 years of Triple M's rock, and the songs from the best 100 Australian albums, and a Triple M T-shirt. It's very Triple M focused, but none the less for that, or none the worse for that. Roy, the question for all comers is...
The question is, HG, how many bullets are required to solve our feral pig problem? How many bullets are required to solve our feral pig problem?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, it's hot lap handout time. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Brett, who's joining us from Castle Hill. How are you there, Brett?
Good, thanks, guys. How are you going?
Very well indeed. Well, Brett, you must enjoy it being a firefighter. You must enjoy the rain, a wet weekend, the prospect of.
Well, actually, it becomes a little bit busier for us on a wet weekend. Surprisingly so. It's
more fires are lit in a wet weekend?
No, actually, the colder it gets and the wetter it gets, the more people use their electricity and the more people that are getting out on the roads and having little accidents and things like that. So it does actually keep us pretty busy.
Right.
It's quite the opposite of what people think.
Wow, isn't that amazing? That's what I always ask people who do your sort of work, a full moon.
Yeah.
A full moon. Oh, yeah, they come out in the full moon.
Right, and that's not just a folk tale. That you would, you'd think, oh, bloody hell, the 14th, next month's a full moon. I hope I'm not working that night.
Well, it is a little bit like that because they certainly do come out. When you drive around at, 1 and 2 and 3 in the morning, you certainly see things that you're not usually adapt to seeing on a normal weekday.
Now, do you, it doesn't matter if you can see the full moon, though. It's not as though if you see the full moon in the sky, let's say it's cloudy, and you can't see the full moon, does that lessen the effect?
Well, it does, and we've got sunshades for that. So the sunshades are certainly they can help. They're the visors, the sunshades.
Would you like a law brought in? And we could talk to maybe Barry O'Farrell, the opposition leader in New South Wales, bringing in a law that says on a full moon everyone must stay indoors, not go out.
That would certainly help. I think the accidents rate may fall if that occurred, yes.
Well, that sounds like common sense.
Yeah, but do you fear being called to homes because of, say, lawn mowing accidents or kids shoving forks into PowerPoints? And for God's sake, kids listening, don't do it. It's not a very good idea. I know we get accused of giving kids all sorts of wrong ideas on this program, so I must caution kids not to stick their forks into the PowerPoints. But do you fear that sort of thing will become your work on those sort of days?
It's absolutely anything is possible on a full moon. It's once that light is out, I think people must think it's the street lights that are carrying on for a little bit longer than they should be, and out they come.
And I know this is a bit of a political point, but are you, when the season gets well into the dangerous end vis-a-vis bushfires, are you seconded to help fight the bushfires?
Absolutely.
And you're in the Castle Hill area. Where do you have to go? What's your area that you have to go to fight them?
Well, we actually travel all across the state. It just depends on where it is at the time. So they'll actually move people out to assist at that time that there is a fire. Wherever they need assistance,
off you go.
Basically, off we go and go and help out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're called upon wherever we're called upon. Our duty will serve.
Now, what do you feel about the Great Western Sydney Giants, Brett? Are you a fan?
Well, I'm a Swannies fan, so I'm a little bit sceptical, to tell you the truth. I think it's going to take a few years of solid training and a lot of cash for them to be up to that sort of standard, I think.
Fair enough. Now,
I can't see any of the Swannies going over there too soon, I don't think.
Now, Roy, set out the question. Brett, have a swing at it.
Now, Brett, how many bullets are required to solve our feral pig problem?
40 million.
Do you think that's about the right number, or do we think we've underestimated there, Brett?
It's a clear underestimation. I think it'll at least triple that, at least.
Well, you're the proud owner of a Triple M T-shirt, The Carrier, Mel Gibson Presents, and, of course, the 2 CDs. The songs from the best 100 Australian albums and Triple M's 30 Years of Rock. Good luck on the weekend, Brett. Hope there's no fires for you, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, that sort of takes us away for another week. Look, next week's our last week for the year.
Is that right?
Monday and Friday, obviously.
Yes.
And there is rumours that filling in for us after we finish up, Phil and Limo are returning.
No way.
Phil and Limo could be back.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, I think you described him as a once-in-a-lifetime listening experience.
That's right.
So people will be in safe hands.
Yes.
Should Phil and Limo return.
Yeah.
Of course, we need to thank Matty for chopping the sound again. Another wonderful job. And Ned mastering the phones and remaining to stay in the chair for most of it.
He did. He got a bit distracted with the ball on one occasion. But that's all right.
Yeah, that's right. And very good gets on the customers today.
Yes.
And, Garfield, Eric the Red, of course, tremendous effort.
Yes. And, he's got a bit of a sore throat.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Doing too much extracurricular activity?
I think so.
This is do I dare say it, with the Elvis work?
Oh, the Elvis work, yeah.
Because that can bugger your throat.
Can do, yeah.
And, Skip, he's talking about taking the boat out. I don't believe a word of it.
No.
Look, I'd love to see him swim somewhere, like, let's say, the Goulburn River. I think there'd be enough water in it just to relive the Mao swims of yesteryear. But that'd be a great thing for him to do on the weekend.
Yes.
And
I think he's thinking of doing a bit of fishing as well.
Oh, you know what that means, though, don't you?
No.
Yes.
Really?
He's back on it. Okay. Anyway, join us next week for the final show of 2010. It's been a hell of a year, hasn't it, Roy?
So far it has.
Yeah, that's right. And we live in hope that the last
Something
week
will break next week.
The last week will be the best week. Join us Monday at 4 for more of The Life right here on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.